Upon arriving in the world of Naruto, I transformed into a girl and became a teammate of Jiraiya from the same era as Minato Namikaze. My journey commenced with the gift of the Youthful Minato template and a complete set of skills. Thus, I initiated my adventure with a powerful Rasengan, seamlessly transitioning into the Flying Thunder God technique to evade damage, landing gracefully to retrieve shurikens for counterattacks, and then executing a prolonged Rasengan for a spectacular counter. Ultimately, I unleashed a combo of 123 moves, dragging my opponent into the woods. How exhilarating! As players of the Mist Village, we are truly skilled. Detected player login to the Naruto World login rewards have been issued. Congratulations on receiving the login reward. Youthful Minato Namikaze Ninja Card X1. What? Does anyone understand what just happened? I merely intended to pat some heads in the Mist Village, and yet somehow I have traversed into this merciless world, where even the mightiest nation mandates that underage children enter the battlefield. This is the world of Naruto. Reflecting on the memories flooding my mind, I felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. What a farce. This world, ravaged by the horrors of war, has endured 4 great ninja wars in less than a century. The intervals between these wars rarely exceed 20 years, with the shortest even being less than a decade before the flames of conflict reignite. At this moment, I find myself in the year 37 of Konoha, right after the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. This war was instigated by Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, who sought to carve out his domain in defiance of the great nations. Unfortunately, due to unfavorable geography, Hanzo ended up shooting himself in the foot. Not only did he fail to gain from the conflict, but he also inadvertently turned the land of Rain into the main battleground, suffering repeated assaults from the ninjas of the fire, water, and wind countries in a bid to salvage his reputation. Hanzo conferred the title of 3 legendary ninjas upon 3 exceptional ninjas from the battlefield of the Land of Fire, thereby bringing an end to the Second Great Ninja War. Additionally, there were several other minor incidents during this war. For instance, a certain white-haired ninja wielding a white short blade wreaked havoc on the Sand Ninja forces at the Wind and Fire battleground, single-handedly piercing through the Sand Puppeteer troops and eliminating 2 prominent Sand Puppeteer captains, rumored to be the offspring of the Elder Chiyo of the Sand. Afterward, there were merely trivial matters, such as the second Tsuchikage attempting to ambush the second Mizukage, resulting in their mutual demise. Nevertheless, those events are now inconsequential. What truly matters is, gazing into the mirror at my striking resemblance to a certain anime heroine, I tossed my beautiful, long, dark hair that shimmered with a hint of blue. Under the scrutiny of my new generation anime eyes, which sparkled like stars, I gently placed my small hand on my curvaceous thigh, marveling at its supple texture. Ah, how delightful! Unquestionably, I am blessed with a remarkable physique. I caressed my leg. A wave of satisfaction washed over me. I embody the character Rika Takarada from the anime Gridman, renowned for her shapely legs and quintessential high school girl charm. This character emerged after the creators diligently observed real-life high school girls for months, crafting her meticulously. Upon her debut, she garnered immense popularity, with even those who rarely watched anime exclaiming, "Rika Takarada is my waifu," and adopting her name for their usernames. Then, I found myself inexplicably transported here, having merely patted ahead, and transformed into a girl who mirrors Rika Takarada's appearance. Now, Rika's situation is as follows. The bad news: I have arrived in the world of Naruto as a female ninja. The good news: the beginner's package has gifted me a Minato, although I am not particularly adept at playing. Holding the card that symbolizes purity, the Youthful Minato Namikaze Ninja card, I wore a complex expression that I am accustomed to strategic turn-based ninjas like Plant Ninja and Dead 3. How could I possibly manage a skilled ninja like Minato? Yet, since it has been bestowed upon me, I cannot refuse to utilize it. With a sigh of resignation, I contemplated the attributes of the Minato Ninja card. Ninja card: Youthful Minato Namikaze. Effect: automatically loads the skills of Youthful Minato Namikaze upon use. Evaluation: absolutely maxed out. We, the Minato players, truly possess exceptional skills. This is tantamount to stating nothing. Clutching the ninja card, I pondered for a moment before uttering, "Use." Instantly, the Minato Ninja card transformed into a stream of light and surged into my forehead. You have used the ninja card Youthful Minato Namikaze. You have acquired the abilities Flying Thunder God Technique, and Rasengan. You have obtained the skills: Heavenly Wing Swallow Dance, Light Flowing Shadow Zero Style, Throw the Flying Thunder God Kunai, and Continuously Flicker Within, with the option to stop early, releasing the kunai onto the ground and initiating a two-part Flying Thunder God Teleportation attack on the enemy. Gale Super Flashing Spiral Rasengan, a standard Rasengan. If the enemy possesses a Flying Thunder God mark, you can teleport to them and unleash an aerial Rasengan. If the counter exceeds, you can unleash a Rasengan for pursuit. Rasengan Celestial Light Extreme Sharp Slash. Throw the Flying Thunder God Kunai and relentlessly pursue the enemy, culminating in a colossal Rasengan. Passive. After retrieving shurikens, gain a state of enhanced normal attacks, allowing evasion of enemy attacks and triggering counters, marking the enemy with the Flying Thunder God before teleporting to attack. Phew. Upon receiving the capabilities of the ninja card, my anxiety regarding this abstract world considerably diminished. Upon reflection, Minato became a legendary figure in the ninja realm thanks to these abilities. Now that I possess them, and potentially even stronger than Minato himself at this time, I should have no trouble achieving a similar legendary status, right? With a striking appearance and formidable strength. After basking in a moment of pride, I suddenly recalled an important matter. Today marks my graduation from the Ninja Academy, officially becoming a genin of Konoha. Moreover, we had already been assigned to teams yesterday, instructed by our supervising jonin to practice at the training grounds. Recalling my teammates and jonin instructor, I was taken aback. It was unavoidable, as the identities of my teammates and instructor far exceeded my expectations. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, the school forms teams based on the graduates' summarized abilities, categorizing them into 4 attributes: commoners, ninja clans, geniuses, and fools. That my teammates include Inazuka Kiba, who hails from a ninja clan and has decent grades, and the prodigious Minato Namikaze, who, despite not yet graduating, single-handedly defeated a team from the Cloud Village to save his comrades. Goodness, one occupies the ninja clan category, while the other embodies both genius and commoner attributes. Am I the fool? 2. The classic bell snatching. How infuriating to be so underestimated. Realizing that an unfavorable label had been placed upon me without my knowledge, I felt a surge of anger. However, upon further reflection, it was somewhat understandable. After all, this body was previously an ordinary civilian female ninja student, excelling in academics, but average in practical combat. Such labels may indeed be warranted. This ninja world does not particularly favor women, with truly powerful female warriors being exceedingly rare. Aside from the overwhelmingly exceptional Otsutsuki, the strongest female ninjas are destined to be the future 5th Mizukage and 5th Hokage, a unique dual bloodline ninja. Yet, amidst the 5 Kage summit, was the first to lose the will to fight. Another medical ninja transformed her grandfather's passive abilities into her ultimate technique. Following that is the 4th Tsuchikage, who, lacking the ability to wield dust release and only capable of manipulating mud, draws more attention for her legs than her strength. Then there are the female ninjas among Konoha's 12 young ninjas. The Inazuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans were originally meant to work in tandem, making them difficult to assess. One, who utilizes the strongest Jinjutsu on herself, even describes her state of mind with a mirror seems like. The master of ninja tools transforms into a mere scavenger. The last remaining participant is particularly formidable, able to unleash the 8 trigrams 64 palms, a technique that others could wield even in their youth, only by the conclusion of the story. Astonishingly, they remain oblivious to the return of life. Given that Otsutsuki is not a ninja, it becomes evident how oppressive this world can be for female ninjas. After a brief moment of discontent, Rika BT did not forget the important task at hand: survival training. It remains unclear whether every graduating ninja in the Shinobi world undertakes such a trial under the guidance of their respective leading ninja. However, if it pertains to the Hokage lineage, it is likely a classic event, as survival training is an indispensable rite of passage in the Konoha tradition. After her graduation, Rika was assigned to a team led by the elite Shinobi Jiraiya, who had just recently earned the title of Sannin on the battlefield of the Second Shinobi World. War in the Land of Rain, bestowed by the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander. The duty of leading a team of young ninjas is an obligation that every genin from the Shinobi villages must accept, as nurturing the next generation is of utmost importance for the continuity of the village. In fact, the other two members of the Sannin have already begun to recruit students or cultivate disciples. Only Jiraiya, that rascal, vanished without a trace after his encounter with Hanzo, returning only 3 years later. Such unreliability understandably incensed the now vibrant third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a master of ninjutsu. In a fit of rage, he intercepted 3 recent graduates from the Ninja Academy and formed a non-numbered team dubbed Jiraiya's class with a recently returned Jiraiya. The team comprises Captain Jiraiya, along with recent graduates Inuzuka Kiba and Rika BT, as well as the genius, Namikaze Minato, who graduated early at the tender age of 10. Reflecting on the information in her mind, Rika couldn't help but marvel at her fortune. Being transported to the world of Naruto as Jiraiya's student is indeed a splendid beginning. Moreover, having the opportunity to be companions with the swift ninja Minato is even more delightful. Yet, if her memory serves her correctly, the members of Jiraiya's class in the original narrative seem to consist of 3 males. Thus, whose position has she supplanted? Well, by the time of Minato's story, he would have already reached the rank of Chunin, and his teammates would have changed numerous times, rendering such concerns trivial. Moreover, rather than fixating on Minato's contemporaries, Rika found herself captivated by the sound of slicing air. The kunai adorned with SSS patterns was shot toward the tree outside. In the next moment, Rika appeared beside the kunai, retrieving it and tossing it back into the room. Ordinary kunai can also be utilized with the Flying Thunder God technique after a mark is inscribed. So, what purpose does Minato's specially crafted kunai serve? Observing the kunai in her hand, nearly identical to the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God, save for the SSS inscription, Rika was perplexed. Could it be for channeling lightning? Unlike the second Hokage, Minato has a wife from the Uzumaki clan, skilled in sealing techniques. Thus he himself excels in the art of sealing. The ability to channel lightning via the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by Minato, differs from that of the second Hokage. Or perhaps, it pertains to spatial barriers. The ability to channel lightning resembles a portal, allowing items without marks to be transferred elsewhere, a capability that the Aoi ninja cards lack. With this in mind, Rika produced another kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God mark and hurled it away. In an instant, she found herself suspended in midair. This is the Flying Thunder God. Second stage, Rika momentarily embraced her dramatic side, only to regret not catching the kunai midair, making her attempt at the second stage more akin to the unexpected Flying Thunder God slash of the second Hokage. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. The consumption of chakra from the Flying Thunder God technique was unexpectedly low for Rika, leading her to practice it throughout the village. After all, Minato was not yet renowned, and few had knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even those who did were unlikely to notice an orphan civilian ninja with a clean background. Thus, Rika flew toward the training ground while familiarizing herself with the Flying Thunder God technique. As she approached, she deliberately stowed away the technique and jogged the rest of the way. Apologies for my tardiness. Upon reaching the training ground, Rika found her teammates, Minato and Kiba, already present. Although Jiraiya was absent, Rika graciously offered her apologies. Not all. We still have some time before assembly. You needn't apologize, Senpai. Minato, with his sunny disposition, stepped forward to greet her. Is that so? That's a relief. Minato's handsome visage and radiant smile could easily cause any ordinary girl to swoon. However, Rika was not your typical girl. She preferred to bond with beautiful girls rather than fawn over young boys. All right, is everyone here? Good. In that case, I hereby declare the survival training of Jiraiya's class officially commenced. At that moment, Jiraiya leaped in from an unknown location, announcing his presence. The Toad Sage is a name veiled in mystery, and I am unrivaled across the land, the white-haired boy sage, the Toad Messenger. Even crying children cease their wailing in the presence of the handsome Jiraiya. With wild hair reminiscent of a lion and 2 red markings beneath his eyes, the towering figure of Jiraiya, standing at nearly 6 feet 3, made a grand entrance, reciting his own introduction. Wow, Lord Jiraiya, is it truly him? My instructor is the legendary Lord Jiraiya. This is absolutely incredible. At that time, the Sannin had just begun to gain fame, and with their affiliation to the third Hokage, the promotion of the Sannin was unparalleled. After all, being under the Hokage's wing, this elite trio of war heroes deserved all the accolades they received. Thus, even Jiraiya, who had just returned to the village, found himself surrounded by numerous young admirers. Indeed, without a doubt, I'm the one and only Lord Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Observing the expression of Inuzuka Kiba, who appeared to be a fervent admirer, and the equally excited demeanor of Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. However, the sight of the only girl in the group, who regarded him with mere curiosity rather than admiration, left Jiraiya somewhat disheartened. After all, the thrill of having a devoted female admirer is far more exhilarating than that of a male one, as for Rika's lack of reverence towards him. Jiraiya speculated that her idol might very well be Tsunade. After all, Tsunade was the first and most formidable female ninja since the founding of Konoha, and her stature in the eyes of young girls certainly surpassed that of others. For instance, among the future elite of the Konoha 12, half of the female ninjas expressed their dreams of becoming powerful like Tsunade when declaring their aspirations. Even though Tsunade had long since left the village, her reputation remained unwavering, underscoring her esteemed position in the hearts of aspiring female ninjas. Given that the future was already bright for Tsunade, it was no wonder that she was currently basking in fame, actively recruiting students to impart her medical ninjutsu, further elevating her renown to unprecedented heights. Thus, after contemplating the reasons behind Rika's lukewarm response towards him, Jiraiya addressed the gathering with a tone of authority. To assess your potential as ninjas, I have decided to assign you a mission. Is that so? Can we take on missions right after becoming ninjas? What kind of mission is it? Kiba, ever the enthusiastic admirer, chimed in eagerly. Let us commence with a task that only we few can accomplish. Jiraiya's gaze deepened, then he shifted his tone dramatically. It is a survival exercise. Huh? How dull. Though it's a mission, why is it just an exercise? We have done plenty of exercises in school. Upon hearing it was merely an exercise, Kiba's enthusiasm waned, while Minato looked on in confusion. Jiraiya, observing the reactions of his team, spoke cryptically. Well, to be precise, it is an exercise tailored specifically for the three of you. And mind you, this is not an ordinary exercise. You must be cautious not to perish. Reflecting on the methods employed by the third Hokage during his own training, Jiraiya set about misleading his students. What? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the boys' expressions froze in shock. As for Rika, she stood aside, exuding an air of calm confidence. Was it self-assurance or something else? Noting the varying attitudes displayed by his students, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly. In the world of ninjas, intelligence gathering is paramount, and Jiraiya undoubtedly excelled in this domain. Furthermore, this particular class was personally requested by the third Hokage, who had specifically indicated the presence of a civilian prodigy among them, urging Jiraiya to nurture her talents. Thus, prior to their meeting, he had taken the liberty to gather information on the trio. Inuzuka Kiba hailed from the Inuzuka clan of ninja warriors, being the eldest among the trio. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, instead of joining a standard ninja team, he enlisted with his clan's military unit and joined the battlefield. He had participated in the latter stages of the Second Great Ninja War, and only upon its conclusion did he graduate from the academy and was subsequently assigned to Jiraiya's class by the Hokage. His companion in battle was a large brown ninja dog named Kamaru, renowned for its loyalty and strength. Namikaze Minato, on the other hand, was a 10-year-old genius who graduated early. His early advancement was due to his remarkable feat of single-handedly repelling a squad from the Cloud Village that sought to abduct bloodline carriers, rescuing Konoha comrades. In the process, truth be told, this accomplishment was formidable, far surpassing Jiraiya's own achievements during his time at the academy. Consequently, he garnered the attention of the Hokage, who appointed Jiraiya as his mentor. As for Rika, a 12-year-old graduate from the Ninja Academy, she was an orphan without any notable familial connections. Her background and history were rather unremarkable. Yet, what fueled her confidence? Casting a glance at Rika's striking beauty and her eyes that sparkled like stars, Jiraiya redirected his focus and declared, "Your task is to seize these 2 bells from my possession." As he spoke, Jiraiya produced 2 golden bells that jingled melodiously from somewhere. Each bell represents a ninja's slot, meaning today's survival exercise is a perilous task with an elimination rate exceeding 66%. A minimum of 1 and a maximum of 3 shall remain. Those who fail to acquire a bell before the afternoon will return to the academy. What? How can this be? Upon Jiraiya's proclamation, both Kiba and Minato were taken aback. Now, unless you harbor the intent to defeat me, you will never be able to claim a bell from me. Now, let the challenge begin. Swish. The moment Jiraiya concluded his statement, a flash of gold suddenly darted towards him, so swift. Jiraiya was astonished by Minato's speed as he charged at him. However, you are still too inexperienced. With a gentle push, Jiraiya redirected Minato's trajectory, causing him to miss entirely. The bells will remain here, making it easier for you to obtain them. Saying this, Jiraiya secured the bells to his belt. Damn it. Even if it's Lord Jiraiya, you shouldn't underestimate me. Seeing Jiraiya's demeanor, Kiba shouted, then bit his finger to form a hand seal. Summoning technique. 4. The Great Bell Snatching Operation. Impressive body flicker technique, but it still lacks refinement. Jiraiya was pleasantly surprised by Minato's speed. It was no wonder the old man had taken a special interest in him, as such velocity at this age was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, in a world of ninjas, speed alone is often the least effective means of strengthening one's abilities. After all, the ninja realm is not akin to the adjacent superhero world, where speeds can reach multiples of supersonic, sublight, or even light speed. Thus, mere speed can be a disadvantage when it comes to actual combat effectiveness. Ultimately, being a ninja relies on the harmonious interplay of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu to determine victory and defeat. Therefore, possessing speed without combat capability is akin to this. Having come to a conclusion about Minato in his mind, Jiraiya merely flicked his wrist, sending the charging Minato stumbling back. At this moment, Jiraiya had already signed the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku and had earned a formidable reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. He was currently at the zenith of his power, making it effortless to deal with a Minato who had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique, even if he was a genius. But he had yet to fully realize his potential. Summoning technique. Seeing Minato's initial attack thwarted, Kiba, on the other side, completed his hand seals and bit his finger, pressing it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a large brown dog with prominent fangs emerged from the summoning. The size of the brown ninja dog was so immense that an adult could mount it as a steed, let alone Kiba, who was still a child. Once Kiba summoned his ninja dog, he swiftly mounted it. Oh, you can already use the summoning technique? That's quite impressive. Jiraiya watched in awe as Kiba summoned his ninja companion, even finding time to offer commentary. The Inuzuka clan is a small family in Konoha specialized in training ninja dogs, and they possess secret techniques for combat alongside their canine allies. Jiraiya was undoubtedly aware of this, and his reason for watching Inuzuka Kiba summon his ninja dog was to assess the strength of this seasoned veteran who had seen battle. However, his initially composed expression transformed into one of astonishment upon witnessing Kiba mount his ninja dog. Could it be? Has he already mastered that technique? Wolf Fong. As if to validate Jiraiya's thoughts, in the next moment, Kiba and his ninja dog morphed into a whirlwind, charging straight at him. Hey. This is merely a drill. Employing such a technique is rather excessive, isn't it? Oh, wasn't it I who remarked, one cannot possibly succeed in the drill without harboring the intent to kill me? Well, that changes everything. As the whirlwind approached him, Jiraiya exerted a slight force with his legs, unleashing an astonishing power that propelled him several meters away, effortlessly evading Kiba's Wolf Fong ninjutsu. The reason speed is deemed the least rewarding path to strength is that ninjas are inherently agile, speed-oriented professions. Enhancements in speed are merely ancillary benefits along a ninja's journey to power. Thus, those who specialize in this domain find their capabilities can only improve marginally, struggling to challenge stronger foes. Currently, Jiraiya's speed surpassed that of his students, so when Minato and the others lost their once prized advantage in swiftness, they were left with nothing but the prospect of being overpowered by stronger opponents to break free from this predicament. They would require a velocity so remarkable that it eludes even the keenest adversaries, a speed that could only be described as an overwhelming force at a higher tier. Did this group of underdogs possess such speed? Indeed, they did. As she observed her teammates faltering, Rokuka finally shifted her attention from the system screen to the present training field. At this moment, both Kiba and Minato were struggling after several exchanges with Jiraiya. Kiba found himself subjected to Jiraiya's classic trick, the Earth Release, inner decapitation technique, which left only his head protruding from the ground. Minato, on the other hand, had fallen victim to Jiraiya's illusionary techniques, likely the Fox's Heart technique, and was now expending his celebrated speed, spinning in place, and depleting his stamina. It appears that I am the last one standing. With that thought, Rokuka glanced at the newly triggered task, beginner task, The bell snatching operation. Task details. As you embark on your first day as a ninja, your guiding instructor has presented you with the challenge of snatching bells. Therefore, in the time to come, you must collect as many bells as possible. Task reward. Receive 1 bell and a random ninja scroll. That is it not akin to the fragmentary scrolls from the hidden village of the head pat? How splendid. Observing the task's reward, Rokuka, lacking an offensive flair, resolved to launch a vigorous assault against Jiraiya for the sake of the random scroll. Very well, it is now just you remaining. Rokuka, is it? Your name makes me curious about what tricks you intend to employ to seize the bells. After dispatching the 2 boys, Jiraiya turned his gaze toward the still and unmoving Rokuka, furrowing his brow. Her lack of stealth or action, merely standing there watching her teammates, left Jiraiya puzzled about what this girl of her age was truly contemplating. It is worth noting that he had been quite attentive to her just moments ago. Not due to her striking appearance. I couldn't help it they were defeated before I even had a chance to react. With that, Rokuka unfastened her outer garment. This too swift a delivery? Your description is surprisingly apartment upon hearing Rokuka's words. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then chuckled in surprise, only to notice her undressing. What are you doing? Do you intend to seduce me? As Rokuka shed her outer garment, tying the sleeves around her waist and revealing her black sports bra, a stark contrast to her fair skin, along with her remarkable hourglass figure, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of lasciviousness that, I must concede, you do possess some allure if your intention is seduction. Perhaps I might find myself unable to resist and grant you a bell. With a mischievous glimmer, Jiraiya's expression betrayed his notorious reputation as a rogue and his infamous past. Yet in reality, he was one of the strongest kunoichis in the ninja world, often receiving beatings from Tsunade while harboring an unspoken affection for her until his demise. Despite his penchant for alcohol and risque literature, he remained a man of integrity. T.O. put it plainly, he was not so debauched as to lay hands on a 12-year-old ninja who had only recently graduated from the academy. Even though Rokuka's physique was unexpectedly appealing, particularly her voluptuous figure, Jiraiya was still a man with principles. The words he uttered were merely a test, an intimidation tactic directed at Rokuka. Lord Jiraiya is a renowned and powerful ninja. A child like me attempting to employ seduction would find it futile, as I am certain Lord Jiraiya would be easily immune to such tactics. Thus, I do not intend to use any seduction techniques on you, for not only am I incapable, but I also lack the will of fire. Lord Jiraiya, I bear many burdens myself, and in response to them, as a bearer of the will of fire, I must not lose. Point 5. The establishment of Jiraiya's team. Bearing the will of fire. I must not lose. I nearly slipped up, but in the end, Rokuka managed to steer her convoluted words back on track. While Rokuka was rambling, Jiraiya found himself momentarily stunned by her resolve. Not lose? Do you also carry many burdens? Now, that piques my interest. Recalling Rokuka's identity as a war orphan, Jiraiya remarked with keen intrigue. Everyone can speak pretty words, but the chasm between true ninjas and the games played by children is indeed vast. Of course, I have already come to terms with this. Terms? As he observed Rokuka's earnest expression, her beautiful, star-like eyes radiating sincerity, Jiraiya felt a sudden resonance. Perhaps, old man, you have misjudged this time. She may indeed be a genuine prodigy, and oh, wait. Shaking his head, Jiraiya endeavored to maintain his clarity, only to hear Rokuka continue. To seize the bells, one must possess the resolve to kill you, correct? I have made my resolution, and it is only through the willingness to be killed that one is deemed worthy to kill. What? Even having become a formidable ninja in Konoha, Jiraiya had never contemplated the notion of killing, and thus found Rokuka's declaration shocking. It seemed he had grown too comfortable in their company, perhaps forgetting the moral code of ninjas, to be schooled by a junior in such a manner. The other exclamation of what? Came from Minato. As a widely recognized genius, Minato quickly realized he had fallen prey to an illusion. After unraveling the Jinjutsu with his exceptional battle instincts, he was met with Rokuka's astonishing proclamation. Unsurprisingly, at the tender age of 10, having just graduated from the Ninja Academy, Minato found himself under the guidance of the legendary Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin, who had recently gained fame in the ninja world. Furthermore, prior to this, he had rescued comrades from a Cloud Village infiltration team, making this moment a pivotal point in Minato's ascent. His ninja journey resembled that of a soaring dragon, and like Jiraiya, he had yet to reach such a profound realization at this early stage. The awakening of my companions is indeed a source of profound shock. There's no need for such exaggeration, it's merely a drill. Reflecting on Rika's words, Jiraiya felt she might have been a tad extreme. Here I go. Jiraiya, am coming at you. So be on your guard. Rika was undeterred. For the sake of the mission's reward, the secret scroll, she resolved to showcase to Jiraiya the essence of purity. Behold, I commence with a powerful Rasengan. Oh wait, I lack the strength. Then, it's of no consequence. Take this. Jiraiya. Words are the finest weapon. Rika hoped that through her earlier banter, she could divert Jiraiya's attention from the bell, allowing herself to seize it. Thus, after some calculation, Rika drew several kunai from her ninja tool pouch and hurled them toward Jiraiya. Secret technique of the BD style. The art of throwing all shuriken outward. Is this it? As he watched the projectiles hurtling toward him, Jiraiya confirmed their authenticity, realizing they were not mere shadow shuriken clones. Moreover, given the force and accuracy, aside from the fact that all the kunai were aimed at him, Jiraiya could hardly discern any commendable aspects of this maneuver. And, are these truly kunai? Why name it the art of throwing all shuriken outward? Recalling his own pitiable days as a genin, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Minato Namikaze was equally disheartened by Rika's performance. It wasn't that she had spoken so eloquently about the BD style, only to deliver such a lackluster display. Rather, it was her choice of nomenclature for the technique that left him disappointed. What is this art of throwing all shuriken outward? How unimpressive. If it were up to him, he would have chosen a name like the Shuriken Mastery, the Celestial Stars of Darkness. Furthermore, wasn't she throwing kunai? Is this all there is? The swift ups and downs of life left Jiraiya, who had prided himself on his discernment, utterly dumbfounded. Gazing at the scattered kunai that failed to strike him, he could only exclaim, "This is simply too cool. Who understands this, my friends? What a stroke of luck. Not finished yet. Take this." Just as Jiraiya was losing hope, Rika's clear voice rang in his ears. Secret technique of the BD style. Second phase of the art of throwing all shuriken outward. The celestial swallowing dance of light and shadow. What? So fast. The little girl, employing some unknown technique, had instantly appeared beside him without his notice. Confirming that the bell had been snatched away, Jiraiya swiftly seized Rika. Don't underestimate me, Jiraiya. Among the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya's abilities were the most balanced and reminiscent of a true ninja, especially in taijutsu, allowing him to respond to Rika's flying thunder. Godspeed and capture her in turn. Where do you think you're going? It's not over yet. Second phase of the celestial swallowing dance of light and shadow. Unfazed by being caught, Rika discarded 3 kunai. As she stepped on one, activating her enhanced attack state, Rika shone with golden light, pulling back from the battlefield. Filled to the brim. Truly filled to the brim. Us flying Thunder God users are simply adept. As she executed her moves under the clear sky, beads of sweat forming on her brow signified the intricacy of her actions. Oh, so the sweating was merely due to the summer season of graduation? Then, all is well on the other side. Witnessing Rika's golden brilliance as she distanced herself, Minato could only marvel at the name she had chosen for her technique. Spot on. What an exquisite name, Senior. Drill concluded, Jiraiya. Having created distance, Rika presented the stolen bells before Jiraiya. Indeed, the drill is over. However, observing the 2 bells Rika had taken, Jiraiya was astounded. That technique was truly unprecedented. Was it a family secret? Remarkably powerful. As he contemplated the bells, he was about to announce the results when a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to smirk at Rika. If you aspire to be a ninja, 1 bell suffices. However, you possess 2, therefore, I offer you an opportunity. You may present the extra bell to a comrade, while the one left without a bell will be eliminated and returned to the Ninja Academy. What do you say, Rika? What is your choice? This. What? Isn't that rather excessive? Meanwhile, the freed Inazuka Kiba and Minato shared worried glances at Rika. One a seasoned veteran, the other an accelerated graduate. This decision made Jiraiya swell with pride. Haha, truly, I am clever to devise such a dilemma. Look at my mind. It's too useful to not write novels would be a waste of talent. So what will your choice be? Jiraiya observed Rika, who held 2 bells, with smug satisfaction. Yet, he pondered what choice he or those 3 youngsters would make under the same circumstances that I see. After contemplating Jiraiya's character and the will of fire, along with the various ways to pass the bell-snatching tests, Rika hesitated before arriving at her Decision that in the original tale, the bell snatching was meant to test the camaraderie and teamwork among comrades. And bonds, Rika realized that the swift actions of Minato and the others had disrupted any semblance of team strategy. Her own quick maneuvers had turned the collaboration into a solo performance. Since teamwork had not been achieved, Rika could only choose the final option. That is, bonds. I believe I know what to do. Raising her head, Rika feigned determination as she looked at Jiraiya, then toward the quietly approaching Inuzuka Kiba and Minato Namikaze. Oh, then who will you choose? Amused by Rika, Jiraiya suddenly realized he might not be able to wrap this up. If Rika were to choose someone here, it would inevitably create an invisible rift in the team, severing their bonds and undermining the will of fire that Konoha champions. Wait, thinking this, Jiraiya hurriedly called for Rika to stop. However, it was too late. Rika divided the bells into two, holding one in each hand as she approached Minato and Kiba. This. Seeing Rika's actions, both Minato and Kiba stared at her in confusion. Uncertain of her intentions, point one bell signifies one qualified spot. The unqualified will return to the Ninja Academy for further training. However, I have qualified, and they both possess bells. So what do you say, Jiraiya? Is that correct? This. The unexpected response left Jiraiya speechless. So that's what you meant? Jiraiya felt a surge of confusion. But after a moment, he regained his composure and spoke. Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Rika, you possess extraordinary ninja talents, and your profound understanding of the will of fire is unparalleled. Therefore, I declare that you all are officially qualified. The Jiraiya class is hereby established. Yay! Hooray! Senior Baidu, you are truly remarkable. Observing the jubilant members of the team, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Old man, you have misjudged. True genius is not limited to just Minato. 6. The missions of the Jiraiya class. Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 22 bells, and rewards are being distributed. You have received your reward. You have acquired the Ninja Secret Scroll. Shadow Healing Obliteration Body Dominance, Space-Time, Ninjutsu Displace, and leave behind a kunai that is about to explode when the kunai detonates and attacks the enemy. It can refresh the space-time ninjutsu. Body dominance, along with displacement. It is also worth noting that reality is not a game thus. Rika can directly prepare these two secret scrolls. After experimenting with the two scrolls, Rika opened her character panel. Name, Baidu Rika. Occupation, Ninja Konoha Genin. Skills, Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, Heavenly Soaring Swallow Dance Light Instant Shadow Zero Style, Gale Super Flash. Cracking Void Rasengan, Spiral Heavenly Light Extremely Sharp / Flash 1 Style. Secret Scrolls, Shadow Healing Obliteration, Space-Time, Ninjutsu. This represents her current abilities. Moreover, after making that choice that day, the system also indicated that she had triggered and completed the hidden task Jiraiya class formation, thus granting Rika a special item as a reward. Equipment, Flame Pattern Cloak. Attribute, when equipped, movement speed increases by 100. Wow, a 100 increase in movement speed. Such a powerful attribute. Though regrettably, it is not of great concern for someone like her who utilizes the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, she is not a taijutsu ninja. On a new day, after completing her morning routine, Rika contemplated for a moment before donning the long cloak that resembles the Hokage's ceremonial robe. The mobility speed enhancement of 100 cannot be squandered. Dressed neatly, Liu Hua arrived at the meeting point of Jiraiya's team. As expected, before Liu Hua's arrival, Minato and his companions had already been waiting there for quite some time, resulting in Liu Hua being the last to gather. It is indeed peculiar. Despite possessing such remarkable speed, why does she consistently arrive last? After exchanging greetings, Jiraiya asked Liu Hua, puzzled. He was baffled by her tendency to delay, despite the excellence of her body flicker technique. It's because girls take more time to groom themselves than boys. Jiraiya, you can't possibly be single, can you? How could you not understand this? Liu Hua replied amicably, leaving him visibly embarrassed. Single? I am one of the legendary Sannin, the renowned Toad Sage Jiraiya. I have countless admirers secretly infatuated with me. How could I be considered single? In response to Liu Hua's astute description, Jiraiya felt compelled to defend himself. Unfortunately, the less one possesses, the louder they tend to proclaim their status. Thus, in light of Jiraiya's assertions, Liu Hua could only respond, yes. So, the heartthrob of countless Leaf Village girls. What great mission does the esteemed Jiraiya have in store for your loyal team today? As Jiraiya was her current leading jonin, Luwa naturally refrained from outright defying him and instead chose to flatter him. While asked, "Today, I have secured a splendid assignment for you." Jiraiya, failing to detect the sarcasm in Liuhua's tone, joyfully accepted her words and eagerly boasted to them. "Oh, really? What is the task?" Luwa inquired, surprised. It had been 3 days since the bell-snatching operation, and during this time, aside from the vanity of having set a record for the shortest duration to pass the Jonin test, Jiraiya's team had accomplished little else, merely following Jiraiya around the village to undertake the most basic tasks. In the ninja world, missions are categorized into 6 ranks, with the most common tasks available to ordinary ninjas. These tasks are ranked from 4 levels of difficulty, with the medium-level missions offering rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1 million ryo, concerning national or village movements, wartime involvement, the protection of important figures, and the subjugation of ninja forces. The low-level missions offer rewards between 50,000 to 150,000 ryo, typically involving personal requests for protection or escort due to potential encounters with hostile ninjas. The lowest-tier missions range from 10,000 to 50,000 ryo, focusing on protecting individuals without combat or delivering confidential documents. Finally, the lowest-ranked missions are trivial tasks, with rewards generally between 500 to 10,000 ryo, encompassing duties such as finding animals or picking up litter. Currently, Jiraiya's team was engaged in the lowest-ranked missions, having completed roughly 10 of these over the past 3 days. Beyond these tasks, there exist high-level missions that are rare in times of peace but emerge prolifically during wartime. These high-level missions offer rewards exceeding 1 million ryo and involve critical national secrets, such as commanding frontline warfare, assassinating key individuals, or stealing significant confidential documents. Above this, there are legendary super missions, not formally assigned, but verbally communicated, only available to the leaders of ninja villages, with undisclosed rewards and consequences that could lead to monumental events, such as the Battle of Shinobi Bridge or the Uchiha clan massacre. Of course, these missions were far too distant for them, leading Luwa to speculate that Jiraiya had likely secured a standard escort mission. Did Lord Jiraiya secure us a low-level mission? That would indeed be amazing. By the way, can we leave the village for this task? Really? That would be splendid. After doing these low-level missions, I feel I might become lethargic. Upon hearing Liuhua's conjecture, both Minato and Inuzuka expressed their excitement. After all, one was a prodigy who graduated early, and the other was a war veteran. Undertaking low-level missions felt beneath them. No, it is still a low-level mission, but it does allow us to leave the village. Jiraiya coldly doused their enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he did deliver some good news. In the ninja world, a ninja leaving their village without permission is considered an act of defection. Liuhua's desire to leave the village stemmed not only from the boredom within Konoha, but also from her intention to place flying thunder god marks outside the village. After all, while Jiraiya may not recognize the technique, the third Hokage, as a disciple of the second Hokage, might very well be familiar with it. Thus, in the absence of clarity, Liuhua deemed it necessary to secure a contingency plan for herself. So what is the task we are undertaking? It is a rather simple low-level mission. Yet the rewards are quite generous, equivalent to those of a medium-level task, and the content is straightforward. It is to capture cats. Capturing ninja cats. As is well known among the people of Konoha, the lush vegetation of the village initially lacked cats. Cats were introduced during the Warring States period by the malevolent Uchiha clan, who brought them over after Konoha was established. Moreover, these are not ordinary cats, they are ninja cats. Ninja cats are seldom contracted as summoning beasts. This is due to the fact that ninja cats provide minimal assistance to their contractors, and more importantly, their naturally appealing appearance endears them to humans across all social strata. Thus, why should I rely on strength when I can earn a living based on my looks? Of course, this only applies to a subset of decadent pet cats. In reality, nearly all cats within the ninja world are governed by a renowned clan of ninja cats. Therefore, beneath the adorable facade of these cats lies the mentality of a warlord, where only 3 out of 10 possess weapons. And my goal is to ensure that the remaining 7 are similarly armed. Indeed, the so-called ninja cats are, in fact, the largest arms dealers outside the 5 great ninja villages. The Uchiha clan, having established a connection with the ninja cats, gained substantial resources, allowing them to become the foremost clan in Konoha. Unfortunately, The ninja cats currently primarily collaborate with the Uchiha clan, which is why the Uchiha, possessing formidable strength and access to the ninja cat's weaponry, is viewed with suspicion by Konoha. However, during wartime, Konoha had no choice but to rely on the ninja clans for assistance, making it difficult to voice objections. Yet, in times of peace, the situation becomes more precarious. Besides the arms-dealing ninja cats, there exists another group of cats that trade their cuteness for small fish, known as pet cats. Due to their identity as ninja cats, these pet cats enjoy a respectable status in the human realm and serve as vital sources of intelligence for the ninja cat clan. Among them, some serve as pets in affluent households or act as intermediaries for communication with the ninja cat clan. However, due to certain unspeakable individuals' excessive affection for cats, many cats tend to escape. Consequently, Konoha has a unique mission not found in other ninja villages: to capture cats. This low-level mission involves retrieving lost pet cats from wealthy households, with a reward of 50,000 ryo. After announcing today's mission, Jiraiya led the members of his team out of the village to the location specified by the client to search for the lost cat. How long has the cat been missing? Looking ahead at the dense jungle, Rika turned to Jiraiya and inquired. It went missing last night. All right, let us hurry up and find the cat. This task is perfectly suited for you. Consider it a form of training. If you manage to catch the cat before noon, I might reward you a little. Although Jiraiya himself is a combat-oriented ninja, much like the old man, fate has it that nearly all members of his team are speed-type ninjas. Fortunately, Jiraiya's own speed is commendable, and he understands how to enhance speed training. That is precisely why he assigned his team this particular mission. Not only is the reward substantial, but capturing a ninja cat is inherently a challenging endeavor. After all, the agility and speed of ninja cats are remarkable, and it takes considerable effort for ordinary ninjas to catch one. This task serves as an excellent opportunity to hone the teamwork and assess the abilities of Jiraiya's team. Completing this mission should enable them to undertake more advanced tasks, right? Observing his team deep in discussion, Jiraiya leapt into a tree and began to fish. How is it? Kiba, do you smell the cat? On the other side, Rika was also well aware that catching a cat is no easy feat after all. In the Naruto anime, the task of catching a cat has appeared twice. Once, Team 7 lay in ambush for a long time, successfully catching their target cat, only for Naruto to end up scratched. On another occasion, Itachi Uchiha used the Uchiha clan's secret throwing technique to capture a ninja cat. Before that, however, Itachi was playfully toying with the cat and even donned cat ears, leading to the moniker Cat-Eared Itachi. Rika was unaware whether the cat she was to catch was a mere pet or a ninja cat. Luckily, their team included Kiba Inuzuka, a sensory ninja with a keen sense of smell, which made their search for the cat relatively easy. The rest depended on how fast these speed-type ninjas could outpace the ninja cat. Found it. Over here. Kiba wasted no time. After spending a few days together, he quickly grasped Rika's intent. He then utilized the Inuzuka clan's secret scent technique to detect the cat's presence in the lush jungle. Great. Minato. Under Rika's command, Minato exploited his exceptional speed to position himself at a certain distance from her, and the three of them sprinted in a coordinated manner towards a specific direction. After a flurry of expert ninja maneuvers, caught you. You chubby cat can run pretty well. After a series of skilled actions, Rika teased the captured orange tabby. What chubby cat? This is called robust, not fat. The captured tabby protested vehemently against Rika's remarks, wriggling to escape her hold and attempting to bite her. Unfortunately for it, before it could succeed, Rika swiftly placed it into a cage she had prepared earlier. Can cats talk? Kiba, why can this cat speak while your ninja dogs cannot? Curiously, Rika inquired of Kiba. In her memory, it seemed that aside from Kakashi's Ninken, even the Inuzuka clan's specially trained ninja dogs did not have the ability to speak. Oh, you're asking about that? It's due to the method of summoning beasts. For instance, to train a ninja dog to speak, one must first develop its intelligence. In contrast, combat summoning beasts are typically trained for their physical prowess. However, the abilities of ordinary summoning beasts have their limits. Just as a ninja specializing in ninjutsu cannot be equally proficient in genjutsu and taijutsu, combat-trained ninja dogs generally cannot speak. However, their summoners can communicate with them using beast language. On the other hand, speaking ninja dogs tend to have lower combat strength, making them more suitable as auxiliary summoning beasts for searches. Rika was surprisingly strong, arguably the most formidable among the three, earning Kiba's respect. Hence, he shared a bit of insider knowledge without hesitation. Oh, I see now. No wonder Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru can perform the technique to pierce through Orochimaru's triple Rashomon, yet cannot speak. And Kakashi's ninja dog can talk, but lacks strength, and was later excluded from the narrative altogether. It turns out the reason lies in the training direction of the ninja dogs. Are there any summoning beasts that can both speak and possess great power? The high-tier summoning beasts, like the legendary 3 great sage beasts and the king of the monkey demons, as well as the tailed beasts, are the true summoning beasts in the most profound sense. In contrast, the ninja dogs cultivated by clans like the Inuzuka are merely supplementary beasts assisting ninjas in bridging their shortcomings. The disparity between ordinary beasts and those monstrous entities is far beyond what training methods can rectify. In essence, Rika's question was rather redundant. Alright, after listening to Kiba's enlightening explanation, Rika, feeling a bit disheartened, approached Jiraiya. Wow, did you catch the cat so quickly? Upon seeing the target presented before him, Jiraiya was astonished and jumped down from the tree. The training intensity in the Ninja Academy cannot be compared to that in ninja teams. Primarily because once they join a ninja team and become Genin, the leading ninja instructor will, to varying degrees, incorporate training methods into tasks, allowing the Genin to unknowingly hone their skills. The most significant training often involves chakra attachment while searching for objects and the ninja foot technique of standing on water to pick up trash. In simpler terms, these low-level tasks are designed to strengthen the basic skills of ninjas. The instructor leading the team assesses the student's abilities based on this, and subsequently undertakes higher-level tasks for further training. At present, capturing a ninja cat ranks uniquely among all grade tasks in terms of difficulty. And successfully completing this mission signifies that their abilities have grown to the point where grade tasks no longer pose a challenge. This implies that the difficulty of tasks can be elevated. Reflecting on his own experiences as a genin under the old man's tutelage, Jiraiya was astonished to realize that these children had already surpassed his past self. He remembered contemplating whether to take on more advanced and challenging tasks after his team had completed their training in water walking and tree climbing. Perhaps he could introduce them to the reality of battle? Of course, this cat is simply too plump and cannot outrun us, which is why it was easily captured. Unaware of Jiraiya's thoughts, Rika lifted the cat cage and said, "You brat. What do you mean, chubby cat? This is called strong, all right. You vile woman. If you have the guts, let me out, and we can settle this one-on-one." The captured cat was far from compliant. Or perhaps the term chubby cat had incited its ire, causing it to angrily shout from within the cage. Huh, you think you can fight? What good is that? To survive in this world, one needs strength and background. Which path do you walk? This cat, already captured, continued to resist, prompting Rika to mock it without a hint of mercy. I am the proud Jur of the Ninja Cat clan. If you have trouble pronouncing it, you may call me Lord Jur. I can bear it. Speaking of its name, the chubby cat seemed to exude confidence. However, Rika's subsequent remarks shattered its composure entirely. Oh, so you're just a little beggar. What? What did you say? The enraged chubby cat attempted to curse back, only to be abruptly silenced by Rika, who eagerly turned to Jiraiya and exclaimed, "Jiraiya-sensei, let us go submit the mission now." Oh, certainly. Unbeknownst to her, Rika suddenly found herself filled with excitement. Nevertheless, Jiraiya gently addressed the only girl in their team, assuring her with a kind word. After tucking a notebook into his ninja tool pouch, he led his team to present the captured cat to the client. Thus, the cat-catching mission was accomplished with a reward of 50,000 Ryo. According to ninja customs, half of this sum, 25,000 Ryo, was allocated to the team leader, while the remaining amount was to be equally divided among the 3 team members, each receiving 8,333 Ryo. The leftover 1 Ryo was spent on a bag of candy that they shared. Now that they had money, shouldn't Jiraiya fulfill the promise he had just made? Handing a piece of candy to Jiraiya, Rika smiled mischievously, resembling a cunning fox. Ah, what promise? Jiraiya inquired, suddenly reminded by Rika's mention of his earlier words about rewarding them for catching the cat before noon. He chided himself for being lost in his own thoughts and nearly forgetting this detail. All right, what reward do you all desire? Jiraiya, known for his word, was determined to keep his promise. After all, it was merely a reward for 3 young genin, a trivial task for him. Oh, can we ask for anything? Upon hearing this, Rika's smile widened, prompting Jiraiya to sense something amiss. Wait, please keep your requests within the realm of what I can provide. With that, he began to fulfill their rewards. The rewards requested included a ninjutsu for Inuzuka Kiba and Namikaze Minato, who wished to grow stronger, while Rika simply asked for a meal together at Jiraiya's expense. Sitting in a barbecue restaurant, Jiraiya found it hard to determine which reward was more burdensome. The barbecue was a high-end establishment controlled by the Akimichi clan, renowned throughout the Hidden Leaf village. For ordinary ninjas, the prices here could cause considerable anguish. Fortunately, Jiraiya was not an ordinary ninja. He was one of the legendary Sannin and among the strongest ninjas in the Hidden Leaf, making the expense of dining here a mere trifle for him. Finally, after a hearty meal, Jiraiya turned to his 3 disciples and shared his thoughts. With your current strength, low-ranking missions are beneath your abilities. How about undertaking some higher-level tasks? As expected, his proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement from his team. After all, for ninjas, especially these young genin, higher-level missions not only promised greater rewards and abundant training opportunities, but also signified a departure from the mundane menial tasks that could easily be managed by an ordinary farmer. The reason they found themselves at the mission assignment office was not solely due to the wealth of the Hidden Leaf, but also because these tasks were specifically designed to support the 3rd Hokage's initiative to promote civilian ninjas. Such trivial tasks were unique to the Hidden Leaf. In other ninja villages, genin would likely have already taken lives before even graduating. All right, I found a commendable mission for you. I trust you will find it enjoyable. After a brief rest, around 3 in the afternoon, Jiraiya gathered his team once more to explain the mission he had just accepted for them. It's a B-rank mission, bandit extermination. The location is the Land of Waves. Doesn't that sound peculiar? As she glanced at the mission details Jiraiya had brought, Rika couldn't help but voice her incredulity. The Land of Waves, situated just south of the Land of Fire, is an overseas island nation bordered by the Land of Water and the Land of Rivers. However, compared to the Land of Fire, those countries were rather distant. Like many small nations, the Land of Waves aptly embodies its name, boasting numerous lakes. Surrounded by the sea, it features commendable waterways and deep water ports, presenting promising conditions for maritime trade, akin to the Venice of the Naruto world. Unfortunately, due to a lack of talent and resources, they had yet to establish a reputable shipping company, which, compounded by the absence of a ninja village, rendered them vulnerable to rampant banditry and piracy. Hence, a B-rank mission was dispatched to the Hidden Leaf, entrusted to none other than the illustrious Sannin, Jiraiya. What a lucrative opportunity for the client in the Land of Waves. Rika mused silently, her curiosity piqued about the current state of the Land of Waves. Remembering that in the Naruto storyline, the Land of Waves was the setting of her team's first major mission, she recalled that due to the client's concealed information, they had encountered the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi and his 7 ninja swordsmen after a failed assassination attempt on the Mizukichi. This was during a time of peace following the Second Shinobi World War, leaving her to wonder if Zabuza had even been born yet. Even if he had been, he would be in the Land of Water, not the Land of Waves. Thus, was this truly a mere routine task? As Jiraiya elaborated on the mission details, Rika felt a sudden wave of disinterest wash over her. Just moments ago, she had triggered a new mission. Achievement, first B-rank mission, bandit extermination, mission content. A group of bandits has been plaguing the Land of Waves, frequently raiding passing vessels, causing immense suffering among the local populace. They have sent a request for aid, hoping that the esteemed ninjas from the Hidden Leaf can assist in eliminating these bandits. Mission reward, Evil King's True Eye. I am Rika Bateau, a beautiful girl who battles monsters and special effects. Not that Shinobi character Takami Rika. What use is this Evil King's True Eye to me? I am not a Shinobi. She fumed internally, exasperated that they would conflate voice actors with their characters. Moreover, she was not even portrayed by the same voice actor. Fuming, Rika, feeling utterly bemused, clicked on the mission reward to see what this Evil King's True Eye entailed, only to find skill, Evil King's True Eye, effect, upon acquisition, grants a random ocular technique from Naruto. Ocular technique? Suddenly, thoughts of legendary ocular powers like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Kamui flooded her mind, igniting an unexpected excitement within her. Could it be? Are you the legendary Jiraiya? One of the Sannin? Oh, you know me? Indeed. The Toad Sage is a name known to all, a figure shrouded in mystery. The unrivaled Sannin and the legendary white-haired Toad Sage. A handsome man capable of silencing even crying children. That is you, Lord Jiraiya. They departed in the afternoon, and by nightfall, they arrived in the land of waves. At 4 in the morning, as fishermen prepared to set out for the day's catch, Jiraiya and his team met with the mission client. To his surprise, the client recognized him at first glance. Kaz, the client for this mission in the land of waves, was not a mythic creature, but merely a captain of a fishing vessel. Having endured repeated raids by pirates due to his fleet's prominence, he had sought the aid of the Hidden Leaf to rid the seas of those wretched marauders. However, to recognize Jiraiya at first sight, at that time, Jiraiya was still in the early stages of his rise to fame, and given the importance ninjas placed on information about one another, it was remarkable that he was recognized after having disappeared for 3 years. Even though the Hidden Leaf Village has fervently promoted the name of the 3 legendary ninjas, it bears no relevance to Jiraiya. To discern the essence of Jiraiya at a glance, one must acknowledge that Kaz is not an ordinary individual. Observing Kaz, who engages in mutual flattery with Jiraiya, Rika squints, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from him. Unfortunately, Kaz's demeanor is impeccably guarded, or perhaps Rika is merely overthinking. After all, it is implausible for the land of waves to perpetually experience situations involving concealed mission intelligence. With the esteemed Jiraiya present, the eradication of those bandits should be an assured success. Kaz expresses abundant trust in Jiraiya. Regrettably, this mission is primarily managed by Jiraiya's team, with Kaz merely playing a supporting role. Oh, so it is indeed a disciple of the great Jiraiya who takes the lead? Being a student of Jiraiya, it stands to reason that vanquishing those bandits would be an effortless task. Reflecting on recent days, the members of Jiraiya's team have successfully mastered chakra control in their training, each possessing unique skills, making the task of dispatching a band of robbers seem rather simple. So, where exactly are these bandits stationed, Mr. Kaz? Oh, I find it difficult to say. All I know is that those bandits have only recently emerged, and I have no idea who they are. They seem to be pirates who have come from foreign waters. These bandits are exceptionally brutal, plundering vessels and seizing cargo, and they even resort to murder and sinking ships. Consequently, every ship that falls victim to them ends up with neither crew nor cargo surviving, leaving us in the dark about their true nature and lair. Upon mentioning the bandits, Kaz's tone turns exceedingly furious, revealing the depth of his anger towards their heinous deeds. Oh, is that so? Without intelligence on those bandits, we must gather it ourselves, which may consume considerable time. I wonder, Mr. Kaz, do you possess any other valuable information? For instance, what types of ships do they typically target? Where do these incidents occur? And have there been any anomalies while salvaging sunken vessels? Contemplating the brutality of the bandits, Jiraiya inquires about Kaz's insights. Allow me a moment to think. Those bandits favor attacking large vessels. Oh, I remember now. Once, when one of my merchant ships was attacked, the captain promptly sent a distress signal. Alas, by the time we arrived, the crew had all met with misfortune. That day, the fog at sea was particularly dense. It was the thickest fog I have witnessed in the land of waves over the years. As he reminisces, Kaz appears reflective, as if lamenting the extraordinary density of the fog that day. However, his words leave Jiraiya momentarily bewildered. Fog. Is the fog at sea a natural phenomenon? Casting a glance towards the ocean, Jiraiya falls into contemplation. Very well, I understand now. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Kaz. No need for thanks. I should be the one expressing gratitude to you, Leaf Ninjas, for coming to assist us in eradicating those bandits. It is merely part of our mission. Now, let us delve into the task at hand. Gathering intelligence is of utmost importance in assessing a ninja's capabilities, especially considering that Jiraiya, the teacher of Jiraiya's team, is a ninja who would risk his life for information. Thus, under Jiraiya's guidance, the members of his team embarked on their inaugural intelligence-gathering mission. However, the results were far from satisfactory. After all, the bandits operate on the high seas, and those who have encountered them have perished along with their vessels. Consequently, the people of the land of waves know nothing beyond the existence of bandits at sea. In essence, the tasks assigned by Jiraiya's team were not fulfilled. Rather than waiting idly, it would be more prudent to take the initiative. Nevertheless, Rika has a different perspective on the reasons for their failure. Relying on a group of individuals who have been robbed and are unable to even describe the assailants seems futile. Wouldn't it be simpler for us to take the offensive, sailing out to sea as bait to lure those bandits? That is a valid point. In response, Jiraiya closes his notebook, pondering. Although he harbors some doubts about the trio's inability to gather intelligence, possibly stemming from a flawed method rather than a lack of information in the land of waves. It is ultimately irrelevant. After all, there are myriad ways to collect intelligence, as long as the mission is accomplished. Employing innovative methods is also a hallmark of a ninja's professionalism. Thus, Jiraiya acknowledges Rika's suggestion. Following a discussion, Jiraiya's team boarded one of Kaza's large merchant ships, setting sail with the hope of lying in wait for their quarry. Consequently, Jiraiya's team, having been granted a free ride on a vessel, set out to sea. Jiraiya, what are you doing? The experience of sailing on the open sea is far from pleasant. After all, once the ship ventures into the ocean, the only scenery visible to those on board consists of the blue sky and the vast sea. Thus, while attempting to fish off the side of the ship, Rika turned to Jiraiya, who was busily scribbling in his notebook. Well, you see, I have recently been writing a novel. I'm almost finished. Upon being questioned by Rika, Jiraiya paused, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, a novel? Besides being a ninja, you have such leisure pursuits? What is it about? May I take a look? Reflecting on Jiraiya's character, Rika suddenly realized that she was sitting across from the future best-selling author of the ninja world, known for the infamous novel Isekai Paradise. In other words, since the beginning of their journey, Jiraiya had been secretly crafting his adult-themed novel while they busied themselves. How remarkable! Why do you look at me like that? I assure you, I am penning a legitimate novel. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Noticing Rika's scrutinizing gaze, Jiraiya, aware of his less-than-stellar reputation, hastily defended himself. Oh, really? Watching Jiraiya confidently extend his notebook towards her, Rika began to ponder. Surely, Jiraiya wouldn't share his work with a recently graduated female ninja? Does that imply that what he has written is indeed a legitimate novel? But wait. Aside from Isekai Paradise, has Jiraiya authored any other works? As she contemplated this, Rika took the notebook from Jiraiya, and upon reading the protagonist's name, Naruto, she instantly comprehended. Oh, it is the story of the tale of the unyielding ninja, the very same book that would lead Minato, in the future, to name his son after its main character. If memory serves correctly, this book would later be regarded by Jiraiya as a dark chapter in his life. Yet it would be circulated among his disciples, who would deem it his finest work. The tale of the unyielding ninja is concise, spanning only about several tens of thousands of words. However, the inclusion of several sketches and a vibrant writing style nearly filled the entire notebook. The plot of the tale of the unyielding ninja is straightforward. A ninja named Naruto, through perseverance, ultimately triumphs over his adversaries. And that is the entirety of it. Observing an ending that seemed almost identical to that of the Naruto series, with nothing fundamentally altered, Rika found herself puzzled by Jiraiya's conclusion. Was he hinting at a sequel? Or was he suggesting that this world is merely a cycle, an existence from which none can escape? I have infused my novel with numerous accounts of my early adventures as a ninja, for it is only through this that readers may comprehend that they are engaging with a narrative penned by a ninja. Observing Rika completing her reading, Jiraiya took great pride in explaining the intricacies of his work. Was this intentional, or merely an oversight? What? Upon hearing Rika's inquiry, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? Of course it was intentional, for only in this manner could Jiraiya inscribe his name should he choose to write an autobiography. Otherwise, I must declare that this novel is dreadfully mundane. It is akin to pouring a single bottle of water into the vast ocean. The prospects for this book are destined for failure. After finishing the novel, Rika left her critique on Jiraiya's work. As the inaugural reader of the tenacious ninja saga, Jiraiya was unmistakably indignant at her assessment. What could a mere child possibly understand about novels? Moreover, if my work were to be released, it would undoubtedly become an instant sensation throughout the ninja world. Impossible, Jiraiya. Accept your fate. You are entirely unsuited for writing such a novel. If you aspire to craft a bestseller, it would be far more prudent to write about what you excel at, for that would indeed enhance the likelihood of your novel achieving acclaim. Rika's unrelenting criticism struck Jiraiya, and just then, a notification chimed, revealing that the system had assigned her a task. Side quest, aspiring novelist, task details. As a well-meaning mentor, you have severely criticized a future best-selling author. Yet the individual did not receive your critique as intended. To bolster the persuasive power of your evaluation, you have resolved to pen a best-selling novel. Task reward. Rewards equivalent to the fame garnered post-publication of the novel. This sudden appearance of the task left Rika bewildered. Who decided that I would write a novel? I excel in. On the other hand, While Jiraiya felt a sense of indignation at Rika's critique, he silently contemplated what he was suitably adept at for writing a novel. Just then, a thick fog began to envelop the sea at an alarming velocity, shrouding the entire merchant vessel. What is happening? The sudden fog startled the crew, and even Jiraiya, who had been lost in thought, wore a grave expression. Could this fog be the work of the Mist Ninja? Ah, another large ship. Captain, your choice was indeed astute. It is evident that remaining in that wretched ninja village bears no future. To prosper, one must abandon their ninja identity and venture into commerce. Amidst the mist, a vessel, significantly smaller than the merchant ship, approached at an astonishing speed. At the bow of this ship sat a man with black hair and sharp, toothy grins. The extraordinary speed did not unseat him. Rather, he sat like a steadfast monk, seemingly rooted to the spot, his chakra radiating and enveloping the vessel, amplifying its velocity to an extraordinary degree. Nonsense. That bastard, the third Mizukage, thinks that once the ninjas of the Mist Village leave, they are powerless to act, and thus enacts such vile policies against bloodline ninjas. Little does he know that the very existence of the Mist Village is upheld by us, the bloodline ninjas. At the behest of the shark-toothed man, another figure emerged from the ship's cabin, exuding dense fog that rapidly spread across the nearby waters, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters and thickening further. More noteworthy than the fog was the forehead protector he wore, marred by a distinct scar. In the ninja world, a scratched forehead protector signifies but one thing. The ninja has chosen to betray their village and become a rogue ninja. Of course, that accursed Mizukage, merely a civilian ninja, dares to target our esteemed bloodline ninjas. How utterly despicable. Brother, once we complete this haul and acquire our riches, we shall establish our own ninja village and ultimately replace the Mist Village, becoming the new 5 great ninja villages sponsored by the Daime of the Land of Water. In the ninja world, apart from the 5 great villages, there exist numerous smaller ninja villages, some even within the territories of the Great 5. Unsurprisingly, these smaller villages serve as potential competitors, waiting for the day when one of the great villages falters and loses favor with the Daime. At that moment, these villages may seize the opportunity to gain the Daime's support, absorbing the resources left behind by the fallen great village and rising to prominence as a new great village. Such is the nature of the world. The system of ninja villages has existed for merely a few decades since its inception by the sage of the 6 paths, Senju Hashirama, and the historical issues lurking behind this structure are manifold. Even in the legendary Konoha village, the progenitor of all ninja villages, numerous problems abound, let alone the lesser imitators. Thus, the ambitions harbored by the ninjas seated at the bow are entirely reasonable. We are nearing our target. Sulong, steer the ship to ram it. The man emerging from the cabin commanded. Aye, Captain, watch me. The shark-toothed man grinned widely, simultaneously forming hand seals while shouting, swift release. Raging charge obliteration. Boom. As Sulong completed the incantation, an invisible chakra enveloped the ship, further augmenting its speed, and it plowed forcefully into the merchant vessel. The large ship could not withstand the impact, creating a gaping hole as torrents of seawater surged into the hold. In contrast, the smaller vessel sustained minimal damage despite inflicting such harm upon the larger ship. It has begun. Leaping through the breach, Sulong declared with a sinister smile. Roar. In response, a group of individuals leapt from the smaller ship, some rushing to seize the goods within the hold while others armed themselves and stormed the deck, seemingly intent on exterminating the crew. However, at this critical juncture, a voice rang out. Behold, taste my wind release, healing destruction super, flash, spiral sphere. With an opening strike of the Rasengan, Rika slid smoothly from the deck into the hold. With this single blow, she incapacitated several of the ferocious assailants charging toward the deck. Bang! The Rasengan emitted an explosion, further wreaking havoc within the hold. Impressive. Witnessing Rika's prowess, Minato Namikaze, adept in the instantaneous technique, arrived in the hold just as the ship was breached. Observing Rika's Rasengan and its remarkably stylish name, he exclaimed, Our Konoha ninjas truly have a flair for nomenclature. Such a name resonates perfectly. Yet, as he gazed upon Rika's Rasengan, an inexplicable emptiness settled within Minato's heart, as though something precious had been snatched away. More skilled adversaries. Oh, Konoha ninjas? The sudden turn of events jolted Sulong into action, propelling him toward Rika at incredible speed. However, Upon recognizing the symbol emblazoned on her forehead protector, he clicked his tongue and swiftly redirected his assault. As anticipated, while he was retracing his steps, a figure suddenly leaped down from the ceiling and forcefully stomped down, landing precisely where the swift dragon had just advanced. It can be said that had the swift dragon not fled in time, he would have faced dire consequences from that blow. With such remarkable speed, could one still maneuver freely? This indeed posed a significant predicament. Observing water gushing into the ship's cabin, Jiraiya donned an expression of grave concern. Unfortunately, before he could complete his act, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Rika. Stop pretending. Quickly devise a plan to drain the water and seal the breach. Otherwise, that boss will surely demand compensation from you. That's not entirely necessary, Jiraiya retorted. After all, this isn't within the scope of our mission. Thus, logically, any losses incurred by the employer are not our concern. He hasn't compensated us extra for escorting the merchant fleet. Gazing at the formidable bandits approaching, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Our opponents are ninjas. This has escalated beyond a mere mission of moderate difficulty. Behold, Earth-style, Earth Wall. With a firm hand pressed to the ground after forming a series of seals, several earthen walls erupted within the ship's interior. These walls not only repelled the pirate vessel, but also sealed the breach in the merchant ship, halting the influx of water. Oh, Leaf Village ninjas. Have you accepted the task of escorting the merchant ship? Upon spotting the forehead protectors worn by Jiraiya's team members, the swift dragon was taken aback and swiftly transformed into a gust of wind, retreating back to his pirate ship. Boss, not good. There are ninja guards on that merchant ship, and they are from the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, the pirate captain, utilizing the mist-hidden technique, marveled at the presence of such skilled individuals capable of employing such advanced Earth-style ninjutsu amidst the vast ocean. Little did he know that his subordinate, the Swift Dragon, had just delivered rather unfavorable news. At that moment, the third Hokage of the Leaf Village had only recently assumed office, full of ambition. Not only was he known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, but he was also hailed as the hero of the ninja world. In the future, he would lead the Leaf through the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, earning the title of the strongest Hokage in history. Thus, the reputation of the Leaf as the foremost ninja village remained unchallenged, making the Leaf ninjas entities that the rogue ninjas from the Mist Village dared not provoke. After all, being a rogue ninja from the Mist Village already meant dealing with the relentless pursuit of Mist ninjas, rendering it unnecessary to draw the ire of other ninja villages and invite danger upon themselves. Have they accepted the task of escorting the merchant ship? The merchants of the Land of Waves were indeed sharp. Swift Dragon, go inquire about the specifics of the task assigned to those Leaf ninjas and their compensation. If possible, I am willing to offer them 10 times the price, provided they leave this place. Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, the rogue ninja leader issued his command. Understood, boss. The Swift Dragon readily accepted the order and swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, returning to the merchant ship. Rika, is that a no-seal ninjutsu you possess? Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Jiraiya observed Rika clasping a Rasengan and shouting out the name of her technique, Hurricane Super Flash Spiral Wave, as she hurled it at the bandits, sending them flying. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiraiya finally asked, After all, I've been watching you, and I can confirm you haven't performed any seals. How did that Rasengan just spontaneously materialize and strike the enemy? No seal ninjutsu indeed. It's worth noting that even the god of ninja must perform seals to execute ninjutsu. The rarity of such a technique left Jiraiya astounded. Indeed, the no-seal ninjutsu Rasengan is a family secret of the BT clan. Hesitating for a moment, Rika ultimately refrained from disclosing that the Rasengan was a technique she had developed herself, as the victim was right before her, and coupled with her flying thunder god technique. She preferred not to reveal her capabilities in front of others. This is Rika's final act of grace. Is that so? The BT clan? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell into deep thought. After the bell test, he had conducted a covert investigation into Rika's background. Unfortunately, all he could uncover was the ordinary life of an orphan from the Leaf Village, a narrative that was all too common. Even the surname she inherited from her parents, BT, belonged to a little-known family. Currently, Rika was the sole member bearing the BT name. Therefore, he wondered if such a technique was a secret art or a bloodline limit. Jiraiya felt perplexed. However, he possessed the notable trait of being exceptionally discreet. Much like with Nagato from the Land of Rain, He had refrained from reporting Rika's extraordinary teleportation abilities to the Hokage. Otherwise, with the third Hokage's cunning gaze, he might have recognized that the technique Rika employed was none other than the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, perfected by his master, the second Hokage. Should the old foxes of the leaf become aware of Rika's no-seal ninjutsu combined with her space-time technique, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Fortunately, during her display of prowess, Rika had already established sufficient coordinates for Flying Thunder God, placing her in an almost invincible position from which to attack or retreat. Consequently, with no concerns weighing on her mind, Rika grew bolder in her actions. Yet, her casual demeanor was interpreted by Jiraiya as a sign of her trust. Have the crew members been secured? The spiraling Rasengan's explosive power was immense. To avoid collateral damage, Rika had only released one Rasengan. As she landed, retrieving her shuriken, she inquired, "I've instructed E to evacuate the crew to the lifeboats. They should be settled by now." "That's good." Rika nodded in response to Jiraiya's assurance. Just then, a fierce wind suddenly swept forward, seizing Rika's enhanced kunai, and a voice called out, "Hey, Leaf Ninja, perhaps we should discuss matters first?" The one who had captured Rika was none other than the Swift Dragon, a user of rapid movement techniques. Upon catching sight of Rika, he examined her appearance and let out a low whistle, saying, "What do you wish to discuss?" With the enhanced kunai in hand, Rika felt emboldened. Should her captor attempt to strike, it would trigger her defensive counter. "Rika, it's that swift individual again." Observing the standoff, Jiraiya called out in concern, "I'm fine. However, this individual claims he wishes to discuss with us." Understanding Jiraiya's implication, Rika assured him of her safety and reiterated the purpose of their visitor. "Discuss? What do you wish to talk about?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya leaped forward, scrutinizing the Swift Dragon's shark-like teeth, contemplating whether he was a wandering ninja or a rogue ninja. In the ninja world, wandering ninjas typically referred to those who had not joined any ninja village yet possessed their unique techniques. Generally, these ninjas did not possess high strength, at most reaching the level of a Nin. However, their secret arts often diverged significantly from the mainstream jutsu of ninja villages, leading to peculiar techniques that could catch even elite Nin off guard if lacking adequate information. On the other hand, rogue ninjas were those who had defected from their villages. Their abilities were usually on par with those of village ninjas, and since they had fled, their hard skills were often stronger, making them even more challenging to confront. As Jiraiya assessed the Swift Dragon's shark-like teeth, he surmised that he might be one of the most enigmatic figures in the ninja world, a rogue from the Water Country's Mist Village. The traitorous ninja, having forsaken their village, possess a myriad of methods to handle the defaced headbands that signify their betrayal, in stark contrast to the honorable ninjas who wear their headbands with pride. For instance, individuals like Sasuke and Orochimaru, upon their defection, completely abandoned their former identities. The Leaf Village? Who are they? They exhibit a demeanor of unfamiliarity and indifference. However, there exists another faction of rogue ninjas who, despite years of treachery, remain emotionally attached to their original village's insignia, carrying their defaced headbands as tokens of nostalgia. Notably, figures such as Itachi, Kisame, and Kakeu, who, for various reasons, chose to abandon their home, still harbor deep affection for their village. Hence they adorn themselves with their traitorous headbands like true ninjas. Suiryu, lacking a headband, is nonetheless discerned by Jiraiya, who, based on his appearance and personal insights, concludes that he hails from the land of water. However, it remains uncertain whether he is a rogue ninja or a wandering one. The Hidden Mist Village is situated on a colossal island far removed from the mainland, essentially comprising territories that are isolated, surrounded by the sea, and mostly located offshore. The village's seclusion, compounded by its non-involvement in the First and Second Shinobi Wars, has led to a scarcity of credible information about it in the outside world. Aside from the elite ninja system embodied by the 7 ninja swordsmen, the most notable event in the village's history occurred during the Second Shinobi World War when the Second Mizukage, Yagura, and the Second Tsuchikage, Mu, both perished in a mutual demise, causing the Hidden Mist Village to withdraw from the battlefield alongside the Iwagakure, who were simultaneously engaged in combat. Subsequently, Mu's disciple, Inoki, ascended as the third Tsuchikage, leading Iwagakure towards recovery. In contrast, the third Mizukage, a powerful yet enigmatic civilian ninja whose name remains unmentioned in the original narrative, assumed leadership of the Hidden Mist Village. Upon his appointment, rather than focusing on recuperation, he implemented an astonishingly ruthless policy, famously known as the Blood Mist Policy. This policy aimed to cultivate emotionless assassins from the Mist's ninjas, mandating that graduation from Ninja Academy required students to kill their peers. Furthermore, any ninja failing to return to the village immediately post-mission would be deemed a traitor, a grotesque regulation. The third Mizuki's hostility towards bloodline ninjas led to many, like Suiryu, feeling targeted and consequently opting to defect. After their defection, Suiryu and others with exceptional skills banded together to form a formidable bandit faction, surviving by pillaging passing ships at sea while secretly amassing power for ulterior motives. Konoha ninjas, you've accepted a mission to escort merchant ships from the Land of Waves. Haven't you? What rank is it? A C rank? Or perhaps a B rank? Regardless, it matters not. If you are willing to abandon this mission, I can offer you tenfold the reward, provided you leave this place. What do you say, Konoha ninjas? Would you be interested in such a transaction? The reward for C-rank missions ranges from 10,000 to 50,000 Rio, while B-rank missions offer between 50,000 and 150,000 Rio. Suiryu remained unaware of the task assigned to Jiraiya's team, but the prospect of a tenfold reward could potentially yield a windfall comparable to a B-rank mission if they chose to act dishonestly. However, you are a rogue ninja, aren't you? What trust can someone who has betrayed their village command? Before Jiraiya could respond, Rika interjected, "What nonsense. I still have dojutsu to acquire through defeating bandits. Abandon the mission? That would mean relinquishing my power. Konoha ninjas do not forsake their missions. This is for the sake of Konoha and the will of fire. Let us show those inherently evil blood mist ninjas a glimpse of our resolve." Hearing Rika's declaration, Jiraiya's expression grew complex. A mixture of admiration for her courage and a moment of reflection on his own past actions. "How dare you, child? What do you know? It is not we who betrayed the village. It is the village that betrayed us." Enraged by Rika's rebuttal, Suiryu seethed. Were it not for the third Mizuki, who was consumed by internal strife, he would still be a revered bloodline ninja in the Hidden Mist Village, basking in the admiration of lesser ninjas and civilians. Instead, he had descended to the depths of becoming a pirate. There are countless naive children like you in the ninja world. And before you comprehend the harsh realities and complexities of our existence, your fate is sealed, death. With Rika maintaining a guarded stance even after her retort, Suiryu recognized that negotiations had collapsed, prompting him to take decisive action. In an instant, he struck first, seizing Rika's arm before unleashing a powerful punch. Swift release. A technique granting unparalleled speed coursed through him, as he felt confident that this strike would penetrate Rika's form. It was a pity to lose such beauty to the ravages of conflict. Observing Rika's exquisite demeanor, Suiryu speculated that she must hail from a blissful and affluent family, explaining her innocence. Nonetheless, even as he lamented internally, he showed no mercy, embodying the ruthlessness of a ninja. Regrettably, he was mistaken. Rika was not a child of privilege. She was merely an ordinary war orphan in Konoha, and Suiryu's strike would not breach her defenses. With a flash of golden light, Rika executed a perfect counter, teleporting above Suiryu and delivering a decisive Rasengan. Her defensive capability rendered Suiryu's attack ineffective, as she had already begun to channel her technique the moment he initiated his assault. This was the second phase of the heavenly soaring swallow dance. I filled every toilet in Konoha. We, the players of Aoi Mizu, truly possess extraordinary skills. The Rasengan descended with explosive force, shattering the surroundings of the ship's cabin. Impressive, Watergate exclaimed, having just dispatched a few of the less competent bandits. His admiration stemmed not only from Rika's technique, but also from the name of her jutsu. However, he could not shake the feeling that such feats should be his own. Was it merely a fleeting thought? After all, he could not utilize Rika's secret techniques. As the Rasengan struck, Suiryu, unable to evade in time, was sent crashing into a pit, coughing up blood in the process. Damn it! Swift release, gale wind shadow. Injured and spitting blood, Suiryu hastily performed a technique that conjured a gust of wind, allowing him to vanish in an instant. Had he fled? Such astonishing speed. The clash between the speed-oriented ninjas, Rika and Suiryu, occurred at a pace so rapid that the outcome was determined before most could even react. Even Jiraiya, despite being in his youth, could only barely comprehend the intricacies of their confrontation, his prowess not yet reaching its zenith. However, upon casting a glance at the observant Minato nearby, Jiraiya was astonished to discover that he comprehended not merely the outcome, but the intricate process as well. Such perceptiveness might indeed render him quite suitable for the path ahead. The glimmer in Minato's eyes was not one of bewilderment, but shimmered with sagacity, prompting Jiraiya to suddenly grasp the direction in which he should nurture Minato's potential. The only course of action now was to pursue them. Engaging in combat aboard the ship could potentially lead to its sinking due to the ensuing chaos. With a decisive motion, Jiraiya utilized the Earth-style, Earth Wall technique to plug the hole created by Rika's attack. While Earth Release is not typically regarded as an ideal material for ship repairs, Jiraiya's actions were merely a rudimentary attempt to seal the breach. It is easy enough to block the ingress of water with stones, yet if too many areas are obstructed, the vessel may very well succumb to the depths. After all, wooden ships can float on the surface, while stone vessels cannot. Good. Understood, Jiraiya affirmed. Rika and Minato nodded in agreement, but at that moment, a flustered Inuzuka rushed down from the deck, exclaiming loudly, "It's bad, Lord Jiraiya. The enemy is employing a large-scale water release technique to capsize the merchant ship." "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate vessel, a wind-speed dragon materialized after delivering a rebuttal against the Leaf Ninja, only to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, some containing fragments of internal organs. The devastating power of the Rasengan can inflict severe internal injuries upon impact, and while typical internal injuries may lead to blood loss, the presence of organ fragments indicates that the wind-speed dragon had sustained grievous harm. Even with prompt medical attention, recovery would be arduous, with the looming risk of enduring lasting repercussions. Of course, such circumstances are prevalent only in the realm of ordinary medical standards. While this is the world of ninjas, chakra technology, take note, boy. Dark release, evil breaking destruction. Upon hearing the wind-speed dragon's explanation, a man adorned with the forehead protector of the hidden mist removed his ninja gloves, revealing 2 diamond-shaped holes in his palms. Dark release, also derived from the land of water's bloodline limit, possesses the capacity to absorb and subsequently release others' chakra, functioning similarly to a defensive counter in the real world. However, it can only absorb tranquil chakra. Violent techniques like the Rasengan, which harm both the user and the target, are beyond its reach. Nevertheless, this minor issue poses no significant threat given their current predicament. After all, Rika is not employing the Rasengan. As the man spoke, a surge of green chakra erupted from the holes in his palms, enveloping the wind-speed dragon. In a brief moment, the wind-speed dragon was restored to its former state. To inflict such damage in so little time, is the individual within a Leaf Ninja? Could it be the legendary Konoha White Fang? The Dark Release user inquired, gazing curiously at the revived wind-speed dragon. Undoubtedly, the reputation of the Konoha White Fang, who had carved a path through the battlefield of the Sand Ninja, carries far more weight within the ninja world than the title bestowed upon those who were defeated. I am unsure. The leading Leaf Ninja is a white-haired man, but the one who injured me is a black-haired young girl. The wind-speed dragon hesitated before divulging the entire account. A female ninja inflicted your injuries, utilizing your own speed advantage. The leader, Ryanosuke, fell into contemplation upon hearing this. So what shall we do next? Should we eliminate those bothersome Leaf Ninjas? Another tall man stepped forward to inquire. Kujuru, you are too hasty. We must recognize that we are not in a time of war. Slaying the ninja of a neighboring nation is no trivial matter, Ryanosuke replied, casting a glance at the burly Kujuru. However, since the Leaf Ninja did not perish within the borders of the Fire Country, and though the Land of Waves lacks its own ninjas to bear the blame, the distance and time separating us from the Leaf make it exceedingly challenging for them to ascertain who was responsible for the death of their ninja. In the original story, Team 7's mission to the Land of Waves consumed a month in total. With this, Ryanosuke's intentions became apparent. Very well, be swift and thorough. Do not allow them to escape. Given that we are adrift in the vast ocean, by the time the Leaf discovers their ninja squad has suffered casualties and arrives here, the bodies will likely have decomposed or been devoured by fish. Indeed, this was a sound plan, aligning with my sentiments. Thus, since that is the case, let us proceed. Seemingly satisfied with Ryanosuke's arrangement, Kujuru began forming hand seals, prompting the other two to do the same. Moments later, as the final seal was completed, the trio chanted in unison, "Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Water Release, Water Surge Wave. Combined Ninja Art, Water Release, Great Water Dragon Surge Wave. As their incantation concluded, the sea beneath them surged, and soon a colossal water dragon, several meters long, emerged from the depths, charging straight toward the merchant ship. This is dire. They are employing a combined ninjutsu. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he beheld the formidable water dragon before him. Unlike mixed ninjutsu, which is quite simple, requiring only a shared technique or elemental affinity to combine, the efficacy of the resulting technique depends on the synergy among the practitioners. To be frank, as a disciple of the Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin renowned throughout the ninja world, Jiraiya did not regard the enormous water dragon with much concern. Even in an environment perfectly suited for water release techniques and facing 3 competent ninjas, he still possessed the strength to dismiss them with ease. If he were alone at this moment, Jiraiya would even be confident in defeating all 3 adversaries without difficulty. Unfortunately, he was not alone. He had 3 students and a shipload of cargo to protect. Thus, given the circumstances, I have no choice. Summoning technique, come forth. Bunta. The Sannin? Merely a bunch of wannabes. Assist me, Bunta. Amid Rika's internal monologue, a gigantic toad, resembling a small mountain, leapt forth from a cloud of smoke. The massive toad, a dark crimson hue, sported the traditional warts of a toad, perhaps due to Bunta's origin from one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries. He bore no unsightly warts associated with common toads, having undergone training in the sage arts of Mount Myaboku. What a repulsive toad, perhaps influenced by her femininity. Rika felt no affinity for such a creature as she had in her youth while watching anime. After all, while anime is one thing, encountering such a massive toad in reality would overwhelm anyone's composure. This is incredible. Is this truly Lord Jiraiya's summoning beast? It's absolutely magnificent. Unlike Rika's distaste, Minato and Sum gazed at the giant toad with envy. After all, who wouldn't desire immense strength? The ability to summon such a colossal creature is undoubtedly a testament to one's prowess. Thus it is only natural for Jiraiya's summoning technique to evoke admiration among the boys. A combined water release technique? Jiraiya, you have indeed brought upon me a considerable predicament, Bunta remarked, eyeing the towering dragon head surging toward the merchant vessel. I find myself at a loss. Please, lend me some of that toad oil. Apologizing, Jiraiya unceremoniously leaped onto Wentai's head and inquired, shall we employ that technique? Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Wentai refrained from elaborating further. He inhaled deeply, causing his cheeks to swell. Then, with a forceful exhale, he unleashed a torrent of brown toad oil, gushing forth like a faucet. Simultaneously, Jiraiya, perched atop the toad's head, unleashed the fire technique, Great Fireball. Thus, their combined ninjutsu was successfully executed. Fire Release, Toad Oil Fireball. This formidable technique, enhanced by toad oil, was a large-scale fire release, boasting greater power than standard fire techniques and being more challenging to counter than water techniques. It was indeed one of Jiraiya's signature moves. The sheer potency of this technique would, in the future, nearly obliterate the legendary Manda, forcing the opponent to resort to the dragon's cave shedding technique for salvation. Boom. In no time, the toad oil fireball unleashed by Jiraiya clashed with the massive sea dragon summoned by the pirates. The instant fire met water. A dense cloud of steam erupted, obscuring the scene. The high temperature created an atmosphere akin to a sauna, causing dizziness. Rika even noticed her fair skin turning pink under the intense heat. Was it resolved? The towering sea dragon was effortlessly evaporated, leaving Rika in awe. What spectacle had she witnessed? It was indeed her first encounter with such a display. The special effects were remarkable. If such power were showcased in a film, the profits would be staggering. However, that was merely a trivial matter. Occasionally, I must demonstrate my prowess as Jiraiya, the esteemed sage. Though Rika merely muttered to herself, the astute Jiraiya caught her words, swelling with pride. He was the type of man who would seize every opportunity to impress the girls. How impressive! Lord Jiraiya is truly formidable. While Rika remained silent, Minato and Inuzuka Kiba cheered enthusiastically. Their expressions of admiration suggested they might already be envisioning themselves as powerful as Jiraiya. How could this be? To have fire release counter water release. In stark contrast to Jiraiya's team, the pirates were far from harmonious. Witnessing their water-based ninjutsu being countered by fire left Ryanosuke apprehensive. What a ridiculous notion. Could such a level of fire release possibly belong to the Hokage? No, it could not be the Hokage, but from a distance, Ryanosuke spotted an enormous toad, taller than the ship, standing on the water's surface. A toad? Could it be Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, the disciple of the Hokage? Legend had it that during the Second Shinobi World War, the forces led by the Hokage's disciple clashed with the infamous Hanzo of the Salamander, resulting in a battle that shrouded the land in darkness. This conflict concluded only when Hanzo acknowledged the Sannin, bestowing upon them their titles before retreating. Reports indicated that the Sannin's ability to contend with Hanzo stemmed from their summoning of powerful creatures, thereby reaching a stalemate. In subsequent intelligence reports from the Land of Water, it was explicitly stated that the Sannin summoned a toad, and the summoner was none other than the tall, white-haired man, Jiraiya. We must be cautious. Our opponent is one of the renowned Sannin, the toad summoner. Recognizing the identity of their adversary, Ryanosuke shouted urgently, "Humph, the Sannin? Those who have only gained fame due to their teacher being the Hokage? They are nothing more than empty titles. Watch as I eliminate them." Steelforth scoffed, seemingly convinced that the so-called Sannin were mere pretenders. For the other ninja villages on the continent, the village of Kirigakure was the most enigmatic among the 5 great shinobi villages. Much like the foggy environment of the Land of Water, information regarding Kirigakure was often shrouded in ambiguity. While this obscurity served to protect Kirigakure's secrets, it also hindered their understanding of external events. Thus, Steelforth, lacking intelligence, grew inexplicably arrogant, dismissing the Sannin as mere charlatans. Fame is not without merit. Caution is never misplaced. Knowing Steelforth's temperament, Ryanosuke chose not to engage him further, hoping that he could gather information during his reckless advance. Meanwhile, after showering Jiraiya with flattery, Rika brandished her kunai and declared, "Let us move closer to divert the battlefield away from the merchant ship, ensuring it remains unharmed, while also closing the distance to prevent them from executing another grand joint ninjutsu." Agreed. Jiraiya concurred with Rika's strategy. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's team prepared to approach the pirate ship. "Oh, is that your student, Jiraiya? This girl has quite the fiery spirit," Wentai remarked with a chuckle, having witnessed the entire exchange. "Enough with the jokes. She is indeed my student. Now, Wentai, let us approach the battlefield and ensure my precious students remain unharmed." Understanding the gravity of Jiraiya's words, Wentai leaped several dozen meters. Rika's plan, however, was not without its flaws. In the realm of ninja combat, engaging the enemy without knowledge of their abilities was undoubtedly a poor strategy. Yet, Rika's confidence in her own strength allowed her to make such a bold decision. Fortunately, she believed she could handle the situation. Thus, Jiraiya offered no objections to her command and cheerfully acquiesced to Rika's leadership. In the ninja world, aside from the village leaders and Kage, ninjas were generally classified into 3 tiers. The J-nin, who comprised the village's upper echelon, the CH-nin, capable of commanding ninja squads, and the Genin, the foundational tier of the ninja village. Among these, Genin were those who achieved their rank through graduation exams, while CH-nin required passage of the CH-nin exam, determined by the village's judgment of their qualifications. It is noteworthy that after completing the Genin and CH-nin assessments, the careers of most ordinary ninjas reached their limits. Ascending to the J-nin rank was not merely a matter of passing exams. It required longevity and prestige within the ninja village. Crucially, to become a J-nin, a recommendation from the village's higher-ups was essential. For instance, the elite Konoha 12 would likely remain CH-nin at best without the backing of their teachers or influential families. Given their failure to excel in the CH-nin exam, the CH-nin exam was a significant event held biannually, tied to the promotion of ninja ranks. Those like the Konoha 12, who failed to perform in such a large-scale joint examination, would find themselves repeatedly retaking the test until they ultimately succeeded, earning their place as CH-nin. For ordinary individuals, such an outcome was already the pinnacle of their aspirations. However, had there been recommendations from high-ranking ninjas or village leaders, the outcome would have been entirely different. One might refer to the life of a certain child of destiny for specifics. In the first month of becoming a genin, he failed the CH-nin exam. After 2 years of rigorous training, he returned only to fail the CH-nin exam once more. His teacher, however, was indignant and promptly ascended to the position of Hokage. Consequently, a friend who had defected was removed from the wanted list and returned to Konoha. while even he himself was directly appointed as a Nin by his teacher without the need for any further examinations. Thus, the notion that one remains a Genin before becoming Hokage is merely a matter of perspective. In reality, he had already become a 16-year-old elite Nin shortly after the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, ultimately succeeding as Hokage in due course. Oh, it seems I have digressed. Nevertheless, Jiraiya believes that Rika possesses the potential for leadership, which could make her an excellent ninja team captain. She simply requires a bit more honing, particularly in her understanding of situational awareness and effective team management, knowledge that can certainly be acquired later on. It appears that the cultivation of their skills should be prioritized. Reflecting on the students he guides, Jiraiya felt a sense of nostalgia. The formation of ninja teams is inherently designed to cultivate inexperienced ninjas under the mentorship of seasoned ones, with the ultimate aim of nurturing the next generation of the village. Consequently, a Nin-led team is more akin to a master-student relationship than a mere hierarchical one. There is no notion of favoritism where a teacher might choose to impart additional techniques to those they favor while neglecting others. The misunderstanding surrounding ninja teams often arises from the excessive viewing of Team 7, led by Kakashi. It must be acknowledged that the backgrounds of Team 7 members are unparalleled, making it illogical to compare them with ordinary ninja squads. Furthermore, within the narrative of Naruto, the reason Kakashi taught Sasuke the Chidori while withholding his signature techniques from Naruto and Sakura is not merely because Sasuke aligned more closely with Kakashi's combat style. The crux of the matter lies in time constraints. The pacing of the story during the Naruto Shippuden arc is exceedingly rapid. Within the first month of their ninja careers, Team 7 undertook a high-level mission shrouded in secrecy due to Naruto's impatience with mundane tasks. Eventually, after completing what was ultimately deemed an S-rank mission within a month, Kakashi hastily arranged for them to participate in the Nin exams. This was followed by the collapse of Konoha, and shortly thereafter, Naruto and his new mentor sought out the Hokage, only to be interrupted by Itachi's glare, which put Kakashi out of commission for a month. Shortly after, Sasuke's defection ensued, culminating in a scenario where Sasuke, from graduation to betrayal, epitomized the theory of graduating ninjas immediately entering unemployment. Except for 6 years in the Ninja Academy, Sasuke had spent roughly 3 months as a Konoha ninja before fleeing. Afterward, his family expressed their discontent by reprimanding Kakashi. What could Kakashi have taught? The time was simply too short. Kakashi was unable to impart much knowledge, leading to the stereotypical perception that Nin merely coast through their duties without teaching. Such misconceptions abound. After all, Kakashi had only been Team 7's instructor for a little over 3 months, during which he had spent 2 months recuperating from injuries. Given those circumstances, how could he possibly teach? Fortunately, Jiraiya's prowess is superior, along with his exceptional teaching capabilities. While Jiraiya contemplated how to structure his students' upcoming training, his team had already engaged in combat with the enemy. Those kids exhibit decent speed, Jiraiya remarked as he observed his team swiftly closing in on their adversaries. To steal, they were merely fledgling ninjas, incapable of stirring any significant turbulence. The girl, however, she's mine to deal with, he declared, focusing on Rika, who had previously caught him off guard and inflicted considerable damage. Now, he sought retribution. Swift technique, lightning burst. With that, he unleashed his bloodline limit to approach Rika. Oh, it's him again? Upon encountering a shadow rushing towards her, Rika remained unperturbed. Instead, she activated her body enhancement scroll, launching a Rasengan in response. The opening move was undoubtedly a body enhancement Rasengan, followed by the Flying Thunder God technique to engage and counterattack, ultimately leading her to unleash her ultimate move, drawing her opponent into the thicket. You haven't even reacted yet? But I have unleashed a flawless combo of 213 hits. Fully charged indeed. As a player from Aoshi, my skills are truly exceptional. In a classic 213-hit combo, under the capture of Aoshi's ultimate move, the Spiral Heaven's bright sharp slash, Steel found himself utterly defenseless, meeting his demise at the hands of a colossal Rasengan. With a flash of golden light, Rika elegantly landed upon the surface of the sea, while Steel's lifeless body sank beneath the waves. How is this possible? Steel exclaimed, having been defeated in an instant. There was little to say, as he was now silenced by death. While Steel could not voice his grievances, his comrades certainly could. How infuriating! Did she truly eliminate Steel in the blink of an eye? I barely had time to comprehend it, and that fool was already dead. as Steel's body submerged. Bubbles rose to the surface, prompting Steel to recall how Steel had boasted of teaching that girl a lesson. Yet, upon confrontation, Steel had been swiftly dispatched. It was an overwhelming display of speed. The girl's swiftness far surpassed Steel's. On the other side, Rinosuke, upon witnessing Steel's defeat, struggled to analyze Rika's abilities. After all, Steel had previously mentioned that she was a girl with remarkable speed who had struck him when he was off guard. However, it seemed that it was not merely Steel's unpreparedness, but rather Rika's speed, which eclipsed Steel's, rendering him incapable of reacting and ultimately leading to his defeat. Such a technique was but a fleeting golden flash. What kind of ability could possess such terrifying speed? Are all the genin from Konoha monsters? As he observed Rika arising once more, Rinosuke's expression grew grave. Steel's demise was too swift, apart from her speed. He had no intelligence to discern the nature of her instantaneous abilities. The capability to eliminate Steel without affording him any chance of resistance was alarming. Having dispatched one opponent, Rika felt a surge of elation as she surveyed her adversaries. It seemed the mission to eliminate the bandits was nearing completion, and she wondered what ocular abilities she might acquire. Amaterasu, Kagaya's divine mandate. Perhaps those were better left aside, as they seemed inadequate. Rika was not picky. If only she could awaken any divine power, be it Shinjutsu, Tsukuyomi, or even Amenominaka, she would not object. Wait, speaking of ocular techniques, would the Byakugan count? While it granted the ability to see through, it was limited to black and white resolution and appeared to hold little utility for her. For a moment, Rika found herself lost in contemplation. To the onlookers, however, it appeared as if she arrogantly believed she could easily overcome both of them. Instantly, Steel, equally arrogant and proud, was infuriated. Do you think you can definitely defeat us? Have you grown so bold? You little brat, let us see how you fare against my punch. Boom. With a surge of fury, the brawny Steel Sea erupted, sending a column of water splashing into the air before he seemingly teleported right in front of Lu Hua. He raised a fist larger than her head, ready to strike down upon her. Was this a short-distance burst of speed? Alas, it was still too slow. Despite Steel Sea's quickness, Lu Hua perceived his every movement with clarity. As soon as she processed the situation, she hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag towards him. In an instant, a swirling black vortex appeared, and Lu Hua found herself behind Steel Sea, her arms crossed as she pressed her knee and elbow against his body, forcing him to confront the impending explosion directly. Boom. After being struck by Lu Hua, who had transformed into a colossal figure, Steel Sea's body stiffened momentarily. The powerful explosion from the tag detonated right before him, while Lu Hua utilized the blast's force to leap out of the combat zone, simultaneously refreshing her space-time ninjutsu scroll. However, something felt off. Reflecting on the earlier contact, Lu Hua suddenly realized there was something peculiar about the brawny man's physique. Lu Hua, are you alright? You were amazing. Just as Lu Hua pondered this anomaly, Minato Namikaze and Inuzuka Kiba rushed over, forming a protective stance around her. The disparity in their abilities was too vast. Just moments ago, the swift assault had led Lu Hua to capture the enemy and neutralize Steel Sea's ambush, all within mere seconds. In that brief span, Lu Hua had effortlessly diminished the enemy's ranks while returning unscathed. Despite their reluctance to admit it, they had to concede that Lu Hua was indeed the strongest member of Jiraiya's team. Be cautious, that fellow seems to possess some unusual characteristics. Lu Hua warned, her expression grave. Unusual? What do you mean? The explosive tag's power was akin to that of a bomb. Sustaining a direct hit was not an option for a typical ninja. In their eyes, Steel Sea, who had been caught in the explosion, was as good as done for. The remaining foes consisted only of the rogue ninja adorned with the hidden mist forehead protector and a handful of pirates. Yet, it appeared that the rogue had other plans. Before they could further ponder this, a robust black arm emerged from the mist created by the explosion, indicating the principle of smoke without injury. Did you notice, kid? Indeed. It's merely an explosive tag. It lacks the capacity to harm me. As the mist dissipated, Steel Sea, now shrouded in darkness, arrogantly explained his invulnerability. Steel Release. My power fortifies my body to an impenetrable state. Such defense can easily withstand an explosive tag. His obsidian form gleamed with a metallic sheen, resembling a statue forged from iron, and Steel Sea boasted about his abilities with pride. Upon hearing this, the trio from Jiraiya exchanged glances, speechless. In the world of ninjas, battles are contests of information. The victor is the one who can swiftly gather intelligence, discern their opponent's weaknesses, and devise appropriate strategies. This was the cardinal rule imparted by Jiraiya. Yet, here was Steel Sea, unhesitatingly revealing his capabilities with a tone brimming with arrogance. Although the trio found his transparency somewhat foolish, they were more concerned about the challenges posed by his abilities. An invulnerable steel body, indeed an formidable ability. After reflecting on the enemy's information, Minato and Kiba turned their attention to Lu Hua. Lu Hua, do you have a plan to breach his defenses? Hey, my students, have you encountered some difficulties? Before Lu Hua could respond, a resounding voice interrupted. Mission accomplished, Jiraiya-sensei. As Jiraiya leapt onto the scene riding a colossal frog. The urgency of the situation prompted the team to swiftly disclose Steel Sea's abilities. Oh, an impenetrable body? That is indeed a troublesome power. Observing Steel Sea's grim expression, Jiraiya remarked enigmatically. Meanwhile, Steel Sea recalled Jiraiya's formidable fire techniques, his complexion growing increasingly grim. Such power would be difficult to withstand alone. Fire release, great fireball. As Steel Sea contemplated the gap between himself and Jiraiya, the latter struck first, unleashing a massive fireball from his mouth. What? Feeling the intense heat in the air, Steel Sea gasped in alarm. This level of power was not something he could endure head-on. He had to flee. Dark release, absorption technique. Just as Jiraiya released the tremendous fireball, a dark purple chakra surged forth, accompanied by a powerful suction. Astonishingly, Jiraiya's fiery projectile was absorbed and neutralized, leaving behind only the glowing red hair of Ryanosuke, whose palms bore two peculiar holes. Dark release, swift release, steel release. Watching the unfolding scene, Lu Hua found the abilities strikingly familiar. Only after some contemplation did she recall that these powers belonged to a character from the Naruto movie, The Will of Fire. No, perhaps these abilities were stolen. Were all these bloodline families from the Hidden Mist? Observing the scene before her, Lu Hua felt a wave of nostalgia. It is often said that the Hidden Leaf is blessed with talent and lineage. However, in comparison, it is the Hidden Mist, which has endured internal strife for decades, yet remains one of the 5 great Shinobi villages that boasts a greater number of bloodline families. Moreover, the water country, detached from the mainland, is inherently more advantageous. After all, much of the experimental material for a certain leaf scientist originated from the water country. Has it vanished? Is it the ability to absorb ninjutsu? Jiraiya's astonishment was evident as he witnessed his fire technique being completely consumed by the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist. Indeed, the ability to absorb chakra is not common, and encountering such a peculiar power was a natural cause for surprise. If one can absorb chakra, what is the cost? What limitations exist? Where is the absorbed chakra stored? Is there a limit to it? Jiraiya, seasoned as he was, began to analyze the opponent's abilities the moment they clashed. However, before he could ponder further, Ryanosuke's crimson aura flared once more, and in the next instant, dark release, evil self-destruction. Boom. With the utterance of Ryanosuke's technique, a terrifying torrent of chakra erupted from his hands, targeting Jiraiya's team directly. Steel release, steel fighter. On the other side, Steel Sea moved in from the flank, attempting to cut off Jiraiya's team's escape route. Unfortunately, if Suelong had still been alive, this maneuver would have created an inescapable sandwich attack. However, with Suelong's demise, this tactic left a critical opening. As expected, the 3 agile ninjas from Jiraiya's team easily evaded Ryanosuke's evil self-destruction. Moreover, since they dodged in the opposite direction, the torrent of chakra formed a perfect barrier, obstructing Steel Sea's pursuit. Damn, these guys are truly troublesome. The combination of thwarted actions and a series of missteps only heightened Steel Sea's agitation, leading him to contemplate retreat. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a flash of golden light appeared, and a massive blue Rasengan emerged from behind Steel Sea, forcefully propelling him into the torrent of chakra. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. After being struck by Qing Shui, the enemy bears the Flying Thunder God mark, which enables Qing Shui to teleport and execute a combo move. Just like now, Lu Hua teleports behind Gang Xiling and delivers a swift and powerful Gale Super Flash Spiral Bomb, sending him crashing into the evil self-destruction battle, inflicting significant damage. What about your invincibility? I cannot see it. Lu Hua taunted as the brief surge of chakra subsided, revealing the battered and shadowy figure of Gang Xiling. How could it be so fast? Gang Xiling remained silent, astonished by Liu Hua's speed. He had perceived nothing until now. The opponent's swiftness was simply overwhelming. Alone, they felt inadequate against these Konoha ninjas. Speed, while ineffective in overpowering stronger foes, is an impeccable skill for dominating weaker ones. Recognizing this, Gang Xiling hastily shouted, "Quick!" Unfortunately, before he could articulate his thoughts, Liu Hua unleashed another ultimate move and dragged Gang Xiling into the small forest. The Spiral Heavenly Light Extreme Sharp Slash, as Qing Shui's ultimate, possesses low damage but is a rare move that cannot be interrupted once initiated. If the first segment of damage is not evaded, the following animation is inescapable. Worth mentioning is that this animation differs from others in the duel arena. It exists as a separate spatial animation unaffected by the duel arena itself. Now, as this ability translates into reality, its spatial characteristics remain. Thus, the Spiral Heavenly Light Extreme Sharp Slash manifests by dragging the enemy into a different space for damage output. While onlookers can only see Liu Hua momentarily seize the enemy before discarding their lifeless body. Baka, those bastards. On the other side, Ryanosuke, who initially wished to hear Gang Xiling speak, was infuriated upon witnessing his capture by Liu Hua's golden flash. The trio had arrived in the land of waves, subduing a band of pirates and amassing a fortune from their previous activities. Alas, their good fortune was short-lived, as a treacherous ambush by Konoha ninjas shattered their organization. Reflecting on this, Ryanosuke began to contemplate escape. After all, judging by Liu Hua's recent display, Gang Xiling was unlikely to emerge unscathed. However, Ryanosuke had yet to exhaust his resources, and with that fortune, he possessed the opportunity for a comeback. With this thought, he resolved to strategically retreat, but at that moment, a fierce wind swept in from behind. Yoruga. The Evil King True Eye Yoruga is an upgraded technique of the Inuzuka clan, manifesting as a transformation from a single dog to a two-headed canine. Although it may sound unimpressive, the sight of two swirling tornadoes is quite formidable. At that moment, Ryanosuke stood stunned by the might of Inuzuka's jaws. Such power! And it is a physical technique? Feeling the pressure of the wind against him, Ryanosuke began to panic. While the nether technique can absorb ninjutsu, it cannot counter physical attacks. As he beheld the two intertwining tornadoes, Ryanosuke raised his hand, seemingly intent on casting a ninjutsu. However, a sharp flash of blade light severed his arm, which bore an unusual hole. The ultra-instantaneous breaking slash. Or rather, the instant body slash. In the ninja world, the definition of instantaneous techniques is broad. From the powerful lightning release chakra mode and flying thunder god technique to the weaker shadow dance leaf, all can be categorized as instantaneous techniques. The instant body slash extends from this concept, allowing one to attack in the moment of teleportation, thus achieving an element of surprise. After all, the purpose of instantaneous techniques is to approach the enemy, making it natural for an attack method to develop in conjunction with it. According to rumors, this technique was crafted by a master of forbidden arts. The wielder of this blue blade light is none other than the future legendary ninja, Namikaze Minato. Embarrassingly, after witnessing Liu Hua's remarkable prowess, perhaps feeling discontent with his own weakness or driven by other prideful reasons, both Minato and Inuzuka had significantly upgraded their abilities during the tedious training days. For instance, Inuzuka had mastered the upgraded version of Yoruga, the most widely known secret technique of the Inuzuka clan. Meanwhile, Minato, drawing from his past experiences and observing Liu Hua's combat style, had developed a technique akin to the flying thunder god slash, known as the instant body slash. Thus, with their exquisite cooperation, Ryanosuke, deprived of his chakra points, found himself defenseless against the tremendous power of the twin tornado Yoruga. How could this be? Ryanosuke, realizing the absurdity of his grand ambitions culminating in such a pathetic end, unleashed a final, furious roar before succumbing to defeat. Meanwhile, in the alternate space, Liu Hua's Spiral Heavenly Light Extreme Sharp Slash was as lethal as in the game, with golden flashes striking Gang Xiling repeatedly. Tragically, under the continuous onslaught of this ultimate technique, Gang Xiling lacked any means of retaliation, even failing to muster the energy to utilize steel release for defense, thus enduring the full brunt of Liu Hua's attacks, culminating in a colossal spiral bomb that sealed his fate. Whoosh! With another golden flash, Liu Hua returned to the ocean surface of the land of waves, accompanied by the sinking corpse of Gang Xiling. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check your notifications. Oh, so you have already dealt with the enemy. That's absolutely wonderful. Upon landing, Luhua was preparing to execute the Flying Thunder God Heavenly Soaring Dance when she realized that the battle outside had also concluded. Thus, with the joy of receiving the mission's rewards, Luhua cheerfully addressed her teammates. Of course, do not underestimate us. We have been continuously growing stronger during this time, striving to keep pace with you. Naturally, this thought remained unspoken, merely echoing in her mind. Yet, recalling Liuhua's stunning performance in the initial bell-snatching battle, both Minato and Inuzuka understood that she was undoubtedly a superior force. While her combat prowess was commendable, they recognized that their ninja training still required improvement. Let me impart a vital ninja principle. After engaging with hostile ninjas in the wild, if possible, it is crucial to preserve the enemy's corpse. As Jiraiya observed the students flawlessly completing their mission, he took the opportunity to offer guidance. Enemy corpses, especially those of bloodline ninjas, hold significant value for any ninja village. Not only can they be studied to discover methods to counter their abilities, but they also provide invaluable intelligence. As he spoke, Jiraiya revealed the corpse of a speed dragon, mysteriously procured, along with a ninja scroll. With this sealing technique, the enemy's remains can be properly preserved. Jiraiya, a ninja adept in all 6 elemental natures, earth, fire, water, wind, yin, and yang, was nearly proficient in all ninjutsu, save for lightning. Coupled with the fact that his mentor was the esteemed 3rd Hokage, a doctor of ninjutsu, and that he hailed from the fabled Miyaboku mountain, Jiraiya was molded into a multifaceted ninja, devoid of weaknesses. Even though he had not yet reached his pinnacle, his current arsenal of ninjutsu remained formidable. Consequently, as Jiraiya displayed his skills, both Minato and Inuzuka Kiba's eyes sparkled with intrigue, prompting them to beseech Jiraiya for instruction on this technique. Meanwhile, Rika, observing the scroll adorned with tadpole-like script encasing a character, felt utterly speechless. Did Jiraiya have an odd obsession with collecting corpses? No, Rika, you may not understand, but for ninjas, sometimes the dead are more valuable than the living. The living can lie, but the dead cannot. Thus, within Konoha's interrogation department, there existed a clandestine unit dedicated to extracting intelligence from corpses. Even in death, they could divulge secrets, potentially harming their comrades. Shattering the naive illusions of young ninjas was a necessary task for any leading J-nin, and despite its cruelty, Jiraiya felt compelled to relay this truth. Yet, observing Minato and Kiba lost in contemplation, alongside Rika, who seemed unfazed and distracted, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. The unfolding events were somewhat unexpected. Do not worry, I shall protect all of you. With her companions seemingly startled and entangled in their thoughts, Rika cheerfully embraced both of their necks. Is it so? Rika-senpai, you are far too gentle, Minato remarked, while Kiba, blushing, urged Rika not to boast, reminding her that there were countless ninjas stronger than her. Indeed, Rika glanced at her newly acquired Evil King's True Eye and cheerfully responded. 20. Evil King's True Eye Kato. Mission reward granted. You have acquired the skill Evil King's True Eye, loading Evil King's True Eye technique. Based on your performance in this mission, the Evil King's True Eye technique acquired is SH Mei by Kuna. SH Mei by Kuna. A unique ocular technique exclusive to Otsutsuki Ishiki from Naruto Next Generations. Its ability allows for the unlimited reduction of any non-living object, including oneself, concurrently diminishing its mass. The shrunk objects become so minuscule that even the Rinnegan and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan cannot perceive them. This ability is akin to the Pym particles from the superhero realm. Albeit it can only shrink and not enlarge, it merely reverts objects to their original size instantaneously. However, the capacity to shrink alone is already filled with potential for creativity. Just imagining the possibility of reducing the Earth itself brings forth excitement. Is it possible? If the chakra is sufficient, it should be feasible, right? I wonder if my chakra will suffice to shrink a planet after becoming a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. As she felt the immense power residing within her right eye, Rika's thoughts drifted far away until Jiraiya called her back to reality. Moreover, regarding the execution of the mission, Rika, while your performance was commendable, it was still rather reckless. Take this recent bandit extermination task as an example. Our mission was only of a B-rank difficulty. However, due to the client's misjudgment of the task's nature, we encountered ninja foes in a situation that should not have escalated into battle. Such circumstances can be fatal for any newly graduated ninja team. A single miscalculation in judgment could lead to the demise of the entire squad. Additionally, there is the issue of mission remuneration. Without the client witnessing the events firsthand, they may not acknowledge that you exceeded the original task's requirements, instead perceiving it as an exaggeration. Thus, even if you miraculously complete a more challenging task, you may only receive compensation for a lower-ranked mission, and there is a possibility of complaints from the client. Should you endure any injuries during the mission, the losses would far outweigh the gains. As he spoke, Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Rika's hair and smiled. However, your team did well this time. The errors made were primarily due to inexperience. I will speak with the client and see if they can elevate the task's classification as compensation. Really? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Rika felt as if she had missed an opportunity. After all, she had initially prioritized her ocular technique mission, which led her to act impulsively without allowing her teammates time to think. Fortunately, the situation had taken a turn for the better, with Jiraiya indicating there was room for negotiation. Subsequently, under Jiraiya's guidance, Minato and Kiba sealed the other two corpses within the scroll, and the group resumed their journey back to the merchant ship. After a week at sea, Jiraiya's team finally returned to the land of waves. The journey had been rather dull. However, they managed to eliminate a few stray pirate remnants along the way. Yet, these seemingly trivial actions ultimately resulted in Kado reaping the rewards of their efforts, escorting the merchant ship and combating pirates. Jiraiya unexpectedly found himself burdened with many tasks that were not initially his responsibility. Nevertheless, he ultimately approached Kado to submit the mission report, claiming their efforts had yielded significant rewards, which might be deemed a rank upon their return. Naturally, this was not in reference to the bandit extermination, but rather the 3 rogue mist ninjas. Are you the so-called Konoha ninjas? You don't seem all that impressive. Just a bunch of kids. Just as Rika was feeling bored, an obnoxious voice abruptly broke the silence. Who are you? Turning to the source of the voice, Rika spotted a short, wrinkled figure, not much taller than herself, with a face that bore signs of premature aging. I am Kado, the son of your employer, Boss Kado. You don't even recognize me? Is this what you ninjas have come to, relying solely on your looks? Seemingly offended by Rika's lack of recognition, the diminutive Kado angrily addressed her. However, observing Minato and Kiba's bewildered expressions, Rika nodded in agreement. Indeed, we Konoha ninjas are left with nothing but our looks. Then, Mr. Kado, what is it you wish to convey to us? Rika replied coldly to the rude Kado. Perhaps due to the potency of her ocular technique, her eyes, gleaming like stars, exuded an intimidating aura. Merely glancing at Kado caused his heart to race in fear, not from awe, but from terror. Damn it, I'll remember you lot. Returning to his senses, Kado was incredulous that a girl younger than him had frightened him. Anger surged within him. But recalling the incredulous tales he had heard about ninjas, he managed to temper his rage, leaving with a scathing remark. However, observing his panicked flight, Luhua could not help but remark, he resembles a frightened dog. Who is he, anyway? Recalling the arc in the Land of Waves from Naruto, she remembered a character named Kaido. Therefore, Luhua turned to her companions and inquired. Even before Kaido had begun to speak, they had discreetly sought information from the dockworkers about him. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, with their explanations, Luhua grasped the essence of who Kaido truly was. He was indeed the son of the Kaz owner, merely a spoiled youth colluding with thugs. TCH, how dull. So, he's just a young man who has yet to inherit his father's fortune? She had expected something significant, but it turned out to be utterly mundane. Jiraiya had gone off to submit a mission on his own, leaving them to roam freely at the bustling docks. However, compared to the lively atmosphere around her, Luhua was merely inclined to indulge in idleness. How infuriating! That despicable scoundrel. Remembering how one glance from Luhua had sent Kaido retreating in fear, he was now cursing her in his mind. Those wretched ninjas, mere dogs that can be commanded for a little money. How dare she? How dare she claim that the child of destiny could not possibly be me? Perhaps it was because he had not yet inherited the family's shipping business that he felt so constrained, leading to his current predicament. Money. It all comes down to money. If only he had wealth, regardless of who it was, even those nobles and those damned ninjas would have to show him respect. With these thoughts, a shadow clouded Kaido's face. In the Land of Waves, no one could have imagined that Kaido, who appeared to be an unlearned ruffian mingling with thugs, was actually accumulating his strength on another level. Now, he sought to seize control of his father's shipping business using the power he had amassed over the years. Even though these assets would someday rightfully belong to him, he could hardly wait. His father, Kaz, was myopic and outdated. Under his leadership, the shipping industry had diminished several times due to the old man's misguided decisions. Moreover, due to Kaz's missed opportunities, new shipping companies had emerged in the land of waves. These new maritime enterprises represented a novel model of trade, and Kaido firmly believed that this model would become mainstream in the future. Unfortunately, Kaz did not share this vision, stubbornly clinging to antiquated business practices. As a result, Kaz's shipping business had suffered considerable losses, allowing competitors to thrive on the market share he had lost. Kaido would not permit his future assets to be jeopardized. Seemingly fueled by the humiliation of being frightened by a little girl, he was now filled with determination. Although his father had become increasingly senile, he still possessed a few clever ideas hidden among his foolish ones, such as the notion of issuing missions to ninjas. In the ninja world, there were still 4 hidden villages that could rival Konoha. Seemingly struck by inspiration, Kaido chuckled sinisterly. Days later, there was no need to concern themselves with the land of waves, as Jiraiya's team had already completed their mission and returned to Konoha. Kaz unexpectedly proved to be a commendable client. After hearing Jiraiya's report, he voluntarily upgraded the original mission rank. Along with the body of the rogue ninja from the Mist Village that Jiraiya had submitted, it naturally received a high-ranking evaluation. Consequently, under Jiraiya's request, the mission execution statistics for Jiraiya's team over the past month were as follows: Rank D missions, 10, Rank C missions, 0, Rank B missions, 1, Rank A missions, 1, Rank S missions, 0. For a newly formed ninja team that had only been established for a month, such achievements were indeed remarkable. Therefore, after addressing some matters upon returning to the village, Jiraiya brought them good news. He had successfully secured a slot for them in the upcoming Chunin exams. The Chunin exams are a vital institution for ninja villages, held approximately every 6 months, serving as the final promotion method for civilian ninjas, thus rendering them exceedingly challenging. There have even been instances where only a single ninja passed the exam. The Chunin exams not only assess a ninja's strength, theoretical knowledge, and training, but also conceal an essential hidden test, the ability to command. Unlike Genin, Chunin belong to the management tier of ninja villages. Though they are merely at the bottom of the hierarchy, they still possess the authority to lead a small team of Genin. Typically, ninjas, after ascending from lower-level missions, tend to pursue only high-paying advanced missions and would never consider returning to undertake menial tasks like catching cats or dogs. However, if they choose not to accept them, the missions remain posted until the client assigns them to another ninja village, leaving a negative review for their village. The survival mechanism of ninja villages relies on mission assignments. The wars and conflicts among ninjas are all aimed at increasing the number of mission requests for their villages. Thus, villages would not easily overlook any assignment, leading to the emergence of ninja teams headed by Chunins to tackle the numerous mundane tasks. The rewards for missions are divided into 3 parts. One portion goes to the village as a commission fee, half of the remaining sum belongs to the lead ninja, and the rest is equally divided among the 3 members of the ninja team. This system, from the grassroots level to leadership, effectively facilitates class mobility, highlighting the formidable challenge of the Chunin exams. However, compared to the abruptness of the impending Chunin exams, Luhua was more concerned about another matter. If one of us became a Chunin, would we gain the freedom to form and command our own Genin teams? Wouldn't that mean Jiraiya's team would be disbanded? Jiraiya, our team has only been formed for a little over a month. Why are you already contemplating leaving? Is there something of great importance? Since signing the summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya's singular purpose in life had become a fervent obsession. Luhua, aware of the situation, naturally felt compelled to ask. After all, Jiraiya was also a disciple of the Hokage, making her, in a sense, a grandchild of the Hokage. With this layer of identity, there were numerous hidden benefits within the ninja village, and Luhua certainly did not wish to relinquish them easily. Oh, I didn't expect you to have noticed, Luhua. You possess a keen sense that others lack. Surprised that his intentions had been so easily discerned, Jiraiya, acknowledging Luhua's perceptiveness, proceeded to share his plan. He intended to leave the village to travel the ninja world in search of the child of destiny prophesied by the great sage of the Toad, someone who could bring peace to the ninja realm. The great sage's prophecy was progressive. Therefore, upon believing he had found the child of destiny. The great sage awoke to inform Jiraiya that he had erred. Thus, in pursuit of future peace for the ninja world, Jiraiya intended to embark once more in search of the child of destiny. After hearing Jiraiya's heartfelt struggles, the members of Jiraiya's team exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. After all, world peace and the child of destiny seemed too distant for them. Jiraiya, do you think it's possible that this so-called child of destiny hasn't even been born yet? If a certain child of destiny has yet to be born, then Jiraiya's journey would be in vain, utterly pointless. Not yet born. Lu Hua, what do you mean by that? Lu Hua demonstrated her sharpness of thought, prompting Jiraiya to place considerable trust in her, believing she offered a unique perspective on matters. Years ago, the great sage of the Toad had dreamt of two prophecies, one involving a human who would inadvertently stumble into Mount Mayaboku and learn the ways of the sage. Another aspect is that the anthropologist, once renowned, will gather disciples, and among them will be the prophesied child destined to transform the entire ninja world. Whether this transformation leads to destruction or peace remains uncertain. This was what Jiraiya had just mentioned regarding the prophecy of the great sage of the Toads. It is evident that the sole condition for this so-called child of destiny to fulfill the prophecy is to become Jiraiya's disciple, under his guidance to enact change. In other words, could this child of destiny not be one of us? What? Such a novel interpretation left Jiraiya speechless. If what Rika suggests is true, then does it not imply that any disciple of his could possess the potential to become the child of destiny? Although it seems somewhat off, Jiraiya could not articulate why, only feeling that it was rather absurd. Oh, is that so? Who decreed that there can only be one child of destiny? Was it the great sage of the Toads? Faced with Rika's cheerful rebuttal, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, ensnared by her line of thought. Previously, he had shared the prophecy of the child of destiny with others, including the third Hokage, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and even Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Unsurprisingly, their reactions varied from support and admiration to skepticism and ridicule. However, none had offered him any constructive advice on discovering the child of destiny. Either they lacked insight or deemed the notion of a child of destiny who could bring about world peace utterly fanciful, thus refraining from discussing it with Jiraiya in depth. This led to Jiraiya's limitations in seeking the child of destiny, as he merely traveled and searched for those he believed matched the criteria, hoping to take them as disciples. Upon hearing Rika's interpretation of the prophecy, Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless. It was not that he refused to acknowledge his mistakes or the futility of his efforts, nor did he outright oppose Rika's interpretation. He simply perceived it as a child's whimsical notion. He was simply taken aback by the realization that there could be such an alternative perspective. Since the child of destiny is meant to be a world-altering figure, they ought to possess an extraordinary, almost divine nature akin to the god of Shinobi, the first Hokage. It is inconceivable to claim that the child of destiny could evolve to such a transformative stature solely due to his guidance. After all, if he had the ability to ensure all his disciples became children of destiny, why would he not realize that potential himself? Instead of entrusting it to the child of destiny, ultimately, Jiraiya attempted to persuade himself and even Rika. Unfortunately, Rika was entirely resistant to his reasoning. After all, knowing that Jiraiya's decades-long quest for the child of destiny had been in vain, how could she allow him to frivolously wander off? At the very least, he should remain in Konoha for a year to ensure Rika's full development before considering departure. In summary, Rika found Jiraiya's inclination to leave quite disheartening. After all, he had only been teaching her class for just over a month and was already contemplating escape. Such irresponsibility was not easily acceptable, whether for her or for the other students in Jiraiya's class. Thus, she resolved to find a way to keep Jiraiya in Konoha for a while, acting as her protective shield against the darker forces lurking within the village. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to flee. However, considering that the Land of Fire is the heart of the ninja world, the thought of escaping to countries with harsher environments than the Land of Fire left Rika feeling somewhat reluctant. After all, compared to other nations, the Land of Fire offered far superior land. Consequently, Rika cast her vote with her feet, making her choice. Since Jiraiya claimed that the child of destiny should be a naturally gifted genius akin to the god of Shinobi, could he not inquire about what the 12-year-old god of Shinobi was doing? Engaging in a water fight with Madara at the Southern He River, of course. This answer would have eluded Jiraiya entirely, for people are often constrained by their limited experiences and narrow perspectives. Thus, Jiraiya could not fathom what the legendary Senju Hashirama was like as a child. Yet, despite his inability to envision it, Rika's words sparked something in him. Even if he could not fully comprehend it, Jiraiya, if the child of destiny you seek is indeed a ninja of great stature like the god of Shinobi, then should you not seek them close by rather than far afield? Why is that? Jiraiya questioned, puzzled by Rika's suggestion. In the past, he had scoffed at the great sage of the Toad's prophecy, dismissing the idea that finding the child of destiny could lead to world peace as mere wishful thinking. It was only after witnessing the legendary Rinnegan, said to possess the power over life and death, on the battlefield in the Land of Rain that he began to believe in the great sage's prophecy. Thus, at the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, Jiraiya bid farewell to his comrades among the legendary three and chose to remain in the Land of Rain alone to mentor the child of destiny for 3 years before departing. Regrettably, the great sage ultimately determined that the Rinnegan did not belong to the child of destiny, prompting Jiraiya to embark on the path of seeking the child of destiny anew. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. After experiencing a child who did not even possess the Rinnegan, Jiraiya naively assumed that the child of destiny should possess power surpassing the legendary Rinnegan. Furthermore, like the Rinnegan, the child was likely to be hidden away in a small nation like the Land of Rain. Yet, he never considered that, beyond small nations, formidable figures who could shake the ninja world might actually arise in the Land of Fire, a place rich in talent and resources. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, alongside Uchiha Madara, emerged to bring an end to the chaos of the Warring States period, ushering in an era of peace that lasted for many years. It cannot be denied that both of these legendary ninjas hailed from the Land of Fire. Thus, he pondered whether he had erred in his reasoning. At that time, Jiraiya had only just begun his quest for the child of destiny. He was far from the decades-long pursuit that lay ahead. Consequently, his obsession with this matter was not profound, and he was open-minded enough to acknowledge his mistakes. However, if the child of destiny were to appear in the Land of Fire, where might they be? Another matter arose. Jiraiya, how can you be certain that the child of destiny has already been born? Rika knew who the so-called child of destiny was, yet she could not disclose it. After all, she could not directly state that the child of destiny was not in the ninja world, but rather in Konoha, and that it was the son of Minato. Thus, what Jiraiya should do now was not seek the child of destiny in the ninja world, but rather wait in Konoha for a decade or so until Minato had a son, and then take him as his disciple. That was simply not feasible. Without considering whether the speaker of these words might be deemed insane, those who believe in such statements would certainly be regarded as mad. Therefore, in order to retain Jiraiya, Rika prepared to rephrase her statement. Jiraiya, if in the future you were to have children, would you educate and guide them? Of course. If I were to have a child, I would strive to cultivate them into the finest ninja, Jiraiya replied, though he was puzzled as to why Rika had broached this topic. After some contemplation, he articulated his thoughts. Exactly. As you mentioned, many years ago, the great sage of the Toads had 2 prophetic dreams. One foretold of a human who would inadvertently trespass into the mountain of Mayaboku to learn the sage arts. That person is you, Jiraiya. The other foretold that this individual, after mastering the arts, would become renowned and take on a disciple, who would be the child of prophecy destined to alter the entire ninja world, whether for destruction or peace remains uncertain. After reiterating Jiraiya's words, Rika pointed at him and continued, if the great sage's prophecies are to be believed, it implies that only you, Jiraiya, can discover and guide this so-called child of destiny. Have you ever considered that this child of destiny might actually be your own son? That is impossible, Jiraiya exclaimed, startled by Rika's analysis, quickly dismissing the notion. I believe that the child of destiny would possess extraordinary abilities, akin to those of the god of ninjas, capable of ending the chaotic era. As for myself, I am merely a civilian ninja, without any bloodline limit. Jiraiya did not belittle himself, yet his peers understood his point. After all, he was just an ordinary ninja without a lineage, and had it not been for his innate mastery of the 4 basic chakra natures, he might not have even been able to join the ranks of the legendary Sannin under the 3rd Hokage. Thus, fully aware of his own limitations, Jiraiya readily rejected the idea. Who knows? Perhaps in the future, your marriage will be led by the woman. After all, you don't even have a surname. Rika's comment left Jiraiya at a loss for words, as he contemplated the implications. Led by a woman? Does that mean the notorious Jiraiya, would become henpecked? Suddenly, thoughts of his crush, Tsunade, resurfaced in his mind. Tales of the Sannin circulated widely, and aside from their formidable exploits, the romantic rumors among them were exceptionally popular. For instance, the story of how Jiraiya, the underdog, managed to win over the affluent princess, Tsunade, was particularly well known. That's impossible. Such a scandalous tale is nothing but slander, Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished by how such a dreadful rumor could spread so widely. Recalling Tsunade's formidable punches, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there are even tales of Lady Tsunade being infatuated with you, Jiraiya. Would you like to hear more? Rika remarked nonchalantly. Oh, really? Jiraiya's expression shifted, intrigued by the prospect of this tantalizing narrative. However, he soon adopted a serious demeanor. These baseless speculations are not worth our attention. They are mere gossip, devoid of value in the pursuit of true strength. For genuine warriors, they are nothing but laughable tales. Yes, that is true, Jiraiya insisted, attempting to maintain a serious composure while wishing to steer the conversation away from the topic of his potential child being the child of destiny. Rika sighed softly at his words. Rumors can be a deadly, invisible blade. Even a powerful ninja like Konoha's white fan can fall victim to them. She continued. If what I say holds true, then Jiraiya, you should pursue Lady Tsunade immediately and together bring forth a child with the potential of a ninja god, destined to be the child of prophecy. Thus, your quest across the ninja world is futile. Rika wished to persuade him further, but Jiraiya was known for his stubbornness. At that moment, he felt isolated, and with Tsunade already committed, the prospect of traversing the ninja realm to find the child of destiny held a high priority for him. Much like the Rasengan in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya believed that miracles still existed within the ninja world, prompting him to spend considerable time wandering aimlessly. Very well. I shall handle matters regarding the child of destiny myself, so there is no need for your further advice, Rika. Comparatively, what I am about to teach you is of utmost importance. It will resonate throughout your ninja careers and benefit you for a lifetime, so pay close attention. Jiraiya, unwilling to waste time on this subject, solemnly warned them before pulling out 3 sheets of white paper. This is chakra testing paper. As you all know, chakra possesses attributes, categorized into 5 types: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Only those with corresponding chakra attributes can utilize ninjutsu of that nature. Typically, individuals are born with a single attribute, though some are gifted with multiple types. For instance, as your teacher, I am a natural genius possessing 4 chakra attributes. After a moment of self-admiration, Jiraiya explained. While techniques not aligned with one's innate attributes can be learned through diligent practice, it is advisable for you to focus on mastering techniques that correspond to your own attributes first. This testing paper is a marvelous tool that reveals the user's chakra attributes. The method is simple. Channel your chakra into the paper and observe the results. If your chakra is fire, the paper will ignite. If it is water, it will become damp. If it is wind, the paper will be sliced. If it is lightning, it will crinkle. And if it is earth, it will crumble. Now, go ahead and channel your chakra into the paper to discover your innate attributes. Alright, channel your chakra into the testing paper to see what your chakra attributes are. Following Jiraiya's guidance, Rika directed her chakra into the testing paper. Instantly, upon contact with Rika's chakra, the paper split in 2. One side wrinkling and the other side turning to ashes from flames. Wind, fire, and lightning. Rika, you possess chakra of 3 innate attributes, just like Minato, Jiraiya exclaimed, filled with elation as he observed the changes in Rika's chakra testing paper. After all, chakra attributes are not to be underestimated. Typically, the more attributes one possesses, the greater their potential for achievement as a ninja. While chakra can be cultivated through rigorous training, acquiring techniques outside one's innate attributes is inherently more challenging. The advanced applications of chakra, including its nature and form transformations, pose significant difficulties for those lacking innate chakra attributes, akin to asking a fish to run a marathon on land. Thus, if a student possesses multiple attributes, it would certainly be advantageous for Jiraiya's instruction. Rika had consistently displayed remarkable potential, and as Jiraiya focused his attention on her, he immediately recognized her chakra attributes. As Jiraiya took delight in the fact that Liohua's chakra attributes fell within his teaching purview, he cast a sidelong glance at the figure beside her, Konoha's famed Minato Namikaze. Your chakra signatures are remarkably aligned. It appears you two may become the finest training partners in the future. Both Luhua and Minato shared the elemental affinities of fire, wind, and lightning, all of which favored speed, further complemented by their roles as swift ninjas, prompting Jiraiya's reflection. However, unbeknownst to him, it was not Minato's chakra that mirrored Luhua's, but rather hers that echoed his. After all, at that moment, Luhua was infused with the blue water template, making their shared attributes quite reasonable. Eventually, the chakra nature of Inuzuka Kiba was revealed. The chakra test paper split into two and shattered, indicating a dual affinity for wind and earth. Having disciples with chakra attributes akin to his own signified that Jiraiya could guide them more effectively. As a master of ninjutsu, well-versed in the 5 elemental chakra natures and a direct apprentice of the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya inherited his mentor's multifaceted ninja techniques. In addition to his innate command over earth, fire, water, and wind chakra, he possessed various arts to impart to his students, such as summoning techniques, sealing jutsu, and the sage techniques from Mount Myaboku. However, those matters would be addressed later. Thus, to avoid aiming too high too quickly, Jiraiya resolved to first teach his disciples the fundamental mastery of chakra attributes, specifically the transformation of chakra form and nature. You are all outstanding ninjas, and your natural predisposition towards multiple attributes suggests a future of great potential. However, talent alone, devoid of corresponding abilities, is insufficient. Therefore, I shall impart to you advanced knowledge regarding chakra, specifically the transformation of chakra form and nature. With his intentions laid bare, Jiraiya commenced his explanation of chakra form and nature transformations. First, the transformation of chakra form, as the name implies, involves altering the shape of ninjutsu to enhance its effectiveness against adversaries, incorporating the utilization of natural forces to amplify power. Take, for instance, Fire Release, one of the first elemental ninjutsu to grace the anime. Many high-level fire techniques augment their potency by altering the external form of fire. The benevolent technique known as the Great Fireball can transform from a singular massive fireball into multiple smaller fireballs, such as the Phoenix Fire technique, to assail enemies. Moreover, advanced fire techniques can manifest beast-shaped flames for attacks, which are more formidable and controllable than mere fireballs. For instance, a fire dragon, once unleashed, can be maneuvered to strike at foes, making it an excellent choice for both offense and defense. This exemplifies what is meant by form transformation. Countless examples of such transformations exist, including those pertaining to water release. The saying water is ever-changing reflects the rarity of strong individuals capable of executing large-scale water techniques in arid conditions. Water release exhibits stark contrasts in effectiveness depending on the presence of water. An ordinary shinobi might summon only a wall of water, while the second Hokage could conjure a cylindrical column of water from a rooftop for protection. Similarly, the notorious 44 seal technique showcases varying results in the hands of different ninjas. For instance, Kakashi and Zabuza could summon water dragons of comparable size on the river, while the second Hokage utilized a water column for defense before launching water dragons to attack. The fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, could effortlessly summon colossal water dragons, several meters wide and dozens long, even in arid environments, and manipulate them post-launch to strike at targets, blending them with other techniques to execute a combined jutsu like the lightning water dragon technique. These feats undeniably illustrate the capabilities bestowed by chakra form transformation. Next, we delve into chakra nature transformation. Ninjutsu is broadly categorized into 5 elemental attributes: water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. By simulating and harmonizing with the corresponding natural forces, elemental ninjutsu can become ever more versatile and powerful. For example, the lethality of fire not only lies in its range, but also in its temperature. The higher the temperature of fire release, the greater its destructive capability. Thus, the nature transformation of fire chakra is temperature. Mastering this can significantly enhance the might of fire release techniques. However, nature transformation is not limited to a single attribute. Take, for instance, wind release. Wind possesses qualities of sharpness, swiftness, and powerful currents. Consequently, techniques derived from wind manifest as lethal projectiles, such as the Rasengan, and can generate gales capable of uprooting forests with a mere flick. The malleability of chakra is boundless. Mastering it can yield astonishing advantages for one's ninjutsu. Kakashi's early fame stemmed from his understanding of the sharp and swift nature transformation of lightning chakra, leading to the creation of the instantaneous lightning blade, a technique so rapid it often left him befuddled. The remaining elemental transformations, particularly those of water and earth, exhibit profound variability. For instance, earth chakra encompasses not only the robust earth wall, but also the soft, viscous qualities of a mire. This duality exemplifies the hard and soft nature transformations of earth chakra. Furthermore, techniques such as explosive clay, chakra-absorbing abilities, and gravitational skills like heavy rock manipulation also belong to the realm of earth nature transformation. Water, too, is replete with possibilities. From increasing water pressure to create water blades, to employing principles of reflection in techniques like the water mirror, controlling water temperature to induce ice techniques, and even using rain techniques for chakra absorption and sensory capabilities. As Jiraiya elaborated, Liohua's thoughts wandered unknowingly. Individuals in the ninja world possess nearly double the cellular count of ordinary folk, granting them extraordinary abilities born from the fusion of physical and mental energy. This is chakra. Unlike practitioners of traditional cultivation who excel at absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, the combination of physical and mental energy into extraordinary capabilities is a prevalent theme in anime, akin to the concepts of true chi or internal strength. In this context, the amalgamation of bodily and mental energy gives rise to what is deemed the most perfect and unparalleled ability in anime, none. A concept crafted by the brilliant manga artist Yoshihiro Togashi in the acclaimed series Hunter x Hunter. None, akin to chakra, stems from the union of one's spiritual and physical energies. However, while chakra is a weapon of cosmic plunderers, the Otsutsuki clan, intended for planetary conquest and destruction, none represents human potential, accessible only to those who can perceive it. Recalling the formidable beings of the new Naruto series, a chill ran down Liohua's spine. Otsutsuki Kagaya, revered by all Otsutsuki clan members as a deity, wielded powers that approached the divine, capable of manifesting calamities with mere movement. Her abilities could be likened to interstellar prowess, with effects that could impact entire planets. The Otsutsuki clan, under its formidable leader, resembles the neighboring Scions, acting as marauders of the cosmos. For countless eons, innumerable planets have been drained into lifeless celestial bodies by the god tree, yielding chakra fruits that ultimately dissolve into cosmic dust. The chakra fruits, tainted by the karmic burdens of countless planetary lives, are reverently returned to their home planet by the Otsutsuki kin as offerings to their deity. This accumulation of energy has led to a transformative evolution in the god Otsutsuki's powers, rumored to reach astonishing heights, capable, it is said, of crafting pocket universes by mere hand. Such might is truly formidable. After a futile attempt at creating interstellar comics, this individual has returned to the realm of ninja comics, consequently elevating the power dynamics behind the world of Naruto. From barely achieving stellar explosions to effortlessly igniting stars, the future indeed appears bright, albeit uncertain. At this moment, Rika's thoughts are tinged with pessimism, bordering on the anxious. The unprecedented expansion of power within the ninja world is explosive, a pace of advancement unparalleled in any other anime. However, as the saying goes, where you possess the god tree, I have a system. Let us harness the system to its fullest potential. To her surprise, the system did not respond with immediate results, but instead issued Rika a task. Special task, master-level skill, task content. After a burst of creativity, you have discovered that chakra may have alternative applications. Thus, in the time ahead, please explore a new path that diverges from that of the ninja. Task reward. Rewards will be issued based on the new system's abilities and potential. This task may trigger rewards up to 3 times. Upon receiving the newly generated task, Rika was momentarily taken aback. Here it was again, a task devoid of clear rewards and wholly perplexing in its requirements. She opened the task panel, revealing 2 unfinished tasks. One was the newly triggered task, demanding her to develop a new power system, while the other, initiated in the land of waves, required her to become a novelist. Truth be told, if Rika were capable of accomplishing these tasks, she would not be in her current position as a mere genin. Nevertheless, she resolved to take things one step at a time. Although both tasks appeared daunting and directionless, they were not entirely insurmountable. While the first task required her to create a unique power system, something she currently lacked the strength to do, Who's to say that if she grew stronger in the future, she couldn't achieve it? One must maintain a positive outlook. As for the second task of becoming a novelist, it's worth noting that the only best-selling book mentioned within the Naruto universe was penned by her teacher, Jiraiya, titled Isekai Paradise. Interestingly, despite Jiraiya's book achieving great popularity, the highest-selling section was ironically authored by Naruto, a character known for his academic shortcomings and lack of romantic experience. Compared to Naruto, Rika felt her only advantage lay in her slightly better grades. Furthermore, with a legendary teacher like Jiraiya, perhaps the task of writing wasn't as daunting as it seemed. It appeared she needed to ponder the theme before embarking on her literary venture. Meanwhile, as Rika contemplated her next steps, Jiraiya had concluded his explanation of chakra's nature and transformation, presenting them with several leaves from a tree. The fundamental training for chakra nature transformation involves using other objects as substitutes for chakra test papers, achieving effects identical to those of the test paper itself. This is the basis of wind-style chakra transformation, he explained, effortlessly tearing a leaf in half. You must replicate this effect using the leaves. The process for other chakra attributes would follow suit. For instance, a fire attribute would incinerate the leaf to ash, whereas lightning would cause the leaf to fold. Earth would shatter it, and water would render it wet. Now let us begin training. This is quite challenging. I remember spending a week mastering the nature transformation myself, Jiraiya remarked. Before he could finish, Minato Namikaze interrupted, raising his leaf, which had been neatly sliced in half. Is this merely nature transformation? Witnessing Minato's effortless execution of the fundamental transformation left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. What just happened? Who can explain this to me? He recalled the arduous week it took him to grasp fire-style chakra transformation, a feat that had impressed even the sage of Mount Myaboku. The average person might struggle for years to achieve mastery in nature transformation. Yet here was a 10-year-old prodigy who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, completing the wind-style chakra transformation in under a minute. Minato, have you practiced wind-style chakra transformation before? Jiraiya inquired, bewildered. Sort of, Jiraiya-sensei. I experimented with chakra to enhance my speed while training in the body flicker technique. Over time, I developed a technique that used an understanding of wind speed to increase my velocity. However, this is my first attempt at chakra nature transformation, and I didn't expect to succeed so quickly, Minato humbly explained, scratching his head. Ah, so you inadvertently grasped wind-style chakra transformation? No wonder you were able to save comrades in the hidden cloud village, Jiraiya mused, reflecting on the elemental counter system in the ninja world, where wind counters lightning. In the future, Jiraiya would praise Minato, declaring him unparalleled in talent. Although Minato had yet to reach his full potential, his early displays of brilliance were undeniable. At just 10 years old, he was the youngest member of Jiraiya's class, and, as an early graduate, his brilliance had been overshadowed by his peers. Now, Jiraiya was finally recognizing Minato's extraordinary talent, worthy of significant cultivation. Considering Minato's exceptional abilities, one could only wonder what Rika, who had consistently outperformed him since joining the team, would reveal next. Jiraiya cast an expectant glance toward Rika. Rika, can we communicate without the theatrics? She replied, bemused by Jiraiya's scrutiny. It was understandable, though. If even the overlooked prodigy possessed such talent, it was only reasonable that she, too, should outshine Minato. Indeed, this was the reality. Although Rika was merely a 2-star ninja in the game, her mechanics were straightforward yet immensely powerful. She had proven her mettle during the Third Great Ninja War, standing her ground against opponents from the hidden cloud village. With a remarkable ability to abandon tasks upon encountering obstacles, her prowess positioned her as a pillar of strength, even among shadows. With Rika's abilities closely mirroring those of the legendary Minato, it was conceivable that she could surpass him in a confrontation, should they ever cross paths. After all, the turbulent waters of reality cannot be countered by mere jutsu or the summoning of individuals into an alternate space. Nevertheless, one must admit that it is indeed impressive, is it not? If he were to refrain from using it, he would truly be outshined. It is no wonder that the illustrious Minato, who in the future developed the ultimate technique of the Rasengan through the profound understanding of chakra transformation, effortlessly delved into nature transformation. Although he possessed a foundational understanding, such innate talent is indeed enviable and unattainable for many. Regrettably, he had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique, and thus the title of the inventor of the Rasengan would slip from his grasp. In truth, the invention of the Rasengan may not solely belong to Minato. After all, he merely emulated the method of gathering the tailed beast bomb to create it. In fact, a millennium ago, Ashura, the younger son of the Sage of Six Paths, had already experimented with similar techniques, exhibiting even greater flair than Minato. However, as time passed, such tales faded into obscurity, much like Indra's innovations in seals and ninjutsu, which ultimately went unrecognized and were attributed to the Sage of Six Paths due to the passage of time. Returning to the present, upon activating the ninja card panel infused with Aqua Chakra, it became evident that not only techniques and skills, but also the formidable powers, including elemental transformations, were readily available. Thus, was this the case? As he unfurled the leaf infused with chakra, it was indeed cleaved in two. This is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Was it an illusion? How vexing. Encountering two prodigious talents in a single day left Jiraiya, who often prided himself on his own genius, internally exclaiming in awe. It is worth noting that even in the original story, Naruto required 2 full days of rigorous training with numerous shadow clones to master the wind-style chakra transformation. Yet now, within a mere minute of Jiraiya explaining the nature transformation, both Rika and Minato had already completed the foundational training. How could this not astonish Jiraiya? You two are truly geniuses. Unable to find the words to adequately express his admiration for his two disciples, Jiraiya could only marvel. In his recollection, the fastest to grasp nature transformation, aside from his own comrades and Orochimaru, who wielded all 5 elemental chakras, was the fleeting glimpse of a Rain Village ninja, seemingly able to learn all ninjutsu at a glance with the Rinnegan. Yet, in truth, Rika and Minato mastered nature transformation far more swiftly, having nearly completed practical application as soon as the theory was introduced. Even if they had some prior understanding, it could not overshadow their extraordinary aptitude. Observing the rapid progress of Rika and Minato, Jiraiya cast a hopeful glance toward Inuzuka Kiba, anticipating a similar revelation. Unfortunately, Kiba, proficient in the Inuzuka clan's techniques, did not exhibit the same talent as Rika and Minato. After struggling for hours with the leaf in his hand, he found himself utterly frustrated. "What are you doing wrong?" he exclaimed, clutching the crumpled leaf. You must imagine the chakra flowing like wind, sharp as a blade, and then slice through the leaf effortlessly. Geniuses often find it challenging to articulate their learning processes, as they seldom consider that others might struggle with details they take for granted. Thus, even though Jiraiya's teaching style was less abstract than that of the enigmatic Pakin, Kiba still failed to comprehend Minato's explanation. As the Chunin exam preparation continued, Kiba spent an entire day without making progress in nature transformation. This was hardly surprising, given the considerable difficulty of learning ninjutsu in the shinobi world. Individuals like Itachi, who could learn techniques like the Great Fireball with a mere glance, were truly exceptional. While such feats may sound impressive, the Great Fireball is merely a low-level fire technique, lacking destructive capacity compared to more advanced jutsu. For instance, Chidori, a lightning technique that would later flourish and evolve into multiple forms, required Sasuke a month to master. Even with the aid of his Sharingan, it took Kakashi a year to develop Chidori, which subsequently served as the foundation for numerous variations. It is essential to note that high-difficulty techniques like Chidori are not easily acquired. Even Naruto, wishing to learn it later, found that under Kakashi's guidance, he was unable to grasp it, leading to the matter being left unresolved. Similarly, the Rasengan, developed by Minato over 3 years, required Jiraiya several months to master after Minato taught it to him. Upon mastering it, Jiraiya eagerly rushed to showcase his achievement to Minato. This passing down of techniques between master and disciple illustrates the significant challenges involved in mastering advanced ninjutsu that combines both nature and shape transformations. Therefore, Kiba's struggles after a day of attempting nature transformation were quite normal. Observing Rika, who effortlessly sliced through the leaf, crumpling it and reducing it to ash, Jiraiya felt a sense of numbness. The ease with which she mastered 3 elemental transformations was truly exceptional. In contrast, Kiba could still be considered relatively ordinary. Glancing at Rika, who had achieved mastery over 3 transformations in a single day, and Minato, who had grasped one and was diligently working on others, Jiraiya approached Minato, subtly discouraging his eagerness to explore further. He had not forgotten that his primary objective in teaching them nature and shape transformations was to bolster their strength for the Chunin exam. Before delving into multiple areas of expertise, it was more advantageous to possess mastery over a single elemental attribute. It is crucial to note that even among those with access to multiple elemental affinities, the strategy in battle typically involves focusing on one primary attribute while enhancing it with a secondary one. This approach is essential for cultivating a powerful combat style, as an individual's energy is finite. Even the renowned third Hokage, after decades of dedicating himself to mastering all 5 elemental ninjutsu, ultimately excelled only in fire and earth techniques. The composite fire-earth ninjutsu he passed to his disciples, the legendary 3, was further divided into Jiraiya, who specialized in fire techniques and summoned toads to amplify his flames, and Orochimaru, who excelled in earth techniques but primarily utilized various snake-related jutsu. As for Tsunade, she focused on taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya understood well the principle of not overextending oneself, and after completing the day's instruction on nature transformation, he instructed his students to return home and rest while promising to teach them techniques suited to their attributes the following day. He then swiftly departed. Oh, the body flicker technique? Such speed. Jiraiya was truly insensible, showing little responsibility. Watching Jiraiya hastily leave, Rika realized her previous remarks had failed to sway him. Damn that sycophant, destined to remain alone and achieve nothing. Why must there always be that last crucial step that eludes her? Well, it cannot be helped, as Jiraiya has his own grand aspirations to pursue. Meanwhile, the ever-optimistic Minato, unfazed by Rika's complaints, amiably invited his friends to join him for a barbecue. Hey, have you been making a lot of money lately? You're so generous to treat us to a barbecue. Upon hearing this, Rika exuberantly embraced the hapless Watergate. It is essential to note that the barbecue business in Konoha is predominantly monopolized by the Akimichi clan, making it a rare luxury for the villagers, akin to the elite class frequently traveling abroad. The essence of this dining experience is exclusivity. Thus, the barbecue from the Akimichi clan holds a status in Konoha comparable to that of a Michelin 3-star restaurant, a luxury unattainable for the common folk. Yet, here is Watergate, who has only been a ninja for a month, audaciously proposing to treat them to barbecue. Surely, there must be an ulterior motive behind such generosity. Otherwise, how could he afford to indulge them in such a lavish meal? Despite having been captivated by the Akimichi's culinary prowess after being treated by Jiraiya, Rika has abstained from dining there since, primarily due to the exorbitant prices. The peculiar advancement of technology in the ninja world, which seems to have stagnated since the end of the Warring States period decades ago, has led to a development trajectory that can only be described as barbaric. This lack of focus on civilian welfare has rendered even barbecue, a seemingly commonplace indulgence, into a luxury item. Such is the hidden economic disparity that often goes unnoticed in the ninja realm. While the Akimichi barbecue is undoubtedly delectable, the price tag akin to that of abalone and lobster weighs heavily on Rika's modest finances. Consequently, she began to suspect that Watergate's seemingly altruistic offer might be driven by ulterior motives. What could they be? Perhaps he is envious of her flying thunder god technique, feeling overshadowed by her prowess, and intends to bribe her for its secrets with a sumptuous meal? Surely not. This seemingly affable young man conceals such intricate machinations beneath his cheerful facade. It is indeed true that those who wear smiles may not always harbor good intentions. I wish to introduce someone to you, Watergate said, unaware of Rika's internal musings as he turned to them with an unexpectedly joyful smile. At that moment, Jiraiya's group had reached the streets of Konoha, where a round-faced girl with red hair approached. Watergate, Jiraiya exclaimed, recognizing the flying thunder god technique. There are discussions surrounding the timeline of events, particularly regarding whether Nagato or Watergate was Jiraiya's first disciple. Personally, I lean towards Nagato being the first, as their encounter occurred when the legendary Sannin gathered in the Land of Rain, dressed in Umbu attire. Given their distinct future outfits, such uniformity suggests they met before the Sannin rose to prominence. Of course, prior to this, Yahiko had expressed a desire to be taught by the Sannin, indicating that they had already clashed with Hanzo and earned their titles. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha faced a 4-on-1 battle, regardless of its strength. The village could only defend due to the lengthy front lines, leaving no resources to send ninjas of the Sannin's caliber to the Land of Rain. Thus, I hypothesized that Jiraiya began training Nagato after the second war concluded. While Jiraiya may be whimsical, he is not naive. He values Konoha's well-being above his comrades in the Sannin. He has made it clear that should anyone jeopardize Konoha, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Therefore, if the Second War were still ongoing, he would not have remained in the Land of Rain for 3 years under the pretense of atonement. After the Second War, the ninja world enjoyed 8 years of peace before the Third Great Ninja War commenced. During this period, I speculate that Jiraiya first trained Nagato for 3 years, then returned to Konoha to teach Watergate for an undetermined time. In the latest work, Watergate Chronicles, Jiraiya leads Watergate's class to the battlefield in the Land of Earth during the Third War, where Watergate engaged in battles against the Four and Five Tails and ultimately developed the Rasengan over 3 years. It has been suggested that Jiraiya taught Nagato the Rasengan, leading to the assumption that Watergate was trained after him. However, this notion stems from the mobile game, where all characters possess the Rasengan regardless of their form. Moreover, discrepancies exist between the manga and the anime regarding the timeline of Nagato's discipleship. In the manga, he becomes a disciple post-Second War, while the anime alters this to the Third War. This inconsistency arises because there was no reason for the Sannin to convene in the Land of Rain during the Third War, especially since Tsunade had developed hemophobia and could not join Jiraiya in battle. The narrative confusion stemming from the early Naruto series has led to numerous adjustments by the animation team, yet it seems that corrections often result in further complications. A critical flaw lies in the age disparity between Watergate and Nagato. Watergate is 6 years older, yet the plot states Yahiko died at 15. The original text indicates that Nagato mastered 5 chakra types by the age of 11, after which he returned to Konoha, subsequently founding Akatsuki with Yahiko. Thus, following my proposed timeline, Yahiko established Akatsuki during the 8 years of peace, later becoming a target for Hanzo and ultimately leading to the organization's downfall orchestrated by Danzo and Obito. During this time, Watergate would have matured into a young man before teaming up with Kakashi to complete the Lost Tower mission. Given that Obito entered the battlefield towards the end of the Third War, he would have just begun his education at that time. The Third War spanned 3 years, followed by 2 years of turmoil before Naruto's birth. Therefore, I posit that if Watergate and the younger generation of ninjas are 16, then Nagato, being 6 years younger, would be 10. This suggests that Jiraiya did not take Nagato as a disciple initially. Instead, he nurtured them until they could survive independently. It is likely that he had not taught them ninjutsu extensively. However, due to the prophecy of the destined child, Jiraiya would eventually return to the Land of Rain to formally accept Nagato as a disciple and impart the art of ninjutsu. Could it be this technique? It resembles it so closely. In the office of the third Hokage, Jiraiya, holding the Book of Seals, questioned in disbelief. "What is it, Jiraiya?" The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, asked curiously, observing Jiraiya's incredulous expression as he approached to find a suitable technique for his disciples. The Book of Seals, maintained by each Hokage, contains scrolls detailing Konoha's forbidden techniques. However, the techniques recorded are primarily those deemed extremely dangerous, difficult to master, and whose effectiveness is questionable, particularly those invented by the second Hokage. For instance, the shadow clone technique, which is pivotal throughout the series, is based on the principle of creating multiple clones from the original. However, this technique is virtually useless for the average ninja. The essence of the shadow clone technique involves dividing one's chakra in half to create a clone. If an individual's chakra is 100 upon using the technique, each clone possesses only 50 chakra. Moreover, the clones are not as resilient as the original. If a clone is destroyed, the original loses half of their chakra before even engaging the enemy. How can one hope to prevail under such circumstances? The technique of multiple shadow clones divides chakra among the clones. If there are 100 clones, each would possess only a fraction of chakra. In such a scenario, not only is it implausible to execute any ninjutsu, but merely maintaining the existence of the shadow clones becomes a formidable challenge. Furthermore, when a shadow clone is destroyed, memories are transmitted back. This is manageable with a single clone, but with many, it could lead to the unfortunate fate mentioned in the original work, where one is overwhelmed by the flood of memories and rendered foolish. Thus, the dangerous jutsu recorded in the Book of Seals are preserved by the Hokage. The notion that the Book of Seals contains all the ninjutsu of Konoha is utterly implausible. Who would willingly share all their techniques with the village? Moreover, even if I did share them, Could you truly master them? Techniques like the secret arts of the boar, deer, and butterfly families might be learned by outsiders. But how could one possibly learn forbidden techniques tied to bloodline limits? Submitting them would yield no benefit. Consequently, the Book of Seals contains perilous techniques that are exceedingly difficult for ordinary ninjas to learn. Jiraiya's visit to his teacher was to fulfill a promise of surprise for his students. However, while perusing the scrolls curated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, his curiosity led him to open the Book of Seals, revealing its mysteries. In his youth, Jiraiya had heard tales of the book from his teacher, but had never seen it firsthand, as it was solely safeguarded by the Hokage, who alone knew its hiding place. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Why the solemn expression? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had indulged Jiraiya's curiosity throughout his formative years, couldn't help but inquire upon seeing Jiraiya's countenance after glimpsing the Book of Seals. Since childhood, Hiruzen had often extolled the wonders of the book and its forbidden techniques to inspire his students. Naturally, the legendary Book of Seals would evoke a sense of longing among the Sannin. Yet, seeing Jiraiya's perplexed demeanor, Hiruzen's curiosity grew. Why did he appear so troubled? No, it's nothing. The techniques inscribed within the Book of Seals are primarily of exceedingly high difficulty and may seem rather impractical for a typical ninja. Thus, despite their inherent danger, the oversight of Konoha regarding this tome is surprisingly lax. After all, mastering ninjutsu is not an instantaneous endeavor. Akin to the time it took Minato Zambu to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, which required years of effort and collaboration among the three. Hence, this laxity ultimately led to Naruto, as a mere academy student, being able to easily steal the Book of Seals. It simply lacked significance. It was merely a symbol related to Konoha and the second Hokage. Much like the so-called Raijin's sword, the personal weapon of the second Hokage, its theft went unnoticed, ultimately meeting a simple fate at Naruto's hands. Such is the nature of the ninja world. In contrast, if this were the real world, the destruction of an antique, especially a sword, would lead to severe consequences. Oh, that antique is less than 100 years old. Then it's no issue. This further highlights a problem within the current ninja world, a superficial accumulation of knowledge. Since the Sage of Six Paths disseminated chakra, the ninja world has endured an era of clan-based warfare, known as the Warring States period, for nearly a millennium. Throughout this protracted time, ninjas replaced samurai as the dominant force, yielding little else in terms of advancement. It was not until Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara united to conclude the chaos of the Warring States and established the village system that ninjas began to accumulate resources. Unfortunately, this accumulation remains insufficient, leading Konoha's leaders to frequently make choices that prioritize the immediate over the substantial. The Book of Seals symbolizes Konoha, yet it is far less significant than commonly believed. Beyond the steep learning curve of the forbidden techniques, it is more crucial that anyone with a favorable relationship with the Hokage can obtain access to view the book, at least in this era. Furthermore, prior to this, fellow Sannin Orochimaru and Tsunade had already perused the book, while Jiraiya, who had been an underachiever and absent from the village for 3 years, had not. Thus, when Jiraiya sought to select a technique for his students, Hiruzen graciously escorted him to his study and presented him with the long-coveted Book of Seals. This exemplifies the bond between master and disciple, fueled by the will of fire. The technique resembles that of the 6 flowers, yet compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, it appears somewhat rudimentary. Could it be that the forbidden techniques recorded in the Book of Seals are all inventions of the second Hokage? While the Flying Thunder God is supposedly the hallmark of the second Hokage, is there an undisclosed secret between the second Hokage and the Sarutobi clan? Regardless of Jiraiya's thoughts, his class was already indulging in barbecued meat. Well done, Minato. I never expected you to quietly pull off something so grand. Sitting with Inuzuka Kiba at the tomato and scrambled egg table, Rika remarked teasingly to Minato while savoring the meat. Is she your girlfriend? You two are definitely in a romantic relationship. Rika-senpai, please refrain from making such embarrassing assumptions. Uzumaki Kushina, one of the few pure-blooded Uzumaki clan members remaining after the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, currently resides in Konoha, watched over by the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Also of the Uzumaki clan, who is now the host of the Nine Tails. Mito, now in her twilight years, has lost the capacity to continue as the host. Thus, for the sake of Konoha, Kushina, an Uzumaki who fled to Konoha, became the best candidate to succeed Mito. Rumors in the ninja world claim that the Uzumaki clan makes the best hosts for tailed beasts and excels in sealing techniques, allowing them to easily wield the power to suppress tailed beasts. Consequently, the Uzumaki clan's homeland, the village of Yuzushio, was invaded by the other four major ninja villages, which suffered under the threat of tailed beasts, leading to their destruction. The fallen Uzumaki clan was subsequently forced into a life of exile within the ninja world, akin to the tragic fates of Nagato's mother, who was killed by Konoha ninjas, and Kin's mother and son, who were used as human meat shields. The Uzumaki, known for their formidable vitality, vast chakra reserves, and talent in sealing techniques, became highly sought after in the ninja world. Possessing an Uzumaki was akin to acquiring a treasure for those with tailed beasts, and even those without would greatly benefit from their presence. Yet, did the Uzumaki clan truly possess overwhelming capabilities to suppress tailed beasts? The answer is no. In reality, the Uzumaki clan does not have any inherent advantage over tailed beasts, as evidenced by Kushina's unintentional susceptibility to the Nine Tails influence while in Konoha. Compared to other hosts, the Uzumaki do not possess any unique ability to suppress tailed beasts. From the conclusion of Naruto, it is evident that the 9 Jinchuriki, particularly the Uzumaki clan, demonstrate a notable deficiency in their prowess as Jinchuriki when compared to other ninja villages, largely due to prejudice and their inherent limitations. This culminates in the fact that during the dire times of the Third Great Ninja War, Kushina did not step onto the battlefield like her counterparts from other villages. The reason is simple. When one side possesses the means to suppress, it is natural for them to disregard the cries of the suppressed. The Uzumaki, with their sealing techniques, regarded the tailed beasts sealed within them as untrustworthy beasts, showing no inclination to comprehend their essence. Consequently, in comparison to other Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki clan, despite their ability to restrain the tailed beasts, emerged as the weakest among them, aside from a certain blonde who lacked sealing skills. As individuals gain leverage over their opponents, they are unlikely to squander time in earnest discussions with their captives. This is the essence of arrogance. Thus, when it comes to combat prowess, the Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan likely pales in comparison to their peers. They possess untold potential, yet return empty-handed, perhaps proving that the Uzumaki, despite being chosen as ideal Jinchuriki, are not as formidable as one might assume. Even the power touted to counter the tailed beasts appears no safer than that of other Jinchuriki. Reflecting on the uncontrolled rampage of Kushina during her time at the Hidden Leaf, it caught the attention of Rika, who scrutinized the tomato-haired girl before her. Uzumaki Kushina, nicknamed Tomato, earned this moniker from her classmates in the Ninja Academy due to her dream of becoming the Hokage as an outsider. This aspiration led to her being bullied by the locals, with the nickname stemming from her striking red hair and round face. Fortunately, Kushina did not succumb to the malice of her peers. She bravely retaliated, even confronting them alongside her ninja brother. Thus, she effortlessly shed the tomato nickname, earning the more formidable title of Blood Red Pepper. At this point, Kushina was still an ungraduated student of the Ninja Academy, having shifted her learning environment from school to a uniquely designed spiral tower in the village, where she studied under an elderly woman of the Uzumaki clan. Were they beginning to cultivate a new Jinchuriki? Listening to the dynamic duo of tomato and scrambled eggs as they exchanged pleasantries, Rika abruptly halted her grilling, narrowing her eyes at them. "What's wrong, Rika-senpai? Why are you looking at me like that?" Perhaps it was the innate perceptive abilities of the Uzumaki clan or Rika's newly acquired ocular techniques, but Kushina felt a sudden chill run down her spine, as if she were prey locked in the gaze of a predator. "Oh, nothing. I was just pondering whether you and Minato are truly not an item." Indeed, while Kushina may be the weakest of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, this did not warrant any disdain from Rika. After all, she was the mother of the chosen one. With such a distinction, Kushina, regardless of her lack of strength, was undoubtedly someone worthy of befriending. "Rika-senpai, how could you say such a thing?" Kushina, blushing fiercely, exclaimed. Her vibrant red hair and equally flushed skin betrayed her emotional turmoil, radiating an intensity that was anything but subtle. The saga of tomato and scrambled eggs had evolved since that fateful moonlit encounter, where one graduated early from the Ninja Academy while the other was summoned by a mysterious figure from a hidden village for guidance. Since that night, their story had only just begun to unfold. Thus, even amidst the ninja world's prevailing maturity, their relationship remained shrouded in a veil of ambiguous longing. With mutual affection, yet an inability to articulate their feelings, Rika teased. It's like a dramatic ninja tale waiting to unfold. The chemistry between the two hinted at a future filled with companionship and shared destinies. Since that is the case, why the delay? The next great ninja war is imminent. You should hasten to marry and bear the child of destiny. Rika, well aware of the narrative surrounding the Hokage, was growing impatient. Thus, under her relentless prodding, the duo blushed and protested that Rika was being exceedingly rude. Is it not clear that, in the absence of denial from either side, their feelings for each other are already apparent? After all, Minato was no fool, despite sharing the same obliviousness as his father. It seems there are no rivals here. In that case, I shall seize the opportunity. Rika giggled mischievously, her ambiguous demeanor leaving her companions bewildered and infuriated, particularly Kushina. Some truths are often overlooked until someone attempts to claim them, at which point resistance arises. Just like now, despite their previous playful banter, Rika's provocation had stirred both to urgency, akin to lovers eager to dispel unfounded rumors about their relationship. Rika, what did you mean by that? Minato, quick-witted, was perplexed by Rika's insinuations. Given their month-long camaraderie, he felt confident that no romantic feelings existed between them. Yet, the question lingered. Nothing. I meant it literally, Minato-kun. Rika teased, her tone playful as she took his hand, her intentions veiled in flirtation. Being a ninja is a perilous endeavor, if circumstances allow. Not possible. Absolutely not. Kushina, in a fit of rage, interrupted, forcibly separating their hands. What is this, Kushina? You said you and Minato were not involved. Why the sudden change? Rika's teasing tone hinted at something amiss, even causing Kushina, in her agitated state, to sense the gravity of the situation. Oh dear. I've revealed too much. Since the flower is already claimed, I shall not intrude upon your intimate moments. Minato, remember to settle the bill. Finally, after a meal laden with subtle flirtations, Rika's antics had compelled them to express their feelings. Now, it was up to them to navigate the subsequent awkwardness. A task no longer of Rika's concern. After all, Minato had been pursuing Kushina from the start, and with Rika's antics stirring the pot, he felt compelled to make a move. Thus, Rika departed, leaving behind a pair of blushing figures enveloped in silence. I have something I wish to convey to you. I too have something to say. After a prolonged moment, their voices echoed in unison. Compared to the satisfying meal and lively conversation enjoyed by Rika, Inuzuka Kiba found himself yearning for a hearty feast. To his dismay, he was unexpectedly whisked away by the mischievous Rika. As it stood, he was still nursing a hunger, having merely sampled a few morsels at the barbecue table to stave off his empty stomach. Inuzuka-senpai, you truly lack the ability to read the atmosphere, Rika teased, her playful demeanor causing Kiba's face to flush with embarrassment. Unlike Minato and himself, Kiba had participated in the tail end of World War II, thus establishing a seniority in the ninja world that was unquestionable. In fact, he was the eldest among the members of Jiraiya's class, now a 16-year-old who already bore the semblance of adulthood. He was of the same age as the Konoha 12 from the Shippuden era, 6 years older than Minato and 4 years older than Rika. It could be said that when Kiba graduated, Minato had yet to even enroll. However, being a 16-year-old still classified as a genin was a consequence of Kiba's inability to gauge the situation. What a pity. Rika's cheerful tone belied the sting of her words, which struck Kiba deeply, causing him to abandon the shyness she had instigated and instead blurt out nonsensical excuses. The reason he remained a genin was simply due to the rapid turnover of his previous teammates, preventing him from participating in the Chunin exams. Oh, so this is your first time taking the Chunin exam, Kiba-senpai? Of course. If it weren't for my family's arrangements, with my strength, I could have been promoted to Chunin 4 years ago. Reflecting on his family's plans stirred a sense of excitement within Kiba. His perseverance had been rewarded, as his prolonged tenure as a genin had granted him the opportunity to be mentored by a master of the Sannin caliber. In comparison, what was there to be ashamed of being a mere 16-year-old genin? Is that so? Rika, unaware of Kiba's familial background, noted that there were indeed many older genin in the upcoming Chunin exams. After all, for civilian ninjas, becoming a Chunin was often the pinnacle of their aspirations, while reaching the level of Jonin was but a distant dream. Perhaps, a special dream of becoming a Jonin could be entertained? Nevertheless, these musings were of little consequence. After all, it was merely Kiba's lineage as an Inuzuka that drew Rika's playful banter. although such remarks may have felt particularly harsh to Kiba himself. Are you nervous? What? Rika's sudden inquiry puzzled Kiba. You shouldn't feel nervous about taking the Chunin exam, right? Of course not. What nonsense are you talking about? I've faced battlefields. There's no reason for me to be anxious about a mere Chunin exam. It was important to note that in the world of ninjas, the Chunin exams were divided into two types. One was held by the ninja villages themselves every 6 months, like the ones attended by Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and a certain undercover agent who had participated in numerous Chunin exams. The other was a joint Chunin exam organized by major ninja villages in collaboration with smaller ones, such as the Grass, Rain, and Waterfall villages, as well as their allies. This type of exam was primarily for spectacle, serving to showcase the might of the major villages and attract clients for their services. In the original Naruto series, Konoha hosted such an exam during Naruto's generation, and in Shippuden, Gaara organized another to display the renewed strength of the Sand Village. Beyond that, even the Chunin exams that appeared in Boruto were merely those held within the village itself. Joint Chunin exams, being of great significance, were always grand affairs. And with Konoha currently lacking activity in this regard, it was clear that Rika and her peers were only participating in the most ordinary of Chunin exams. Unlike the joint Chunin exams, which featured written tests, survival challenges, and arena battles, the village-hosted Chunin exams consisted of written assessments, intelligence gathering, individual combat, strength, and team cooperation, collaboration, and command. This information was publicly available in the village, almost as common knowledge as the subjects one would encounter in a college entrance examination. Such evident information required little effort to discern. A mere modicum of attention would suffice. Thus, Kiba, being an experienced ninja, was brimming with confidence regarding the Chunin exams. Is that so? Kiba-senpai, you really are quite confident. Rika encouraged, listening to Kiba boast about his abilities. The village-hosted Chunin exams appeared to be manageable, as even someone like little Obito nearly passed, alongside Kakashi and Rin who became Chunin together. Of course, perhaps that was due to Konoha being in a state of war, necessitating a relaxation of the exam's difficulty. Of course, not only do I have confidence in myself, but I also have faith in all of you. I believe we will pass the Chunin exams and become Chunin together. Kiba, embodying the spirit of a young adult, openly expressed his thoughts, seemingly interpreting Rika's words as praise. Is that so? So, that's what Kiba-senpai thinks. But have you considered that if we all become Chunin, wouldn't Jiraiya's class disband? Rika began, only to pause upon noticing Kiba's bewildered expression. You still have much to learn, Rika, but it's understandable, with your youth and current abilities. You likely devote all your time to training, which has led to your limited perspective. Is that so? Reflecting on her own experiences, where she spent her days either eating and sleeping or idly participating in missions while occasionally revealing her prowess, Rika felt a wave of wistfulness. You are a girl, after all, and it's natural to have such concerns, thinking that a ninja team should consist solely of friends from one's own squad. However, the truth is that ninja teams are open to new members and cooperative operations. Without delving into the morose topic of former team members who had perished or defected, the reality was that being a ninja did allow for breaks. After all, humans are social creatures. And despite the rigorous training ninjas undergo to cultivate patience and suppress emotions while on missions, necessary relaxation after tasks remains indispensable. Thus, when the original team fell short in numbers, the village would reassign personnel to assist in completing missions. For instance, Shikamaru had once led Team 12, and Sakura had participated in the Chunin exams alongside the Inuzuka and Nara clans. Whether due to personnel adjustments or mission arrangements, brief team reassignments were quite reasonable. The only constant was the ninja team number etched in 1's memory, apart from 1's own departure. Do you understand now, Rika? Kiba assumed that Rika felt sentimental about the prospect of their team being disbanded if they all succeeded in the exams. However, Rika's true concern lay in the stubbornness of Jiraiya, who seemed utterly resistant to change, intent on finding his destined successor. Oh, what a troublesome matter. Hey, Kiba, are you familiar with the village? After a moment of contemplation, realizing they could not assist, Rika shifted the topic. Familiar? I suppose so, considering I take Akamaru out for walks every day. When there is a matter, one should address the senior. When there is none, one may simply call by name. Inuzuka Kiba, after mentally critiquing Rika's fickleness, responded. D. Junmaru, a rare giant dog of the Inuzuka clan, exhibited a fierce exterior with its muscular build, indicative of its boundless energy. In order to channel D. Junmaru's restless spirit, Kiba took it upon himself to take the dog for long walks after enduring rigorous training each day. Year after year, this routine remained unchanged even before leaving the village. Although his physical exertion as a ninja was sufficient to satiate D. Junmaru's excess energy, the monotony of Konoha persisted without alteration. Thus, Kiba could confidently claim familiarity with the terrain of Konoha. Yet, in an act of humility, he modestly remarked that his knowledge was merely adequate. Is that so? Then, Kiba-senpai, are you aware of a ramen shop called Ichiraku in Konoha? The exact inception of Ichiraku ramen remains unclear, but it is certain that it was established during the tenure of the third Hokage. The earliest appearance of Ichiraku in the timeline of the Hokage can be traced back to the Lost Tower movie, where Aoyama attended the grand opening of Ichiraku ramen. A multitude gathered to witness Uncle Ichiraku prepare ramen, likely drawn by his reputation. After all, it is improbable that anyone would visit a ramen shop simply to watch others prepare it without indulging in the dish itself. Even if the young Ichiraku was indeed handsome, such a spectacle seemed unnecessary. Ichiraku ramen? Kiba was taken aback upon hearing the name from Rika. In his recollection, there seemed to be no ramen shop by that name in Konoha. Is it newly opened? I have no knowledge of such a ramen shop in Konoha. Where did you hear about it? After reflecting on his past memories, Kiba ultimately shook his head, indicating his unawareness of Ichiraku's existence. Is that so? What a pity. I was hoping to treat you to a bowl of ramen, but it seems you are simply out of luck. Whistling, Rika walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her head. It's quite absurd to designate a restaurant for a treat that one is uncertain exists, only to abandon it if it does not. Kiba found himself at a loss for words regarding Rika's capriciousness. Truly, he was unsure how to address her behavior. Alas, who could blame her for being the strongest among them? All right then, since I'm in a good mood, I shall treat you to a meal to celebrate your lack of social awareness. What a peculiar reason for celebration, Kiba thought, bemused by Rika's unorthodox personality. Ultimately, he found himself seated in a small establishment not far from a barbecue restaurant, under Rika's guidance. They occupied a window seat, allowing a view of a jovial duo preparing tomato scrambled eggs at the barbecue. It seems they have succeeded, but it's no wonder. After all, having experienced the classic trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress, coupled with Minato's unparalleled looks and emotional intelligence, winning a girl's heart would indeed come easily. What success are you referring to? Are you particularly interested in Minato? Kiba pondered if Rika's thoughts had been consistently occupied by Minato, questioning if her earlier remarks held truth. Do not misconstrue. I am simply concerned about the future of the ninja world. Interrupting Kiba's impolite assumptions, Rika retrieved chopsticks from the restaurant and placed them near her food. The future of the ninja world? Do you believe Minato is the so-called child of destiny mentioned by Jiraiya? Kiba, who had been momentarily lost in thought, was finally jolted back to reality. It appeared that any man would inevitably be captivated by heroic narratives, subconsciously projecting themselves into those tales. After all, Jiraiya had stated that among his disciples, one could potentially change the world. A child of destiny, as interpreted by Rika, could indeed be the next generation. But they must be a disciple of Jiraiya. Why can't the child of destiny be me? Kiba mused, lost in contemplation, neglecting even the curry rice he had initially been eager to devour. Clearly, he had entered a reverie. Meanwhile, Rika found herself deep in thought over her curry. In just a few decades, and with Konoha not even a century old, extraterrestrial invaders would descend upon the ninja world. One could not help but note the peculiarly brief history of the ninja realm, wherein monsters appeared in rapid succession, much like bamboo shoots after rain. As the narrative unfolded, it seemed inevitable that conflicts would escalate from world wars to interstellar battles, rendering the life of a ninja seemingly devoid of future prospects. Perhaps one ought not to be a ninja at all? Gazing at the ingredients in her curry, Rika suddenly unearthed a business opportunity. In the future, over 70 years from now, the son of the Hokage, accustomed to lavish feasts, and the eldest grandson of Konoha's leading clan would become enamored with a particular dish. He even forsook Haiga's cuisine to partake in it with his friends. This dish, with its undeniable allure, is one that even manga readers would recognize. It is none other than the hamburger. One cannot deny the infinite charm of fast food. Greasy, flavorful junk food often pleases the palate most. Now the question arises, in the late 30s of Konoha, would there be potential in establishing a fast food restaurant? Yes, I have already begun researching the concept of paradise of affection. Indeed, Rika believed she had devised a brilliantly inventive side business plan, yet due to financial constraints, she currently lacked the means to turn this idea into reality. Ultimately, after bidding farewell to the duo preparing tomato scrambled eggs, Rika prepared to return home. Kiba had intended to invite her to his residence, the Inuzuka clan's territory, to showcase their adorable ninja dogs. However, Rika politely declined. Without the requisite ninjutsu to accompany them, such dogs would hardly enhance a ninja's prowess. Thus, whether out of a desire to bolster her family's business or for some other reason, Rika had ample justification for her refusal. After all, one must maintain a sense of distance. Farewell, Kiba-senpai. With those words, Rika vanished in a flash of golden light. What a marvel! The body flicker technique is truly convenient, Kiba mused, watching her depart with envy. When would he possess such a dazzling and formidable ability? Homeward bound. Using the flying thunder god technique, Rika instantaneously returned to her abode, collapsing onto her bed in exhaustion. Space-time ninjutsu is known for its considerable energy consumption, and due to its unique nature, creators were compelled to impose substantial drawbacks to prevent it from becoming insurmountable. For instance, after employing Kimui once, Kakashi would begin to feel drained, while Sasuke would need to recuperate after utilizing the heavenly hand power multiple times. Even Kaguya, having consumed chakra fruit, acknowledged the immense toll it took on her. While it is common knowledge that space-time ninjutsu is demanding, the Flying Thunder God stands apart from this categorization. Developed by the second Hokage, this space-time ninjutsu primarily functions for surprise short-range assaults on objects marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, rendering it inherently less energy-intensive than other forms of space-time ninjutsu, which often have aggressive capabilities. Once the seal is established, the energy expenditure of the Flying Thunder God only increases with distance, remaining unchanged otherwise. However, Rika had just teleported over a considerable distance from the street back to her home, resulting in a significant drain on her energy. It was akin to a student, unaccustomed to physical exertion, running laps under the scorching sun, leading her to feel quite fatigued. Although physically fatigued, Rika's mind remained remarkably active. Lying on her bed, she inadvertently recalled her two performance-based tasks. One required her to become a novelist, presumably needing to reach a level akin to that of Jiraiya in the future to obtain worthwhile rewards. The other task demanded the development of a new power system. This task was undeniably challenging, yet it was also deceptively simple. After all, creating an entirely new power system is no trivial endeavor. However, due to the complexities introduced by the films, side stories, and short skits, Rika felt that she might actually be able to accomplish this task. Currently, the dominant force in the ninja world is chakra, born from the fusion of physical and spiritual energy within a person. The detectable chakra attributes include the 5 elemental natures of wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Additionally, there exist hidden yin-yang and space-time attributes, which cannot be externally detected and must be developed independently or inherited. Chakra is a unique power exclusive to the Naruto universe, yet it does not solely belong to the ninja world. In fact, chakra is an external element brought by the Tsutsuki clan a millennium ago. The Tsutsuki clan are interstellar marauders with an almost infinite lifespan, allowing them to traverse the cosmos in search of life-bearing planets to plant their precious god trees. They wait patiently for these trees to bear fruit, draining the life energy from entire planets and rendering them lifeless. For countless ages, the Tsutsuki clan has obliterated innumerable life-sustaining planets through their tree-planting endeavors. However, a twist of fate in the ninja world allowed chakra, this wondrous power, to disseminate throughout the realm. Even animals, aside from humans, can cultivate chakra. Furthermore, the Naruto universe has seen the emergence of numerous extraordinary powers that do not belong to chakra. Although these powers have, to varying degrees, been eroded by chakra over the ages, their former glory can still be discerned from their established lore. For instance, the spirits of the land of demons, along with the powers of the accompanying priestesses, stand as a testament to this. There is also the mind-reading monster sealed within the bliss box of the land of grass. Additionally, there are the monk warriors of the Fire Temple, a certain elderly martial artist from Konoha, and a wish-granting genie akin to Aladdin, who has been asleep on a beach for an indeterminate duration, capable of fulfilling 3 wishes for its summoner. These powers are indeed remarkable and may potentially aid Rika in her quest to complete her tasks. Or perhaps not. it remains uncertain. After all, the Naruto universe is one of the most comprehensive realms of abilities, making it exceptionally challenging to carve out a distinct path within it. Rather than fixating on this, it would be more prudent for Rika to await the system's issuance of additional tasks. Currently, her system has been relatively generous, though the path to receiving tasks appears elusive. It seems that only through personal involvement or meaningful discourse will the system deign to present her with tasks. Beyond that, it remains silent, leaving Rika in ignorance of anything aside from her own attribute panel. In light of this, Rika tentatively murmured her willingness to participate in the CH-NIN exams. And in the next moment, a task refreshed in her task list. Professional task, CH-NIN exams, task description. Now that you have embarked on the path of a ninja, the ambition for promotion and salary increase is an unavoidable aspiration for every professional. Therefore, please become a CH-NIN by passing the upcoming CH-NIN exams. Task reward. A random ninja card of a certain rank. To her astonishment, she had indeed triggered a task. It was merely a tentative statement, and yet it had resulted in an activation. This unexpected turn of events left Rika taken aback. Reflecting on her past experiences, those first kills and initial missions, none had triggered tasks. Was it possible that her lack of casual remarks had caused her to miss numerous opportunities? How could that be? If that were the case, she would have suffered a significant loss. With this thought, Rika sat up in bed, angered, and retrieved paper and pen. I shall remember this grievance. No, wait, it is time to transform this indignation into motivation. Rika resolved to eliminate the tasks lingering on her task list. She decided to start with the seemingly simple, yet complex novelist task, contemplating what themes could captivate the ninja world as profoundly as Jiraiya's works in the future. She suddenly had an epiphany and swiftly penned 4 characters, Paradise of Affection. It is quite possible that Jiraiya never imagined someone could adapt his work into something of their own. What lies behind this? Twisted human nature, moral decay, the eruption of desire, or the desperation of longing? This led to the fact that even Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection was preemptively claimed. The entertainment resources in the ninja world are scarce. Could one not produce an original work? Rika's answer was a resounding no. Moreover, she not only wished to avoid originality, but also sought to merge existing ideas. After all, although Paradise of Affection enjoyed a notorious reputation, it had never truly showcased the content that permeated its narrative beyond its cover. Information regarding Paradise of Affection reveals that it was serialized by Jiraiya at the age of 42 and, upon publication, became an instant sensation, establishing itself as a best-selling adult book in the ninja world. Subsequently, Jiraiya became the wealthiest best-selling author in the ninja realm, reportedly able to easily repay Tsunade's long-standing gambling debts. Paradise of Affection is primarily divided into 3 volumes. Naruto gifted the final volume to Kakashi upon his return after 2 years of training, indicating that there are likely 3 main volumes along with various special editions and extras. Due to its overwhelming popularity, Jiraiya continued to write sequels, such as Paradise of Violence and Paradise of Tactics. Of course, the content of this explicit work has never appeared in the Naruto storyline. However, one might wonder, how could one speak of things they have never personally encountered? It is merely a forbidden book. After all, such things can be grasped with mere effort. After a moment of contemplation, Rika raised her pen and began to write. Aben's performance at the Ninja Academy was less than stellar, but after 3 years of repetition, he graduated and was assigned to a commendable ninja team. With confidence and a clear outline in mind, Rika wrote with fervor, albeit with a hint of embellishment. Yet, she suddenly realized that this endeavor could lead to her being critiqued for a lifetime. At this moment, 3 months remained before she would embark on a new chapter in her life. The following day, Rika, having not slept all night, attended Jiraiya's class with a weary spirit. The purpose of the gathering was straightforward: to confirm their participation in the upcoming CH-NIN exams, set to commence in less than a month. Generally, each ninja village hosts 2 rounds of CH-NIN exams annually, one in the spring and another in the autumn. The graduation period for ninja academies is typically scheduled for summer, and since Konoha experiences snowfall in winter, the timeline is relatively clear and accommodating. However, for Jiraiya's class, which had only graduated a little over a month prior, participating in the current CH-NIN exams seemed a bit precipitous. Compared to his fellow Sannin, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, Jiraiya appeared to be an inadequate mentor. This distinction is not solely reflected in the prowess of the disciples. but also arises from the divergent philosophies of the master and apprentice, leading to inevitable conflicts that culminate in direct confrontations. Jiraiya, burdened with the fate of guiding the destined child, has 3 disciples. Nagato of the Rain Country, who wields the Rinnegan, epitomizing one of Jiraiya's most disheartening narratives. Upon confirming the death of his disciple, he showed no inclination to return to the Rain Country to investigate the circumstances surrounding the demise of the one he believed to be the destined child, a choice that ultimately foreshadowed his own tragic end. Perhaps, had he returned to the Rain Village upon receiving news of Nagato's demise, the impending tragedy could have been mitigated. The second disciple, Minato, from Jiraiya's own class, emerged as the illustrious 4th Hokage, renowned as the Yellow Flash of the ninja world. The legacy left behind by Jiraiya indirectly met its end at the hands of his own pupil, a narrative that follows a conventional trajectory. The third, Konan, presents a relatively more favorable tale, yet it ultimately yields no significant change. In contrast, the disciples of the other legendary Sannin, while perhaps not as formidable as Jiraiya's pupils, exhibit a far greater respect for their teachers. For instance, Tsunade's disciple, Shizune, is a successor of the esteemed Kato Dan, entering Tsunade's tutelage through familial connections. Although she could not master Tsunade's unique techniques like the Yin sealing or extraordinary strength, she nonetheless acquired a substantial grasp of the medical ninjutsu developed by Tsunade, allowing her to become a competent medical ninja. During her time accompanying Tsunade as both a disciple and personal assistant, Shizune ultimately ascended to the role of Hokage's secretary, reaching the pinnacle of her career. Another of Tsunade's disciples, Sakura Haruno, mastered all of Tsunade's ninjutsu, her strength rivaling that of her peers, save for Naruto and Sasuke. Notably, both Shizune and Sakura exhibit profound respect for their teacher, never betraying her trust, in stark contrast to others. Ultimately, Jiraiya met his demise at the hands of his own disciple, whereas Orochimaru, despite his death, was resurrected and manipulated by his own pupils. Orochimaru, both in Konoha and the ninja world, garnered countless followers and admirers, among whom 3 can be identified as his true disciples: the inconsequential Mitarashi Anko, Orochimaru's biological progeny Uchiha Sasuke, and the adept Kabuto Yakushi, who surpassed his master. Anko serves merely as a tool for resurrecting Orochimaru. Sasuke, after enduring 3 years of rigorous training alongside Naruto, swiftly vanquished the new Team 7 with a single Chidori strike, coincidentally shattering the chakra of the 9 tails. In Sasuke's eyes, the likes of would release, tailed beasts, Umbu, and elite J-Nin pale in comparison. He could easily dispatch them at a whim. At this moment, the gap in strength between Sasuke and Naruto is at its zenith. Undoubtedly, this remarkable achievement is a testament to Orochimaru's meticulous cultivation over the past 3 years. In contrast, Naruto, who trained under Jiraiya for the same duration, emerged with little more than the Rasengan, and then he seemed to vanish. The wind-release chakra transformation was taught by Asuma. The Rasengan was a concept left by Minato. Sage mode was imparted by the Toads. And controlling the power of tailed beasts was facilitated by Killer Bee's assistance. Aside from the Rasengan and summoning technique learned 3 years prior, Jiraiya failed to fulfill his role as a teacher. Indeed, he not only neglected to teach, but also borrowed skills from his students. Learning the Rasengan from Minato allowed Naruto to produce the best-selling Ica Paradise. To witness a master like Jiraiya in such a dismal state is truly astonishing. As for the Chunin exams, Jiraiya's resolve was unwavering. Those meant to stay could not be held back. Rika did not press the matter. After all, there are numerous other places to explore aside from Konoha. Once the concerns are alleviated, Rika would not refuse the opportunity to shine publicly and garner acclaim for herself. Regarding the potential troubles associated with the Flying Thunder God technique, it is worth noting that the refined version developed by Aoi is far superior to the one recorded in the Sealing Book, thus minimizing the chances of misunderstanding. However, the outcome remains uncertain. Upon this contemplation, Rika nodded in agreement to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Wonderful, Rika. With you on our side, we are bound to succeed in the Chunin exams. Minato and Inuzuka Kiba, who had already agreed to partake in the exams, eagerly awaited Rika's response. Upon hearing her affirmative, they could not help but feel exhilarated. Kiba had long harbored aspirations of advancing to Chunin through the exams. Although Minato had only recently graduated, he was eager to gauge his abilities against others. At the very least, Participating in the Chunin exams would broaden his horizons. Previously, Rika had expressed reluctance regarding the exams, which had instilled a sense of hesitation in her companions. Now, with her agreement, their excitement was palpable. Is everyone choosing to participate in the Chunin exams? That is splendid. Jiraiya, too, felt a swell of joy. After all, no other disciples from the other legendary Sannin had yet emerged as Chunin, while he had already guided a group through the process. Even if Jiraiya considered himself lacking in teaching prowess, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. Although he may not have been the best teacher, he still imparted valuable lessons. Subsequently, Jiraiya honored his promise to conduct special training for them before the Chunin exams. First, he attended to Kiba, who possessed both wind and earth attributes, although he had yet to grasp the corresponding chakra transformations. Fortunately, Jiraiya possessed expertise in both attributes, thus providing Kiba with a scroll detailing his insights on the dual elemental transformations. Jiraiya, particularly adept in fire and earth-based ninjutsu, was an elite J-nin solely based on those skills. With Jiraiya's insights in hand, Kiba undoubtedly received a significant advantage. Upon seeing Kiba eagerly unroll the scroll detailing earth-release transformations, his joyful expression indicated that he had gained much from this encounter. Next was Minato. You excel in speed-oriented combat and possess an extraordinary sense of battle instincts and reflexes. Therefore, I have prepared a scroll focused on the body flicker technique for you. Additionally, if you can master the final technique, feel free to consult Rika if you have any uncertainties. As Jiraiya presented another scroll to Minato, he exclaimed, "Yes. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei." Minato joyously accepted the scroll, confident that it would significantly enhance his abilities. However, he found Jiraiya's final remark peculiar. What did he mean by "if you can learn the final technique? Consult Rika if you have any questions"? Could it be? As Minato unrolled the scroll and read the final technique, he looked at Rika in disbelief. Oh, it's the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon witnessing Minato's reaction, Rika quickly understood the situation. Jiraiya had discovered the Flying Thunder God technique recorded in the sealing book and recognized its similarities to his own technique. But he had refined it further, rendering the original version somewhat rudimentary. As previously mentioned, the techniques inscribed in the sealing book were all forbidden arts created by the second Hokage, characterized by their high danger levels and formidable training challenges. Even more techniques remain in a developmental or conceptual phase, left indefinitely in a half-finished state within the Book of Seals due to the untimely demise of the second Hokage. Among these, the most renowned are undoubtedly the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World reincarnation. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze made substantial improvements to the casting tools, the technique itself, and the sealing methods, ultimately developing advanced variants such as the Flying Thunder God, second stage, and the Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. The Impure World reincarnation, too, reached its formidable potential only after decades of refinement by Orochimaru and Kabuto. Nevertheless, this technique remains imperfect, as evidenced by the inherent risks of potential backlash, highlighting the perilous nature of the forbidden techniques documented in the Book of Seals. Now, Jiraiya has audaciously transcribed the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique from the Book of Seals and presented it to Minato, an act that seems incredibly irresponsible. Jiraiya's actions left Rika speechless, unsure of how to express her incredulity. Finally, after Jiraiya earnestly dismissed Minato and Inuzuka Kiba, he approached Rika with a serious demeanor, saying, "Rika, whether in technique or talent, you are remarkably exceptional, surpassing any genius I have encountered. Furthermore, your combat style has already crystallized. If I were to forcibly teach you something, it would be of no benefit and could even prove counterproductive. Currently, I possess no techniques or training methods that suit you, so I wish to hear your thoughts on what you desire." "Really? You'll listen to me? Anything is possible." Rika tilted her head inquisitively at Jiraiya. "Of course, as long as it is within my capabilities," Jiraiya confidently assured her. "That is wonderful. Then let us start with 10 forbidden techniques from Konoha." Rika initially intended to say this, but just then, a voice resonated in her mind. Special task activated. Special task, Jiraiya's promise. Task content. Jiraiya intends to fulfill one of your wishes. Please choose one wish from the following options for Jiraiya to assist you with. Option 1. Have Jiraiya procure an autograph photo from Orochimaru. Option 2. Request Jiraiya to write a novel featuring you as the protagonist. Option 3. Ask Jiraiya to help you apprentice under Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu related to breast enhancement. Task Reward. Random Ninja Card Level 1. Upon reviewing the newly presented task, Rika found herself deep in thought. The rewards for completing the task were the same, despite the differing options. Thus, she considered the quickest way to fulfill the task, which would be to select option 1 and have Jiraiya obtain an autograph photo from Orochimaru. After all, asking Jiraiya to write a novel felt somewhat peculiar. Even though he may not yet be the best-selling author he would become in the future, how long would it take to write a novel? Moreover, Jiraiya had a notorious reputation for being a lackluster author, even having his disciples ghostwrite for him, while he was currently preoccupied with seeking the Child of Destiny. Who knew when he would actually get around to writing something? The timeline for completing option 2 was uncertain, potentially stretching indefinitely. As for option 3, Tsunade had once mentioned that such medical ninjutsu was an innate talent, suggesting no such technique for breast enhancement existed. If it did, Sakura, who inherited all of Tsunade's teachings, would not be called Sakura-chan. Even if there were such a technique, could Jiraiya even procure the opportunity? He might just receive a powerful punch from Tsunade in response. Moreover, the time and learning costs were significant. Medical ninjutsu is among the most challenging to learn, requiring extensive theoretical knowledge comparable to that of advanced studies, alongside precise control of chakra. This difficulty is evident, as only Sakura among the 12 ninja was deemed capable of mastering it. Undoubtedly, from asking Jiraiya to help her to then apprenticing under Tsunade and attempting to learn an uncertain medical ninjutsu, Rika had little desire to pursue it even if she succeeded. Thus, option 3 was the most challenging to complete, followed by the efficiency-dependent option 2. Strangely, the simplest option was the first one. However, the relationship between Jiraiya and Orochimaru was one of mutual disdain cloaked in a bond of rivalry and concern for one another. Given their contentious dynamic, it was worrisome whether Jiraiya would have the audacity to approach his longtime rival, Orochimaru, for an autographed photo. Despite that, Rika felt resolute in her decision. With a smile, she looked at Jiraiya and said, "Well, Jiraiya-sensei, considering your sincerity, I want to make it difficult for you. Could you kindly procure an autograph photo from Lord Orochimaru? That should be simple enough, right?" "Oh, is it that simple? Wait, who did you say?" Jiraiya's expression shifted as he suddenly felt a sense of betrayal. How could this be? This is the first time I am taking on a disciple who admires the legendary 3, and the first time I am sending my meticulously groomed, albeit exaggerated, disciple to the Chunin exams. These two joyous occasions should bring me double the happiness. Yet why? Why is there a devotee of Orochimaru among my disciples? Orochimaru, I asked Jiraiya-sensei to seek an autograph photo from Lord Orochimaru for me. How about it, Jiraiya-sensei? This should be an effortless task for you, right? Of course. What a joke. Never underestimate my connections, Jiraiya declared, puffing out his chest. The relationship between Jiraiya and Orochimaru mirrored that of Hashirama and Madara, Kakashi and Obito, or Naruto and Sasuke, each viewing the other as a rival while being deeply intertwined as friends. This twisted male camaraderie within the world of Naruto presents a unique perspective. Unfortunately, Rika, being female, lacked worthy opponents to challenge, thus observing from the sidelines. Yet, she remained oblivious to the tension, unable to intervene in the unfolding dynamics. And so, the torment from Rika began. May I ask why it must be that guy, Orochimaru? Honestly, if it were my autograph or Tsunade's, it might be even more valuable. Especially mine. How many autographs would you like? I can provide as many as you desire. Despite their shared status as members of the legendary 3, Jiraiya remained stubbornly unwilling to concede to Orochimaru. Beyond their childhood rivalry, Jiraiya did not wish to be overshadowed by Orochimaru. Now, with a disciple who seemed to idolize Orochimaru more than himself, Jiraiya felt a profound sense of failure. It was akin to pursuing a romantic interest only to discover she had long been enamored with someone else, and that individual could effortlessly win her affection with mere words. Such a realization was undeniably humiliating. Even among the legendary 3, the relationship between Jiraiya and Orochimaru was far from amicable. Lu Hua discerned Jiraiya's emotions and thus began to elucidate. Upon hearing her words, Jiraiya fell into a sudden silence. Indeed, as companions who spent every day together, it seemed they hardly understood one another. Jiraiya perceived Orochimaru as a prodigy, the most esteemed disciple of their master, which bred feelings of jealousy and led him to regard Orochimaru as a lifelong adversary. Conversely, Orochimaru viewed Jiraiya as merely mediocre, having fortuitously acquired formidable strength and a summoning contract with the creatures of Mount Myaboku. Yet he was superstitious about the prophecies of those toads and regarded Jiraiya as an idiotic underachiever, inexplicably antagonistic towards him, given their outward conduct. Their relationship had persisted in a state of competitive yet inexplicable harmony throughout their years as ninjas. Now, with Liuhua's remarks, Jiraiya suddenly gained a fresh perspective on himself and Orochimaru. Due to their lack of rapport, Jiraiya's journey would undoubtedly be met with ridicule from Orochimaru, which served as my punishment for Jiraiya's abandonment of us. With that, Liuhua turned on her heel and departed, leaving Jiraiya to bitterly smile in place. Abandonment? Such a harsh term. Although endowed with talent, Liuhua was, after all, still just a young girl, her sentiments perhaps overly sensitive. Yet did I truly err? Jiraiya sank into contemplation. The following day, Jiraiya sought out Liuhua and presented her with a photograph. Special mission. Jiraiya's promise has been fulfilled. Rewards are being distributed. You have obtained a ninja card. Uchiha Sasuke, Hawk Squad. Please check your inventory. This is a relic left by my parents. Ninja card. Uchiha Sasuke, Hawk Squad. It turned out to be the legendary ninja god, Hawk Sasuke. Hawk Sasuke was the first ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village to possess a combination technique, pioneering the mechanism of combined skills. His formidable abilities, coupled with the invincibility frames of his normal attacks, allowed him to seamlessly execute skills and combination techniques from the moment he made his entrance, establishing him as an unparalleled ninja of his time. Even after enduring several major nerfs, his popularity remained unwavering, with his strength consistently holding in the top tier. It was precisely because he had been toned down that he required greater skill and fundamentals, thus earning him the titles of Skill Ninja and Ninja God. This was indeed an unexpected gift. Turning the photograph over, Liuhua beheld Orochimaru clad in the traditional green ninja vest of the Hidden Leaf, standing with an upright posture, his malevolence barely concealed, alongside the flamboyant calligraphy of his name. This photograph appeared to be a form of identification. What is this? Is it an ID photo? Jiraiya? Couldn't you have found a more flattering picture of the person for a signed photograph? Unable to contain herself, Liuhua could not help but voice her critique. After all, Orochimaru was not exactly handsome. This was the most presentable photograph of him that I could find. Unlike me, who can effortlessly take stunning pictures. In response to Liuhua's comment, Jiraiya could not resist indulging in a bit of vanity. Really? If you insist, I might just relay your exact words to Orochimaru-sensei. Liuhua tilted her head mischievously. Please don't. It's not Orochimaru's fault for his lack of charm. It's best not to provoke him. Although Liuhua was reluctant to refrain from such antics, Jiraiya remained obstinate, oblivious to how he had managed to procure Orochimaru's signed photograph. All right, I shall keep it a secret. Ultimately, Liuhua forgave Jiraiya, for he had indeed acquired Sasuke for her, thus honoring the bond between their mentor and disciple. Without further ado, Liuhua promptly chose to utilize the Sasuke ninja card. You have used the ninja card, Uchiha Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan. You have gained the abilities Manjiki Sharingan, left Amaterasu, right vacant, swordsmanship, and fire style, great fireball technique. Chidori series techniques. You have acquired the skills. Chidori sharp spear, launches a bolt of lightning that crashes into the ground. Chidori blade, a 3-stage technique. The first stage is an invincibility frame with a sliding thrust, the second stage is a stab, and the third stage is a teleportation while retracting the blade accompanied by lightning. Amaterasu pierces the opponent with a giant bird feather to create multiple grabs, then erupts with black flames that continuously scorch the opponent. What splendid abilities! Having already experienced counterattacks, Liuhua was now eager to discover the practical manifestations of invincibility frames. However, it seems she had overlooked a crucial detail. I have fulfilled my promise to you. So can you forgive me now? Liuhua, your eyes? Jiraiya, who had intended to appease Liuhua, was taken aback by her current appearance. Her red eyes, adorned with a 6-pointed star, emanated a foreboding aura, reminiscent of the ominous gaze that Sarutobi-sensei held towards the fearsome Uchiha clan. Sharingan. How is this possible? Shouldn't the Uchiha Sharingan only display 1, 2, or 3 tomo? What is this 6-pointed star? One I seem to rival 2 of theirs. Is it a mutation? Or is it not even a Sharingan? Even among villagers, the Uchiha clan's exclusivity prevented them from easily divulging information regarding the Sharingan. Even those who could genuinely harness the Sharingan-esque capabilities were rare within the Uchiha clan, thus maintaining the secrecy surrounding it. Apart from the village's higher-ups who experienced that era, information regarding the Sharingan was scarce. Consequently, in light of the lack of information, Jiraiya dared not speculate, but cautiously inquired about Lu Hua's eyes. Oh no, could it be that I've truly become Uchiha Lu Hua? Just as she contemplated how fortunate it was that the evil king's true, I was right, while Hawk Sasuke's Amaterasu was left, thus they could be considered complementary. Lu Hua was startled by Jiraiya's unexpected question. Oh no, it's all my fault for not realizing that apart from the techniques. My appearance did not change when I used the blue water card, leading me to mistakenly believe that all ninja card utilizations would yield the same result. After all, using the blue water card didn't result in me donning the vest of a jonin from the hidden leaf, did it? Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. The reason she did not change with the blue water card was that blue water was exclusive to secret techniques, whereas Hawk Sasuke was a bloodline ninja, and he was still in the state of activating the Manjiki during his battle with the Eight Tails. In fact, he was only halfway through that battle, just beginning to comprehend Amaterasu without having yet learned to manipulate the elements. Thus, upon receiving the ninja card of Hawk Sasuke, it was entirely reasonable that the newly acquired Manjiki Sharingan would manifest uncontrollably. Unfortunately, the timing of its appearance was ill-fated, revealing itself in front of Jiraiya, a disciple of the Hokage, who was inherently cautious of the Uchiha clan. This is the final relic left to me by my parents. Being ninjas, their profession was to gather intelligence, and for them, deceit held little significance, easily discerned. Jiraiya, being an exceptional intelligence ninja, made it exceedingly challenging to lie in his presence. Hence, Lu Hua opted to obfuscate her response. A relic from your parents? Observing the melancholy that enveloped Lu Hua after only speaking half a sentence, Jiraiya, who had previously gathered information about her, silently filled in the gaps of her sorrow in his mind, sympathetically ruffling her hair and saying, Your parents sacrificed themselves for the hidden leaf. They were both great ninjas. Yes, but could you kindly remove your hand from my head? Coming from the Hidden Leaf village, the act of ruffling hair held a different connotation for Lu Hua. However, considering that Jiraiya had assisted her in becoming a ninja, Rika decided to endure his presence for the time being. The past was behind them, and there was no need to linger in sorrow, for surely her parents would not wish for her to remain ensnared by past pains. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei, I am somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave now. At that moment, Jiraiya, still inexperienced and less weathered than he would later become, offered somewhat cliché and dry words of comfort. Yet, this allowed Rika the opportunity to express her desire to depart. Indeed, rest well and recuperate your spirits. Do not dwell on those unhappy thoughts. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Observing Rika's retreating figure, Jiraiya contemplated the necessity of investigating her parents' circumstances. If her surname was indeed Namikaze, then the issue likely lay with her mother. However, it would be prudent to first look into the couple who perished during the Second Great Ninja War. As he watched Rika leave, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. In truth, even within bloodline clans, it was not guaranteed that every member would awaken their ancestral abilities. The absence of talent, coupled with the pervasive fear engendered by unending warfare, often led members of bloodline clans to withdraw from their families, seeking to escape the conflicts among ninjas. Those with diluted bloodlines, lacking strength and the requisite resolve, found themselves marginalized. Remaining within the clan served little purpose other than to consume resources. Thus, as long as one had not awakened their bloodline limit, possessed no exceptional abilities, and was willing to forfeit their surname, they could generally extricate themselves from the clan unless the family faced dire circumstances. Of course, those who bore the clan's name enjoyed its protection, while those who renounced it became outsiders. Nevertheless, bloodline clans were bound by power and familial ties, and it was not impossible for one to return to the fold after abandoning their surname. Upon awakening their respective bloodline limits, the clan would reach out to them, seeking to reintegrate them under the guise of safeguarding their abilities. However, Jiraiya, who had previously investigated Rika's family background, knew that her parents were merely ordinary leaf ninjas, with no indications of possessing any bloodline limits associated with their ocular abilities. This raised questions. Was it a case of bloodline regression, a mutation from mixed heritage, or perhaps an entirely new ocular bloodline limit? The chakra of the ninja world was peculiar. It was a blend of physical and mental energies, a vital life force. Experienced ninjas could sense another's chakra, deducing their state and personality. Compared to human deception, chakra was unwaveringly truthful. Thus, when Jiraiya sensed Rika's chakra, which bore a chilling resemblance to the Uchiha Sharingan, he could confidently surmise that her crimson, six-pointed star eyes might indeed be a form of Sharingan, despite their differing patterns. At that time, the youthful Jiraiya was unaware of the Uchiha clan's secrets or the intricacies of the Mangekyou Sharingan, leaving him only to speculate. Meanwhile, after revealing her Mangekyou Sharingan to Jiraiya, Rika began to contemplate her future. Upon confirming her ability to freely activate and deactivate her Sharingan, akin to the Uchiha, a thought struck her. Could she perhaps masquerade as an Uchiha? Despite the Uchiha clan's deteriorating situation since the third Hokage's reign, they remained a formidable lineage, wielding independent law enforcement and legislative powers, including control over the village's prison. Even a mere three-tomo Sharingan could afford Rika a life far superior to the meager existence she currently endured. Furthermore, the hidden techniques of the Uchiha clan offered enticing prospects for those who could successfully impersonate them. The only downside was the potential attention from some adversarial figures. If she wished to escape her current meager living conditions, perhaps she could leverage her newfound Mangekyou to join the Uchiha clan? Contemplating this, Rika pushed open her door, revealing her modest single-room suite, far inferior to Naruto's standalone home. After all, he was a renowned Jinchuriki, while she was destined to remain an unnoticed statistic, a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Clearly, her parents, as common ninja, lacked the means to bequeath her any significant inheritance. Even posthumous ninja compensation would barely suffice to lift her from the confines of an orphanage. Thus, she would attend ninja school on that stipend and tread the path her parents once walked, fighting for Konoha. In a sense, one could argue that this was merely a form of paid labor. Others received monetary compensation, while Konoha demanded lives. Fortunately, she had fortuitously found herself under Jiraiya's tutelage, even if he was far from an exemplary instructor. I am so tired. I shall leave the matter of that invincible turning technique until tomorrow. With that, Rika closed the door and collapsed onto her bed. Perhaps due to the awakening of her Mangekyou, the surge of mental energy left her feeling fatigued. Much like the tremors following an adrenaline rush, if she were engaged in battle or training, this surge would invigorate her. But now, with no preparations for the CHNIN exams, she found herself utterly bored. Thus, after this overwhelming burst of energy, she longed for rest to acclimate. Sleep would effectively alleviate her weariness, and so she succumbed to slumber. As the sun rose high, Rika, still groggy, was roused by a commotion. Extending her hand from beneath the covers, she grasped the alarm clock and glanced at it. Nearly 4 in the afternoon. Who could it be? Rubbing her eyes, she noticed her vision had significantly improved. Upon opening her door, she was greeted by Minato, who stood before her, holding a scroll. Minato? Rika, are you taking an afternoon nap? Minato, avoiding her gaze, seemed unsure where to look. Rika, sensing his discomfort, adjusted her clothing to ensure it covered her adequately. What brings you here? Please, come in. Yawning, she stepped aside to allow Minato to enter. This is your room? It feels quite different from other girls' rooms. Awkwardly, Minato attempted to spark a conversation. Oh, so you've been to many girls' rooms, have you? How delightful. I shall be sure to recount this fact when I next meet that red-haired girl. Please, Rika-senpai, have mercy and do not do that. The innocent boy could not withstand Rika's teasing, and before long, he conceded. Finally, under Rika's playful gaze, Minato revealed his purpose. Though I am unsure if this is appropriate. Jiraiya-sensei mentioned that I could seek your guidance if I had any questions. After a moment's hesitation, Minato produced the scroll that Jiraiya had given him. This technique is called Flying Thunder God, developed by the second Hokage, intended for decisive victory over foes. However, its difficulty level is exceedingly high, without the requisite talent. Even years of study may yield no results. Thus, I would like Rika-senpai to guide me in mastering this forbidden technique. The difficulty of cultivation is formidable. Without the corresponding talent, even years of devoted study may yield no results. Thus, I seek guidance from you, Senior Rika, in mastering this forbidden technique. The heavenly dance of the swallow and the flying thunder god technique share a remarkable similarity, so I implore you to mentor me. Bowing deeply, Minato made a heartfelt request to Rika, who was merely 2 years his senior. Minato, you still resemble Haruno Sakura. Rika, without uttering a word, fetched 2 cups and filled them with water, presenting one to Minato. After taking a sip, Minato anxiously awaited her response, fully aware that a ninja must forsake emotional attachments. Even if his request had been mentioned by Master Jiraiya, it still felt rather abrupt. Should Rika agree to assist him, it would be a matter of personal connection. If she refused, it would be entirely within her rights, thus making Minato feel uneasy. What would Rika's answer be? The Flying Thunder God was Minato's signature technique, a testament to his inherent talent for its mastery. He could likely decipher the technique on his own without Rika's guidance. Yet, here he was, seeking her assistance. And the enormity of such a favor, especially from the illustrious future 4th Hokage, was not lost on him. In terms of emotional and logical reasoning, Rika had no valid excuse to decline. The potential for a future favor loomed large, creating a bond of sorts. Would you like my help in your training? I accept, for I have recently conceived a new technique that I wish to experiment with, Rika declared, her tone cheerful. Really? That's wonderful, Rika. Minato began. But upon seeing Rika's enigmatic smile, he wisely held his tongue. After bidding farewell to Rika's modest abode, Minato led her to a training ground with a serene atmosphere. The area was marked by a smooth expanse of grass, a few training dummies, and several targets hanging from trees, likely homemade. It's quite tranquil here, and rarely does anyone come. Which is why I usually train here, Minato explained as Rika surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. Oh, is that the reason for your elaborate explanation? Are you perhaps hoping for something beyond mere friendship to blossom here? Rika quipped, unimpressed with Minato's justification, as she took the scroll detailing the Flying Thunder God technique from his hands. The scroll contained the original version of the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the 2nd Hokage, unrefined and straightforward, relying solely on coordinate marking and teleportation. While the concept appeared simple, its execution was anything but. For instance, when the 2nd Hokage first employed the technique, he marked a kunai with the Flying Thunder God mark, teleporting to his enemy's blind spot and swiftly executing a lethal strike before they could react, effortlessly dispatching Uchiha Azuna, who was deemed flawless by the 2nd Hokage himself. After a moment's contemplation, Rika feigned seriousness. So, you establish a temporal coordinate through marking and then transfer? Indeed. This mirrors my heavenly dance of the swallow and the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's innate ability was the Flying Thunder God, yet the methodology he employed was more sophisticated than the 2nd Hokage's initial version. Coupled with the unique defensive mechanisms of his village, it enabled him to distinguish between the two techniques. The most apparent difference was that the Flying Thunder God was a mere teleportation, a fleeting shimmer of light. In contrast, Minato's own technique radiated brilliance, like a flash of gold or the blue glow of the Rasengan. This led Minato to instinctively differentiate between the two. Rika, can you guide me in learning this ninjutsu? Minato inquired eagerly, aware of her confidence in her abilities. I can, but first, I must see what level you have achieved. Now, demonstrate your understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, Rika requested, tossing the scroll back to him. Minato, upon hearing Rika's demand, was taken aback, offering a resigned smile. I haven't mastered it yet? That made sense. After all, he had only acquired the technique yesterday. If he had perfected it by today, there would have been no need to seek her out. In the original timeline, only Minato and the 2nd Hokage were proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. The rest were merely a trio who had trained for over a decade to execute a combined Flying Thunder God teleportation. This illustrated the daunting challenge of mastering the technique. Yet, some individuals could learn the Shadow Clone technique in a heartbeat after merely glancing at the sealing scroll. Comparatively, it was a delicate matter. And although Minato hesitated to voice his thoughts, he was aware of the underlying truth. Well, is there any aspect you find unclear? Rika inquired. Indeed, Minato replied. Under your explanation, I realized my struggle lies in grasping the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique and understanding the sensation of time and space, which hinders my ability to utilize it. Rika pondered for a moment, contemplating how to help Minato comprehend the intricacies of time and space. With her abilities reliant on the system, she found teaching others to be somewhat challenging. The process for executing the Flying Thunder God technique begins with inscribing the mark, she explained, rolling up Minato's sleeve and leaving her mark upon it. Then, you teleport to the vicinity of the mark. In an instant, Rika vanished from in front of Minato, only to appear behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder. The speed of her movement was astonishing. and Minato only realized her position when she touched him. Had they been engaged in combat, he would have met his demise. This display of power ignited within Minato a fervent desire to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Familiarity with this combat style allowed for countless applications of the technique, such as teleporting others alongside oneself. With a swift motion, a kunai was launched into a tree. In a flash of golden light, Minato materialized beside the kunai. 40. Cultivating spatial awareness. The process of executing the Flying Thunder God technique is generally as follows. Is there anything else you find unclear? Rika asked, having swiftly relocated to her marked kunai, removing it with ease. Is it knowledge regarding time and space? Minato pondered aloud. Even with a comprehensive understanding of the technique's principles, he struggled to translate theoretical knowledge into practical application. I have yet to grasp the ability to leap through the Flying Thunder God mark. Minato succinctly articulated his difficulties, prompting Rika to swiftly identify the core issue, the perception of spatial and temporal power. Just as one must possess the appropriate attributes to utilize corresponding ninjutsu, the foundation for employing space-time ninjutsu lies in possessing the talent for space-time attributes. However, such attributes, akin to yin-yang attributes, exist outside the 5 principal elements and cannot be detected by chakra paper. Yet, discerning whether one possesses the talent for space-time manipulation is a relatively straightforward endeavor. Just as the power of darkness embodies the spiritual energy of creation, the power of light represents the life force that breathes existence into form. To ascertain whether one possesses an innate talent for space-time manipulation, one need only observe their proficiency in the art of summoning. This technique, known as summoning, is an extraordinary skill within the ninja realm. It not only allows the summoner to call forth spirit beasts to aid in battle, but also enables the sealing of weapons, tools, supplies, and even food within scrolls for later summoning. There exist even summoning scrolls for the legendary 7 ninja swords, where the swords are scattered across the world. Yet only those skilled in summoning can retrieve them. As long as the sword remains, it can be forcibly summoned. The applicability of summoning techniques is remarkably broad, and those who master it often possess an undeniable affinity for space-time abilities. To comprehend the essence of space-time, beginning with summoning techniques is undoubtedly the most fitting approach. After all, the principle behind the Flying Thunder God technique is not dissimilar to that of summoning. Both rely on coordinates to facilitate instantaneous movement. In fact, it is plausible that the second Hokage was inspired by the summoning technique in developing the Flying Thunder God. Rika relayed her hypothesis to Minato, who nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning quite compelling. However, the truth was that Minato himself had yet to master summoning techniques. He lacked a spirit beast and did not possess the extravagant combat style of a certain affluent individual. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that, at the tender age of 10, he had yet to acquire the skill of summoning. Fear not. Your inability does not preclude Jiraiya from assisting you in mastering the art of summoning, Rika reassured him. Jiraiya was indeed a seasoned practitioner of summoning, having the mighty toads of Mount Myaboku as his allies in battle. He could even tailor his summoning approach based on the unique abilities of these toads. For instance, he could designate a summoning landing spot to unleash a devastating surprise attack from above, or summon smaller toads and conceal himself within them, employing a technique akin to toad concealment. Furthermore, there was the toad binding technique, which involved summoning the innards of a massive toad to digest the enemy's jutsu. This technique genuinely summoned the toad's insides, rather than transporting the enemy into the toad's body. Such a plethora of summoning techniques serves as a testament to Jiraiya's prowess in this art. Jiraiya? Minato's expression shifted to one of perplexity. He recalled that it was Jiraiya who had suggested seeking Rika's guidance, only for Rika to now imply that Jiraiya would be the one to teach him. Minato felt as though he had become an unwelcome burden, being shuffled between 2 irresponsible figures. If you prefer not to seek out Jiraiya, I have another solution, Rika noted, perceptive of Minato's sentiments. Minato possessed an innate talent for learning the Flying Thunder God technique, which was exceptionally strong. The reason he had yet to master it was akin to a novice learning to ride a bicycle. The initial struggles often lead to falls. However, once one grasps the sensation, the knowledge becomes ingrained. At present, Minato simply required that sensation, and Rika was uniquely positioned to help him experience the essence of space-time ninjutsu through one of her secret scrolls. The scroll for space-time ninjutsu contained all the attributes of the Flying Thunder God technique. Though the manifestation differed, the core principles remained largely consistent. After all, Minato sought merely the instantaneous movement of the flying thunder god. He had no need for skill grinding. Moreover, the necessity of unfurling the scroll underground before utilizing it in reality indicated that these secret scrolls could be utilized in the physical world. Akin to the scientific ninja tools depicted in Boruto, simple to use yet powerful. With this in mind, Rika intended to present the space-time ninjutsu scroll to Minato, confident that, given his prodigious talent, he might indeed unravel the mysteries of space-time and execute the flying thunder god. However, before she could do so, Minato interjected, "Rika, could you continue using your technique to transport me? Perhaps I might grasp the essence of space-time through that experience." Minato, imbued with sudden confidence, resembled someone who, having observed another drive, believed they could do the same. Remarkably, there are indeed individuals who can drive after only a single demonstration, even engaging in drifting without a license. And Minato appeared to be one of those rare talents. Thus, with a swift motion, Rika unleashed a flurry of flying thunder god kunai, executing her technique. The heavenly soaring swallows light and shadow dance. Amidst the cascade of kunai, Rika clasped Minato, transforming into a brilliant flash of gold. To prolong the display of her skill, she continuously employed the second phase of the flying thunder god to catch the kunai midair and hurl them back, extending the performance's duration. Yet, despite her efforts, the duration of the heavenly soaring swallow's light and shadow dance extended only a few seconds before ceasing. As her muscle memory guided her to drop 3 kunai to the ground, Rika turned her gaze to Minato. How was that? The process of teaching another is indeed intricate, particularly for Rika at this moment. She hoped Minato could channel the spirit of his son, Boruto, and instantly master the flying thunder god technique, as if he had merely glanced at the summoning technique and understood the shadow clone jutsu. Regrettably, such hopes proved to be mere fantasies. Observing the clear bewilderment in Minato's eyes, Rika realized that he had made no progress. "I believe I may have moved too quickly for you to comprehend. The disorienting sensation brought on by the spatial displacement is an exceedingly challenging obstacle to overcome. This distortion of time and space can only be mitigated through extensive experience and exceptional intuition. Moreover, the flying thunder god technique I employed is arguably among the most advanced. And given that it was not executed by Minato himself, it is entirely understandable that he struggled to react. I merely perceived a fleeting blur." Minato attempted to articulate his confusion. Meanwhile, Rika contemplated how she might facilitate his understanding of space-time perception. Perhaps if she slowed down the speed of her technique, he would be able to grasp it. Rika once again threw a kunai and then grasped Minato, continuing the moment of instantaneous movement. This time, she made a concerted effort to execute the motion slowly, hoping to allow Minato to witness the process clearly. However, the nature of the flying thunder god technique, designed for swiftness, eliminated any unnecessary steps that could delay its execution. It required no hand seals. As long as there was a marking, the summoner could instantly teleport. Thus, even if Rika deliberately slowed her movements, the act of throwing the kunai and then teleporting remained too swift for Minato to comprehend. Noticing the perplexed expression on Minato's face, Rika realized her previous attempts had been futile. With Minato's consent, Rika's flying thunder god technique began to flicker continuously. In the secluded training ground, golden light flashed incessantly until the sun dipped below the horizon. "I've exhausted my chakra. Did you feel anything at all?" Taking a deep breath, Rika tossed the kunai to the ground and, panting, inquired. A sense of familiarity began to emerge, yet Watergate awkwardly scratched his head and said, "How about we give it another try, Rika?" If it weren't for the genuine sensation he felt, he would never have allowed Rika to accompany him in practicing the flying thunder god technique for an entire afternoon. Although that feeling occasionally surfaced, he remained at a loss as to how to grasp it, rendering him unable to activate the technique and leaving Rika utterly fatigued. "Who cares about you? I'm starving. It's late at night, and I didn't even have lunch," Rika retorted, having woken up at 3 in the afternoon after sleeping until then, and then practicing the flying thunder god with Watergate for 4 hours without feeling anything. She was exhausted. After all, aside from those monstrous beings that could take on thousands, a ninja's endurance was typically limited. Lacking the physical prowess of those creatures, a true ninja's battles seldom lasted beyond a few minutes. After 4 grueling hours of practicing the flying thunder god with Watergate, Rika found herself in a state of chakra depletion, her head spinning with fatigue. All she longed for was a hearty meal, a hot bath, and a good night's sleep. Despite her impatience, she placed her hand on Watergate's shoulder and said, "All right. This is the final attempt. If you still don't sense anything, you'll have to seek Jiraiya tomorrow to learn the summoning technique. After all, it's merely an intermediate ninjutsu, and quite simple." Teaching others was indeed a challenging endeavor, especially for someone like Rika, who lacked substantial skills and was more of a natural talent. It proved to be a difficult task, as she struggled to impart knowledge and often ended up misleading her students with fanciful tales. Perhaps the most pressing matter for her was to enhance her own theoretical understanding. Contemplating this, Rika placed her hand on Watergate's shoulder and declared, "Now, pay close attention. This truly is the last attempt. If you don't learn it today, it will be lost to you." With that, Watergate nodded gravely. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped them, and by the time Watergate regained his senses, they had returned to Konoha. "Rika, did you set up the technique's markers in the village?" he asked, marveling at the resemblance between the flying thunder god and the heavenly soaring swallow technique. He was astounded by Rika's proficiency with the jutsu. "Yes, it's quite simple. Once you master the flying thunder god, you will be able to do the same," Rika responded, unabashedly embellishing her claims, fully aware of Watergate's admiration. After all, he was among the most formidable figures in Konoha, alongside the likes of the experienced Obito, healthy Itachi, intel-savvy Jiraiya, the kickboxing expert Guy, and the brainy Sasuke. After sharing a meal with Watergate, the two parted ways. Rika emphasized the importance of balance between work and rest, urging Watergate to take some time for himself. Meanwhile, she decided to practice the Flying Thunder God on her own. Ugh, why do I feel like I forgot something? Upon returning home and shedding her clothes to enter the bath, Rika suddenly recalled that she hadn't yet played with her eagle Sasuke. She realized she had spent the entire day exhausted without even testing the invincible combination skill of eagle Sasuke. Damn it, Watergate wasted my time. Glancing at the bathroom mirror, Rika blinked and activated eagle Sasuke's six-pointed star Mangeki Sharingan. After a moment's thought, she closed her right eye and reopened it, revealing a golden eye radiating with a sinister glow. Unfortunately, the right eye's ability had yet to be activated, leaving her uncertain about its potential. After observing her reflection for a while, Rika retracted her ocular technique and hurriedly made her way to the public bath. Unlike others, her modest dwelling lacked a private bathroom, so she had to settle for the communal bath. "Ugh, I'm exhausted. I need to wash up and get some sleep," Rika sighed. Life was not easy, and if circumstances allowed, she would not have chosen to bathe in a public facility, not to mention hygiene concerns. The idea of a certain elderly figure constantly playing with a crystal ball in the Hokage office was off-putting. It seemed she needed to find a way to purchase a house. Meanwhile, Watergate, watching Rika depart, closed his eyes to reflect for a moment. Suddenly, a spark lit up in his gaze, and in the next instant, a kunai marked with a symbol flew from his hand. 42. Jeet Kune-do. What luck today? I happened to run into a lovely lady at the bath. Humming a cheerful tune, Rika felt particularly elated. It was no surprise that the place under constant surveillance by that old monkey was filled with talented individuals. Moreover, due to the aesthetics of the era, the public bath was not filled with older women, but rather had numerous attractive young ladies bathing. Even during the time of the 12 Young Ninjas, Konoha's public baths remained popular, often frequented by groups of them. This phenomenon also stemmed from Japan's cultural context. The world of Naruto, set in a backdrop that blended ancient and modern elements, naturally allowed for encounters with beautiful girls in communal baths. While the technological backdrop of the Naruto universe appeared odd, it was actually quite fitting, resembling a creation inspired by Japan's historical context. If one were to equate the conflicts from the time of the Sage of Six Paths, spanning back a millennium, to Japan's Edo period, then the establishment of the ninja villages by Hashirama and Madara could be likened to the Meiji Restoration. Fast forward to the time of the 12 Young Ninjas, it resembled the Taisho era. The ninja world at this point was akin to Japan during the Meiji Restoration, where wealthy urban dwellers were the first to embrace new inventions, while rural villages gradually adopted new technologies based on socioeconomic disparities. This disparity explained why some ninjas had access to electrical appliances while others still relied on oil lamps. Rika found herself in an era of rapid modernization, where new inventions clashed with traditional practices. This disparity was evident in the attire of older ninjas like Jiraiya, who still donned traditional Japanese garments, while the newer generation, including Watergate and Rika, opted for more practical clothing. In the subsequent era, the 12 young ninjas would be almost exclusively clad in athletic wear, reflecting their westernized evolution. Yet, the catalyst for this ninja world's Meiji restoration was not a black ship, but rather the enigmatic Black Zetsu. Rika pondered the connection between Black Zetsu and technological advancements, feeling that there was indeed a link. After all, the laser weaponry associated with the Rinnegan in science fiction was nothing short of explosive. Imagining the Sage of Six Paths wielding the Rinnegan in combat against Kaguya, Rika struggled to maintain her composure. What was this strange sensation of temporal dislocation? Enjoying a refreshing glass of milk from the bathhouse, Rika's spirits lifted. Thanks to Japan's communal bathing culture, she was able to appreciate the youthful beauty of many girls. However, she was left with a sense of unfulfilled longing as she returned the milk bottle and gathered some change before donning her casual attire to leave. At this hour each day, the young girls of the village gather for their communal bathing, prompting Rika to insist on returning to the scene to indulge her eyes. However, after this period, Rika has had little activity in Konoha. After all, she is now a ninja of the Leaf Village, a military base in the Land of Fire. And if one were to assess her, she might still be considered a soldier. Much like the armies of the past that prohibited the carrying of mobile phones, some individuals, upon completing their military service, find themselves detached from society. In the current Konoha, there are no air conditioning or internet amenities, as technology has yet to reach such advancements. Thus, during the long night, after Rika has washed away her fatigue with a hot bath, she finds herself devoid of sleep and lacking means to pass the time. Perhaps she should return to find Minato and see if she could help him master the Flying Thunder God technique sooner. Though the technique's effects are simple, its power is undeniable, and mastering it would undoubtedly elevate Minato's abilities significantly. As a teammate, Minato's growth would also benefit her. Moreover, guiding characters from the original narrative to learn their future signature techniques is indeed a fascinating endeavor. Yet, Rika finds herself lacking in teaching skills, unable to convey even the abstract methods akin to how Naruto teaches the Rasengan. No, if Naruto can abstract it that way, there's no reason her teaching should fall short. Determined to impart knowledge to Minato the following day, Rika was suddenly interrupted by an untimely notification. Ding! It has been detected that under your careful guidance, Namikaze Minato has mastered the forbidden technique, Flying Thunder God. Congratulations on achieving the accomplishment. I feel like I have always lived in her shadow. Achievement name. I feel like I have always lived in her shadow. Method of acquisition. Teach a skill to someone before they have mastered it themselves. Evaluating teaching rating. Upon assessment, your current teaching rating is. You will receive a reward, random level ninja card. Reward distribution in progress. Distribution complete. You have obtained level ninja card. Rock Lee, master of Jeet Kune Do. What? A ninja from the underworld, the Jeet Kune Do King Lee? As Rika opened the newly acquired ninja card, she gazed at the image of Lee, clad in a white tank top and black training pants, wielding nunchaku, and felt a surge of emotion. This individual is certainly formidable. He is capable of enduring attacks without injury during the 8-hour online period, and at the peak of his abilities, he could withstand full assaults without losing health. His unique evasion mechanism allows him to dodge even grappling attempts. Once the skill is activated, he relentlessly pursues his foes. However, returning to the topic at hand, has Minato already learned the Flying Thunder God? Rika was astounded by Minato's comprehension as she struggled to grasp it, only for him to succeed upon her departure. Did she inadvertently hinder his progress? Yet, considering the valuable ninja card Minato had provided her, Rika silently forgave him and proceeded to examine the details of the Jeet Kune Do card. You have used ninja card, Rock Lee, master of Jeet Kune Do. You have acquired the abilities, martial arts, Jeet Kune Do. You have gained the skills, fist technique, leg, kick technique, nunchaku, proficiency with nunchaku. And Jeet. When Jeet Kune Do is used in conjunction with the 3 attack methods above, attacks gain enhancement, resulting in the following. The first enhancement enters an evasion state, allowing you to avoid all damage. The second enhancement is the Jeet Kune Do Inch Punch, which allows you to dash forward and grapple your opponent, delivering significant damage and sending them flying. Jeet Kick. The enhanced move of Jeet Kune Do is Lee's 3 kicks, delivering 3 consecutive kicks in midair. Jeet Nunchaku. The enhanced move of Jeet Kune Do is Dragon Tiger Dance, executing a wide swing with a nunchaku followed by a downward smash. During this move, you maintain invincibility. Passive. A combination of fist, leg, and nunchaku can deal grapple damage, and when the opponent's health is sufficiently low, it triggers an additional finishing move. Passive 2. Using Jeet-kyun do twice consecutively and employing any attack method will activate the ultimate move, Fierce Dragon Crossing the River. Rika felt invigorated after reviewing the ninja card's information. This character is undeniably remarkable, even if he is merely a ninja. After utilizing the ninja card and feeling the surge of martial arts techniques and evasion capabilities flooding her mind, Rika could not help but exclaim in delight. With such power, even if she claims to be the foremost martial artist in Konoha, few would dare to dispute it. Unable to contain herself, she threw a punch, feeling the air crackle and swirl around her. Rika stated with unwavering confidence, especially since Might Guy might not even be in school yet, and his father, that perennial genin, was even less noteworthy. Even if he desperately opened the 8 gates, he would still need to catch her evasive Jeet-kyun-do moves. Dodging grapples with Jeet-kyun-do makes evading the 8 gates seem effortless. This is the unassailable confidence that the prowess of Jeet-kyun-do instills in Rika. The art of Jeet-kyun-do is truly formidable. Neon ninjas cannot be underestimated. Though merely a level ninja card, Minato unexpectedly bestowed upon her a valuable treasure. However, speaking of which, has Minato truly learned the Flying Thunder God? Under her tutelage, Minato has mastered the technique. While Rika has acquired the achievement, I feel like I have always lived in her shadow, with her teaching rating also evaluated. Therefore, she has been rewarded with a level ninja card. This raises the question, is this non-task-related achievement capable of being triggered repeatedly? If so, glancing at her Rasengan and Minato, with only a level ninja card, Rika felt the allure of the ninja beckoning her. After all, in a certain sense, the Rasengan is indeed a technique of Minato's own creation, and there are detailed training processes for it depicted in the anime, which Rika recalls. With her theoretical knowledge at its peak and the Rasengan being less reliant on innate talent than the Flying Thunder God, which is shrouded in mystery, Rika is filled with ample confidence in teaching Minato the Rasengan. Perhaps she might even conjure up another ninja card. Rika eagerly anticipates this prospect. Yet, the system has always been as silent as the grave, offering no insights beyond task notifications. Even when Rika has questions, it remains mute, forcing her to navigate the uncertainties on her own. She resolved to test her theory the following day. If she could trigger the achievement, it would be splendid. And if not, she would not have lost anything. Having facilitated Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan, Rika could already envision the bright future of the illustrious Flashing Hound. Speaking of the Flashing Hound, it reminded Rika of a certain video featuring Minato in his youthful prime, where he was unable to evade Lee's Jeet-kyun-do. The video depicted Minato employing his full arsenal of skills in a relentless assault, only to have Lee effortlessly evade every attack and counter with an inch punch. Now, Rika embodies the essence of both Minato and Lee, even accompanied by an eagle-eyed companion. With such favorable circumstances, wouldn't it be fitting to put the Flashing Hound through a rigorous trial? Rika pondered the appropriateness of this endeavor. All right, the inherently mischievous Flashing Hound. Tomorrow I shall personally come and give you a thorough lesson. Thus, unbeknownst to Minato, Rika cheerfully made her decision. One wonders if Minato sensed anything amiss, perhaps a chill running down his spine, but Rika had already resolved to unleash a combination attack on him the next day. It would be a delightful bout. Now, having settled on her plans for tomorrow, what should she occupy herself with in the meantime? Perhaps she could continue writing Paradise of Affection? As ninjas undergo similar rapid transcription training, coupled with Rika's rich memory from reading novels, she had long since completed the first volume of her work, Paradise of Affection, and sent it to a publisher specializing in colorful literature. Now she is waiting for the publisher's response after submitting her first volume. The fate of her work remains uncertain, and currently, Rika has no interest in writing any drafts. Even with tasks at hand, she ultimately chooses to return home and sleep, overwhelmed by boredom. How frustrating. In this cursed era, we must endure several more decades before the advent of appliances, air conditioning, and the internet. Once more, I shall create a ninja world with the internet. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Rika awoke early, not from a natural slumber, but because Minato had come knocking at her door again. Not only did he call, but he also excitedly demonstrated the Flying Thunder God technique he had just learned the previous night. The Flying Thunder God. being a space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to teleport to marked locations. Indeed permits the user to freely choose their landing point, provided they are near the mark. So, what on earth is he doing sneaking into a young girl's home at such an hour? Minato, get out of here. Angered by Minato's unexpected presence, Rika hurled a pillow at him. At that moment, Minato realized his intrusion was inappropriate and swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish, leaving only the pillow behind. Ah, disturbing my dreams, are we? Just you wait, Minato. I shall make you pay for this. Today, you will face my wrath. One would assume that Minato, who once charmed girls under the moonlight in his youth, possessed a high emotional intelligence. However, reality dealt Rika a harsh slap, proving that both Minato and Naruto were naturally clueless. As for charming girls under the moonlight, that was purely a matter of timing and luck. After dressing and freshening up, Rika teleported to Minato's location using the Flying Thunder God mark she had placed on him yesterday. I'm sorry, Rika. I was just too excited. Minato quickly apologized upon seeing her suddenly appear before him. You can already use the Flying Thunder God technique? Rika inquired, not answering his question. Yes, indeed. Last night, I suddenly grasped the secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique and successfully executed it. I was so exhilarated that I stayed up all night studying it. I thought you would be awake by now, which is why Minato explained apologetically, observing his energetic demeanor. Rika could tell he had indeed pulled an all-nighter and had been engaged in some physical activity, so she reluctantly forgave his rudeness. However, while his life might be spared, he would not escape punishment. Come at me, Minato. Let me test your skills. Minato hesitated at her words. But at that moment, Rika suddenly drew a kunai, channeling lightning through it as she turned and thrust it towards Minato. The combination strike. Minato, unable to evade in time, was struck by the lightning and sent soaring into the air. Learn the Rasengan from me, Rika commanded. Hesitation only leads to defeat. Minato, the Flying Thunder God is a technique of incredible speed, and only those who are decisively calm can wield it. Otherwise, it becomes a hindrance. The Eagle combination technique can ensnare its targets so thoroughly that they cannot even substitute themselves, forced to endure until it concludes. The reality of ninja combat is perilous. A single misstep can lead to irreversible consequences. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Minato found himself ensnared by Rika's combination technique, convulsing from the electric shock, barely managing to utter an acknowledgement. After a while, Minato recovered from the paralysis induced by the Chidori. Was that your new ninjutsu, Rika? His interest in her newly displayed technique surpassed even his own recent experience of being incapacitated. Indeed, it's a lightning-based ninjutsu, and I've named it Chidori. Kakashi is about 10 years younger than Minato and hasn't even been born yet, let alone developed the Chidori technique. Hence, Rika boldly claimed the credit for its development. Really? Rika, you've grown stronger, Minato remarked, realizing the vast gulf between their abilities. He once thought himself a genius while charming girls under the moonlight. But in comparison to Rika, he felt utterly insignificant. The newly learned Flying Thunder God technique was acquired under Rika's guidance, and she had even mastered the superior technique known as the Flying Swallow Dance. Additionally, he recalled the blue Rasengan technique she had previously showcased, and now she had developed the Chidori? Why does this newly created technique have such a mundane name compared to those impressive ones? Minato silently lamented. Yet he recognized the disparity between himself and Rika. She was indeed an unparalleled genius, and any ninja's talent would pale in comparison to hers. Minato sighed in resignation. Upon hearing his remark, Rika's expression shifted. What's wrong? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Standing with her hands on her hips, Rika felt a surge of confidence, embodying the essence of a master, truly deserving of her newly acquired title as a martial arts master. Really? I can't believe it. Minato expressed his incredulity. Typically, ordinary ninjas could only aspire to the nin level at most, and their ninjutsu would barely reach the level of basic techniques. Such abilities could only encompass common ninjutsu, let alone the powerful secret techniques. Yet now, Rika claimed she would teach him her secret techniques? It was astonishing. Possessing extraordinary reflexes, Minato had observed Rika's techniques, noting that she rarely formed hand signs when executing her secret techniques. Particularly with the Chidori, he had never seen her form the necessary seals. With just a lift of her hand, the blue chakra sphere would appear to assist her in defeating enemies. All of this convinced Minato that her technique was likely a legendary no-seal ninjutsu. To be able to activate a technique without forming seals is no ordinary ninjutsu. And for her to propose teaching such a secret technique to him, was this really true? Minato felt a sense of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Of course, if you ask me, as a comrade, I could reluctantly make it happen, Rika declared proudly, hands on her hips. The Rasengan is a no-seal ninjutsu. And given Rika's combat style, Minato could envision how well her technique would complement the Flying Thunder God. However, wait a moment. I, Minato Namikaze, love to prove those who are overconfident wrong. Minato exclaimed. Why? There's a new ninjutsu to enhance my strength, and it can be combined with my own techniques. The Flying Thunder God only provides movement capability without offensive power, much like how the second Hokage paired it with weaponry. The Rasengan is undoubtedly one of the most suitable techniques for a Flying Thunder God strategy. But Minato was not about to refuse. Hearing Minato decline, Rika was taken aback. She couldn't discern his motives for refusal. Just like you, I want to develop a ninjutsu that suits me, and then name it something even cooler than yours. Minato beamed with his signature sunny smile, revealing his intentions. Do you think developing a ninjutsu is easy? Recalling the original work. It took Minato 3 years to develop the Rasengan, which left Lu Hua feeling apprehensive about Minato's intentions. After all, she already possessed the Rasengan. It was difficult for her to conceive what other suitable teleportation techniques Minato could possibly develop. Could it be that he had preemptively researched the spiral shuriken? It was noted during the training of the spiral shuriken that it was not Naruto who first conceived the idea, but rather Minato himself. Ultimately, it was Naruto who adapted the theory into the immensely powerful wind release, Rasengan. The Rasengan is a rare, non-hand seal ninjutsu that can be utilized as long as one possesses chakra. It is a pure transformation of chakra, thus it can encompass all things. By infusing the Rasengan with various chakra attributes, it theoretically allows for the development of numerous powerful new variants. For instance, the spiral shuriken from a theatrical release and the versions from the original plot, which incorporated nature transformations into the Rasengan, such as the wind release, Rasengan capable of obliterating foes, the lava release, Rasengan severing the divine tree, the magnetic release, Rasengan with sealing effects, and the tailed beast planetary Rasengan infused with the natural energy of the earth, along with the vanishing Rasengan developed by the esteemed Hokage. These are all directions in which the Rasengan has been developed in the original work. Regrettably, Lu Hua was incapable of executing any of them, and the prospects of her developing them herself were rather bleak. Thus, whether for her own sake or some other purpose, Lu Hua felt compelled to teach Minato the Rasengan. So you will learn the Rasengan. Hurry. She grabbed Minato by the collar, her tone less than friendly. She wanted to see if she could achieve that accomplishment again. How could she let Minato refuse her? Miracles and magic do not come free. Observing Liu Hua's demeanor, Minato sensed something amiss. Who would be so eager to teach their secret techniques? 45, I'm super. Shield dog. It feels like the plot is progressing a bit slowly. Let's speed it up. Beep. Detecting that under your careful guidance, Minato Namikaze has acquired the rare level non-hand seal ninjutsu Rasengan. Congratulations on achieving the accomplishment. I feel like I always live in her shadow. Achievement name. I feel like I always live in her shadow. Acquisition method. Teach someone a signature technique before they have mastered it. This task can be triggered up to 4 times, with rewards based on teaching ratings, currently triggered 24 times, remaining trigger conditions, teaching rating. Determining teaching rating. After assessment, your current educational rating is Reward, random level ninja card. Reward dispatching. Dispatch complete. You have obtained a level ninja card. Pain 6 Paths Wanderer. In the early morning, Lu Hua, just awakening, unexpectedly received some good news. Nearly a month had passed since her last training session with Minato. During this period, many events transpired, such as the publisher finally responding to Liu Hua's submission of Intimate Paradise. The letter from the publisher, likely from an editor, extolled her work, asserting it would be a groundbreaking piece in the realm of adult literature. However, the content of Liu Hua's book was deemed a bit excessive, and the publisher requested that she revise Intimate Paradise to be, how shall I say, more subtle. To be frank, had she not been certain that the publisher specialized in adult literature, she might have thought she had submitted to the wrong place. Goodness. How far along was the first volume of Ninja Boy Aben? Just because it was explicit? If she were to write out the subsequent chapters, it would surely leave them in utter shock. No wonder they claimed it could revolutionize the adult literature domain. It turned out it wasn't her prowess, but rather the field itself that was lacking. What a sorrowful realization. After reading several best-selling works in the same genre, Lu Hua carefully adjusted the content of Intimate Paradise and resubmitted it to the publisher. This time, as expected, it passed without incident and was soon printed. Thus, Lu Hua's debut work, Intimate Paradise, successfully entered the bookstores of the Land of Fire, and it was available for sale. The response was even quite favorable, prompting the publisher's editors to frequently reach out to Lu Hua for follow-up submissions. The second noteworthy event pertained to the accomplishment she had been contemplating. It was only today that Lu Hua definitively confirmed that the achievement, "I feel like I always live in her shadow," could be triggered repeatedly. Moreover, the system had unprecedentedly provided an explanation regarding the specifics of the achievement, making the time she spent over the past month worthwhile. The Rasengan is an advanced ninjutsu requiring significant training, and due to its non-hanseal nature, it cannot balance or effectively control the flow of chakra for release like other ninjutsu. The Rasengan relies solely on mastery over chakra, condensing a substantial amount of chakra into a continuously rotating sphere in the palm of one's hand. Under Lu Hua's guidance, it took Minato nearly a month to master the Rasengan, triggering the achievement reward for Lu Hua, although it may sound a bit underwhelming, suggesting that Lu Hua's teaching results were somewhat lacking. The reason Minato, the original inventor of the Rasengan, took such a long time to master it is rather significant. Without Lu Hua's intervention, Minato would have undoubtedly embarked on the path of developing the Rasengan in the future, dedicating 3 years to it. Therefore, while Lu Hua's teaching methods had their shortcomings, the crux of the matter did not lie solely with her. The reason why Minato required nearly a month to master the Rasengan was fundamentally rooted in his own circumstances. At the time he developed the Rasengan, he was roughly 16 years old, already a well-known jonin of the Leaf Village, adept at using the Flying Thunder God technique, able to contend with the Four Tails and Five Tails from the Stone Village, and even capable of matching the Nine Tails in battle. I do not wish to be rude, but young Minato, who had yet to master the Rasengan at that time, likely possessed a chakra volume of several cards, if not dozens. Another user of the Rasengan, Jiraiya, who learned it from Minato, was already a renowned Sannin, a legendary ninja in the prime of his youth, with a chakra volume easily in the dozens. Then there was Naruto, a veritable source of chakra, acknowledged by Kakashi as having chakra equivalent to hundreds of times that of an average ninja by the age of 12. From these examples, it is evident that all users of the Rasengan possessed an abundance of chakra, a stark contrast to the disparity faced by the merely 10-year-old Minato. Additionally, Lu Hua had employed the same teaching methods as Jiraiya used for Naruto, which contributed to the slower pace of learning. After all, Naruto took over a month just to play with a simple ball, while Minato managed to master the Rasengan in less than a month. At least he was significantly quicker than Naruto. Lu Hua felt quite satisfied with her explanation. What? You mentioned Konohamaru? He was 12 when learning the Rasengan. 2 years older than Minato now, and given his status, possessing a few cards of chakra is only natural, right? Furthermore, regarding the achievements, gazing at the achievement interface, Lu Hua was entranced. The first time she taught Minato the Flying Thunder God, the educational process was less than ideal, yet he managed to grasp the basics in a day, resulting in a rating of only. Now, after nearly a month of teaching, Minato had mastered the Rasengan, yet the rating was unexpectedly. Why was this the case? Rika pondered for a moment before finally identifying the crux of the issue. It was the jutsu that had faltered. The Rasengan was a remarkably refined technique, with ample room for further development, and thus, as a high-level ninjutsu, it was taught by her, earning its esteemed rating. However, the Flying Thunder God was a different matter altogether. Mastering this forbidden technique, developed by the second Hokage, may have been hindered by time constraints or other factors. Consequently, many of the techniques inscribed in the sealing book were, in fact, incomplete prototypes created by the second Hokage, possessing considerable danger. Teaching such techniques could only result in a low evaluation. In other words, Rika should not have imparted the second's Flying Thunder God to Minato, but should have directly taught him the Flying Thunder God of the third, as that would align with the path to achievement. After realizing all this, Rika fell into silence. Minato, you have led me astray. Regret washed over Rika. Yet she found solace in a new acquisition. As she drew forth the newly acquired ninja card, a gasp escaped her lips upon her first glance. Oh my! The shield dog. The card read, 46, the free-to-use Rinnegan Eye technique. You have utilized the ninja card pain. 6 paths of wandering traveler. You have acquired abilities in swordsmanship, taijutsu, summoning, and the Rinnegan. You gain the skill 6 paths of reincarnation. There are 6 forms of the 6 paths, corresponding to the 6 pains. The pain on the battlefield is known as the main control path, while the pains in the 6 paths form are referred to as auxiliary paths. When using the skill, the main and auxiliary paths can interchange. Each main control path possesses unique abilities, and each auxiliary path provides different supplementary capabilities. The auxiliary paths are divided into upper 3 and lower 3. The upper 3 are Heavenly Path, Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, detects the opponent's location. Human Path, memory reading, extracts information from the opponent. Asura Path, Asura's Wrath, enhances attack power. When both the main control path and auxiliary path are from the upper 3, the main control path will unleash a special combo attack upon activating the skill. The lower 3 are Animal Path, Summoning Technique, allows for a seamless switch to other pains without damage. Hungry Ghost Path, Absorption Ceiling, activates a shield, rendering the user invincible within a certain range, and recovers chakra and ultimate points upon being hit. Hell Path, King of Hell Rebirth, summons the King of Hell to heal oneself. The power of the 6 paths. Each pain of the 6 paths possesses unique abilities. Heavenly Path, Universal Pull, attracts opponents using gravitational force. Triggering a secondary skill, Netherworld Return, continuously slashes with sword energy, culminating in a finishing blow. Human Path, Soul Extraction, grabs the enemy and extracts their soul. Asura Path, Asura Form, seizes and then executes a powerful throw. Animal Path, Summoning Hellhound, summons a hellhound to tear at enemies. When the hellhound is struck during pursuit, it splits to create more hellhounds for a more powerful assault. Hungry Ghost Path, Absorption Ceiling, activates a shield that grants invincibility, recovering chakra and ultimate points when hit. Hell Path, Summoning King of Hell, summons the King of Hell to capture enemies. Passive, consuming chakra or ultimate points allows for switching between pains. Heavenly Explosion Starry Oblivion Slash. The Heavenly Path uses the almighty push to launch enemies away, while the remaining 5 paths instantly position themselves around the enemy, pinning them to the ground. Subsequently, the Heavenly Path unleashes the planetary devastation, enveloping the enemy in falling stars, and finally delivers a slash of celestial obliteration, shattering both the enemy and the planetary devastation. Truly, the skills of the genuine Zero Ninja, the Shield Dog-esque mechanics, are unrivaled in complexity within the village. Reading the skill description feels akin to delving into a novel. However, it is precisely this intricate system that allows him, despite being merely a ninja, to earn his rightful title as the Zero Ninja of the village, operating at the pinnacle of dexterity. With boundless firepower at his disposal and the ability to retreat into a 12-second invincibility with dual shields while recovering health, his strategy is simply to secure a victory. Alright, let's give it a try, Rika declared, gently closing her eyes. Upon reopening them, her irises transformed into a mesmerizing purple circular pattern that enveloped her entire gaze. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, also the most potent ocular technique governing life and death. Jiraiya, oh Jiraiya, the child of destiny you've been searching for is none other than I. Gazing into the mirror, Rika whimsically mused about how Jiraiya would react if she presented him with these eyes. It surely would be amusing. Universal Pull, without any commands. The main control path of the Wandering Pain defaults to the Heavenly Path. To test its capabilities, Rika invoked the Wandering Pain-esque skill. Whoosh. The power of Universal Pull was immense, instantly lifting the furniture within the room, enveloping it in a gravitational wave. Was this the Universal Pull from the game? Evidently. The anime-esque version merely attracted enemies without the intricate grasping mechanics present in the village. Similar to the planetary devastation. Curiously observing the effects of Universal Pull before her, Rika ultimately decided against executing the secondary Netherworld Return. Between the ninjutsu and the Rinnegan, she realized that a moment's inattention could result in the sword energy slicing through her modest abode. Perhaps she was indeed the most fortunate among Hokage reincarnators to acquire the Rinnegan so easily. She merely drew a ninja card and obtained the Rinnegan. Rika vaguely recalled from the Wandering series that the Wandering Pain was distinct from the 6 Paths of Pain, being a truly sentient being rather than a mere puppet like the 6 Paths. Thus, did the Rinnegan in this wandering world differ from the canonical Rinnegan? If so, The ability to switch powers was a notable distinction. Upon activating the 6 paths of reincarnation, Rika intended to trade for a different power of the 6 paths, but was met with confusion when she could not affect the change. The gravitational field remained purple, indicating she had just made a miscalculation. Or rather, it seemed she had not switched to another power of the 6 paths at all. What was happening? The sudden turn of events left Rika bewildered, but fortunately, the system's prompt soon illuminated her understanding. Ding. Detected resource conflict with pain. 6 paths of wandering traveler. Investigating the cause. Investigation successful. Detected that pain. 6 paths of wandering traveler is a collective character union, while the host is a singular character, resulting in a resource error and the inability to load other powers of the 6 paths. Compensation in progress. Error correction for Rinnegan Ocular Technique. Uchiha Madara's Limbo. Border Jail in progress. New resource successfully loaded. Congratulations on acquiring the Rinnegan exclusive Ocular Technique. 8 Thunder Gods. Well, if you could load all the powers of the 6 paths onto me, that would be acceptable, Rika mused, feeling exasperated by the system's obstinacy. Why persist with the wandering pain's switching mechanism when she already possessed the Rinnegan? Couldn't they all be consolidated? Rika found herself at a loss for words regarding the system's resolution. Glancing once more at the description of the new ocular technique, she mused, a streamlining, a multiplicity of thunder clone techniques. Just a jest. The Rinnegan possesses exclusive ocular techniques distinct from the powers of the 6 paths, and only the original wielder of the Rinnegan can utilize them. Just as Madara's Limbo, Border Jail could not be wielded by Nagato after it was drained. The energy consumption of Rinnegan's exclusive techniques is substantial, often explicitly noted in the formula book. For example, Sasuke must rest after utilizing the Heavenly Hand power 4 times to recuperate his ocular power. Indeed, while the Rinnegan's exclusive techniques are demanding, their effects are equally formidable. The celestial prowess of the Heavenly Hand power, capable of overwhelming foes and even defeating 7-tailed beasts, attests to their might. Now, Rika had acquired a Rinnegan ocular technique that could rival them. Rinnegan, 8 Thunder Gods, summons 8 clones of varying lightning attributes to assist in battle. The 8 Thunder God clones possess self-awareness and share a perspective with the original. Passive. The 8 Thunder God clones can exist in both visible and invisible states, and in their visible state, they can morph into any form to influence reality. When the 8 Thunder Gods are in an invisible state, they do not influence reality. However, the main body can exchange positions with them or command them to shield against lethal attacks. The Chunin exam begins. In the mythology of Japan, the 8 Thunder Gods were birthed from the corpse of Izanami. The tale unfolds with Izanami giving birth to her last son, the fire deity Kagutsuchi, who subsequently caused her demise through his flames. Witnessing the death of his wife due to the birth of their child, Izanagi, in a moment of despair, drew the Ten-Fist sword and slayed Kagutsuchi. Overwhelmed by longing for his wife, Izanagi ventured into the underworld, known as Yomi, in search of Izanami. Miraculously, he found her, but by then, Izanami had consumed the food of Yomi and was tainted by its essence. Nevertheless, moved by her husband's willingness to traverse the realms of life and death to reclaim her, Izanami agreed to return to the mortal world with Izanagi, albeit after consulting with the deities of Yomi. She instructed Izanagi to wait and not to gaze upon her. However, as Izanami delayed her return, the impatient Izanagi stealthily entered, only to be horrified by the sight of Izanami's decayed body, infested with maggots, and the 8 Thunder Gods that had formed from her. In Japanese mythology, Izanami is the progenitor of the gods, thus even in death, she continues to give rise to deities. The story progresses with Izanami. Upon discovering Izanagi's clandestine glimpse of her true form, becoming enraged and dispatching countless soldiers from Yomi to pursue him, including the 8 Thunder Gods. However, as one of the primordial gods in Japanese mythology, Izanagi was not easily vanquished and successfully fled, sealing the passage between the realm of the living and the underworld. To return to the core of the matter, the 8 Thunder Gods represent the 8 distinct perceptions of thunder among the Japanese people. They are as follows. 1. Great thunder, symbolizing immense power, equated with divinity. 2. Fire thunder, flames that accompany the thunder. 3. Black thunder, the darkening of the sky during a thunderstorm. 4. Splitting thunder, the ability of lightning to cleave through all. 5. Young thunder, representing vitality and the resurgence of life after rain. 6. Earth thunder, the appearance of thunder striking the ground. 7. Sound thunder, the auditory manifestation of thunder. 8. Hidden thunder, the latent presence of lightning within the clouds. It is worth noting that Sasuke's fire thunder god is also an alternate name for the 8 thunder gods. The ocular technique acquired by Rika, the 8 thunder gods, embodies 8 distinct variations or transformations of lightning attributes, each with unique abilities. 1. Great thunder, harnessing the formidable power of natural lightning. 2. Fire thunder, high temperatures associated with lightning. 3. Black thunder, illumination represented by the light of lightning. 4. Splitting thunder, sharpness inherent to lightning. 5. Young thunder, electric healing, utilizing bioelectricity. 6. Earth thunder, transformational aspects of lightning. 7. Sound thunder, the sound of thunder, influencing mental perception. 8. Hidden thunder, thunderclouds, expanding the range of lightning attacks. Hence, one may ponder why the ocular technique activated by Pain's 6 paths manifests as the 8 thunder gods, while it appears to align with the substitution mechanism of the wandering Pain. The 8 thunder gods represent a fusion of the realms of the Wheel of Life and the mortal domain. For instance, akin to the Wheel of Life, they possess the ability of the main body, yet must become visible to engage in combat. Furthermore, they can assume an invisible mode for positional exchange, albeit only with their clones, while also possessing a capability to absorb attacks. But why are there 8 clones? Pain embodies just 6 paths. What purpose do the additional 2 serve? Indeed. Successfully utilizing the 6th path of the Wheel of Life, Rika tentatively conjured the 6th of the animal path, summoning the clones of the 8 thunder gods, manifesting as the animal path Pain and the Hellhound before her. Faced with 1 person and 1 dog, Rika couldn't help but express her bemusement. You are the animal path, and you are a dog. What does that make me? The support path? Or perhaps a mere player? Eventually, Rika couldn't restrain her sarcasm. After all, the 8 thunder gods possess self-awareness and are unwaveringly loyal, thus inquiring would yield no harm. Nagato, you are the Kamui of the New World. This echoed Rika's previous quip, almost inciting her ire. On a positive note, the true division of divine beings, the shield dog, and the wandering Pain. Yet the downside remains. Pain's 6 paths persist. However, the silver lining is that she is the healthy Cayman. Never mind. She would delve into the mysteries of wandering Pain and the 8 thunder gods upon her return, retrieving the 2 clones of the 8 thunder gods and deactivating the Rinnegan. Rika initiated her flying thunder god technique. Today marks the commencement of the Chunin exam, and she had no desire to be tardy. Even prior, she relied on the flying thunder god mark imprinted on Minato to gather at the designated spot. Just in time. I haven't arrived late, have I? Utilizing the mark from Minato, Rika successfully materialized at Jiraiya's assembly point. The mark of the flying thunder god never fades. Forever the little sister's phrase. Minato is incredibly useful. Yet, she pondered how Kushina would react upon seeing the flying thunder god mark belonging to her on Minato's arm. In a moment, Rika's thoughts became scattered. No. The timing is perfect. We can enter together. With a gentle smile, Minato responded. Say, Minato, have you been practicing the Rasengan? I'm still a bit off. I apologize. Rika, I'm doing my best. Observing his spring-like smile, Rika realized he might be attempting to conceal his proficiency in the Rasengan, intending to surprise her at the last moment. However, his plans had yet to commence when the system intervened. Well then, let's set him aside for now, despite his childlike mentality. With that thought, Rika turned her attention to her other companions. Inuzuka Eiji had diligently trained in the family secret techniques and Jiraiya scrolls over the past month, achieving modest success. Such information had been gleaned from their coincidental encounters during this time. Currently, Inuzuka Eiji was brimming with confidence in his abilities. Next was Jiraiya. Throughout the month, he had indeed guided his students, except for Rika. After all, Rika's innate talent was too exceptional, and her combat style diverged from the traditional ninja methods of Jiraiya. With nothing to impart, Jiraiya could only wait for Rika to seek him out if she encountered difficulties. Unfortunately, Rika had no uncertainties to address. After all, she did not train but merely drew cards. However, after a month of idleness, having confirmed that the achievement could be triggered repeatedly, Rika felt compelled to expedite the development of the Rasengan series techniques. The crux of this plan lay in disseminating the Rasengan, allowing those who had mastered it to infuse their own philosophies, thereby creating various Rasengan forms. Should she teach them how to learn the Rasengan? Jiraiya could instruct them, as he indeed had the knowledge in the original narrative, and he possessed the fire-release Rasengan technique in the Hidden Leaf Village. With the Great Rasengan also developed by him, it could be said that the benefits of teaching Jiraiya the Rasengan were manifold, potentially leading to the achievement of a higher-rank ninja card. However, Rika harbored greater hopes for Minato to develop the wind-release Rasen Shuriken. After all, the Rasen Shuriken qualifies as a forbidden technique and is most suitable for attaining a high rank. In contrast, the Great Rasengan merely remains a rank technique. Additionally, there was Inuzuka Ag. Teaching him would be secondary, considering whether he could even grasp the Rasengan remains uncertain. Moreover, if Ag were to learn the Rasengan, it was unclear whether it would trigger any achievement rewards. Forget it, there's no point in overthinking matters that are still distant and uncertain. As Luhua contemplated this, under Jiraiya's guidance, the team entered the venue for the Chunin exams in Konoha. The first event of the Chunin exams was the written test. The task required candidates to answer 10 questions within a designated time frame, each worth 10 points. After completing the exam, the total scores of the 3 team members would be summed, and any team with a total score below the average of all participating teams would be disqualified. It is worth noting that if a candidate was caught cheating, the cheater and their teammates would be eliminated together. Was this what they referred to as intelligence gathering? As Luhua entered the examination hall and listened to the proctor announce the rules, she glanced at the paper and realized she could not answer one of the questions. She remembered that the purpose of this first exam was to present challenges beyond the comprehension of a genin, thereby showcasing the foundational skills of a ninja in gathering intelligence. It was unclear what limitations the village imposed on Jonin mentors guiding teams in the Chunin exams, as it appeared that Jiraiya, much like Kakashi, had opted not to appear at the first stage. Not even a farewell was offered. Unlike the latter 2 stages, which relied on strength, the written test could reveal its true nature with just a hint. Observing the troubled expressions of the candidates around her, it was evident how far the questions exceeded their knowledge. Next came the need to gather the correct answers without being detected by the proctoring ninjas. Among the candidates scratching their heads over the questions, a few composed scholars stood out, and Luhua swiftly understood what she needed to do. It was not difficult. She donned the sunglasses that she had acquired over the past month, motivated by her ocular abilities. In the preceding month, Luhua had attempted to develop the Manjiki Sharingan abilities of her vacant right eye, hence the sunglasses to conceal her eyes. Unfortunately, this endeavor proved fruitless. After a month of effort, she could not manifest techniques like Kimyui or Tsukuyumi, let alone the Manjiki abilities of others. It seemed she would have to wait for a user of the Inuzuka or another Sharingan user. Currently, Luhua possessed 3 ocular powers, the Evil King's True Eye, the Manjiki Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. These eyes were distinctly different, allowing her to switch their powers with mere blinks. However, if she were to possess multiple Manjiki Sharingan, she was uncertain how her abilities would manifest. Would she be forced to blink continuously to toggle between them? Or should she merge all the Manjiki abilities into a single pair of eyes? As she pondered these questions, Luhua discreetly activated her Rinnegan while wearing her sunglasses. In an instant, 8 invisible bodies of the 8th Thunder God appeared around her. With the visual advantages provided by the 8th Thunder God, her perspective broadened significantly, allowing her to grasp the entire structure of the examination hall with ease. The effectiveness of the 8th Thunder God was unexpectedly powerful. After confirming that no one around sensed their presence, Luhua began to direct them to patrol the examination hall in search of answers. To her surprise, this search yielded a delightful surprise. Among the candidates were notable figures such as Minato, the father of Naruto, and Uchiha Fugaku, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, as well as the new generation of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Intrigued by their composed demeanor, Luhua maneuvered her invisible clones closer to them. The Nara clan, revered for being the brains of the Inuzuka Nara Akimichi trio, had a lineage known for exceptional intelligence. The Uchiha clan, with its members often excelling in ninjutsu, was equally formidable, and legends spoke of them being nearly invincible in one-on-one combat. As the current young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku had some questionable moments in the future. Yet Luhua resolved to trust in his theoretical knowledge, considering that if one could rise to leadership despite inferior strength and knowledge, it would render the Uchiha's reputation for respecting only the strong quite humorous. With this thought in mind, Luhua began to sift through the answers transmitted by the 8 Thunder God. It was perplexing how the answers from the two individuals differed so greatly. As she observed the variety of responses, Luhua realized for the first time the significance of intelligence gathering. Thus, she steeled herself and commanded her 8 clones to scour the examination hall for answers, meticulously comparing them in hopes of identifying the most accurate ones. Even the answers provided by those suspected of leaking correct responses varied significantly. Collecting the information from all the scholars diligently writing, Luhua noted the discrepancies and briefly questioned whether they were attempting to mislead her. However, given that her invisible clones remained undetected and there were no signs of sensory ninjutsu, she reluctantly opted to transcribe the most frequently repeated answers. Eventually, after cross-referencing with Minato's answers, she finally set down her pen, her mind blank. At that moment, she observed that some candidates had recognized the true nature of the exam and begun to cheat. Unfortunately, while some ninjas executed their cheating strategies with finesse, others were clumsy, resulting in immediate capture and disqualification of their entire teams. Finally, the written test concluded, and after the proctor collected the answer sheets, they began to tally the scores, planning to announce the average and eliminate at least half of the candidates. It was indeed a ruthless process. By the way, you all didn't drag anyone down, did you? Luhua remarked, seemingly concerned but actually checking answers. The ninjas she questioned looked bewildered. Who are you? Are we familiar enough for such inquiries? Upon completion of the calculations, the average score for this round of exams was revealed to be 745 points, with those scoring below expected to leave voluntarily. The proctor coldly issued the ultimatum, promptly distributing the answer sheets back. Fugaku's brilliance shines through with 88 points. Phew, I barely passed. I can't imagine how difficult this exam must be. Nevertheless, I am grateful to have succeeded. Thus I shall deem this the most prestigious Chunin exam yet. By the way, what scores did you all achieve? After leaving the written test venue and confirming her advancement, Luhua curiously inquired of her team, knowing that if even one member failed, the entire squad would be eliminated. 77 points. I nearly didn't make it. It was terrifying. Today's ninjas are truly impressive. By the way, Minato, what was your score? With a pat on his chest, Inuzuka Kiba spoke with a tone of fortunate nonchalance. It is worth noting that even seasoned veterans like myself find those questions perplexing. One can only imagine how daunting they must be for other ninjas. Scoring 97 points. It seems I have achieved the highest score. Minato smiled and then casually boasted. Upon hearing this, Rika was taken aback. How could that be? How did you manage that? Kiba was equally incredulous, realizing that a true academic prodigy was right beside him. He never anticipated that the usually unassuming Minato possessed such prowess, leaving Kiba, who typically regarded Minato as a younger brother, in a state of disbelief and unexpected delight. Just luck, I suppose. My fortune has been rather favorable lately. Minato feigned contemplation before offering a response that left others speechless. How infuriating. You must be secretly studying behind our backs. Nonsense, claiming it's merely luck. Do you truly believe I haven't seen your exam paper? Rika was unyielding in her confrontation of Minato's boastful behavior. Eventually, as time passed, the rowdy class of Jiraiya prepared to participate in the afternoon Chunin exams, specifically the practical tests. Much like how driving schools combine practical tests, the Chunin exams practical segment encompasses both individual and team battles, all falling under the umbrella of practical tests. The rules for individual tests were somewhat akin to those in the Hidden Leaf Village, where randomly paired ninja teams would engage in battles until one team emerged victorious, having defeated all members of the opposing team. Individual battles particularly assessed a ninja's solo combat abilities, allowing team members to showcase their skills freely. A powerful ninja could single-handedly take on an entire team, elevating their hidden scores. Even a loss in team battles might still yield a chance at promotion to Chunin. In contrast, team battles involved 3 ninja members from a team facing off against opponents, relying heavily on the coordination and strategic compatibility of the team members. Furthermore, while each ninja team could have 3 opportunities in individual battles, they only had 1 chance in team battles, making the stakes significantly higher and the consequences more impactful. This, therefore, tested the core theme of the Chunin exams: how a Chunin, possessing leadership and command authority, should effectively manage the lower-ranked members. So who are our opponents? While savoring her lollipop, Rika inquired with curiosity. At that time, The Chunin exams in Konoha were not broadcast on large screens as in later years. Instead, a blackboard was utilized, with chalk-written details of the randomly assigned opponents for this round of practical exams. The situation did not bode well. We had drawn a particularly formidable adversary. With a grave expression, Minato stated ominously, while Kiba, who had accompanied him to check the opponents, wore a sorrowful countenance. Really? Who did we draw? Rika asked, intrigued. This year's Chunin exam had less than 100 participating ninjas, and with teams formed of 3, the number was even fewer. Moreover, following the first round of written exams, more than half of the ninja teams had been eliminated, leaving only 16 teams fortunate enough to advance to the second round. They would compete in a sequence of 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, and finally 2 to 1, determining the strongest team before concluding the Chunin exams with both individual and team competitions. According to the schedule, even if these 16 teams completed their individual matches, they would still need to participate in a round of team battles. Even if one were to be eliminated in the first round of individual matches, they could still redeem themselves in the subsequent team battles. However, the more events one participated in, the greater the opportunity to showcase one's talents before the head examiner, thus enhancing the chances of promotion to Chunin. Yet, judging by their expressions, did they draw an opponent capable of defeating them twice over? Impossible. The notion that Jounin fight with pots and pans while Jinin wreak havoc is merely a glitch. Even if Konoha were turned upside down, only Sasuke and Naruto could meet that standard among the Jinin, with no connection to the other lower-ranked ninjas, especially in this era. So who exactly did they draw? It is the Uchiha. Kiba answered gravely. The Uchiha? Rika inquired, intrigued. In this round of the Chunin exams, it seems there is only one Uchiha participant, Uchiha Fugaku. His father is the current clan leader of the Uchiha, and he is the clan's young leader. Kiba spoke without hesitation. Is this Fugaku very strong? Rika asked with a perplexed expression upon hearing Kiba's answer. Rika's impression of Uchiha Fugaku was solely based on the pitiful portrayal of being led to slaughter. It was difficult for her to believe that the future Uchiha clan leader, who single-handedly dragged the Uchiha into a dire situation, could possess any strength that would cause 2 seasoned ninjas before her to appear so alarmed. After all, he is an Uchiha. The question of whether Uchiha Fugaku is strong is irrelevant. As the foremost noble clan in Konoha, every Uchiha is a flawless 6-sided warrior, adept in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Moreover, the rumors of their guaranteed defeat in one-on-one confrontations are not unfounded, but rather a product of their own experiences. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku had accompanied his father to the battlefield at just 3 years of age and, utilizing the Sharingan, eliminated a rock ninja who had ambushed Konoha's encampment. At that tender age, he effortlessly dealt with elite ninjas dispatched to assault Konoha, earning him the nickname Demon Eye. Demon Eye Fugaku. Kiba solemnly recounted Fugaku's illustrious history. However, compared to Fugaku, Rika's gaze shifted to the configuration of the opposing team, revealing a peculiar expression. The names of the ninja trio connected to Jiraiya's class on the blackboard read Uchiha Fugaku, Might Guy, and Hakayama. So why is that Might Guy paired with Fugaku? Has the hierarchy of noble geniuses and their subordinates dictated this team arrangement? And who exactly is this Hakayama? Could he truly be a genius? With insufficient information, Rika found it challenging to analyze any potential threat from the opponents. While the 8 Gates technique is powerful, Might Guy had only managed to take down 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Furthermore, it would be unlikely for him to employ the 8 Gates in the Chunin exams, as such a practice does not align with the principles of the Might family. Otherwise, he would have long since ascended to Chunin or even Tokubetsu Jonin status, instead of languishing as a genin for life. Moreover, even if he were to open the 8 gates in the exam like Lee, Rika had no reason to fear him. Regardless of how many gates he could open, he would first need to reach her before she could demonstrate the might of the Huaxia. As for Hakayama, Rika could not recall who he was after much contemplation, concluding that he was likely an insignificant character playing a minor role. As for Fugaku, whom Minato and the others regarded with great importance, this so-called demon eye seemed more like the world's foremost shockwave. He had been a battlefield combatant at 3 years old. Was this a tradition among the Uchiha clan's firstborns? Was this a rite of passage? The joke truly did not land well. Given their apprehensive demeanor, I shall take the lead and show them what 3 can do. Rika waved her hand dismissively, exuding confidence. Seeing Rika's demeanor, Minato and Kiba exchanged glances, bewildered. All right, We have finally passed the written exam. Now, let's seize the opportunity and defeat our opponents to become Chunin. This is my youth. On the other side, after the distribution of the combat teams was confirmed, a man nearing his 40s, clad in a green bodysuit, clenched his fists in excitement and spoke. Mike Guy, one of the rare older genin of Konoha village. As a man approaching 40, he was already married with children. Yet, in his nearly 2-decade-long career as a ninja, despite the promotions or fatalities of those around him, he remained merely a genin, a fact that seemed almost unbelievable. After all, the world of ninjas was not one of peace, and beyond the Chunin exams, there were various avenues for advancement, such as the battlefield. Yet, even so, Mike Guy continued to be a genin, the reasons for which were intriguing. Was he a coward or inept? Consequently, he was maliciously labeled as the Eternal Genin. In stark contrast stood Uchiha Fugaku, the heir of the Uchiha clan. As the only son of the current leader of the Uchiha clan, he possessed both extraordinary talent and strength. Unlike other ninjas and clans, the Uchiha were a distinct entity within Konoha. Since the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, established the police force for the Uchiha, the clan had transformed from early failures in the founding of the ninja village into the most powerful clan in Konoha. This transformation was attributed to the second Hokage's tailored position for the Uchiha, namely, the Konoha Uchiha police force. The primary duty of the police force was to maintain internal security and stability within Konoha, to establish regulations, and to uphold the order and safety of the hidden village. They were also responsible for apprehending individuals with criminal tendencies, excluding those directly under the Hokage's umbu. Occasionally, they would assist the umbu in village security operations. However, their authority was limited. For instance, they could not intervene in matters concerning the umbu. Furthermore, at the inception of the police force, the second Hokage thoughtfully allocated authority, along with the village prison, to the police, thus possessing independent law enforcement and legislative powers, along with management of the prison and armed support. The police force could oversee nearly all matters in Konoha, barring direct umbu assignments. Such immense power had elevated the Uchiha's prestige to unprecedented heights since its inception. This privilege, unlike that of other clans, including the Senju, led many in the Uchiha clan to easily succumb to its allure. From this perspective, Senju Tobarama was not an enemy to the Uchiha, but rather a benefactor. As a result, they even betrayed Uchiha Madara to remain in Konoha. Fugaku's father, the current clan leader, was among the first to betray Madara. Lost in a false sense of peace, blinded by wealth and fame, Fugaku's father lacked the exceptional vision possessed by Madara. Of course, even if he had such vision, it would have been inconsequential. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the remarkable capabilities inherited by Fugaku and his lineage. Driven by the desire to restore the glory of the Uchiha during the Warring States period, which recognized even children as warriors capable of wielding swords in battle, Fugaku's father took a mere 3-year-old Fugaku to the battlefield at the end of the Second Great Ninja War. Perhaps due to his lack of formal education, young Fugaku did not ponder the meaning of life on the battlefield like some others. Instead, he awakened the Uchiha's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, and assisted his clan in repelling an attack from the Rock Village. At such a tender age, he unlocked the Sharingan. Combined with his naturally serious demeanor and the inherent menacing nature of the Sharingan, thus earning him a coveted title among ninjas, a distinction that was difficult to attain. Generally, ninja titles are bestowed upon those who have developed unique combat techniques and demonstrated exceptional prowess, such as the legendary 3, White Fang, the Yellow Flash, and the Copy Ninja, each possessing their own formidable skills, unparalleled determination, and secret weapons that could deliver unexpected surprises. Consequently, Fugaku's reputation spread widely, leading his father to send him to participate in the Chunin exams of Konoha. Unlike ordinary ninjas, as an Uchiha and the son of the clan leader, even if Fugaku chose not to become a ninja and remained in the village for life, he would still have a secure position within the police force. Thus, it could be said that Fugaku's participation in the exam was merely an exercise in gilding his reputation, as well as a gesture of goodwill towards Konoha's upper echelons. Moreover, with the third Hokage's policies aimed at supporting commoner ninjas since taking office, Fugaku formed a temporary team for the Chunin exams with 2 non-clan ninjas. Their opponents were likely formidable, being students of Jiraiya's class. Ultimately, the last member of Fugaku's team spoke. In the second round of the Chunin exams, Much like the 10th team that lost their teacher in the Shippuden series and the 7th team that remained in the village to train while their companions advanced to Chunin. Uchiha Fugaku, confident in his abilities, followed his father's arrangement to recruit a couple of commoner genin who had benefited, to some extent, from the Uchiha clan to form his temporary team. This confidence stemmed from the traditional arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Being the only clan with privileges among the founding clans of the ninja village, the Uchiha held an innate and inexplicable pride over the other clans in Konoha. Their opponents were said to be the legendary students of one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, whose strength should not be underestimated. Finally, the last member of Fugaku's team began to speak. Yamahaken, a commoner ninja without a clan, practiced a commendable sword technique. Apart from their bloodline limit, the Sharingan, the Uchiha were also skilled in swordsmanship and fire techniques. Moreover, since not every Uchiha could awaken the Sharingan, the latter had a far wider prevalence within the clan. As the eldest son of the current clan leader, Fugaku was exceptionally adept in Uchiha-style swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Given Yama's age was similar to his own, and his swordsmanship complemented Fugaku's, the two had many exchanges, which led Fugaku to invite him into his newly formed temporary team for the Chunin exams. The legendary three, you say? At this, Fugaku lowered his head in contemplation. A person's fame is akin to a tree's shadow. As the disciple of the current Hokage, the title of the legendary three was not conferred by others, but earned through their genuine prowess on the battlefield. Hanzo merely guaranteed and defined their renown, binding their names together. To be recognized by Hanzo, a warmonger who instigated the Second Great Ninja War, held significance akin to being acknowledged by a certain general for his extraordinary talent, posing a great threat. Thus, what could the disciples of the legendary three achieve? Having easily passed the first round of the exam, Fugaku felt anticipation for the second round of the Chunin exams. The principle behind Fugaku's team's success in the written exam was simple. Either his teammates were exceptionally experienced or possessed remarkable intelligence. The advanced questions posed in the written exam were manageable to varying degrees for them. Coupled with Fugaku, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and recognized as the strongest of the new generation, the knowledge he received was far superior to that of commoners. As a scholar emerging from a prominent family, he could effortlessly answer the questions without resorting to cheating. Thus, for him, the greatest challenge of the written exam lay not in the questions themselves, but in whether his teammates could solve them. Failure to answer the written exam would signify the team's failure in the Chunin exams, resulting in an early exit. Under the command of his father, Fugaku arrived to participate in the Chunin exam, utterly unwilling to accept the possibility of failure, especially being eliminated before even passing the first round. Thus, prior to entering the examination hall, he preemptively bestowed his teammates with the family's secret techniques. The transcription seal, a technique of the Uchiha clan, requires the Sharingan to utilize its bloodline ocular jutsu. Its function is to seal the ocular techniques of the Sharingan onto others, which can be triggered under specific conditions, such as visual criteria like witnessing a particular object. Through the transcription seal, Fugaku sealed another Uchiha technique, the Sharingan Jinjutsu, onto his teammate, setting the condition for its release using a predetermined time and a blank examination paper. The Sharingan Jinjutsu, an inherent ocular technique, possesses the ability to ensnare an opponent's vision with ease through mere eye contact. Although the Sharingan appears designed for rotation, it typically does not turn unless it activates a Jinjutsu. This unique ocular technique, being a rare non-hand-sealed Jinjutsu, can initiate simply through eye contact, and its manifestations are diverse and boundless, allowing for infinite deception of the visual senses. Consequently, the Uchiha clan is renowned as masters of illusion. Utilizing his Jinjutsu, Fugaku's team was able to project and synchronize their answers onto the examination paper, enabling them all to pass the written test. Now, recognizing that their opponents were formidable, he instructed his teammates to take the lead, hoping to extract intelligence on their adversaries. "Close your eyes," Fugaku commanded, preparing to hold back for a decisive moment later in the match. On the other side, Rika shared a similar intention, albeit her plan was to take the lead herself, hoping to invigorate the morale of her comrades by demonstrating her strength, preventing them from underestimating her. "To be honest, we're merely cautious, not intimidated," remarked Minato and Inuzuka Kiba. With that, amidst the banter from her teammates, Rika stepped onto the arena. "Brothers, all eyes on me. Today, I present a detailed explanation of the Chunin exam. This match contains numerous intricate details. I recommend watching it multiple times. In this round of the CH exam, Rika selected the following ninja: the opening powerhouse, the god of purity, Aoi Mizuki, the god of tactical operations, the space-time ninja, Eyes, and finally, the safety net. The shadow clone, 8 thunder gods, shield dog. Is the summoning beastly of Jeet Kune-do? Well, it's reasonable that Rika, as a mere genin, hasn't yet unlocked the summoning beast system. As the second round of the CH exam commenced, the personal matches began in the arena, with Rika facing Might Guy. Let the match begin. Please form your hand seals, the referee announced, hesitating as he glanced at the list in his hands. The referee, a man in his 30s or 40s, likely a ninja from the same generation as Guy, recalled when he was a genin, and Guy was also a genin. Years passed, and while he ascended to CH Guy remained a genin, and even now, as a referee for the CH exam, Guy still had not passed. Time had changed everything, yet Guy had remained a genin throughout. While the referee pondered this, the two combatants had already completed their hand seals. Yosh, this time, I will prove my ninja way. Even if I lack ninjutsu and jinjutsu, I will become an exceptional ninja. With this determination, Might Guy unleashed his signature move. Look out! Konoha's mighty whirlwind. The crowd gasped in anticipation. However, as Might Guy reminisced about his life, a relentless bolt of blue electricity jolted him back to reality. With the cheap ninja blade he acquired from the tool store, Rika wasted no time, initiating with Eyes' combination technique to seize her opponent. Executing a swift stab with the Chidori, Might Guy was immediately incapacitated by the paralyzing effects of the lightning attribute. What happened to the opening powerhouse, Aoi Mizuki? The sheer power of the Rasengan was too great, prompting Rika to kindly initiate with Eyes first. He was defeated in an instant. Observing this unfold, the referee recalled that Might Guy had recently become a father. Perhaps he returned to face the exam that had haunted him for nearly his entire life for the sake of his child's future. After all, the disparity in treatment between CH and genin was vast, and remaining a genin for life would be a disheartening fate. However, no one expected Might Guy to be so swiftly dispatched, leading to a hasty conclusion of his CH exam journey. Such an end felt exceedingly abrupt, mirroring the hastiness of his life. Meanwhile, witnessing the rapid defeat of Might Guy, Hayama Yukiyama looked at Fugaku, his expression questioning whether Fugaku had been training under heavy weights. Fugaku remained silent, his brow furrowed as he observed the arena. If he was not mistaken, Might Guy possessed extraordinary resilience and tenacity. Even without the ability to utilize ninjutsu or jinjutsu, such qualities were rare among mortals, thus he could not believe that Guy would stop here. As the referee sighed, lamenting Might Guy's futile attempt in the CH exam once more, he raised his hand to announce the match's result, allowing him to return and reflect. Suddenly, the situation in the arena shifted. No, I will not fall here, for this is my ninja way. This is youth. Might Guy, struggling to rise unsteadily, proclaimed. Yet Chidori, the blue lightning struck down again, and Rika had no intention of engaging in dialogue with this spirited opponent, swiftly knocking him down once more. Just as the unique, bird-like figure of the Might Guy was overwhelmed, it became evident that the electrical therapy was the most effective remedy against his boasts. Moreover, the unpredictable thoughts of youth could lead to reckless actions, and Rika had no desire to engage in banter, nor any intention of entertaining his challenges. Might Guy cried out, once again sent crashing to the ground. It's not over yet, perhaps due to years of training. Even while still flickering with arcs of electricity indicating his current state of paralysis, Might Guy chose to stand resiliently. You think you can endure this? It's not over yet. With 3 ninja cards in hand, Rika's strength was undoubtedly at a level far beyond that of a mere shadow, rendering it impossible to find anyone in Konoha who could match her prowess. Even against someone of sage level, Rika had the potential to eliminate them in an instant. As Might Guy faltered twice, Rika began to grow impatient. However, he was merely a genin, without even the 8 gates opened, yet he dared to act so boldly. Combination technique. Another flawless turn. Even the referee had to concede that it was indeed a beautifully executed and graceful technique, especially when performed by a beautiful girl like Rika. It exuded an air of heroism. However, that was where it ended. The referee, having witnessed countless battles, could discern little else. As the examiner for the second round of the Chunin exam's practical assessment, he witnesses a myriad of ninjutsu from both common villagers and clan ninjas daily. However, he neither diligently collects this information nor shows interest in their origins. His current realization is that under the formidable Raiden technique of Rokuka, Might Dai is destined to face defeat in the Chunin exam. The new generation is brimming with talent. Individuals like him, due to the passage of time, can no longer keep pace with the younger ninjas. Yet, there remains a team battle, and with a commendable performance. The possibility of being promoted to Chunin is not entirely out of reach. After a resigned sigh regarding Dai's plight, the referee raised his hand, ready to announce the verdict. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! With a ferocious speed, a green blur evaded Rokuka's Chidori blade. Oh, did he evade it? The combination technique was designed to ensnare, and the failure to catch Might Dai was partly due to Rokuka's somewhat careless initial execution, but more importantly, he evaded it with sheer speed. Anticipation ahead of time. Was he employing the taijutsu honed decades prior? Rokuka's curiosity piqued, and he immediately donned his sunglasses. The kaleidoscope of the six-pointed star emerged beneath the lenses, an ominous gaze directed at Might Dai. I shall never concede, for this is my youth. Seemingly rallying himself, Might Dai let out a fierce roar and surged forward like a phantom towards Rokuka. Shadow Dance Leaf. Shadow Dance Leaf. A technique characterized by a rapid dash to the enemy, delivering a kick that sends them airborne, followed by a decisive strike. It is one of the initiating gestures of the Konoha-style taijutsu kicking techniques, notable for its speed, so swift that the enemy cannot react in time. However, such velocity can be easily discerned even by the two-tomo Sharingan, let alone me. Everything is crystal clear. The astonishing insight provided by the kaleidoscope Sharingan allowed Rokuka to keenly observe Might Dai's movements, followed by a Jinjutsu. In an instant, several large black feathers pierced through Dai's limbs and torso, pinning him in midair. This was the prelude to the formidable Amaterasu, possessing an inescapable three-stage grabbing effect. Thus, Dai was utterly unable to evade, opting to forego the black flames of Amaterasu's second stage, for this was merely a contest. There was no need to deploy such a technique against an opponent. After a brief blink, Rokuka transitioned to the Drifting Rebirth Eye, Azura form. The capabilities of the Drifting Rebirth Eye slightly differ from the standard Rebirth Eye. For instance, the power of the Azura path transforms into multiple arms and monstrous strength. Submit to me. Utilizing the power of the Azura path, Rokuka conjured 3 arms to grasp Might Dai and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, creating a large crater at the point of impact, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The outcome was clear. Amidst the swirling smoke, Rokuka reached a conclusion. Yet, gazing at the silhouette standing amidst the haze, he could not suppress a frown. The sight of someone clinging to life, yet refusing to accept defeat, was truly unsightly. 53. Fyake-yama, prepare to take the stage. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Fyake, with his striking 3-tomo Sharingan, assessed the situation and spoke. What? But that guy is still standing in the duel arena. Just as Yama was about to voice his thoughts, the smoke cleared, revealing Might Dai's condition. His eyes rolled back. Having entered an unconscious state, yet his body remained rigid, unwilling to fall. What kind of obsession could lead one to such a state over a mere Chunin exam? Not only the spectators, but even Rokuka, facing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. To prevent Might Dai from exhibiting any unconscious counterattacks akin to a certain tech-savvy warrior, Rokuka signaled the referee to check on him. H-ta Rokuka victory. After confirming that Might Dai had indeed lost consciousness, the referee announced the results of the match. Wonderful. Upon learning of Rokuka's victory, Jiraiya's team erupted in cheers. To be honest, Might Dai's performance had indeed astonished these fledgling ninjas. It was unfortunate, however, that they still surpassed him in terms of strength. Meanwhile, Fyake remained unaffected by the sorrow of Dai's dismal defeat. Aside from being a hastily assembled team, they were all competent ninjas, aware of what needed to be done. Lightning release, swordsmanship, Jinjutsu, taijutsu, immense power, and what was that 6-armed state? A secret technique? Or perhaps a bloodline limit? Reflecting on Rokuka's recent battle, Yama was astonished to discover that she was a rare hexagonal warrior, nearly perfect in every aspect of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and weaponry, an almost flawless ninja. An opponent without any apparent weaknesses implied that if one could not gain the upper hand, defeat was inevitable. Realizing the key to victory, Yama unsheathed his sword and leisurely approached the duel arena. In the second round of the individual matches, Hta Rokuka faces Bayun Yama. Let the match begin. Upon seeing Yama ready himself on stage, the referee declared, "Swish." The moment the referee's words fell, Yama drew his sword and unleashed a distorted air blade, swiftly employing the body flicker technique to close the distance. Vacuum sword? Observing the familiar technique before him, Rokuka instinctively activated the Hungry Ghost Path shield. Buzz. An apparition strikingly similar to Rokuka appeared behind her, conjuring a weapon akin to a door that formed a wall. As the door closed, a spherical blue chakra shield enveloped Rokuka. Buzz. The wind blade struck the shield, leaving it unscathed, even replenishing a portion of Rokuka's recently expended chakra. What kind of technique is that? A barrier? Or a defensive ninjutsu? Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yama, unable to adjust his course, formed a hand sign in midair and lunged at Rokuka, intending to probe her defenses. Unsurprisingly, his ninja blade was thwarted by the shield, achieving no progress. Exactly. Experienced the terror of a shield user. Combination technique. Sensing his opponent was out of options, Rokuka initiated a counterattack with her shield. Yet, it seemed Yama had anticipated this. The moment electric sparks flickered around Rokuka's hand, he transformed into a swarm of leaves, scattering in all directions. Konoha body flicker? Vacuum sword? Bayun Yama? Oh, it dawned on her that he was the renowned K-bird, Maruhoshi K-Suk, a superior jonin who single-handedly withstood dozens of rock-hidden forces harassing the Fire Nation's borders, remaining undefeated. Even the ninja who secured victory? He was a peer of Minato, participating in the Chunin exam as well. Alas, his luck ran out when he encountered me. Rokuka's gaze sharpened as the 8 Raijin clones manifested visibly before Yama. Azura form. The 6 arms amplified the attack frequency and intensity, combined with the Azura Path's monstrous strength. As soon as Yama momentarily released his Konoha body flicker, a torrential flurry of fists descended upon him like rain. With no means of flight, Yama, caught in midair and unable to evade, succumbed to several devastating blows, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Lying within the pit, Yama spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a begrudging glance at Rokuka before slipping into unconsciousness. Although he couldn't rival Dai, at the very least, he could provide intelligence on another pain. That was not a loss, was it? Pondering Yama's unwilling expression, Rokuka assumed it stemmed from disbelief that he had fallen faster than the season might die. In the second match, Hta Rokuka emerges victorious. After ensuring everything was in order and restoring the duel arena, the referee announced the results. On to the third round. As the medical personnel carried the individual away, Rika watched Fuyue ascend the stage and remarked, "I am unlike them." Fuyue, maintaining his characteristic stoic expression, spoke in an inexplicable tone. The intelligence was already acquired. Next, he would reverse the situation, allowing the world to witness the splendor of the Uchiha clan. Quite confident, aren't we? Rika observed, reading the atmosphere. After 2 consecutive battles, she felt a fiery eagerness in her hands. Perhaps she could swiftly defeat Fuyue. Of course, I shall make you aware of the disparity between you and the Uchiha. With that, Fuyue revealed the essence of his confidence. His crimson eyes displayed 3 spinning tomo. The 3 tomo Sharingan. How old are you? Ignoring the hidden jinjutsu within Fuyue's words, Rika inquired curiously. 13. What's it to you? Despite his puzzlement, Fuyue answered her without reservation. Fuyue is 3 years older than Minato. Nothing much, just reflecting on the Uchiha's reputation as a clan of geniuses. Truly, they are prodigious. At 13, Fuyue possessed the 3 tomo Sharingan. At the same age, Obito wielded the Manjiki Sharingan, slaughtering members of the Umbu like mere dogs and commanding the Nine Tails against the Hokage. Itachi, also 13, was the Umbu captain and executed the Uchiha clan. Even Sasuke, at the age of 13, possessed the 3 tomo and had already bested the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at the Valley of the End. It seemed that the Uchiha geniuses concentrated their brilliance around the age of 13 for reasons unknown. The match begins. As they conversed, both sides formed opposing hand seals. At the referee's command, the battle commenced. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Fuyue initiated the attack, his hands performing the classic Uchiha fireball technique. Grand Fireball. As the massive fireball soared toward her, Rika suddenly recalled something amusing. With a smile, she waved her blade and expelled her own Grand Fireball, launching it down upon Fuyue's. How is this possible? The same grand fireball technique? Fuyue thought, astonished. And what was that move from Rika? Did she form seals with her blade? This is utterly incomprehensible. The two fireballs collided, resulting in a violent explosion and a cloud of smoke engulfing the arena. As the smoke obscured visibility, Rika silently donned her sunglasses. Such a simple action went unnoticed by Fuyue, who was unaware of the misfortune that awaited him. Suddenly, a figure dashed through the smoke toward Rika. Oh, a surprise attack amidst the smoke? A commendable strategy, but merely that. Raising her hand, Rika deftly seized Fuyue. What? Boom. The moment Rika grasped Fuyue, an unforeseen and violent explosion erupted. Separation, great explosion. Rika enunciated clearly, as the 8 lightning god clones dissipated, shielding her from harm. Fuyue had previously claimed that Itachi was his most prized pupil, and considering the scenes from the anime where Fuyue instructed Itachi, it could be inferred that Fuyue and Itachi belonged to the same genre of Jinjutsu users. Perhaps, after his tutelage, Itachi inherited Fuyue's legacy. With this realization, Rika's expression sharpened. So, you wish to play with Jinjutsu? Very well. I shall indulge you. Did it not work? Fuyue thought, observing Rika merely block his explosive clone with her elbow. Oblivious to the method she employed, his expression turned grave. The opponent possessed an immensely powerful defensive capability, almost instantaneous. If he could not unravel her defenses, defeating her would be impossible. However, despite the full power of his Sharingan, Fuyue could not discern how she had withstood his assault. In that case, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Testing the waters, Fuyue unleashed several fireballs toward Rika, and midway, he suddenly released a flurry of shuriken, employing the Uchiha clan's unique throwing technique to envelop Rika from all directions with fire and shuriken. Next, she would surely employ that protective technique to defend herself. Fuyue concluded internally, yet Rika, uninterested in raising a shield, executed an invincible spin toward Fuyue. Easy. A fierce electric crackle resonated. But as she gazed at the splintered wooden stump, Rika fell into silence. A substitution technique? I never anticipated that I would fall for such a trick. Even with my dual ocular powers, it seems Fuyue has employed numerous tactics amidst the fog. Very well. Rika's gaze flickered as she shifted her technique to a supportive role and activated the Rain Tiger Free technique. It's raining? Is this her ninjutsu? What purpose does it serve? As he felt the gentle droplets upon him, Fuyue pondered for a moment, suddenly sensing impending danger. I've got you. Caught off guard. Fuyue was pierced and immobilized by several enormous feathers. Is this Jinjutsu? Damn it. Behold the magical mirror of heaven and earth. Using Jinjutsu before an Uchiha? Do not underestimate the Uchiha, you fool. Fuyue, filled with fury, unleashed the power granted by his 3-tomo Sharingan, rebounding the Jinjutsu. Alas, it yielded little effect. Seeing the feathers still firmly embedded in him, Fuyue incredulously declared, "This is impossible." There is nothing impossible. After all, Fuyue possesses only the 3-tomo, while Rika wields both the Manjiki Sharingan and Rinnegan. Her ocular prowess has already placed Fuyue at a disadvantage, and to think he wishes to rebound her Jinjutsu? How utterly absurd. This technique shall be the final ninjutsu. I shall eliminate you with this. The 8 lightning god clones became visible, and Rika commanded them to charge at Fuyue. Boom. Crackle. Upon contact with Fuyue, the clone unleashed a thunderous explosion, rendering him unconscious. The last words he heard were Rika's mocking declaration. This technique is called the lightning-style clone big explosion. The victor is Rika BT. Unbelievable. Upon announcing the results, the referee wore an expression of utter astonishment. After 3 consecutive battles, having formed opposing seals thrice, not once had a reconciliation seal been established, yet victory was achieved. This was akin to a cat toying with a mouse, an overwhelming superiority. Well, you all saw it. What comes next doesn't require my guidance, does it? After descending from the stage, Rika spoke with a tone of task completion. Yes, understood. Now it is our turn to showcase the results of our training. We shall not lag behind you, Rika. Observing the formidable opponent being dispatched with such ease, Minato and Inuzuka Kiba felt that the other teams in the CH-9 exams were not as daunting as they had presumed. In truth, very few ninja squads participating in the CH-9 exams could rival Fuyue's team in terms of combat prowess. Rika's match resembled the caliber of a final showdown in a personal competition. They were merely unfortunate to encounter each other early on. The subsequent opponents were hardly worth mentioning and could be easily handled by Minato and Kiba. However, many skilled individuals remained throughout the personal matches, such as the Ino-Shikicho trio they encountered midway. Regrettably, while the synergy of the boar deer butterfly formation is formidable, their individual prowess falls somewhat short, as evidenced by their being easily defeated by Jiraiya's team with a score of 13. Subsequently, they encountered the Hyuga brothers, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, alongside the heir of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Shikamaru. The outcome was similarly bleak, with Rika effortlessly overcoming them. Thus, Jiraiya's team emerged victorious in the individual competition, securing first place. The ensuing team battle was even more predictable, not only due to Rika's overwhelming strength, but also because the other ninja teams had endured a grueling day of combat, resulting in diminished stamina and capability. The tightly packed examination schedule left them no time to recuperate. This was intentional, for beyond merely assessing strength, the Chunin exams also sought to evaluate whether participants possessed the essential leadership skills required of a Chunin, including the ability to effectively command a team and manage their energy. After all, a Chunin is akin to a junior leader, entrusted with the responsibility of guiding others, thus necessitating such trials. The results were unsurprising, facing the fatigued ninja teams. Jiraiya's team easily dispatched them, clinching victory in the tournament. Chunin exam. Chunin exam task complete. You have received a reward, a level ninja card. Reward distributed. You have obtained the Winter Limited Edition Ninja Card of Uzumaki Kushina. Separation, a gift of farewell. You have used the level ninja card. Uzumaki Kushina Winter Limited Edition. You have acquired the abilities, Sealing Technique and Whirlpool Physique. You have gained the skill, Diamond Lock, summons a diamond chain to ensnare enemies. Upon successful capture, the chain can be twisted into a drill for drilling attacks. Winter Handbag spends a small amount of essence points to randomly pull out an item from the Christmas handbag, transforming it into a subskill. There are 7 items. Snowball inflicts frost damage. Using it again can turn the target into a snowman, who can move but cannot attack. Snow Globe summons a circle of frosty winds around oneself, triggering the snowman control effect. Gingerbread Man releases a circle of gingerbread cookies that explode upon contact with the ground. Frying Pan throws the frying pan, stunning enemies upon impact. Christmas Gift throws a gift box that explodes upon landing, launching enemies. Invincible Lucky Star grants invincibility, preventing damage and control for 10 seconds. Nothing happens. You pulled nothing out. There's no advice for you but to bite the lighter. Romantic Winter throws the handbag, continuously showering gifts to attack enemies, then uses the diamond chain to ensnare enemies along with the gifts, wrapping them into a Christmas tree. Kushina, often heralded as the mightiest ninja, even holds the title of the ninja with the highest potential in the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, her strength does not stem from mere skill, but rather from other aspects. The potency of Winter Kushina lies in her second ability, which can be succinctly described as deriving from one of the 7 effects, Invincible Lucky Star. The effect of Invincible Lucky Star is straightforward yet devastating. It grants a 10-second window of invincibility. Therefore, should one be fortunate enough, during a 60-second duel, to unleash multiple invincible Lucky Stars, they would enjoy a significant lead over their opponent in terms of output time, all while being impervious to harm. Such a powerful effect, if drawn multiple times, would effortlessly send enemies fleeing in disarray. One can only imagine the surreal spectacle of activating 6 such potent skills within a mere 60 seconds. Yet, the probability of merely 1 in 7, or even less, renders this strategy largely theoretical, a gamble with fate. But what a coincidence it would be to draw Kushina. Minato, Rika, what's the matter? Hearing Rika's call, Minato awkwardly scratched his head. The recent examination, as the rounds progressed, had unveiled the increasingly formidable nature of their adversaries, compelling Minato to reveal the secret of the Rasengan. Even though he claimed it was an impromptu display, his guilty conscience made him unable to meet Rika's gaze. No, it's nothing. The Uzumaki's bloodline limit is not a dominant gene, as evidenced by Naruto. Hence, the color of hair is not particularly relevant to the Uzumaki clan's traits. Thus, Rika decisively interrupted her train of thought, which had been spurred by drawing Kushina's ninja card, inadvertently suggesting to Minato whether she resembled his wife. Such implications could easily lead to misunderstandings, which were unnecessary. As expected of my student Jiraiya, You all have effortlessly passed the Chunin exams, just as I did in my day. The following day, clad in Chunin vests, Jiraiya's team was engaged in their final assembly. Before them, Jiraiya, with his eyes closed and chin in hand, wore a smug expression as he spoke. Happiness should be the lifelong pursuit of a man. In Konoha, with you all around, along with many companions, friends, and bonds, I feel enveloped by happiness. Thus, I wish to share this joy with the world. For this reason, I must attend to certain matters. I will be leaving you for a time, perhaps as short as 2 or 3 months, or possibly spanning several years. I can only apologize, but I will hold you all dear, cherishing this brief yet beautiful bond we share. Although I have not provided you with substantial guidance, you remain my most trusted disciples. Lord Jiraiya, Jiraiya-sensei. Without hesitation, Jiraiya's sentimental words moved Minato and Inuzuka Kiba deeply. Only Rika understood Jiraiya's previous endeavors had amounted to naught, leaving her at a loss for words. Compared to Jiraiya, even a stone in a lavatory seemed less foul and solid. After fruitless efforts, Rika resigned herself to Jiraiya's departure. After all, presently, no one in the ninja world posed a threat to him. Allowing him to venture forth for a few years might yield unforeseen benefits. Now that you have all become Chunins, what are your plans moving forward? After expressing his bittersweet sentiments, Jiraiya inquired curiously. He enjoyed a good rapport in the village, and with his current allies still present in the ninja community, he hoped to facilitate their future endeavors. I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. Scratching his head, Kiba responded, feeling somewhat lost. For someone recently promoted to Chunin, contemplating the future seemed a complex matter. Perhaps we 1T separate. We can continue as Jiraiya's team, accepting missions in Konoha until our teacher returns, Minato suggested, glancing at Rika. Finally, as everyone turned their gaze toward her, Rika slowly stated, perhaps it isn't so bad for Jiraiya's team to end here? Rika, what do you mean by that? Kiba exclaimed, taken aback by her unexpected revelation. It means nothing. Konoha currently lacks a 3 Chunin team, right? Without Jiraiya-sensei, it would only be reasonable for the 3 of us to be assigned elsewhere. The structure of ninja teams generally consists of a Jonin leading 3 Chunins or Genins, or a Chunin leading 2 Genins. This is evident in Minato's class and Shikamaru's experiences. In the future, when Kakashi initially became a Jonin, Minato unhesitatingly entrusted team leadership to him while opting for a solo operation. Similarly, Shikamaru once commanded multiple Genins on a mission, even leading Sakura and Naruto on an outing. Otherwise, if all 3 members of a team are of equal rank, conflicts may arise. Who should lead in times of disagreement? The ninja team undoubtedly requires a leader of higher status than the other members. Consequently, upon realizing this, a heavy silence enveloped them. After all, Jiraiya was about to depart, and they had only just attained the rank of CH Nin. Their qualifications for advancing to J Nin were insufficient, and even if Jiraiya were willing to write a recommendation letter, it would be of no avail. Now, what expressions do you bear? There is no need for excessive sorrow. As Jiraiya once eloquently stated, we have forged a brief yet beautiful bond, and thus, Rika extended her hands, gathering a brilliant blue Rasengan. I wish to deepen our connection, and this shall serve as my parting gift to you, Jiraiya. Eventually, Rika successfully imparted the Rasengan to all members of Jiraiya's class. The reasoning behind this, coupled with the farewell gift, rendered them unable to decline with excuses of it being a family secret of Rika's that ought not to be disseminated lightly. They accepted her gift with gratitude. Minato, needless to say, had begun practicing the Rasengan under Rika's guidance a month prior. Following him was Jiraiya, whose prowess as a legendary Sannin was indisputable, with his exceptional chakra control and experience. He mastered the Rasengan in merely 3 days before setting off into the vast ninja world in search of his destined child. Lastly, Inuzuka Kiba, as a member of the Inuzuka clan possessing secret techniques, struggled to balance practicing family secrets with the jutsu imparted by Jiraiya, in addition to the Rasengan bestowed by Rika. Overwhelmed by the plethora of knowledge, he ultimately managed to learn the Rasengan through the persistent guidance of Rika and Minato. Unsurprisingly, teaching these individuals the Rasengan did not trigger any achievement rewards, perhaps due to the technique's rank. However, Rika did not concern herself with this. After all, her intention in teaching them the Rasengan was not to trigger achievement rewards, but to pursue another ambition, the extension of the Rasengan techniques. The Rasengan is inherently non-elemental, allowing for the infusion of chakra with various nature transformations or alterations, resulting in different variant techniques, much like the flamboyant Rasengan utilized by the character from the film. Minato proposed the concept, which Naruto later actualized, leading to the forbidden jutsu, wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Subsequently, Jiraiya further developed the Great Ball Rasengan and the Super Great Ball Rasengan. Additionally, there was the disappearing Rasengan, infused with lightning chakra by a certain elder, and the upgraded version of the Rasengan, the detachable Rasengan bomb. Lastly, there was the colossal Rasengan capable of obliterating Konoha, gifted by a mysterious benefactor. All these variations intrigued Rika. However, her immediate aspirations did not lie there, and she was uncertain if she could develop variants of the Rasengan. Thus, she resolved to delegate the research of these skills to others while reaping the rewards herself. It was evident from the original narrative that Minato was a genius in developing and refining ninjutsu, making him an ideal candidate to assist Rika in this formidable endeavor. Of course, Jiraiya's abilities were not to be underestimated, as he was the one who created the Great Ball Rasengan. As for Inuzuka Kiba, he was merely an ancillary participant in Rika's broader strategy, as it would seem unjust for her not to teach him after imparting knowledge to others. Moreover, one could never know, the lesser-known ninjas of Konoha might surprise her with their potential. For this reason, Rika decided to disseminate the Rasengan, acquiring a new ninjutsu, especially one as powerful as that gifted by a lovely maiden like Rika, was a source of great delight for the members of Jiraiya's class. However, once their joy subsided, they were met with less favorable news. With Rika's voluntary resignation from Jiraiya's class, the team, now comprised of 3 nin, began to disband. Inuzuka Kiba opted to return to his clan to follow family directives, the details of which remained unknown. Meanwhile, Minato became a leading nin, tasked with guiding a new team composed of a novice from the Yamanaka clan named Yamanaka Shino and a Kimichi CHG, the sole member of the Inuzuka clan who had not advanced to nin. As the main offensive force of the Inuzuka clan, CHG was formidable. The reason for his lack of advancement lay in his failure to demonstrate the necessary professional qualities, particularly leadership skills, during the nin exams. Thus, he was mercilessly eliminated from the exams, remaining a genin. Compared to the future nin class leader, Nara Shikamaru, and the head of the interrogation department, Yamanaka Ino, CHG's inability to pass the nin exams was somewhat understandable. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, after parting ways with Rika, Minato flourished in his new team, and his reputation as a genius began to emerge. At this juncture, his ninja career soared like a dragon taking flight. In stark contrast, Rika found herself quietly toiling away. Unnoticed, after leaving Jiraiya's class, Rika also became a leading nin. Following the village's regulations, where a nin led 3 members and a nin led 2. Rika meticulously selected her 2 subordinates. Given that the current cohort of ninjas from Kakashi's generation was likely still in their infancy, the prospect of teaming up with them was merely a fanciful dream. Fortunately, fate had not entirely forsaken her. If she could not recruit from the 12th generation S elite, she would turn her attention to those from her own or Minato's generation. After careful consideration, Rika chose 2 genin to serve as her subordinates, Haruno SH, a civilian ninja and future 4th Hokage, who happened to be Haruno Sakura's father, and Kazumit Surikaze, a member of a lesser-known clan closely related to the Senju clan. This clan would eventually produce a companion for Konohamaru who awakened the wood-release bloodline limit. It was upon discovering this connection that Rika decided to enlist the blonde-haired girl into her team. Thus, after nearly a month of undertaking low-level missions together, Rika made a bold decision. Now, gazing at the rain village shrouded in a curtain of rain, Rika inexplicably smiled. Jiraiya, I have arrived in the rain village. Where are you? Jiraiya, you are not in the rain village at all. Where have you hidden yourself? Missions in Konoha were monotonous and dull. After serving as a leading ninja for a month, Rika was on the verge of fleeing. Alas, even though Konoha had achieved victory in the Second Shinobi War and cultivated a cadre of renowned ninjas, thus attracting numerous commissions from the ninja world, the tedium remained unbearable. However, despite the prosperity of the Hidden Leaf Village, it could not instill a sense of pride in Rika. After all, the current vibrancy of the village belonged to others, leaving Rika with nothing but endless complexities. High-level missions were elusive, and even when they did arise, they had no relevance to Rika, a mere chunin. The main force behind such missions comprised the jonin, and only they could lead teams to undertake these advanced tasks. Mid-level missions might involve combat with ninjas, yet it was unlikely that adversaries exceeding the Chunin rank would appear. As for the tasks categorized as miscellaneous, Rika primarily engaged with low-level missions, which were devoid of ninja encounters. Her team, under Rika's guidance, experienced an effortless journey throughout the missions. Unfortunately, after becoming a Chunin, she had not triggered any new missions, hindering her growth significantly. Rika speculated that the inability to trigger missions stemmed from their low difficulty, yet as a Chunin, she was incapable of accepting high-level tasks. To undertake missions of higher rank, one must either attain Jonin status or be accompanied by a Jonin leader. Ironically, Rika possessed neither at present. There was no Jonin to lead her, and Jiraiya had only recently embarked on his journey, leaving Rika disinterested in seeking another Jonin for leadership. Moreover, to become a Jonin, a recommendation letter from a fellow Jonin was necessary, a condition she could not meet. After all, Jiraiya had just begun his journey, and Rika had no relatives of Jonin status. Nor had she yet gained sufficient experience as a newly appointed Chunin. Thus, she found herself awkwardly stuck in this limbo, neither ascending nor descending, a rather embarrassing predicament. Unable to endure the tedious monotony of low-level missions any longer, Rika, after a period of contemplation, decided to switch places with an 8th Thunder God clone during an outing mission. The clone would take her place as a Konoha ninja, while she would venture out to explore the ninja world. As a superior form of shadow clone technique, the 8th Thunder God clone possessed strength comparable to her own and exhibited astonishing endurance, even capable of absorbing external lightning, be it ninjutsu or natural thunder, to extend its duration. With its own consciousness, loyalty, and formidable power, Rika left one 8th Thunder God clone behind, reminiscent of the early days of the Hokage, while she herself slipped away from the confines of Konoha. However, unlike a mere shadow clone, Rika's 8 Thunder God clones were limited to exactly 8. Once she left one behind, she was left with only 7, making the price she paid far more severe than that of those who merely left behind shadow clones. Moreover, the situation was further complicated by the fact that this period belonged to the backdrop of the Hokage storyline, with many characters still in their infancy or yet to be born. In essence, Rika's excursion was rather purposeless. Ironically, she had often mocked Jiraiya for his futile endeavors, only to find herself engaging in a similar folly. Thus, increasingly frustrated, Rika resolved to visit the Rain Village, a significant stronghold in the future, to reap some benefits. Surprisingly, she gained entry with such ease. Under the rain, adjusting her conical hat with a notch for visibility, Rika began to survey the Rain Village. At this time, the village was still under the leadership of Hanzo, and its architecture, unlike the punk aesthetic of the future Pain era, exuded an unexpected ancient charm. Besides the numerous steel pipes adorning the structures, the rain country was perpetually drenched, and these pipes served to drain the accumulated rainwater. In this regard, Hanzo and Pain diverged significantly in their choices, with Hanzo's pipe infrastructure being far less extensive than Pain's colossal designs. After all, to maintain the Rain Tiger free technique, the Rain Village remained under constant rainfall, only ceasing when their forces fell. Hanzo, on the other hand, lacked the Rain Tiger free technique and did not possess the requisite strength. Despite being one of the legendary Sannin, Hanzo's record was dismal, akin to a ninja who had never triumphed in Sage Mode, merely a wave of impact. He fled before Nagato, who wielded the Outer Path's Geto statue, and ultimately met his demise at the hands of the Pain puppets, losing the Rain Village he had governed for a lifetime in the process. Later, he was brought back through the reanimation jutsu, only to be swiftly defeated by his former subordinates, receiving a severe reprimand in the process. Thus, one could conclude that Hanzo's life was a failure, though it remained uncertain whether his strength was truly adequate. As Rika pondered this, she unexpectedly triggered a mission. Challenge mission, Demigod. Mission content. The salamander Hanzo, during the Second Shinobi World War, gained the upper hand against Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, earning them the title of Sannin, and is the only ninja in the ninja world referred to as a demigod. This name is legendary. The salamander Hanzo stands at the pinnacle of ninjas. Do you seem to harbor some discontent towards this legendary figure who endowed a name to the Sannin? If so, defeat the salamander Hanzo and claim victory in this challenge. Mission reward: 1 random ninja card, 1 random secret scroll. It was indeed expected that a challenging opponent was necessary to trigger a mission. For Rika, who yearned for strength but struggled to trigger missions due to the advanced version, A master like Hanzo suddenly became a coveted target. Defeating Hanzo would validate her clandestine excursion. No, it could even be said that after conquering Hanzo, she could continue to challenge various masters from different ninja villages and the Kage to test if she could trigger further missions. Eureka! Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Rika, filling her with exhilaration. Excellent. Once she defeated Hanzo, she could subsequently confront Jiraiya, who might currently be in the Rain Country. Jiraiya, I am already in the Rain Country. Where are you? You are nowhere to be found in the Rain Country. Where have you hidden yourself? 107. This is the origin of Konoha's White Fang. A silvery light emerged, and 3 slashes appeared almost simultaneously, encircling Rika. The aura of impending doom surged, leaving her with no means of escape. Yet there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. However, the space obscured by the 3 slashes was soon replaced by an even sharper downward strike. The incredible speed allowed White Fang to almost simultaneously unleash 4 strikes, sealing off Rika's escape route, as if intending for her to succumb to this attack. Undoubtedly, White Fang's assault was quite astonishing, evoking a long-forgotten sense of awe in Rika. White Fang, too, employed a speed-oriented fighting style. After mentally processing this concept, Rika executed a sidestep, react, dodge, evade. A slight twist of her body allowed Rika to narrowly escape the deadly strikes. In the face of Shuma's relentless onslaught, Rika appeared composed and unhurried. How is this possible? Shoma had contemplated numerous ways Rika might counter his assault, yet he could never have anticipated that she would rely on evasion. Moreover, she adeptly toyed with her opponent, sidestepping his strikes by a hair's breadth. Rika had managed to employ the most fundamental evasion technique to nullify his attacks. This was quite absurd. The assault continued, and having dodged 3 strikes, Rika maintained her sidelong stance, observing Shuma's descending attack with an air of nonchalance. Even amidst the most intense onslaught, there exist gaps. As long as there is a fissure, one can evade. Does that not sound reasonable? Reasonable, you say? Shikubo was astounded. What is this? A form of martial arts? Before Shikubo could contemplate further, Liuhua's attacks came in rapid succession. With a mere inch to spare, he sidestepped and countered with a punch. The minuscule distance of force exerted seemed insignificant, yet the instinct of White Fang surged within him, alerting him that this strike was far from ordinary. In midair, Shikubo altered his downward slash into a sweeping motion, skillfully evading Liuhua's attack through the recoil of his blade's energy. Liuhua, unfazed by the missed punch, executed a swift turn, delivering a side kick that toppled Shikubo, who had drawn his blade in defense. Such formidable strength. This power rivals that of Princess Tsunade, renowned for her monstrous might. Upon landing, Shikubo shook his slightly numb arm, contemplating the force he had just encountered. Has Shikubo not exerted his full strength yet? If this is all he can muster, then victory shall surely be mine. Liuhua jested, feeling buoyant without any pressure. What was that? Noticing that Liuhua hadn't pressed her advantage, Shikubo inquired out of curiosity, evidently intrigued by the technique she had just displayed. It's called Jeet Kune Do, a form of martial arts, Liuhua revealed, disclosing that her technique was derived from the legendary ninja card, the Jeet Kune Do master, Li. This anticipatory technique is extraordinarily intricate, not something just anyone can master, unlike the Leaf Village-esque fluid techniques that can be easily imitated or improved upon. Thus, Liuhua had no qualms about revealing her information. What an impressive martial art, Shikubo mused, though he did not fully comprehend it. He could certainly appreciate the finesse involved in her recent maneuvers. In that case, I shall not hold back either. Excited by the prospect of battle, Shikubo resolved to reveal his true combat stance. What follows will be the genuine Leaf Village White Fang. Crackling arcs of silver electricity danced across Shikubo's form, the current coursing through him and into his blade, which bore the name White Fang, now glistening ominously like the fangs of a fierce beast. Lightning attribute. White lightning. What effects does it possess? Liuhua recalled 3 distinct types of lightning that diverged from the norm in the Naruto series, each with unique effects. The first was the black lightning, a secret technique of the Cloud Village, emphasizing the paralyzing nature of the lightning attribute, inflicting torment upon its victims. The second was the purple lightning, developed later by Kakashi, which could be utilized without hand seals. Lastly, there was the golden snake lightning, enhanced by Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave. Each of these possessed greater potency than standard lightning techniques. What changes does Shikubo's white lightning bring? Without needing to ask, Shikubo answered himself. Lightning slash. not a divine jutsu. In an instant, as Shikubo swung his blade, a lightning-infused arc of energy cleaved through the air, morphing into a lightning clone that mirrored Shikubo's form. No hand seals. Wait. Shikubo had substituted a slash for the hand seals required to unleash ninjutsu. Luwa, having evaded the initial attack, recognized the ruse too late, already ensnared in Shikubo's dual-pronged assault. The next moment, a torrential downpour of lightning slashes rained down upon her. Intriguing. As she raised her hand to deploy a sealing technique, Luwa evaded the encroaching lightning strikes. Trying to escape? Lightning whirlwind slash. With a blend of wind and lightning, sharpness and speed intertwined, Shikubo pursued Luwa along her retreating path, pressing closer with every move. The short blade white fang, enveloped in wind and lightning chakra, gleamed with an extraordinary sharpness, capable of slicing through the very air itself. In truth, each of Shikubo's strikes carved out brief vacuums in the air, creating turbulent currents that filled the battlefield, allowing him to evade incoming projectiles without a single effort. This was a skill honed in battles against the Sand Village's puppet masters. Observe closely the origins of the Leaf Village White Fang. After a series of attacks that Luwa narrowly dodged, Shikubo erupted into action, arcs of electricity enveloping him and igniting a white aura. The current made his hair stand on end, and coupled with the surrounding flames, he resembled a super scion of sorts, specifically the white variant. Lightning release, cell activation. The reason Kakashi struggled to control his Chidori in its early stages was precisely due to this technique. Under the influence of lightning release cell activation, the user could unleash lightning-like speed, a transformation of the lightning attribute. Due to the increase in speed without a corresponding enhancement in reaction time, Kakashi found it challenging to control the Chidori, relying solely on anticipation for its use. Yet Shikubo exhibited no such concerns regarding speed control. The simple activation of lightning release cells in his body flowed with the grace of the Cloud Village's lightning ninjutsu, leaving Luwa to suspect that his electric aura might serve as a true shield. Boom. Indeed. With a powerful punch that forced Shikubo back, Luwa wore a look of realization. Upon inspecting her fist, she found it tinged red from the electric shock of that previous blow. 108, a defeat? This cannot be. Vacuum sword. Shikubo pushed back, retaliated with a wind blade, its density formidable and seemingly impossible to dissipate with ease. Spiral sphere. Luwa countered directly with her own technique to neutralize the attack. However, in the standoff between the spiral sphere and the wind blade, a crackling sound erupted. Shikubo, in a flash of lightning, appeared beside Luwa, reversing his grip on the blade and slashing towards her. The white fang, forged from chakra-infused metal, combined with the cutting nature of lightning, rendered its potency undeniable. Should Shikubo's blade graze her, blood would surely flow, and with it, the potential for electrical conduction. As such, Luwa braced herself to evade once more. However, you have fallen into my trap. The lightning attribute's extended form. Lightning slash. This was not merely a future technique akin to Kakashi's. It was genuine lightning enveloping the blade as it struck. Yet, even so, the lightning coiling around the blade moved with a serpentine grace, instantly attaching itself to Luwa. Electricity. The powerful current surged throughout Luwa's body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. I'm finished. With the lightning coursing through her, Luwa fought through the intense paralysis, finding a moment to unleash her divine might and evade the lightning slash. The lightning passed through her body. What kind of ability is this? Observing Luwa's new maneuver, Shikubo refrained from attacking, instead remaining still to wield his blade and create shadow clones. Lightning release shadow clone technique. Is she attempting that move again? Luwa thought, catching a glimpse of Shikubo's actions. To her dismay, amidst the loss of purity in her ninja skills, she realized she was not as formidable as she had once believed. This cannot be. I refuse to concede to being a novice. Wait, that number is off. Initially intent on wallowing in self-pity, Luwa's eyes widened as she perceived the gathering lightning shadow clones beside Shikubo, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is the lightning release shadow clone dance. A multitude of lightning shadow clones charged forth, their speed so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only the trailing arcs of electricity to mark their presence. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Luwa's mind as she swiftly retrieved a kunai from her ninja pouch. intending to scatter them and attempt to detonate a few of the lightning shadow clones to reduce the onslaught of strikes. But, in the fleeting moment of the celestial dance, as Lu Hua finally grasped the situation, Shuo Mo's white-toothed dagger had already arrived. With a gentle probe, he effortlessly shattered Liu Hua's kunai. Victory! Upon witnessing this, Shuo Mo felt a wave of certainty wash over him. With Liu Hua's final countermeasure neutralized, it signified his triumph in this contest. However, could it truly be so simple? Just as the blade of the lightning clone aimed at Lu Hua, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from her body. In a dazzling transformation, Lu Hua became a streak of light, swirling around the fallen kunai before charging towards Shuo Mo. How swift! What kind of technique is this? Even before the severed kunai had touched the ground, Lu Hua launched a remarkable counterattack in the blink of an eye. Clang! Liu Hua's thrust was parried by Shuo Mo. The kunai gleaming with golden light clashing against the silvery dagger, producing an ear-piercing metallic screech. Buzz! The harsh sound left Lu Hua feeling dizzy. Meanwhile, as Shuo Mo was about to speak, a flash of gold revealed Lu Hua suddenly behind him. Counterattack! With a swift upward kick, Lu Hua executed a powerful side kick that sent Shuo Mo soaring into the air. Following this was the capstone spiral. This must be the end, Lu Hua thought confidently. Yet an unforeseen twist occurred. With a flourish, Shuo Mo withdrew his dagger before Lu Hua, as if to display it to her. The dagger then radiated an intense light, blinding Lu Hua in an instant. You have a counterattack too? Lu Hua couldn't believe it. No, this isn't a counterattack, it's an illusion. In that moment, Shuo Mo had employed an illusion upon himself. Was he using light to create an illusion? This realization brought to Liu Hua's mind a certain technique. The lightning release. Lightning pillar, utilized by the fourth Raikage, a sensory-type ninja. Although the lightning pillar is classified as lightning release, it is fundamentally an illusion, released under conditions akin to that of the white-toothed illusion. By generating a blinding light, it simultaneously controls or stuns the target, making it a formidable counter to ocular techniques. Even the fully equipped Eagle Squad must first deal with this before challenging the Raikage, illustrating the technique's potency. Much like a flashbang, Shuo Mo has blinded me. But then what? Having already teleported above Shuo Mo, Lu Hua merely needed to flip and press the capstone spiral down. Even without vision, victory seemed assured. Confidence surged within her. Despite the obscured sight, it did not hinder her from declaring the outcome. Yet, such overconfidence led to her being stabbed. No, not just once, but multiple times. As her vision gradually returned, Lu Hua was astonished to find her spiral technique ineffective. Instead, several of Shuo Mo's shadow clones surrounded her, each wielding a white-toothed dagger that plunged into her body. The multitude of wounds almost rendered her a hedgehog. How could this be? Liu Hua's pupils trembled in disbelief. Had she truly lost? To Shuo Mo, a character who barely appeared, she had suffered such a devastating defeat? No, absolutely not. How could this happen? How could it be this way? Lu Hua struggled to accept her defeat. The one who had triumphed over countless formidable foes could be bested by Hatake Shuo Mo? It was impossible. Such a reality was unacceptable. Wait, it shouldn't be like this. This is an illusion. No, it is a jinjutsu. Indeed, this is a jinjutsu. It is the illusion cast by Hatake Shuo Mo. Mirroring the world of magical mirrors, break for me. Realizing the situation, Lu Hua swiftly organized her counterattack. Utilizing the inherent jinjutsu and its rebound from her three-tomo Sharingan, she amplified it with her astonishing ocular prowess. In an instant, the blinding white light, the lingering shadows, and the vision of daggers piercing her vanished, all deflected back to the caster. Swish! In the real world, as Shuo Mo had just completed casting his technique and was preparing to evade Liu Hua's pursuit, he suddenly felt a flash before him, followed by a brilliant light exploding in his eyes, blinding him. Before he could comprehend the situation, countless Lu Hua, armed with swords, descended from above, targeting Shuo Mo directly. Thrust! 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 As the daggers pierced the ground, Shuo Mo barely had time to react before more sword-wielding Lu Hua followed closely behind, impaling him. The finale was the spiral technique. 109. Victory, now the root. With the rebound jinjutsu pinning Shuo Mo to the ground, he began to endure a torrential downpour of daggers. The sharp blades pierced his body from above, through his hands, feet, legs, back, shoulders, spine, knees, throat, and heart. In the blink of an eye, Every possible surface of Shuo Mo was filled with long blades. Overwhelmed by Liu Hua's counterattack, Shuo Mo found himself unable to move before the overwhelming illusion forced him to cough up blood. How could this be? Shuo Mo was incredulous. His illusion had been shattered. In the ninja world, illusions are generally categorized into three types: the prevalent visual type, the less common auditory type, and the mostly forbidden tactile type, such as Izanagi and Izanami. There are also even rarer methods of casting illusions, but those are not accounted for here. The white-toothed illusion undoubtedly belongs to the visual category, utilizing an intense light that, much like a flashbang, gives it a certain counter-illusion capability. With this technique, Shuo Mo was nearly invincible among illusion users in the village, even defeating the renowned Uchiha clan. Yet now, his illusion was effortlessly unraveled, even rebounding upon him. The speed was astounding. The pace of breaking the illusion overwhelmed Shuo Mo. He could only recall just having successfully cast the illusion when it was swiftly countered and returned by Liu Hua. Such a gap in power was truly astonishing. I concede. Cease your actions. Experiencing firsthand Liu Hua's superior strength, Shuo Mo decisively surrendered. Acknowledging this, Liu Hua also promptly ceased her spiral technique, transforming her claws into palms as she struck Shuo Mo's back to dispel the illusion and then employed her healing abilities to restore him. What an exquisite display of ninjutsu. Perhaps within the village of Konoha, no ninja could rival your prowess. The powerful illusion struck Shuo Mo's mind, leaving him momentarily drained, yet he still optimistically remarked, "Not, brother. You are still offering evaluations? Very well, perhaps not." Liu Hua remained silent, entirely focused on healing Shuo Mo. After the battle with him, Liu Hua suddenly conceived a notion on how to perfectly utilize the 8 Thunder God Eye technique. Once somewhat disdainful of the 8 Thunder God, Liu Hua now realized its potential for further development following her battle with Shuo Mo inspired. She was eager to experiment with her newfound ideas. It's decided. Once I take down the roots, I shall train at their training grounds. However, before that, I should probably summon back the 8 Thunder God clones. At present, it seems she could only call back one, the one that had acted as a summoning at Pain S's side. By the way, I still have a question. Who exactly are you? The ability to heal oneself after defeating an opponent is enough to prove that Liu Hua is not an enemy, at least not to him or Konoha, which allowed him to let down his guard. Shikomo could sense that Rika had yet to unleash her full potential. In fact, even if he were to exert all his strength, he would be incapable of inflicting a significant blow on her. It was truly regrettable that he could not compel Lady Rika to exert herself fully. Such a missed opportunity felt akin to a bitter defeat. Rika, once a member of Jiraiya's team, was now a nin. As she reflected on Shikomo's recent technique, a lightning illusion that could counter the eye technique, she instinctively considered whether she could counter it herself, unaware that her answer would astonish Shikomo. Jiraiya? The legendary Sannin? Wasn't he supposed to have left the village some time ago? Contemplating Rika's prowess, Shikomo could not help but admire Jiraiya for having such a remarkable student. Thank you, Senior Shikomo. I have learned a great deal from this battle, Rika expressed gratefully after completing her healing. Shikomo waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter. I sincerely apologize for my lack of restraint. To make amends, allow me to treat you to a meal as compensation. Rika, with her classic cute pose, tilted her head apologetically for her lack of restraint. She embodied the traditional virtues of the villagers, including an unwavering spirit, which led her to become flustered when she found herself at a disadvantage. However, should she be defeated by Rika, another virtue of her village would surely come into play. Will that provoke a change in my expression? Not in the slightest, Shikomo remarked, noting her fierce determination during battle, juxtaposed with her polite demeanor afterward, which unexpectedly reminded him of a certain blonde-haired youth. Why is it that every one of Jiraiya's disciples behaves in such a manner? Shikomo pondered in confusion. After a brief period of healing, Shikomo regained his mobility, though the mental toll required him to rest a while longer. Once assured of Shikomo's well-being, Rika bid him farewell, claiming she had matters to attend to, and set out to locate the base of the root organization using her foresight. Suddenly, threats emerged as she encroached upon the perimeter of the base. The root organization was still in its formative phase, brimming with youthful vigor and ambition, maintaining an astonishingly stringent surveillance around their headquarters. As Rika breached the alert zone, members of Root quickly appeared to confront her. In such a situation, Rika could only muse. Perhaps a third Hokage would keep them in check. Prior to Yamato's intervention, the root had operated independently of the Hokage's Umbu. However, following the Yamato incident, the organization's strength had evidently diminished significantly, to the point of being encircled by the Umbu even on their home turf. Never mind, I shall refrain from commenting further. Danzo operates in such a manner, while ordinary ninjas simply need to fulfill their missions. Danzo, on the other hand, has much more to consider, such as how to execute a competent yet low-profile operation. Activating her Sharingan, Rika effortlessly subdued a few peripheral patrol members with illusions, acquiring their defensive layout before seamlessly infiltrating the root headquarters. Her previous excursion to the root had proven immensely beneficial, and this time, Rika intended to seize control of the entire organization. Operating independently of the Hokage was tantamount to existing outside of Konohagakure itself. There were only two such entities in the entire ninja world, one being Root, and the other the Uchiha Security Force, formed by the founding elders. Both possessed a degree of autonomy and their own military might. Capturing either would be akin to claiming a fiefdom within Konoha. With her sensory abilities activated, Rika continuously sought her target. Unlike the future Root, rife with forbidden experiments, the current iteration had yet to engage in such illicit practices, resulting in many areas being sparsely populated, and the base's scale being relatively modest compared to its future counterpart. Nevertheless, Rika's exceptional sensory skills soon led her to a concealed chamber where Danzo was located. Upon seeing him, Rika felt an inexplicable surge of anger. "Is it you who dispatched someone to monitor me? Come on, man. I have been actively avoiding you, and yet you insist on clinging to me? How utterly pathetic." Through the memories returned by her 8 Thunder God clones, Rika had encountered the distinctive members of Root, who were clad differently from the Umbu, igniting her fury. "You dare to surveil the rightful heir of the Will of Fire? Have you lost your humanity? Very well, if you show no mercy, do not expect any in return." Summoning her idle 8 Thunder God clones to envelop her, Rika entered an invisible mode, aiming directly for Danzo. Capturing him in one fell swoop would suffice. Furthermore, once she had him, she intended to employ his most favored yet feared Sharingan to extract information from him, ultimately seizing control of the organization he had painstakingly nurtured. "What will you do now, Danzo?" Within the core of the Root base, Danzo remained oblivious to the unfolding events and the dreadful fate awaiting him. At that moment, his attention was entirely captivated by a particular item before him, the cells of Hashirama. Following the demise of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, research concerning the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had been sealed away and categorized as a forbidden topic in Konoha. However, wherever conflict arises, ambition inevitably follows. The god of Shinobi's power to quell chaos drew the covetous eyes of many. And it wasn't until the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War that someone dared to reach out for this taboo power. Shimura Danzo, a disciple of the second Hokage and a member of the Shadow Guard, was one of the Hokage advisors in Konoha, born before the village's establishment. Having witnessed the end of the Warring States era and the founding of Konoha, he participated in both the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, making him undoubtedly one of the highest-ranking and most experienced ninjas in Konoha. Although his ninja career was remarkably successful, it did not equate to a life devoid of hardship. To this day, Danzo harbored 2 significant regrets. The first was his failure to seize a fatal mission, which cost him the Hokage position. This incident had become a source of torment, often unsettling him during the night, compelling him to rise from his bed and berate himself for being a coward. Having addressed his psychological afflictions, it was time to acknowledge his physical ailments. Danzo's second regret stemmed from the loss of an eye and an arm during the Second Great Ninja War. The absence of an eye inevitably limited his vision, while losing an arm posed an even greater challenge. Setting aside the practicalities of daily life, the inability to perform hand seals with just one hand significantly hampered Danzo. A wind-style artillery ninja, with a substantial portion of his strength diminished, coupled with his inherently shadowy and sensitive nature, he felt as if every gaze upon his disability mocked him. Finally, unable to endure his plight, Danzo proclaimed himself as Root, retreating underground under the pretense of nutrient absorption. With the Hokage's tacit approval, he commenced research on Konoha's forbidden topic, Hashirama's cells. Presently, Danzo's research had only reached its initial phase, utilizing Hashirama's cells to implant them into other bodies, enabling them to wield the power of wood release. However, Due to the cell's uncontrollable ferocity, nearly every test subject that received the transplant transformed into grotesque human trees. Damn it, another failure. Gazing at the forest of flesh before him, Danzo's spirits plummeted. The vitality of Hashirama's cells was so overwhelmingly vigorous that mere direct injection into a human body proved futile, as an ordinary person's physique could not contain the energy of Hashirama's cells, ultimately leading to their transformation into trees. The energy contained within Hashirama's cells was too potent. Not even the strongest of ninjas could hope to suppress it. But the direction was fundamentally correct. Even in death, the first Hokage's cells retained their vitality, and the immense life force contained within might yet yield results. Contemplating this, Danzo turned his gaze to his hand, tightly bound with bandages. Did Elder Danzo know that human experimentation was prohibited in Konoha? As Towanzo envisioned the future, a voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Who? Towanzo exclaimed in shock, instinctively striking towards the source of the sound with his uninjured hand. In a nonchalant manner, a figure grasped Towanzo's hand, Rika, revealing the guise of a mysterious masked individual. Before him stood a tall figure, indeterminate in gender, cloaked entirely in a black robe with a purple lining, leaving only their ninja footwear, hands shackled, and a tiger-striped mask that obscured all but one eye. Moreover, beneath the mask, a Sharingan eye was visible. Are you of the Uchiha clan? What are your intentions? To incite rebellion? Towanzo's reaction was somewhat exaggerated upon seeing the Sharingan. The elder Towanzo chuckled. Isn't it you who aims to create turmoil? Human experiments. Studying the remains of the first Hokage, stealing the bloodline limits and secret techniques of your fellow villagers. Though you seem in a dire state, your transgressions are considerable. If the events of today were to be disclosed in Konoha, who could possibly shield you? Effortlessly seizing Towanzo's approaching hand, Rika twisted it with ease, stating, You fool. With only one hand remaining, Towanzo found himself nearly driven to madness as Rika nonchalantly broke his wrist. Release Lord Towanzo. Due to the clandestine nature of their operations in Konoha, the members of the Root organization had been dispatched, leaving only a few of Towanzo's most loyal confidants. Among them was the oil user, Ryoma, who was present at the experimental site, allowing him to act swiftly during Towanzo's ambush. Perhaps it is too late? Rika taunted. Prepare yourself. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A swarm of black insects surged toward Rika. Though they flew slowly, their destructive potential was formidable. These were not ordinary insects. They were parasitic bugs nurtured by the oil user clan. Capable of consuming chakra, they represented a significant challenge in Konoha. However, the masked figure unleashed a powerful technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Upon contact with the swarm, an explosion erupted, incinerating the insects. How is this possible? Ryoma could scarcely believe it. His meticulously cultivated parasites were now obliterated. Yet, instinctively, he had employed special insects resistant to high temperatures to counter the Uchiha. But why? Now it is my turn. Double Tsukuyami. The grand jutsu of Itachi unleashed, casting the scene into a tranquil lake under a setting sun. However, in the next moment, they realized it was not the sunset, but rather a meteor. The impact of the descending meteorite eroded the will of the Root members, ensnared by Rika's double Tsuyumi. As they fell under the illusion left by Towanzo, a meteor capable of obliterating worlds fell, its radiant glow unable to disturb the mirror-like surface of the lake, which reflected another meteor rising from below. At last, as the two neared each other, the serene surface was shattered, sending waves that enveloped the entranced Root members. The two meteors collided, their combined force dimming the heavens, casting everything into a vast expanse of white. Aimless, it felt akin to death. Had he already perished? Towanzo lamented. Unfulfilled, having not yet attained the title of Hokage or surpassed that fool, Hiruzen. Yet, did life itself no longer matter? Exhausted, he could think no more. Time slipped away, and Towanzo eventually realized he was indeed dead. It turned out that death did not lead to any purgatory or paradise, nor was there a grim reaper to judge the soul. The words of the village elders were mere fabrications to frighten disobedient children and foolish fools. After an indeterminate period of drifting consciousness, suddenly, Towanzo's vague awareness seemed to grasp a voice. Towanzo, Towanzo, a concerned female voice echoed, filled with worry for his condition. Was it Koharu's voice? He recalled her from his time at the Ninja Academy, a blossoming beauty of Konoha's younger generation, though her looks had faded with age. Wake up. Toanzo. Another urgent voice followed, akin to a flickering flame. Was it Hiruzen's voice? Indeed, that impetuous boy had been quite rash in his youth. The thought of Hiruzen stirred Toanzo's spirit slightly. Can't wake up? It seems Toanzo must be dead. Damned Cloud Village traitors. A simple voice emerged, Akito's. That rotund fool always made sweeping declarations. Impossible. Toanzo's voice trembled, recognizing Mito's glasses-clad figure. The pursuit squad of the Gold and Silver Brothers is closing in on us. What should we do, Teacher Tobarama? A calm voice emerged. It was Uchiha Kagami, the most irritating of Toanzo's classmates. Stay alert, Toanzo. I know your life is not yet over. This is a critical moment for Konoha. Do not bring disgrace upon the village. A sharp admonition pierced Toanzo's ears, jolting him awake as if someone had pressed a mysterious switch. With a jolt, all lost memories flooded back, and Toanzo opened his eyes wide. This is Toanzo. Have you been lost in slumber? It is Teacher Tobarama. Toanzo gazed in disbelief at the stern visage of Senju Tobarama, adorned in blue armor. Is this real? Could it be? Tobarama-sensei, the Grove, and the second Hokage's bodyguard, Hiruzen, Akito, Kagami, Koharu, and Mito. This familiar scene, the place that had haunted his dreams, he had finally returned. Toanzo felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily, yet the gravity of their situation forced him to suppress it. His lips curled upwards, resembling a crooked dragon king. Observing Toanzo's odd demeanor, Tobarama's crimson eyes narrowed, ready to rebuke, but Hiruzen intervened. Forgive me, Tobarama-sensei. Toanzo was wounded by the Cloud Village traitors. With a huff, Tobarama acquiesced to Hiruzen's explanation, pressing 2 fingers into the ground to exert his innate perceptive abilities. The enemy comprises approximately 20 individuals. This pursuit method indicates it is the elite squad of the Gold and Silver Brothers. Quickly, Tobarama reached a conclusion, and the hearts of the 7 present sank in unison. The elite squad of the Gold and Silver Brothers equated to 20 elite ninja-level adversaries from the Cloud Village hot on their heels. Should they be caught, they would face the relentless hunt of the Cloud Village traitors. They are merely 6 elite jonin and the Hokage, totaling just 7 individuals. Even if each one could eliminate an elite from the Cloud Village in a single confrontation, their adversaries still outnumber them. As long as they are delayed, the formidable brothers, Gold and Silver Horn, who dared to instigate a coup, can easily annihilate them. The brothers are hailed as the twin lights of Cloud Village and are believed to be descendants of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, possessing the ability to wield 4 of the divine tools left behind by the Sage, making their power formidable. However, beyond the divine tools, what instills greater fear is their sheer strength. In the past, when the Ninetales roamed wild, a team from Cloud Village attempted to capture it, with Gold and Silver Horn at the forefront. Yet, they were swallowed whole by the Ninetales. Remarkably, they survived the ordeal without being digested, indulging in a feast of fox flesh for 3 uninterrupted days and nights. Ultimately, the Ninetales could no longer bear the 2 and expelled them. The brothers emerged with the power of the Ninetales chakra, and due to their unique experience, they became the first perfect Jinchuriki in the history of the ninja world. They can freely activate the first and second stages of tailed beast transformation without losing their sanity, even sprouting 6 tails and utilizing tailed beast bombs. What does it mean to have 6 tails? It signifies a power level nearly capable of challenging Pain's 6 paths. The 6 tails and its Jinchuriki have previously subdued Pain in its 6 tails form. Coupled with the ability to maintain sanity during tailed beast transformation and the divine tools of the Sage of 6 Paths, along with the rebellious forces of Cloud Village, they find it nearly inconceivable to defeat the insurgents. However, their inability to conceive a solution does not imply that Danzo is equally stumped. After a heated debate, silence fell upon the group as they devised a plan. One individual would act as bait to cover the retreat of the others, fully aware that the one who takes on this role would face near certain death. The question arose, who would assume the role of the bait? I will do it. Sensei Tobarama. Without hesitation, Danzo stepped forward. Hokage, I am here. In that moment, Danzo could hardly contain his laughter at the thought of swapping identities with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This smile did not escape Tobarama's keen perception. Excellent. Placing life and death aside, Danzo, you have not betrayed my teachings over the years. In that case, you shall lure the enemy's pursuers. Tobarama acquiesced to Danzo's desire. Yes, Sensei Tobarama. Wait, something seems amiss. 112. Who else wants to be the bait? Very well, Danzo. You shall remain to confront the enemy, while the rest of us retreat. After issuing the order, Senju Tobarama led the way, followed by the other shadow guards, each with their own expressions. Regardless of their previous impressions of Danzo, they now had to acknowledge his courage. Danzo, how brave you are. Truly, you are the real deal. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Danzo's eyes blazed with fury as he watched his comrades depart. This should not be happening. How did things come to this? Wasn't it my task to gain my sensei's recognition of my will of fire before inheriting the Hokage position? Why is this happening? Danzo was perplexed. But time was short as the Cloud Village insurgents were already closing in. Cloud Village sword technique. A blade crackled with electricity as it sliced through Danzo, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone, snapping him back to reality. Damn it! As the Cloud insurgents surrounded him, Danzo's resolve hardened. Everyone knows wind defeats lightning. Yet, as long as my hands remain intact, I can utilize ninjutsu, thus the advantage lies with me. With that thought, Danzo formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. I apologize for not allowing you esteemed lords of Cloud Village to enjoy yourselves. After a brief but intense skirmish, Danzo's head was severed. The culprits were none other than the notorious Gold and Silver Horn brothers of this rebellion. I thought it was that old man Tobarama, but instead, it's just a kid. What a waste of our meticulously prepared lightning plow and heat blade. Brother speaks wisely, Silver Horn concurred, holding the severed head of Danzo. Yet, Danzo, deprived of his senses, could no longer perceive anything, only darkness enveloping him. So be it. Sacrifice is the ninja's duty. Danzo, wake up. Again, in a small grove, 6 figures stood. The second Hokage. Upon opening his eyes, Danzo realized he had returned to this place once more. What on earth is happening? Wonderful, Danzo, you're unharmed. Let go. Shoving aside Sarutobi Hiruzen's supporting arm, Danzo dutifully squatted to listen to Tobarama's teachings until the bait plan was mentioned again. Someone must stay behind to lead the Cloud pursuers away. Uchiha Kagami stated, "Don't joke around. We cannot abandon our comrades. It hasn't come to that yet. This is Tsunade Komuro. Becoming bait means that person will surely die," Akimichi Choza added, stoking the flames. With this statement, the Hokage team fell into silence once more. And where was Danzo? He was deep in thought, ignoring the disputes around him. Danzo pondered why Tobarama had not bestowed the Hokage title upon him after he volunteered to stay behind. What had gone awry? Oh, before Danzo could fully contemplate, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. "Don't underestimate me. I am undoubtedly the strongest among you." Seeing the astonished expressions of his peers, Hiruzen reassured them. Monkey. Observing the narrative unfold similarly to before, Danzo felt a profound sense of shock. Compared to his future self, who knew the outcome, those willing to selflessly sacrifice themselves in dire circumstances were indeed rare. Amidst this astonishment, Danzo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Subsequently, as anticipated, the second Hokage appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage of Konohagakure. So be it. From now on, after Sensei Tobarama imparts his teachings, he will decide to stay behind, allowing Hiruzen to assume the Hokage position, along with a few advisors. It shall work. Given another chance, I, Danzo, will ensure that Konoha rises to greatness once more. With this thought, a smile crept upon Danzo's face. The perceptive Senju Tobarama noticed Danzo's smile and immediately scolded, "Danzo, what are you laughing about? Huh, you can detect that?" Danzo was taken aback. "Do you find my self-sacrifice to protect the budding Konoha laughable?" Tobarama pressed. "Not at all, Sensei Tobarama. My father and grandfather both perished on the battlefield, and I take pride in them, in honoring their legacy as heroes. I have also grasped the essence of what it means to be a ninja, to embrace sacrifice as one's duty." To avoid misunderstandings, Danzo hurriedly clarified. Senju Tobarama scoffed, seemingly accepting Danzo's excuse. "Since you hold such sentiments, then well, you shall stay behind with me." What? Is there an issue, Danzo? Under the icy gaze of Tobarama, Danzo felt a shiver down his spine. Then, damn, before he could utter a word, darkness enveloped Danzo once more, this time as he was obliterated by the tailed beast bomb from Gold and Silver Horn. Remembering the cold, violent chakra of the tailed beast bomb and the sensation of his body dissolving, a shiver ran through Danzo. He was back again. He had returned to this place once more. Once again, within the small grove, amidst the 6-man shadow guard and the second Hokage. Danzo found himself plagued by an excruciating headache as he listened to their contentious debate. He surmised that death would merely lead him back to this very moment in time. Yet it felt futile. The agony was overwhelming. Even in death, his soul seemed tormented, with sharp pains radiating from his mind, rendering coherent thought elusive. The atmosphere suddenly grew still. Despite the throbbing in his head, Danzo recognized that he had once more arrived at a pivotal juncture in fate. "Let it be so," he proclaimed. "My grandfather and father both perished on the battlefield." After revisiting the actions of Hiruzen, Danzo delivered a profoundly moving speech, infused with his resolve, which brought many to tears, leaving onlookers sorrowful. Some members of the Shadow Guard could not contain their emotions, with a few, such as the sensitive Kunoichi, Konohamaru, openly weeping. "Humph, Sarutobi, I have surpassed you." Danzo felt a sense of self-satisfaction as he observed Hiruzen's equally moved expression. "Very well, Danzo. It is decided that you shall hold the rear." Hiruzen, touched by Danzo's selfless determination, immediately resolved to keep him behind. "Wait, what is happening? Why is it like this?" Danzo was shocked by Hiruzen's decision. Before anyone could call out, Danzo quickly regained his footing, only to meet his demise again at the hands of the brothers Kin and Jin. As the bait, one was certain to perish. Akimichi chose to stoke the flames of chaos further. The next dilemma for the Hokage team was determining who would take on the role of the bait. Enough. Another cycle, and Danzo's mental state shattered completely. Regardless of the decisions made, he always found himself left behind. No matter his resistance, death was inevitable, plunging him into an unending cycle. Was it an illusion? Break it. My head aches. The pain was unbearable, and he could think no longer. "Hiruzen, I have endured your obstinacy for far too long. Why will you not bestow upon me the title of Hokage? What sets me apart from you?" In a moment of despair following yet another cycle, Danzo erupted in fury. He gazed incredulously at himself, as Hiruzen grasped the blade that pierced his body. "You vile offspring of the Shimura clan, I shall personally obliterate you." With a decisive strike, Danzo was swiftly dispatched by Tobirama Senju. Had it been the Danzo of the Shippuden era, he might have dared to strike at his teacher. But in his current youthful state, he had not yet succumbed to madness. Through the lens of the Sharingan, Rika observed Danzo's existence, silently assessing his remaining capacity for resistance. Upon confirming his loss of reason, Rika acted decisively to subdue him. "If you continue on this path, your life will be nothing but a stench of infamy. Yet there lies a glimmer of hope in serving my purpose." Danzo, bereft of will, fell easily under Rika's control, as did many of his loyal subordinates. Thus, the reins of the root were transferred. After subduing Danzo, Rika finally had the leisure to examine her newly acquired ninja card, a specialized sword-wielding type. Level ninja card, Wandering Samurai White. Abilities, Swordsmanship, Ice Release. Skills, Ice Cracking Slash, Sword Draw Attack, Forward Thrust with Ice Release to freeze enemies. Demon Blade Cold Strike, Summon Water Dragon Bullet and freeze to attack, followed by a Sword Strike. Passive, Mirror Ice Crystal in the back upon using skills. Enter the Ice Mirror for a relocation. Iato, Condensed Sword Energy, enhancing attacks and skills. After all my effort, I receive merely a ninja? Nevertheless, Rika accepted the ice release with some satisfaction. Next, she contemplated the illusion of Tsukuyami, which equated 1 second in reality to 72 hours in the illusion. While Shinichi Itachi's dual Tsukuyami functioned literally, as its name implies, 1 second in reality equating to 144 hours in the illusion. As time passed in reality, Rika observed those ensnared by the Jinjutsu, rendered helpless on the ground. First, she needed to manipulate Root to operate according to her will. Rooted in darkness, serving the light. For the sake of Konoha, absorbing nutrients in the shadows. This is Root. A new day dawned, and Danzo began transforming Root in accordance with Rika's intentions. 3 days had elapsed since Rika's invasion, during which she had completely seized control of Root, silently dismantling its leadership without detection by anyone in Konoha, even Danzo himself, evidenced the terrifying strength of Rika. Even annihilating Konoha would not pose a challenge for her now, despite its status as the foremost ninja village. Only after fully grasping Root did Rika uncover deeper secrets, such as the hidden agendas of Konoha's prominent clans and personnel information, along with the rosters of various departments. Root, proposed by Danzo to the third Hokage, was a clandestine unit unknown to all but a select few within Konoha. Its origins stemmed from the Dark Operations training base and personnel selection process, making it virtually undetectable at this juncture. This provided Rika with ample opportunity to maneuver. Intriguing. Truly intriguing. Konoha's intelligence had become essentially transparent to Rika, and she learned that Kakashi's generation of ninjas was approaching the age of J-nin. Most surprising was the status of Tsukumo Hatake, a man renowned for his valor on the battlefield, who found himself marginalized within Konoha, holding only an honorary position as an elite J-nin, subsisting on empty accolades. Why has a man like White Fang not been entrusted with a significant role within the village? Rika inquired. He claimed he wished to raise his son and cherished peace. Observing Rika's skepticism, Danzo quickly amended his statement. It was the Hokage's command. Perhaps due to factional differences. Subservient to Rika's control, Danzo obediently divulged information. The current head of Konoha Zumbu is Mito Uzumaki, the father of future Anko Mitarashi, perhaps explaining her eventual mentorship under Orochimaru. The leader of the J-nin class is Orochimaru. Upon his defection, that position largely fell to the Nara clan. The notion that the Umbu leader was a strong contender for the Hokage position was a mere ruse, a figure shrouded in darkness, largely unknown. Could hardly be considered for such an esteemed role. Conversely, the J-nin class leader, excluding advisors and elder positions, stood as the foremost individual beneath the Hokage, possessing the authority to convene all J-nin within the village. During the Ch-nin exams in Naruto's generation, there was a scene where Konoha ninjas convened to maintain order, which exemplifies the J-nin assembly. The classification of ninja ranks divides them into 3 tiers, with J-nin being the highest level. The leader of the J-nin class, therefore, must be a formidable contender for Hokage. Orochimaru was the 3rd Hokage's most favored disciple. His ascension to J-nin class leader was unequivocally endorsed by the Hokage. Meanwhile, Tsunade focused on the medical department, passionately reforming the system for medical ninjas in the aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War. As a person of high status and a disciple of the Hokage, she encountered little resistance during the reform. What was the purpose of the Hokage keeping White Fang idle at home? The catalyst for the Third Shinobi World War was the disappearance of the Third Kazekage, with the flames of war igniting first on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. In the face of despair, the Sand Shinobi once pushed deep into the heart of Konoha. Following that, the narrative unfolded with White Fang rising, the Sand Shinobi retreating, and ultimately, White Fang's demise. It is evident that the 3rd Hokage sought to elevate the legendary Sannin as the emblem of Konoha, thus disregarding White Fang. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen's assessment was not unfounded. White Fang harbored a fragile and sensitive psyche, unlike Naruto or even Kakashi, making it difficult for him to step into the limelight. In light of this, would it be feasible to incorporate White Fang into their ranks? The Konoha collapse plan was formulated by Danzo, and it was not deemed ideal. Danzo's response came swiftly. At that moment, White Fang epitomized the quintessential worker of Konoha, akin to a roll of toilet paper, utilized when needed and discarded when not. Even the esteemed free spirit, Hatake Tsukumo, had no objections. However, should they truly wish to recruit him, it is likely that not only the Hokage but also the other 2 elderly advisors would express their dissent. To put it bluntly, Tsukumo was akin to a garbage bin. Everyone wanted to dispose of their refuse in him, yet should anyone monopolize him, the collective would vehemently oppose it. How tragic. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation, Rika felt a pang of sympathy for the dutiful and tireless old workhorse, Tsukumo. Reflecting on his fate, it was indeed pitiful to toil throughout one's life only to be ultimately slaughtered for sustenance. Rika felt an inexplicable stir upon contemplating White Fang's death. Setting aside his influence on her, Kakashi's upbringing, which was arguably more tragic than Naruto's, was enough to elicit sympathy. After establishing a file on White Fang, Rika proceeded to the training grounds of Root. Formerly a selection base for the Umbu, this location was arguably the finest training ground in Konoha. Here, Rika aimed to invent an entire series of extensions to the Rasengan technique in one go. First on her agenda was the wind release Rasen Shuriken. A technique that had once been elusive to develop was now effortlessly within Rika's grasp, especially with the advantage of Nagato's Rinnegan mastery over the 5 elemental chakra. She could even launch the Rasen Shuriken without the need for Sage Mode. At this rate, Rika anticipated the swift development of an array of diverse Rasengan techniques. The Ice Release Rasen Shuriken. Observing the crater left by the Wind Release Rasen Shuriken, Rika tossed the newly acquired ice release Rasen Shuriken beside it. Boom! With the sound of shattering ice. A crater emerged, seemingly less destructive than that created by the wind release Rasen Shuriken. Why was that? Curiosity piqued, Rika pondered. The ice release, formed by the combination of wind and water attributes, should, in theory, possess greater power than the pure wind release Rasen Shuriken. Yet, what was the reason? Excavating a handful of sand-like ice from the pit left by the ice release Rasen Shuriken, Rika speculated. Was it due to freezing and then shattering? The wind release Rasen Shuriken utilized the sharp nature of wind combined with its rotation to incessantly slice through its target, possessing a formidable potency capable of obliterating cells, thus standing as perhaps the strongest wind release technique. At such high rotational speeds, freezing an enemy would yield minimal benefit, even detrimental results. It resembled a meat grinder attempting to mince frozen meat, proving more challenging than fresh meat. It appeared that the ice release did not align well with the characteristics of the Rasengan, or rather, the Rasen Shuriken. Conjuring an ice release Rasengan in her hand, Rika fell into contemplation. The wind release Rasen Shuriken earned its name because Naruto infused the Rasengan with the sharp qualities of wind, altering its exterior to maximize its cutting nature, transitioning from a simple sphere to a sphere encircled by wind blades. Therefore, if one were to create Rasengan of other attributes, should one not begin with the form of the Rasengan itself? Pressing the ice release Rasengan against a tree, Rika observed as it exploded, freezing the entire tree along with the remnants of the shattered trunk. She felt a spark of inspiration, just as the Sage of Six Paths utilized the lava release Rasen Shuriken to cut through the god tree. The process merely employed the enhancement of wind and fire to amplify its power, aligning perfectly with the sharp characteristics of the Rasen Shuriken. Subsequently, the Sage of Six Paths employed a magnet release Rasengan, choosing it over a magnet release Rasen Shuriken due to the incompatibility of magnetism with the sharp nature of the Rasen Shuriken, thus opting for the Rasengan instead. Understanding this, Rika began to envision Rasengan forms that would seamlessly integrate with other attributes. Were there any? Indeed, there were. After being possessed by the Peach style, Grandpa Bo transformed the Rasengan into a long-range attack known as the Rasengan, whose principles closely resembled the tailed beast bomb. Condense, release, compress, and shoot. The four characteristics of the Rasengan could harmonize perfectly with any attribute, especially the compression aspect, which could elevate the Rasengan's power to that of the Rasen Shuriken. However, it was still insufficient. Merely compressing it would allow the Rasen Shuriken to also be compressed, further amplifying its might. In essence, apart from being throwable, the Rasengan bore no fundamental difference from the Rasengan. To elevate the Rasengan's potency further, one must cultivate its transformative form and integrate the properties of various attributes. Wind, thunder, fire, water, earth, ice, and yin-yang. All attributes Rika possessed coalesced in her hand. Wind signified speed and sharpness. Thunder also represented speed and sharpness, along with paralyzing effects. Fire embodied heat and light, while water had numerous qualities. Earth represented mass and material, and ice signified freezing and solidification. Contemplating the distinct properties of each attribute, Rika recalled the transformations of the Rasengan. There were instances where, prior to the Rasen Shuriken's official debut, each theatrical version of Naruto would defeat the formidable adversary with a distinct blue Rasengan. Just like that, the Rasengan coalesced in Rika's hands, distinct from its typical spherical form. Now swirling with a whirling current of energy, a new form of the Rasengan emerged. Not quite. Although the Rasengan fused with various forces and exhibited a swirling airflow effect, its power could not compare to that of the Rasen Shuriken. What else was there? Was there anything she had overlooked? Gazing at the spiraling Rasengan, Rika, almost instinctively, conjured another one. This was a phenomenon where identical chakra resonated, resulting in the fusion of the two Rasengan under Rika's audacious manipulation. It was completed. The answer had been right in front of her. Drawn from the theatrical film The Lost Tower, the final technique created by Naruto and his son, the fusion Rasengan. An irregular mass of chakra twisted in her hands, generating a tempest that enveloped the user, producing a return effect. The most potent Rasengan, the Tai Chi Rasengan, was born. Next came the integration of attributes. Observing the chakra mass in her hands, Rika gradually infused it with elemental chakra. Failure. Standing in Konoha, Rika's disappointed expression caught the attention of the villagers. What a lovely girl, why was she so downcast? They, of course, remained oblivious to her internal turmoil after failing to successfully experiment with her ninjutsu. Once again, she found herself at a dead end. The formation of the Tai Chi Rasengan relied on the resonance of identical chakra, and differing chakra would naturally fail to resonate. Yet it made no sense. Clearly, it is her own chakra, merely differing in attributes. But wait, who is that? At the moment of the revival of Lu Hua, an unexpected figure caught her eye. Why are you in Konoha? Lu Hua questioned her doppelganger, activating the 8 thunder gods. The response was, the Konoha collapse plan was devised by you, Lady Lu Hua. One day, as Lu Hua, disguised as the wandering pain, curiously inquired, Madara, what is your Manjiki Sharingan technique? Oh, are you asking about the technique of this eye? It is called Tsukuyami. A Jinjutsu, Madara replied. Nearby, Ban, who was observing the construction in the Rain Village, provided an explanation. It is truly unexpected that ninjas have such uses, Madara mused. Having been taught from a young age that ninjas are instruments of death, he found the operations of pain somewhat enlightening, almost as if he had to engage his intellect. No, I am not referring to your current eye, but to your own pair, which evolved into the Rinnegan. The wandering pain stated. Their year together was not idle. Rather, the secret of Nagato's Rinnegan had been revealed. It became common knowledge that Nagato's Rinnegan was not his own, but belonged to Uchiha Madara. This shocking revelation left the trio from the Rain Village in disbelief, especially infuriating them with Madara's treatment of Nagato, as if he were a mere specimen. Moreover, this suggested that Nagato must have been quite young when Madara had exchanged his eyes. Such actions were utterly inhumane. How could Nagato's companions possibly come to terms with this? Madara, however, appeared indifferent. After all, he had already allowed them to wield the Rinnegan. What more could they desire? They were merely a few children. And although he had a fondness for children, if pushed too far he would not hesitate to act. Ultimately, the Rinnegan was not reclaimed by Madara, possibly due to his aging body. Meanwhile, Nagato's team set forth from the Rain Village, embarking on their journey to fulfill their long-cherished ideals. My Manjiki Sharingan technique, Madara began. Perhaps due to the nostalgia of old age, gazing upward as if to recite poetry. After a moment, he continued, is called Indra. Like Kamui and Ameno de Jikara, it possesses 2 applications. In its complete form, Susanoo resembles a large, winged Tengu clad in armor, wielding weapons. However, the half-formed or mature Susanoo varies greatly among users of the Manjiki. For instance, Madara's half-formed Susanoo, with its 4 arms, distinctly resembles the mighty Sukuna from Japanese mythology, the embodiment of valor and the prototype of the king of curses. Yet, Sukuna's origin traces back to the 8 heavenly dragon gods in Buddhist culture, deities of music, also known as the music god or the god of song. Perhaps this explains Madara's affinity for dance. The tale of Indra encapsulates a journey from enlightenment to descent into darkness, a narrative closely mirroring Madara's own experiences. Furthermore, Indra embodies both masculine and feminine aspects. Enough said. Those who understand will comprehend. As a Manjiki technique, Indra's capability is straightforward, adaptation, and evolution. It is through this adaptability that Madara could stand against the chakra beast Senju Hashirama during the Warring States period, despite the limited ocular powers of his Manjiki Sharingan. Were it not for Indra's capacity to effectively reduce the consumption of ocular power, Madara would have suffered the same fate as Hashirama, losing his sight within days. After all, Hashirama, in his Manjiki form, could only contend with the 5 Kage, while Madara faced the formidable Hashirama, master of wood release. Moreover, the ability to evolve played a crucial role. Upon uncovering the secrets of the power of creation, Madara consumed a piece of Hashirama's flesh and spent decades evolving his Manjiki into the Rinnegan. This action astonished even the Sage of 6 Paths, who exclaimed in disbelief at Madara's achievement. The sage knew that the merging of Indra and Ashura's chakra could lead to awakening one's power. Yet he never anticipated that Madara would accomplish this. The credit lies with the Indra technique at work, chosen by Kaguya as the most suitable vessel for her revival. Oh, who among us is a demon-slaying chef? Pondered the wandering Pain and Madara, each lost in thought until Madara, struck by inspiration, suggested visiting the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths. The stone tablet of the Sage of 6 Paths? Pain's expression turned curious. That thing has been so altered by Black Zetsu that it is hardly recognizable. What use could it possibly serve? Indeed, Madara remained unfazed by Pain's peculiar tone and elaborated on the tablet's mysteries. It is inscribed with texts visible only to those who possess the Sharingan. And the higher the ocular rank, the clearer the inscriptions become. Only with the Rinnegan can one discern all the contents recorded on the stone, including the ultimate technique for achieving world peace, the infinite Tsukuyami, representing the dream of infinity. Ah, still clinging to your infinite Tsukuyami? Truly, one's nature is hard to change. In response to Madara's whimsical notions, Pain retorted, if the infinite Tsukuyami can achieve world peace, then why does the Sage of Six Paths not employ it himself? This left Madara momentarily speechless. To be fair, Liuhua's argument held considerable weight. Oh no, I must engage my intellect. Realizing he could not outwit Pain, Madara decided to entice him with a promise. The stone tablet left by the sage also contains knowledge of yang release and the Six Paths techniques. Oh, is that true? Absolutely. Thus, did you sneak into Konoha with him? In the women's restroom, after hearing the explanation from her doppelganger, Liuhua was thoroughly impressed. The animal path doppelganger nodded. What Liuhua beheld was her clone alongside Uchiha Madara. So, you intend to visit the Uchiha clan's land to see the stone tablet? The clone nodded again. Then why is that? It shouldn't be. Still fixated on the infinite Tsukuyami? Is Black Zetsu meddling in this? Liuhua pondered, perplexed by Madara's intentions, prompting her to delve deeper into the investigation. After exchanging bodies with her 8 Thunder Gods clone, Liuhua approached Madara. At that moment, Madara maintained the visage of an elderly man. In this state, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and others would surely fail to recognize this frail old man as the once mighty Uchiha Madara who had ruled the ninja world. You're back? Observing Pain's return, Madara confidently stepped forward, sensing no errors in his perception. He had been present during Konoha's founding, and now, decades later, Konoha remained unchanged, identical to when he departed. The stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths was situated at the core of the Uchiha compound, within the South-He Shrine. This is the Uchiha clan's territory? Quite impressive. No wonder they abandoned you. Liuhua, visiting Uchiha grounds for the first time, couldn't help but tease Madara. Abandon me? It is I who forsook them. Madara scoffed. This is the stone tablet passed down from the Sage of Six Paths. Despite his advanced age, Madara's strength remained unmatched. Liuhua's prowess, too, was undeniable. Thus, their entrance into the Uchiha territory was nearly effortless, soon arriving at the stone tablet that recorded the origins of all evil, housed within the South-He Shrine. Alas, much of its content had been distorted. After receiving Uchiha's affirmation, Rika gazed at the enigmatic stone tablet with a sense of wonder. Fortunately, although the events inscribed upon it had been distorted and altered, the techniques remained intact. Compared to the twisted history, it was indeed the fascinating ninjutsu that captured Rika's attention. The Uchiha stone tablet was extraordinary, as its content could be observed progressively based on the levels of the Sharingan, Manjiki Sharingan, and Rinnegan. A standard Sharingan could only reveal the illustrious history of the Sage of Six Paths and the Uchiha clan, but upon reaching the Manjiki, the true treasures began to unfold. The forbidden technique is Anaji, a jutsu capable of rewriting fate, erasing all misfortunes while only revealing beneficial outcomes. It was the ultimate genjutsu that swapped illusion with reality. This was inscribed on the stone tablet. And what of Izanami? After recording Izanaji, Rika began to explore other content. The Sage of Six Paths created the world. He established the Shinobi religion. He crafted Izanaji, and so on. It turned out that Izanaji was indeed created by the Sage of Six Paths. She had thought it was Indra. However, after perusing the records of the tablet, Rika found no mention of Indra and Ajura. Not even their fraternal conflict was documented, nor the fact that the Sage of Six Paths had 2 children. It appeared that Black Zetsu had done an exceptionally thorough job. Having finished reading the Manjiki section, Rika turned her attention to the Rinnegan page. Infinite Tsukuyami. The Six Paths Tentails Seal. Yang Release. Six Paths Techniques. Aside from some secret histories of the Six Paths, these techniques of that caliber would undoubtedly elevate one's strength tremendously. Of course, the requirements for their use were substantial. Have you finished? What are your thoughts? Madara inquired, as if sensing something. These techniques are impressive, though the narrative is somewhat lackluster. Logically, it leaves much to be desired, Rika replied candidly. Ha ha ha, Madara laughed, perhaps amused by the revelation of the Sage of Six Paths' familial affairs. Never mind that. Please copy what you have seen and provide it to me. Oh, Rika exclaimed, surprised at Madara's suspicion. It was understandable, considering her group of 8 Thunder God avatars, who incessantly uttered wild words, often mingling with him. Resolutely, Rika used Jinjutsu to copy the contents of the Rinnegan page and sent it over. Meanwhile, Madara utilized his Sharingan to record and send the earlier Sharingan page to Rika. I've already seen this. The content is identical. Closing his eyes, Madara seemed to ponder something. Rika paid him no mind. The gains from this visit had exceeded her expectations. Had Madara not guided her, she would never have considered coming to the Uchiha clan's domain. Nor would she have discovered this stone tablet. Who? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the stillness of the South Shrine. Are there any shrine maidens or guards stationed here? I do not know. I have long departed from the Uchiha, Madara replied, dismissing Rika's question. All right. It seems we should let this Uchiha youth take a rest first, Rika remarked, noticing Madara's reluctance to move. Madara remained silent, continuing to meditate. Outside, a girl wielding a ninja blade was gradually approaching the shrine. This was the territory of the Uchiha clan. No one dared to intrude. Encouraging herself, the girl entered the shrine. Jinjutsu. Bang. Instant defeat. With a single move, Rika incapacitated the patrolling Uchiha. Seeing the Uchiha's pitiful performance, Madara silently departed. Wait. Hey. Are you just going to leave me here? The quality of the Uchiha had evidently declined, Madara mused. Who said that? This is quite lovely, isn't it? A serene face complemented by long purple hair. How beautiful. Wait. How can an Uchiha girl have purple hair? And this sister? I feel I have seen her before. Rika fell into deep thought. Never mind, let us go. After Rika had secured the intruder, Madara spoke. His feelings toward the Uchiha had long since faded. To him, the current Uchiha were merely a group of traitors, foolishly blinded by a false sense of peace. Let us not be so harsh. After all, we are in an era of peace. The times when you all took up arms without understanding have long passed. Humph, merely a false peace, Madara scoffed. Choosing not to elaborate further, recalling Pain's words, those who regarded the horrors of past wars as glory were certainly not pursuing peace. Is this the extent of satisfaction? Hashirama, observing the thriving Uchiha clan, Madara muttered to himself. Seriously, why so much drama? Rika remarked, exasperated. Reflecting on her own pair of Rinnegan, which she had acquired from the Shippuden world, Rika realized they were even Madara's eyes. She felt speechless. Initially, she had only intended to test the strength of the Rinnegan against her 8 Thunder God avatars, yet she had yet to commence that experiment. It seemed that the identity of Pain could be discarded. She would need to find an excuse first. Rika had always harbored immense curiosity about testing the strength of the Rinnegan. As the first Rinnegan ocular technique to appear in Shippuden, the Rinnegan-S boundary was often criticized for its effectiveness. Indeed, it had achieved the feat of overwhelming 9-tailed beasts and had its shining moments when evading the 6 paths planetary devastation, yet it also faced numerous shortcomings. For instance, it struggled against Naruto's shadow clones. Lacking its own consciousness, it claimed to possess the full strength of its original but could only use taijutsu. Due to various reasons, the Rinnegan was dubbed an invincible technique against weak foes, a useless ocular technique against the 6 paths. Its existence could serve as a reference for Rika, who had vaguely grasped the operations of the 8 Thunder God avatars. It seemed the time had come to recall all the 8 Thunder God avatars. Resolutely, Rika secured the young girl before stealthily following Madara away from the Uchiha clan's territory. Not long after, Uchiha Natsumi opened her eyes. Why does my head hurt so much? It feels as if I've forgotten something. Oh, right. I was on patrol. How can I be lazy here? Remembering something, the young girl hurriedly jumped to her feet and resumed her patrol route. 117. The prelude to war is complete. The transformation of the Rasengan. Let us call it the spiral sword, shall we? Observing the rapidly spinning, drill-shaped chakra sphere in her hand, Rika stated uncertainly. The spiral sword, based on the Tai Chi Rasengan, concentrated and condensed the spiral power into a single point for attack, boasting astonishing breakthrough capabilities. Spiral, rotate, condense, compress, speed, release. Breakthrough, the spiral sword encapsulated nearly all the movement and extension properties of the Rasengan. Even in its unaltered form, Rika was confident it possessed formidable power. For if she were to infuse this technique with elemental properties, its potential would be terrifying, rivaling that of a nuclear explosion. Thus, Rika decided to name this drill-like creation the spiral sword. Attempting to compress it further, she refined its form into a slender shape, resembling a sword. Perfect. This is it. The new form is complete. Rika expressed her satisfaction. The spiral sword's form could accommodate the fusion of any elemental properties, and its power was immense, offering a plethora of variations. Setting aside the thoughts of practical testing for the time being, Rika dispersed the spiral sword. Several days had passed since her last encounter with Madara. Utilizing a simple function of the 8 Thunder God avatars, she had managed to switch places and remained in Konoha, diligently training in the 6 paths forbidden techniques recorded on the tablet, as well as continuing her unfinished training in the transformation of the Rasengan. Under the guidance of the 6 paths techniques, Rika has perfected the spiral sword. Having practiced diligently, she has achieved moderate success. However, due to the current circumstances, she must interrupt her monotonous training in ninjutsu, as a significant event has transpired in the shinobi world. The third Kazekage, reputed as the strongest wind shadow in history and a master of magnet release, has mysteriously vanished. This intelligence is of utmost importance, and thus Sunagakure has sealed the information. Apart from the higher-ups of the Sand Village, others remain unaware of this news. Nevertheless, the unusual actions of sand ninjas, dispatched by their leaders to search the vast desert, will inevitably lead to the leak of this information to an undeniable extent. Raza, being one of the Sand Village's leaders, has provided Rika with this first-hand intelligence. Indeed, as Rika anticipated, without her excessive interference in the Land of Wind, Scorpion has made a move against the third Kazekage. Although she does not know the Kazekage's actual name, Rika still mourns for him, as his demise will ignite the most devastating war against Konohagakure, the third Great Ninja War. Unlike previous wars that allowed for strategic advances into neighboring minor nations for buffer zones, or the farcical Fourth War, which entailed merely 3 days of combat followed by a day of infinite Tsukuyomi, the third war saw Konohagakure face 4 equally matched ninja villages, forced into a defensive battle within their own territory. The most distant engagement might have been the Kaminari Bridge battle, where Minato made a daring infiltration. Gathering her thoughts, Rika donned her organization's mask. Due to her connection with Danzo, she was granted the exceptional status of a chunin serving in the Umbu, masquerading as a jonin. Her reluctance to ascend to jonin rank stemmed from a desire to assess the possibility of undertaking a jonin mission to obtain a shinobi card for amusement. Unfortunately, the typically obtuse system suddenly demonstrated awareness, perhaps having detected Rika's current prowess, rendering her jonin status inconsequential, and thus no mission was triggered. This turn of events left Rika feeling a tinge of resentment. Additionally, Minato remains on an assignment. Recently emerged as a supernova in Konohagakure, Minato has dominated the quarterly task assembly with unmatched speed and impeccable service, earning him the title of the fastest man in the Leaf Village, a distinction he reportedly takes great pride in. TSK. The youth is still too young. A fine man such as he should not engage in comparisons. What is the point of competing in speed? Such boastfulness hardly befits him. Rika felt an exasperated urge to critique. Furthermore, her classmate, Inuzuka Kiba, after the dissolution of Jiraiya's class, was compelled to return home to inherit a vast fortune and is now peddling summoning dogs in Konoha. After several graceful leaps, Rika arrived at the rendezvous point of the Root organization, where Danzo stood on the podium, passionately proclaiming the tenets and significance of Root. Once his speech concluded, he revealed the mission at hand. The third Kazekage of the Land of Wind is missing, and to restore their dignity and rectify their losses, Sunagakure plans to launch a direct assault on the bountiful lands of the Fire Nation. Danzo's secret report incited a stir among the Root members present. The content of his announcement was so shocking that even this cadre of professionally trained Root members could not suppress their hushed discussions. Even though Root is said to have erased personal will, the mere mention of war stirred their emotions. After all, the term war is a weighty one that no one can take lightly. Commence. With a single arm gesture, Danzo declared the operation underway. He wielded independent command over his troops, which comprised Root members. The privilege of acting without prior approval had been tacitly accepted by the third Hokage. Once a task fell to Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen would focus solely on the outcome rather than the process, illustrating the bond between them. The base of the Root organization is not situated within Konohagakure, and thus this large-scale ninja operation has not attracted the attention of the village's patrolling forces. Under the cover of night, the Root members swiftly reached the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. A gaping chasm divides the desert from the forest. the endless expanse of yellow sand starkly contrasting with the vibrant greenery of the woods. The intensity of this divide is strikingly pronounced. It is no wonder that whenever something goes awry, the sand ninjas swiftly redirect the blame towards Konohagakure. They have grown accustomed to such jealousy. As the catalyst of the Third Great Ninja War, Sunagakure was actually the first among the 5 great ninja villages to take the stage. The conflict with the sand ninjas became the grave for Konoha's White Fang. Rika, having battled alongside White Fang, knows that with only that blade, Tsukumo indeed possessed the strength to traverse through sand's puppetry. Once, Naruto had faced a puppet master wielding a chakra blade, and White Fang's blade was even sharper. It could cleave through puppets with ease. Alas, the very White Fang that drove back the sand ninjas ultimately met his end at the hands of Konohagakure. A tragic fate indeed. However, it matters not, for Rika has arrived. Since Tsukumo failed to uphold this merit, Rika is destined to seize it, leaving him a glimmer of hope. Under the influence of the line's presence, the sand forces appeared almost transparent to Rika, and she possessed the strength to defeat them. In fact, without Rika's presence, the Root organization would not have ventured here at all. The conflict with Sunagakure is not akin to the Fourth War, which lasted merely 3 days from start to finish, nor did it require the time needed to mobilize troops. The First, Second, and Third Great Ninja Wars spanned years, even decades. Since the establishment of Konoha, 1 year has passed, and it was not until the conclusion of the Fourth War that Konoha had existed for 68 years. Thus, over the preceding 67 years, the ninja world erupted into 4 global conflicts. Even disregarding the brief history of the Fourth War, it implies that the ninja world experiences a cycle of war approximately every 20 years. In light of this, how much time has been left for peace after excluding the periods of war? It is no wonder Rika laments that this world feels as if it is perpetually invaded by terror. The reality is that this world is rather wretched. So much so that even a hint of light can incite a frenzied pursuit. They have come. A member of the Root organization, skilled in sensory abilities, detected something swiftly entering their perceptual range. After conveying this discovery, he immediately deactivated his sensory skills. Sensory-type ninjas can trace the user of a technique through their sensory means. And Sand Village's ninjas possess various sensory abilities. To avoid attracting the attention of certain powerful sensory ninjas and exposing their presence, it was prudent to disable their sensory capabilities. Consequently, as the sensory abilities were turned off, other sensory-type ninjas within the Root organization followed suit, concealing themselves and their teammates. For a moment, tranquility enveloped the area. Konoha. Maki thought fervently. As a principal combatant from Sunagakure, Maki wholeheartedly endorsed the decision to assault Konoha. Beyond the loss of his family and friends at the hands of Konoha's ninjas, he also coveted the bountiful lands of the Fire Nation. The harshness of the sand has forged the most elite ninjas. Since its inception, Sunagakure has pursued a strategy of elite forces, aiming to exchange quality for quantity to offset the diminishing military budget imposed by the feudal lords. This path towards elitism was a necessity for the Sand, as they had not achieved significant results in prior great ninja wars, and their village lacked the flashy bloodline clans that other villages possessed. The Land of Wind, the largest among the 5 great nations, has minimal usable land, with most of its territory consisting of desert, leaving precious little oasis. Even Sunagakure was established amid the vast sands, rather than within an oasis. Although the initial decision to establish a hidden village in the desert was rooted in the desire to temper the will of the shinobi, one must ponder who would make such an audacious choice if not driven by desperation. To erect a stronghold amidst the vast desert entails enduring the searing heat of the sun by day and the plummeting temperatures and fierce winds by night. The temperature fluctuations are extreme, and one must contend with scorpion-like beasts the size of buses crawling out of the sands at night. Moreover, in the sand village, one can scarcely find a single green plant. In fact, there are no cacti even in the vicinity where the village is situated. Stationed at the border of the Land of Wind, it was a rare day for the Sand Shinobi to encounter any greenery at all. As a proponent of the hawkish faction, Maru was a renowned wind-release Nin in the Sand Village. Unlike the relatively privileged Leaf Village, the shinobi from other villages predominantly employed techniques that corresponded with the names of their villages and countries. The Raikage wielded lightning release, the Mizukage commanded water release, and the Tsuchikage utilized earth release. Could the F-ninja employ magnet release? Well, at least their first wind shadow was indeed a master of wind release. And as a legacy figure, The wind-released ninjas of the Sand Village could be considered the largest faction. Following closely was the puppet technique innovated by the Second Wind Shadow, as well as the magnet release derived from research on tailed beasts. Without a significant ninja clan, this was the utmost limit that the Sand Ninjas could achieve in terms of faction division. As a distinguished figure within the Wind Release faction, Maru had come to take the lead on this mission, which, aside from establishing a significant achievement, also harbored his secret agenda. With the enemy's intentions concealed from him and aided by a night raid, the Sand Ninjas were poised for success. Should he complete his mission, the Sand Village could mitigate the damage caused by the Wind Shadow's disappearance or even death, allowing the village to continue its meager existence. Filled with excitement, Maru finally set foot on the land of the Fire Country. As long as they could eliminate the Leaf Ninjas stationed at the border, they would have the night to complete the remaining tasks. However, what was that? A bright light erupted in the darkness, and before Maru could fully envision the future, that light shot toward them like a meteor, illuminating their surroundings with ease. What was that? Boom. The moment the meteor streaked across the sky and landed among the Sand Ninja forces, it triggered a massive explosion, erupting into a colossal pillar of energy. What was this? A ninjutsu? How could this be? Such power was unimaginable, even for high-level jutsu. As the blinding light dissipated, Maru, recovering from his momentary blindness, stared incredulously at the devastation wrought by that meteor. A gigantic crater, 100 meters in diameter, loomed in the darkness, unfathomable in depth. Maru had no time to assess the magnitude of this blow. A single thought spiraled through his mind: escape. The plan to ambush the Leaf Village was no longer feasible, whether due to the formidable strength of their interceptors or the lengthy border between the Wind and Fire countries. The enemy's rapid grasp of their invasion route could only suggest the presence of a traitor within the village. Regardless of the implications, Maru dared not dwell on them. After issuing a retreat command, he led the way in a frantic flight back to the Land of Wind. It was said to be the Spiral Sword. Do not doubt it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rika, utilizing the Spiral Sword for her first real combat, found satisfaction in the power of her technique. Approximately a few hundred elite Sand Ninjas were decimated to less than half by this strike. This was an astonishing casualty rate. Minato had once gained renown in the ninja world by annihilating dozens of Awagakure shinobi in seconds, earning the title of the Yellow Flash and privileges from the Tsuchikage that exempted him from punishment if he abandoned a mission upon encountering danger. Such treatment had never been extended even to the legendary Sannin, the elite vanguard unit of Sand Ninjas that launched a surprise attack on the Fire Country was meticulously selected to ensure they would not be expelled and lose their advantage upon being discovered by the Leaf. Thus, their combat capabilities were superior compared to the chaotic Awagakure forces on the battlefield. To see such an elite vanguard unit crumble before Rika indicated that her technique possessed the combat power of an entire army. The enemy was preparing to retreat. Fearful glances were cast toward Rika, and the subordinate reported. Her monstrous strength had earned their recognition and instilled fear. Like a nuclear bomb, they believed in her might, yet also feared it. Attempting to flee? Rika's perceptive abilities were keen. She understood the impact of her strike on her foes. However, she paid little mind, for her prowess far exceeded theirs, enough to render their thoughts insignificant. Zzz. The arcs of electricity danced as Rika utilized the 8 Thunder Gods teleportation ability to appear beside the Sand Ninja commander. 119. Pursue. She placed her hand on Maru's shoulder, instantly sending him into a panic. Even with Rasha, the traitor, providing Rika with some information, the specifics of the Sand Ninja Vanguard situation could not be accurately conveyed. Yet, a general direction was sufficient. Rika's long-range spiral sword had a range of over 10 kilometers, and with good fortune, could reach even further, its power enduring through the spiraling effect, instilling dread. However, despite the spiral sword's terrifying might, it was futile if it couldn't hit the target. Thus, Rika innovatively employed the 8 Thunder Gods as a targeting mechanism for her strikes. 8 Thunder Gods. My life is not merely a life. Indeed, it was not. Remember that the 8 Thunder Gods in an invisible state lacked the ability to affect reality? If it could not influence reality, then reality could not affect it either. In essence, being in an invisible state meant it could not be targeted. Yet, during this process, the 8 Thunder Gods could communicate with the main body and even share vision. Therefore, the recent ultra-long-range spiral sword attack unfolded as follows. Upon detecting the target, the 8 Thunder Gods, moving at high speed while in an invisible state, approached the target to relay the information. Spiral Sword activate. Rika unleashed a torrent of energy toward the 8 Thunder Gods, while the invisible state ensured that they would not incur damage, allowing them to accurately guide Rika in executing her long-range sniping. And it did not end there. Rika could even leverage the 8 Thunder Gods' characteristics to swap places and pursue the incapacitated enemy. After a series of seamless combos, the enemy was thoroughly outmaneuvered. 8 Thunder Gods. I truly admire you, Old Six. Wind Release. Windblade. The 8 Thunder Gods might have been impressed, but Maru was not. Or rather, he was in a state of heightened alertness, his attention sharper than ever. Therefore, the moment Rika made contact with him, he unleashed his ninjutsu at an unprecedented speed. Whoosh! A blade of wind, compressed to its utmost, erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Rika. Oh, isn't that the technique that took down the swift moonlight gale? Rika immediately recognized this jutsu, the very one that had felled the Leaf's special J-Nin. However, she was so focused on the wind blade that she momentarily forgot to evade. Gotcha! Struck at close range by the wind blade. The enemy would surely be cleaved in two. Seeing Rika's stunned expression, a smile crept onto Maru's face. Through her attire, he recognized her as a member of the Leaf Sambu. Although he did not know when Rika had appeared here, it mattered little. Once he captured this Umbu member and extracted intelligence, it would not matter if the Vanguard suffered defeat. He could still redeem himself. Yet, Maru's daydream abruptly ceased. What had happened? That individual had evaded his ninjutsu? It was no surprise. Rika merely turned her head slightly, effortlessly dodging the massive wind blade that was larger than her body, leaving Maru astounded. But it was not over. Wind Release. Great breakthrough. Although the wind blade was Maru's most proficient technique, he was far more confident in the Great Breakthrough compared to it. The reason was simple. The Great Breakthrough was a group attack. A powerful gust of wind erupted from Malu's mouth, so forceful that Rika felt compelled to commend him for imitating the divine wrath of the Shinra. However, it was still insufficient. Malu's assault was akin to a gentle spring breeze to Rika, posing no real threat whatsoever. With a mere light punch, Rika distorted Malu's mouth and interrupted his ninjutsu. Damn it, Konoha Ninja, who are you? Malu exclaimed, clutching his swollen mouth in disbelief. What a joke. He had been forming hand signs until his hands were knotted, yet he failed to land 2 consecutive strikes on Rika. Truth be told, he was somewhat shaken. Are you the commander of this Sand Ninja squad? Prepare to be buried. Ignoring Malu's taunts, Rika coolly announced his impending demise. The 8 Thunder Gods had been lingering within the ranks of the Sand Ninjas, thus they were well aware of Malu issuing commands, making further inquiries unnecessary. After death, Malu would divulge the information himself. Damn it, don't think this is all I have. Being a member of the Umbu, Malu never expected to glean any valuable intelligence from Rika. As he raged in the face of defeat, he discreetly formed hand signs while lying on the ground, preparing for a second assault. Underhanded? Perhaps, but such is the way of the ninja. Summoning technique. Malu bellowed, and a massive cloud of white smoke erupted from his position, obscuring Rika's view. Such a thick mist hinted at a formidable summoned beast. Rika, momentarily impressed by the obscuring smoke, waited until the summoned creature materialized in her sight. A white mouse. Huh. Ha ha ha, fool. This is my escape route. Did you see that coming? Malu reveled in his cleverness, having used the smoke as cover to stealthily execute the true wind release technique and slip away. With a considerable distance now between them, and other sand ninjas obstructing any pursuit, it seemed futile to chase after Malu. But was that truly the case? Rika decided otherwise and raised her hand. Just as she aimed at Malu, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Scythe Weasel Technique. Dance of the Scythe. The white mouse, which Rika had overlooked for a moment, transformed into the wind-style summoning beast, the Scythe Weasel. As it erupted from a small puff of smoke, it regained its elongated scythe form, spinning wildly as it wielded its scythe-like limbs. With its rotation, a tornado emerged, unleashing a barrage of wind blades outward. Did you expect this? This is my trump card. With his plan set in motion, Malu could not help but feel a surge of pride. The Scythe Weasel, a small summoning beast native to the land of wind, was renowned for its mastery of wind release, particularly its sharpness. Despite its diminutive size, the commotion it could create was not to be underestimated. In the battle against Sasuke, the Sand Princess Temari had used the Scythe Weasel's dance of the scythe technique to swiftly eliminate the Sound Ninja's cursed seal user. leaving a swath of destruction in its wake. Now, with Malu, an elite Jonin, unleashing this technique, its power would only amplify. Fool, to unleash such a deadly move amongst your own ranks? The wind blades unleashed by the tornado did not strike Rika, but instead decimated the surrounding sand ninjas. At this rate, the number of sand ninjas falling to the scythe weasel might well exceed that of Rika. A mission failure, abandoning his team to flee, or even directly slaying his comrades. Such actions left Rika pondering what fate awaited him upon returning to the sand village. Perhaps apart from death, the best outcome for him would be to become a rogue ninja. You cross the river, then so shall I. Rika pointed her finger, and a laser beam, transformed from the 8 thunder gods, instantly pierced the scythe weasel, halting its furious whirlwind. At this moment, scarcely a handful of sand ninjas remained, all wounded and in shock, their disbelief evident in their trembling pupils. After dispatching the scythe weasel, Rika turned her gaze toward the fleeing Malu. This guy was clever. His incessant chatter accompanied by various subtle movements while continuing his flight, a perfect embodiment of a ninja. Underhanded, shameless, and ruthless. Rika's impression of him was far from favorable. With this thought, Rika raised her hand, and a pink light sword materialized in her grasp. Divine pursuit. Given the distance between Malu and herself, using the flying thunder god technique would now be too slow. Thus, Rika unhesitatingly employed the power of the Otsutsuki. A flash of pink light surged forth, rapidly closing the gap to Malu. How could this be? Unbelievable. He could hardly accept it. It was as if he had teleported. The guy had appeared directly behind him. This was Malu's final thought upon spotting Rika, immediately followed by her executing a swift and lethal strike that severed his head. What a waste of time, dealing with such scum. Malu's despicable actions filled Rika with disdain, for his behavior mirrored that of those who shout, charge, without any regard for his subordinates, even ruthlessly slaying his comrades. Such atrocious deeds were beyond what Rika could fathom doing. Even in her worst moments, the existence of such a person contradicted the very essence of a shonen manga, and thus Rika felt compelled to suppress him. Upon Rika's return, the root members had already secured the scene, with a dozen survivors bound by sealing techniques, while others were clearing away the corpses. Among them, the heads of ninjas were the most valuable items. Not only did they contain vast amounts of intelligence and memories, but they also served to identify their owners. Confirming the identities of the deceased would update the intelligence network of the ninja village, and if any heads had bounties on the black market, it would yield a tidy profit, making them highly coveted by ninjas. Tossing the head to the root members, they confirmed it was indeed the commander of the squad, and the organization promptly began to preserve the head with meticulous care. For the ninja village, the value of a jonin and a chunin could not be generalized, and the information held within the commander's head was naturally of a different caliber than that of an ordinary ninja. To demonstrate the importance placed on this sand jonin, the root members promptly retrieved a precious sealing scroll to secure it. Boom! As the head transformed into a sealed item, the scroll containing the commander-level ninja's head was rolled up for preservation. The process was so seamless that it made Rika's heart skip a beat. Indeed, some matters are best understood through personal experience. Rika silently reflected. The Sand Ninja's plan likely involved this vanguard unit swiftly invading the Land of Fire to seize advantageous terrain, followed by a significant force led by Chio and a puppetry squad to systematically consume the Land of Fire. Now that the Sand Village's offensive had been thwarted, Rika surmised they had but one move left, to gamble everything and stake their nation's fate. In truth, the Sand Ninjas could accomplish this. Historically, they had advanced all the way into the Land of Fire, near the Kaiki Mountains, dragging Konoha into the quagmire of domestic warfare. Now, with Rika covertly targeting the Sand's vanguard, it was conceivable that their rear forces would soon learn of the complete annihilation of their advance unit, even within the hour. Rather than waiting for an opportunity, it was wiser to take the initiative. You come here, then I shall go there. Having dispatched a message back to Konoha, Rika left a small contingent of sensory ninjas as her guard before directly marching into the Land of Wind. What? You say it's improper to mobilize troops and initiate war on my own? No matter, Danzo will bear all the consequences. Root acknowledges, Root permits, and Root shoulders this world. Meanwhile, the command of the Sand Ninja's main force fell into silence. Due to the unusual absence of the vanguard forces, who were originally expected to provide timely progress reports, a sense of unease has crept in among those treading on the razor's edge. Had their movements been detected? Most of the ninja forces in the shinobi world are concentrated in the villages, relegating the arduous tasks along the borders to lesser ninjas. Given the swift pace of ninja movements, with some powerful individuals capable of crossing national borders within a day, the border defenses are generally neglected. In the extraordinary realm of shinobi, ordinary soldiers are merely required to engage in combat, while logistics necessitate a broader array of considerations, such as command, intelligence transmission, order issuance, and airdropping reinforcements. Command centers play a crucial role in ninja warfare, akin to the brain, manned by highly perceptive ninjas from the villages, orchestrating the entire battlefield. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the usually composed Obito was driven to fury by the Joint Command Center of the ninja forces, leading him to unleash the tailed beast bomb against them, dramatically turning the tide of battle. What could possibly have gone awry? Chiyo found herself in a quandary. She had intended to launch a surprise attack tonight, aiming to strike Konoha and vanquish her arch-nemesis, Tsukumo Hatake, but unforeseen circumstances had arisen. The village of Kumogakure had agreed to join forces with them in the assault on Konoha, with two major ninja villages collaborating. Konoha would certainly find itself at a critical disadvantage, destined for defeat. While Chiyo pondered her strategies, her brother, the intelligence officer from Sunagakure, brought her good news. Splendid. The current Raikage of Kumogakure is reputed to wield the mightiest spear and the most formidable ninjutsu in the shinobi world, complemented by the village's renowned speed. The fierce spirit cultivated in Kumogakure's ninja would surely ensnare Konoha on the front lines. Faced with the combined assault of two ninja villages, Konoha would inevitably be stretched thin, left vulnerable to their onslaught. Chiyo was pleased with the news brought by her brother, and after envisioning her long-awaited revenge, she also remembered to address the pressing matters at hand. Yet, upon hearing the news, her brother, Karasu, found it hard to believe. His nature was such that he was destined to be an exceptional ninja, which was why they entrusted him with such responsibilities. However, with a setback now looming, Karasu couldn't help but prepare for the worst. Just then, their thoughts were interrupted by a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, aimed directly at the main force of Sunagakure. Boom. The next moment, the earth shook violently. 121, Sunagakure was defeated. War is no trifling matter, unless one is Uchiha Madara. Rika, however, was not Madara, yet she surpassed him. The power of the ninjutsu she employed eclipsed even the awe-inspiring techniques of the second Tsuchikage and the Ninja Coalition. The Wind Release, Storm Spiral Sword. Infused with wind chakra, the spiral sword unleashed tremendous force, creating a colossal tornado that ravaged the ground for miles. It was indeed thanks to the earlier inspiration drawn from that weasel that she achieved such power. As Rika beheld the terrifying tornado, capable of lifting nearly every Sunagakure ninja into the air, she felt an undeniable sense of brilliance in her ninjutsu. Dispatching her 8 Raijin clones to assess the situation, Rika remained in place, utilizing her extraordinary vision to observe the tornado for any potential gaps in her strategy. Heavens! Chiyo, having narrowly escaped the onslaught of the storm spiral sword, gazed at the calamity descending from above, engulfing the sky, and felt a pang of despair. Such a monumental tornado could not possibly be a natural disaster. If it were, then the vast, barren wasteland and the harsh living conditions, compounded by Sunagakure's propensity for defeat in battle, led her to question the fairness of fate. Why must the people of the Land of Wind endure such torment? And if it were man-made, the thought deepened her despair. Unlike the other 5 elemental ninjutsu, Wind Release is the rarest chakra nature, and its power does not benefit from environmental forces like water or earth release. Wind is intangible and difficult to harness, meaning its potency is directly linked to the skill of the practitioner. To wield such formidable ninjutsu, if it were a human, would likely surpass even the legendary figures of the past. Retreat. With a resolute decision, even though thousands of Sunagakure ninjas were here, Chiyo could not allow the remaining forces to linger. After witnessing such horror, how much fighting spirit could they possibly possess? It would be better to withdraw directly than risk causing further chaos. My lord, the enemy has retreated. Sensing abilities fully engaged, the typically cautious perception-type ninjas unleash their skills, gathering intelligence with the fervor of bandits. Should we pursue? In the shinobi world, there is no notion of not chasing a cornered enemy. Seeing the enemy in a state of disarray heightened the eagerness of the root members. Historically, commanders capable of dismantling enemy battalions were often associated with the third Hokage, who, upon defeating an adversary, harbored no desire for total annihilation but instead sought to leave a path for future reconciliation. Uncertain of the source of this wisdom, one might wonder. Right, Tobirama? Though his name remains unknown, Rika's prowess and resolute methods had already won their admiration. At this moment, should Rika issue a command, even the perception-type ninjas would willingly charge into close combat with the enemy. Rika, however, thought, no rush, let the bullets fly a while longer. Sunagakure, despite its relentless militarism, could only muster this elite force of over 10,000. Ahead lay a confrontation with a sparse number of ninjas, led by the unscathed defenders of the village, the magnet release faction of Sunagakure, who had the advantage of terrain. In essence, Sunagakure had been decisively defeated by Rika, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Upon returning, it was likely that Sunagakure would plummet from its status among the 5 great ninja villages. While the hope was slim, it remained an expectation worth considering. With no strength left to wage war, Sunagakure was no longer a concern. Now, all that remained was to wait. They awaited the moment when their name would echo throughout the world. What? Sunagakure amassed tens of thousands of ninja troops intending to invade the Land of Fire, only to be thwarted by Root. I recall Root numbering barely over 100, thought the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, incredulously. Were it not for the Leaf's interrogation unit having apprehended nearly 100 disoriented and mentally shattered Sunagakure ninjas overnight, he might have doubted the veracity of this intelligence, suspecting it was merely a jest from an old comrade. What nonsense! Tens of thousands of Sunagakure ninjas, all skilled in ninjutsu, and you captured them overnight? Are they even human? Even if they were mere slabs of pork, Root could not possibly consume them all in a single night. How did Sunagakure respond? Headaches plagued Sarutobi as he monitored this unfolding event, unable to hide the turmoil within their village. The beleaguered Sunagakure openly disclosed the events leading to their attack on the Land of Fire, submitting a letter of surrender. Having explained Sunagakure's humiliating capitulation, Danzo began to weave his insidious schemes, intending to shatter Sunagakure's backbone, ensuring they would forever serve as Konoha's lapdogs. As expected, this treachery was swiftly rejected by Sarutobi. Mercy is a woman's folly. Hiruzen, you will regret this, Danzo exclaimed, angrily striking his cane against the floor. In contrast to Rika's unyielding methods, Sarutobi's indecisive demeanor resembled that of a timid figure rather than the Hokage. Sarutobi is not a benevolent ruler. Thus, one cannot blame him for seeking alternative paths. Danzo, I am the true Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, lamenting the fact that Danzo's ideas were rather unsound. In the Land of Wind, with its vast deserts, what purpose could one serve? Alleviation of poverty? I advise you against excessive altruism. Humph. With a cold snort, Danzo stormed out. Hiruzen, you are too impulsive. Meanwhile, the other 2 members of the Leaf Village's Elite Four began to take sides. The reason was simple. Danzo's achievements were simply too brilliant to ignore, and even they had to avoid his brilliance. In contrast to these 2 old companions, who merely muddled through, Hiruzen had much on his mind. For instance, how did Danzo manage to subdue the Sand Shinobi's main force? After all, he had not left the village last night. Madara, perhaps we should reclaim what is rightfully ours. Since the last visit to the Leaf Village, Madara had pondered much. Observing how pain governed the Rain Country over the past year had been enlightening, yet he began to perceive the darkness within the plan of the 6 Paths. In essence, the human alliance fostered by the 6 Paths did not cultivate genuine peace, but rather spawned a beast driven by material desires. Faced with such a dilemma, Madara contemplated deeply, while Kagaya's will pondered even more. Thus, he exploited Madara's vulnerabilities once again, intending to lead him down the same path of folly. Pain is no wise leader. He is courting his own demise. His actions were not astute and directly offended those in power, ensuring his failure was inevitable. He is merely a naive child who has fortuitously gained some power, oblivious to the greater forces at play. Only the infinite Tsukuyami can create a perfect world. Kagaya's persuasion solidified Madara's convictions. Indeed, Pain's path had unwittingly strayed. Only by correcting it could it be of any use. Madara fell silent. The precious 6 Paths, indeed? Child. In the Hokage's office, a man and woman conversed at the desk. The man, with kind eyes, appeared to be a congenial elder. However, Those who had personally encountered his terror would never doubt his reputation as a formidable ninja and teacher of ninjutsu. Undoubtedly, this old man was the legendary third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After clarifying the events of the previous night, Hiruzen was initially taken aback by Danzo's sharp insight, subsequently summoning the deity of the Six Paths. To be honest, after being in this world for so long, this was the first time Six Paths laid eyes on the real third Hokage. Observing this figure, whose reign had been met with mixed reviews, filled Six Paths with a myriad of emotions. Perhaps he was somewhat ruthless towards the shinobi, but to the common folk, he was undoubtedly a trustworthy leader who had led the Leaf to victory in the first, second, and third shinobi wars. Ironically, Six Paths was a common ninja, and could even be considered his grand student. Yes, Hokage-sama, Six Paths affirmed her identity. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Heroes emerge from youth, and women should not be underestimated. Given the scarcity of powerful female ninjas in the shinobi world, Hiruzen felt a rare awkwardness in the presence of Six Paths. It was not that he was merely the Hokage, he was also an old lecher. No, that was not the point. What was this unsettling pressure? Was this truly the strength one would expect from a child? Even the god of shinobi, at her age, could not possibly wield such power, could she? Six Paths. May I call you that? The Hokage was being courteous. Your modesty is appreciated. For your significant contributions in battle, the Chunin rank is insufficient for you. Thus, I intend to promote you to elite Jonin of the Leaf. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen inexplicably felt an increased sense of tension. How terrifying. Being scrutinized by such a youthful maiden generated an immense amount of pressure. This sensation was reminiscent of being in the presence of his teachers. Hiruzen mused. Unlike his old companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen was acknowledged by both the first and second Hokages, having numerous photographs with them. Coupled with his status as one of the first students of the Leaf Ninja Academy, he could almost claim a mentor-mentee relationship with the Senju brothers. To put it plainly, without referring to the Senju brothers as Hokage, he could simultaneously regard them as his teachers. Thus, when Hiruzen referred to his teachers, he meant the Senju Hashirama and Tobirama, akin to the pressure Six Paths exerted upon him. But was it truly possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen would rather believe this was merely his imagination and unconsciously reached for his pipe. Seeking solace. Is this sweat? In the brief moment of retrieving his pipe, Hiruzen was astonished to discover his hands were drenched in perspiration. Sweat trickled down his fingers onto the pipe, instantly dampening the tobacco within due to gravity. Was the pressure this intense? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by his own inadequate composure. In truth, his perception was not amiss. From the very first glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Six Paths contemplated employing the same tactic to turn him into a loyal supporter, just as she had with Danzo. However, after some thought, Six Paths decided against it. The act of hypnotizing others was not a wise approach. It was more suitable for those unfamiliar and reclusive individuals, such as Danzo or the Mizukage of the Blood Mist era. As a populist figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's routine involved occasionally presenting himself before the villagers of the Leaf, demonstrating such diligence that he could traverse the entirety of the village. Controlling such an active Hokage would not be a prudent strategy. Back in the day, Ao of the Mist Village managed to see through Danzo's Kotoame Tsukumi with a single Byakugan and dispelled Uchiha Madara's illusions after years of struggle. If he could achieve this with one Byakugan, the Leaf possessed a multitude. Relying on illusions would indeed be self-defeating, even with confidence in her abilities. Six Paths was disinclined to engage in such unnecessary endeavors. After all, at her current strength, a mere Hokage. I have no objections. With a simple acknowledgement, Six Paths' rank instantly soared 2 levels, from Chunin to Elite Jonin. This was the highest position beneath the Hokage. Many renowned and powerful figures had only reached this level. They were the face of their villages and candidates for the position of Hokage, possessing the potential to replace the Hokage. The new class of the Ninja Academy was nearing graduation. Six Paths, I was the fastest from your class to attain the Jonin rank. I recall your guiding Jonin was that rascal Jiraiya, correct? Indeed, Teacher Jiraiya is an exceptional instructor whose teaching philosophy is remarkably advanced, providing immense benefits. That rascal truly is remarkable. Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished to hear Six Paths' words. He had not expected the usually whimsical Jiraiya to possess such hidden talents. Though he might not be as meticulous as some generals who could recall every soldier's name and birthday, as the principal of the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware of the situations of past graduates. Instances like Six Paths were a first since he began teaching at the Leaf Ninja School. Clearly, she had been an ordinary student in the academy, yet she had shown brilliantly post-graduation. This is truly Hokage-sama. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the past, an umbu suddenly appeared. Urgent report from the front line. Noticing that Six Paths showed no intention of evading, the umbu pressed on. Speak. Six Paths is not an outsider. The Hokage was not concerned about these formalities, merely instructing the umbu to submit the report. The Cloud Village has suddenly waged war. With a large number of Cloud Shinobi invading the Land of Fire, our defenses have been completely breached, and the northern part of the Land of Fire has fallen. What? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly astonished. Last night, the conflict with Sunagakure was resolved, and the surrender documents have yet to be signed. The team is still deliberating on the post-war reparations contract when, unexpectedly, Kimogakure has begun to mobilize its forces. At this pivotal moment, the third Hokage is no fool. Just by observing the timeline of intelligence transmission, he can deduce that both Sunagakure and Kimogakure likely initiated their attacks simultaneously. However, while Sunagakure faced defeat, Kimogakure successfully launched its offensive, resulting in the delay of the current situation. Let me handle Kimogakure, Rika stated, gazing at the newly acquired ninja card. Observing her eagerness to volunteer, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Despite the undeniable evidence of her prowess, he still found it difficult to comprehend how Rika managed to defeat thousands of Sunagakure shinobi. Rika, could you demonstrate that technique once more? Of course, child. Without hesitation, Rika conjured a spiral sword, the force of which sent a powerful gust through the Hokage's office, causing it to tremble. It was then that Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged Rika's remarkable capabilities, realizing that her chakra concentration surpassed even that of the legendary figures he had witnessed. With such a formidable technique at her disposal, it was evident that most shinobi in the current era would struggle to defend against it. According to the battle reports, your jutsu is a ranged attack, correct? The overwhelming concentration of rotating chakra left Sarutobi Hiruzen on high alert. Indeed, Rika replied candidly. Very well, but little Rika, after experiencing such intense combat last night, do you wish to continue? Would you like to take a moment to rest? Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to persuade her. Firstly, shinobi cannot endure continuous high-intensity battles. The depletion of their energy systems necessitates swift resolution. Otherwise, even the mightiest, like the legendary figures of the ninja world or the Third Raikage, would succumb to exhaustion from prolonged combat. Secondly, he wished to prevent Rika from overshadowing him. Her accomplishments from a single night of ambushing the elite forces of Sunagakure were already noteworthy, at least in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. The ninja world is not solely about combat. It encompasses human relationships and social nuances. When a tree flourishes, the wind seeks to uproot it. Allowing Rika, who has only recently begun to bloom, to continue fighting could lead to unforeseen circumstances that might extinguish the spark of this promising young genius. After all, her existence was akin to a testament to his political success. Its loss would be a tragedy. Do you recognize the leaves of Konoha? Sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns, Rika produced a leaf and spoke. When a bud matures, it becomes a leaf, which, during the day, photosynthesizes to nourish the plant, while at night, it exhales carbon dioxide. At that time, biological concepts had yet to permeate the ninja world, and Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to grasp Rika's metaphor. However, his keen perception allowed him to discern an underlying message. If Konoha is likened to a tree, then the Hokage serves as its trunk. Elder Danzo as the roots embedded deep within the earth, the village's Nin as its branches, and the budding students as the new shoots yet to mature. Once these students evolve into capable shinobi, they will become the leaves, and now, the leaves must also grow into branches, transforming the leaf in her hand into a branch. Rika articulated her thoughts in terms Sarutobi Hiruzen could comprehend, leaving him astonished. The leaves of Konoha are to become branches? He murmured, recalling the words of his wayward student Jiraiya, who had departed the village in search of a destined child. Rika is an exceptionally talented shinobi. In terms of understanding the will of fire, few could rival her. In comparison to Rika, others appeared rather mediocre. It became clear that he had underestimated her. It was no surprise that an ordinary student from the Ninja Academy could achieve such heights. Her awareness was indeed remarkable. How fortunate it was that, even amidst his mistakes, There were other branches capable of protecting the new leaves as they grew. With this realization, Sarutobi Hiruzen became enlightened. For targets worthy of his support, he was never stingy. He promptly commanded Rika, in her capacity as Hokage, to lead a vanguard of 3,000 Konoha shinobi to the northern front to scout enemy movements. As long as she secured a foothold, she would be credited for her contributions without bearing undue responsibility. Yes, Rika readily agreed, as this was precisely what she had sought. Regrettably, such a significant battle had not triggered a mission from the system. It seemed her prowess had surpassed the threshold for these basic tasks. Reflecting on this, Rika reviewed her newly acquired ninja card. You have used the ninja card, Senju Hashirama, Edo Tensei, to gain the abilities, Wood Release, Forbidden Techniques, Sealing Techniques. You have acquired the skills, Wood Release, Wooden Man Technique, summons wooden warriors to fight for you, when chakra is abundant. This skill evolves into Wood Release, Wooden Dragon Strike, combining wooden warriors with a wooden dragon for an assault on enemies. Wood Release, Forest Emergence, summons a forest to ensnare enemies, when chakra is abundant. This skill evolves into Wood Release, Flowering Forest, releasing paralyzing pollen. Will of Fire, simulates a combination technique of the 4 Hokage's skills, instantly entering Sage mode to summon a wooden Buddha, first levitating enemies with the powers of the 2nd and 3rd Hokage, then using the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique to capture enemies and crush them in the Buddha's grasp. This is the power of the Will of Fire. Passive, Chakra Overflow enhances recovery abilities, increases chakra capacity by 50, and allows for the use of an additional 25 chakra to enhance skills when chakra levels are met. Counter, instantly releases skills to counterattack after blocking an enemy's attack. Exclusive Secret Scroll, Cutting Technique, Divine Gate, Connecting Pillar Technique, Forest Emergence. Choosing the cutting technique, Rika made her decision and obtained her new ninja card. She recalled the Akatsuki mission triggered in the Rain Village. Hans, Jiraiya, Kagaya, Madara, Raza, along with Danzo. Rika had completed the task through an unexpected choice. She had scarcely realized when she acquired the first Hokage's ninja card. Though in terms of background and ability, the deceased first Hokage may have been the weakest among all forms of Senju Hashirama. She declared, I don't understand. I play the role of a plant person. The leaves she had just manipulated in front of the Hokage were, in fact, manifestations of her Wood Release abilities. Now, it was time to usher in a new era belonging to the shinobi. Stepping outside and gazing at the Hokage building, Rika felt a surge of excitement as she recalled the new mission she had just triggered. Soon, she would seize the world in her grasp. New mission activated, Shadows. New mission activated. I am the true ruler of the world. In the silence of the battlefield of Kumogakure, it felt eerily tranquil, the streets devoid of people. The ninja of Kumogakure are known for their fierce demeanor, and their distinctive governance renders them more akin to a gang than a traditional ninja village. This was evident when, after the apparent death of Killer Bee, the villagers' outrage manifested in a brutal hour-long beating of Naruto, showcasing their commitment to loyalty. Not so simple. Be cautious. F. Maki and Ye warned. As subordinates directly under Lu Hua, it was only natural for them to follow her during such times. Consequently, they found themselves as the lowest-ranking ninjas in the command center of the Konoha forces. Indeed, they remained genin, thanks to the idleness afforded by the 8th Thunder God. Their workload was not as burdensome as that of other genin, making their ascent to Ch Nin seem a distant prospect. However, the silver lining was that despite their leisure, they had ample time to hone their skills, which ultimately strengthened their abilities. This was inevitable, as having Liuhua's shadow clone by their side meant that even without deliberate study, they would absorb much from the presence of such a formidable ally. Moreover, the 8th Thunder God's clone was genuinely proficient, thus recognizing their somewhat mediocre strength. Yet deeming it adequate for special J-Nin status, Lu Hua decided to take them along on the expedition. At this juncture, Lu Hua was an elite J-Nin, accompanied by a vanguard team that included several J-Nin and special J-Nin, though she was unacquainted with any of them. The one special J-Nin she found intriguing was distinguished by his surname, Yagami. However, Liuhua's interest was not sparked by the surname's connection to a future guardian of the leaf, but rather by a character named Yagami from a fighting arcade game she once played. Was that considered a form of ninjutsu? It seemed akin to lightning-style ninjutsu, while fire-style ninjutsu appeared promising as well. After all, with her prowess as an Uchiha, She possessed the ability to wield Amaterasu and Kagaya's power, given that her Sharingan was a single pair. The period of Sasuke's awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan coincided with the Eight Tails capture battle. Just as Lyohua's thoughts wandered, the scouts of the Konoha ninja army returned. Having accurately pinpointed the location of the hidden cloud ninjas, it appeared that the intelligence had not yet spread. Despite the remarkable speed of ninjas, they could not uncover information that had not been disclosed. This presented a perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Observing the markers on the map, Lyohua silently estimated that perhaps 3 strikes would suffice to eliminate the enemy. With this in mind, she ascended to a vantage point and began to mold a spiral sword. How impressive! Was this the technique that had overwhelmed the Sand Village? The J-nin accompanying her displayed varied expressions, some in awe, others in shock. Their perceptive abilities allowed them to sense the terrifying power contained within the chakra being emitted. It was nothing short of extraordinary. In contrast, her 2 subordinates seemed somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. We shall unleash chaos. Although they had not participated in the previous night's events, Lyohua disregarded their antics and focused on the spiral sword she had completed. She contemplated the elemental chakra to infuse it with. Previously, she had utilized wind style against the Sand Village. This time, against the Hidden Cloud Village, she resolved to employ lightning style. With determination, Lyohua began to channel lightning chakra into the spiral sword. As the electric power fused into the blade, it soon transformed into a weapon that crackled with arcs of electricity, capable of instantly melting anything it touched. She had succeeded. True to her mastery of lightning style, the lightning spiral sword was now in her grasp, reminiscent of Sasuke's Chidori. Thus, she named this new technique the Thunder Prison of 10,000 Lightning. After bestowing it with a name, Lyohua adopted a stance and launched it forth. The lightning sword, once thrown, instantly morphed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. In its wake, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Why had the sky suddenly darkened? Some J-nin from Konoha lamented, while many others pondered the implications of Lyohua's recent technique, struggling to fathom the incredible answer. Could it be? If so, how did that differ from divine intervention? Soon enough, the results of the technique became evident. Under the influence of the lightning spiral sword, the previously clear sky became engulfed in ominous clouds, layered so thickly that they pressed down toward the ground, resembling the end of days. The extent of these clouds stretched for dozens of kilometers. Was this still ninjutsu? This was undeniably the power of a deity. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, the Konoha ninja were utterly astonished. Similarly, the hidden cloud ninjas were left in disbelief. What had transpired? Why had the sky turned so dark? Was this a joint ninjutsu? As the tempest brewed, the tension in AI's expression deepened. An ambush. The son of the third Raikage, AI was a rising star in the Hidden Cloud Village. Even though he had yet to seek out his brother and partner, his instincts for battle were sharp. Yet, the overwhelming might of Lyohua's technique made it impossible to ignore. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. An expansive ninjutsu that spanned dozens of kilometers was not easily evaded. With a crack, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, dispersing the suffocating low pressure brought on by the clouds, leaving the hidden cloud ninjas in despair. What was this? What kind of ninjutsu was this? Was it something that mere mortals could wield? As the questions hung in the air, the relentless barrage of lightning continued to rain down from the darkened clouds. Thunder roared, and lightning poured like rain upon the area shrouded in darkness, executing a carpet bombing. In this moment, the world fell silent. Pointing toward the heavens, with remnants of electricity crackling from her fingertips, Lyohua declared judgment. This act left the Konoha ninjas accompanying her in utter shock. With a mere gesture, she transformed the very fabric of the environment. Was she not akin to a thunder god descended upon the world? Such power transcended human capability. It was divine retribution. Caught in the overwhelming grasp of such extensive ninjutsu, the Hidden Cloud ninjas found themselves thrown into disarray. Damn it, you fools. Do not lose your composure. This is merely an enemy ambush. It's nothing of consequence. Roaring, AI activated his lightning chakra mode. Yet, his cries were drowned out by the cacophony of thunder. The storm raged for over half an hour before finally subsiding. Once the battlefield was cleared, the Konoha ninjas awoke from their stupor, realizing that the war had ended. Their only task now was to clean up. It was somewhat shameful. Yet surviving the battlefield was a tremendous relief. The ninja world was a tumultuous era, with nearly everyone grappling with the agony of war. Disregarding her subordinates' lamentations or their deification of her, Lu Hua made a new discovery on the battlefield. A youthful AI. At that time, he was merely 17 or 18. Slightly older than Lu Hua and her companions, yet his reputation and strength surpassed theirs. This was evident from his position as commander of the Hidden Cloud unit. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lu Hua, who was far more formidable, leading to his unfortunate fate. AI's once dark complexion was charred black from the lightning, the acrid scent of singed flesh wafting through the air. Though the other Hidden Cloud ninjas shared a similar fate, this was merely the outermost layer of devastation. At the heart of the thunder prison of 10,000 lightning, the thought was too grim to entertain. To devise such a technique was indeed madness. Scolding the 8th Thunder God clone for its reckless behavior, Lu Hua reached out and placed her hand upon AI, channeling a small amount of chakra to prevent his demise. The 8th Thunder God's avatar. 6. This individual is the commander of their unit. Remember to focus on the key techniques. Yes, summon a few specialists to handle the half-dead AI. As Lu Hua stood up, she surveyed the vast expanse of scorched earth around her. Under the devastation of the lightning storm, everything within dozens of miles had been reduced to ashes by the might of thunder, leaving nothing behind. Even for AI, a user of lightning release chakra mode, it was nearly impossible to evade such an attack without adequate preparation. Lu Hua silently calculated the variations of the spiral sword technique while others busied themselves with their tasks. This scene continued until an uninvited guest arrived, shattering the stillness. Tailed Beast Bomb. A dark energy sphere glowing with a crimson hue shot forth from a distance. Had no one intervened, the Leaf Village ninjas still engaged in their cleanup would have suffered devastating losses from this sudden, violent assault. Spiral Sword Release. Recognizing that her unit would struggle against the Tailed Beast Bomb, Lu Hua decisively took action. She unleashed a new form of the Spiral Sword, using its highly compressed, rotating nature to pierce through the Tailed Beast Bomb, causing it to explode. Subsequently, Lu Hua dispelled the Spiral Sword state, redirecting the residual air currents from the explosion to blow the shockwave back. Perfectly executed. Lu Hua had effortlessly neutralized the impending threat of the Tailed Beast Bomb with her adept manipulation of the Spiral Sword's basic form. Cease your actions. There is no justification for continuing this war. As she formed another Spiral Sword, Lu Hua warned the assailant while gathering the ineffective Leaf Ninjas to avoid the fallout of the battle. You have destroyed our Cloud Village forces and slain our brothers and friends. Is such hatred not enough? The assailant questioned angrily. However, Lu Hua was more intrigued by his appearance than his words. A Jinchuriki, yet one she had never encountered before. Wasn't it you who struck first? Lu Hua retorted casually. The assailant momentarily faltered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and snapped back. Words are meaningless. Prepare yourself. With a fierce roar reminiscent of a feline, the assailant transformed into a creature adorned with dark blue flames of chakra, sporting 2 cat ears and 2 tails. The Tailed Beast Chakra Mode. The 2 tails. Unlike the 9 tails, which seemed of little use to the Leaf Village, other ninja villages had conducted extensive research on the Tailed Beast's powers after acquiring them from Hashirama Senju. For instance, the 1 tail had been studied by the Sand Village, leading to the development of a bloodline limit that could be utilized by non-bloodline users, Magnet Release. The 2 tails, in contrast, had been meticulously researched by the Cloud Village, resulting in a comprehensive manual on taming its powers for Jinchuriki, even establishing a temple for future Jinchuriki to train in utilizing the Tailed Beast's strength. In time, Naruto would train in the 2 Tails Temple to achieve the Sage Mode of the 9 Tails Chakra. A 2 Tails Jinchuriki? You possess quite the audacity to confront me after witnessing my previous attack, Lu Hua teased, her thoughts briefly drifting to this being potentially the predecessor of the current 2 Tails Jinchuriki. Roar, roar, roar. The 2 Tails Jinchuriki seemed to communicate in a manner that was both incomprehensible and feral, embodying the chaotic essence of Tailed Beast Chakra. Seriously, buddy, are you even a perfect Jinchuriki? Lu Hua found herself exasperated. What a reckless individual. Boom. Despite his lack of rationality, the formidable power of the Tailed Beast was enough to instill fear in any ninja. Upon entering the Tailed Beast Chakra mode, the 2 tails immediately launched another Tailed Beast bomb aimed at Lu Hua to prevent the Leaf Ninjas from being caught in the crossfire. Lu Hua signaled for their retreat while simultaneously summoning her Spiral Sword. Flame Release, Black Flame Arrow. The Spiral Sword, imbued with the black flames of Amaterasu, was hurled toward the tailed beast bomb. Empowered by the spiral force, Amaterasu unleashed its astounding power, incinerating the tailed beast bomb midair. What? The Two Tails Jinchuriki, seemingly regaining his senses, was taken aback. What kind of joke is this? A tailed beast bomb, effortlessly neutralized? Damn it, what kind of monster is this? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the dark blue flames enveloping the Two Tails flickered, swelling in size as his form began to change. Soon, a massive cat, ablaze with blue-black flames and sporting two tails, emerged into view. The Two Tails had fully transformed. Achievement Task, Shadow, Task Description. The title of Shadow is reserved for the strongest among ninjas, a pinnacle above countless others. Task Objective, Become any shadow. Task Reward, randomly acquire a ninja card of a shadow title. Challenge Task, I am the true ruler of this world. Task Description, the ninja world, a place prone to decades of warfare, has consistently demonstrated the flaws in the systems laid out by our predecessors. Thus, you are determined to end the war. Task Objective, Lead the world. Task Reward, choose a ninja technique scroll. You're even enlarging yourself to fight me? How generous of you. A true display of hospitality. Observing the colossal beast, as large as a house and resembling a target. Luhua was left wondering whether her opponent was overly naive or had some strategy in mind. Virtual Dog Cannon. The Two Tails Jinchuriki disregarded Luhua's reaction and unleashed a powerful attack. After swallowing the tailed beast bomb, he launched a laser-like assault at her. Calculating the potential collateral damage to the Leaf Ninjas, Luhua gestured for them to retreat even further before glaring defiantly. 8 Thunder Gods, Great Thunder, Thunderous Kirin. The 8 Thunder Gods' transformative abilities allowed Luhua to conjure a massive lightning Kirin that descended from the heavens, sinking its jaws into the fully transformed Two Tails. Attempting to sever its head. In the Valley of the End, the Sage of Six Paths had torn apart the complete tailed beast transformation of Naruto using a lightning Kirin. The thunderous Kirin wielded by Luhua was even more powerful than that of the Sage of Six Paths. The enhancements granted by the 8 Thunder Gods to lightning release were unfathomable, enabling even a casual strike to unleash the might of high-level jutsu, surpassing even that. Furthermore, the accompanying lightning attribute transformation was reminiscent of natural forces, great thunder, a manifestation of nature's power, akin to sage techniques. This meant it was, in essence, a strike infused with sage power. Luhua could even amplify it further with sage mode enhancements. Now, one could comprehend the true nature of Naruto's formidable abilities. The sound of thunder resonated continuously as the thunderous Kirin's attack tore through the tailed beast's chakra cloak. Fire Mouse Bomb. In a moment of desperation, the Two Tails Jinchuriki expelled a dark blue fireball aimed at Luhua. Is that all? You're merely replenishing my chakra. With a swift counter-sealing technique, Luhua absorbed the fireball. Her gaze now fixed on the despairing Two Tails Jinchuriki. Do you think attempting to disrupt me with the Fire Mouse Bomb's splitting flames will work? It is futile before my eyes. On the other side, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, astounded by how effortlessly Luhua had countered his attack, roared in frustration and detonated himself. Boom! The dark blue flames erupted from the Two Tails, rapidly transforming into a fiery red mushroom cloud as it broke free from the grasp of the thunderous Kirin. As the soul-tailed beast with fluid skin amidst the complete transformation, the chakra of the Two Tails manifests as fire, which accounts for its remarkable proficiency in fire techniques. The flames of the Two Tails are characterized by their explosive and fractal nature, igniting a dark blue-black flame that continually burns around the epicenter of an explosion. Are you also a perfect Jinchuriki? Asked Rika, elbowing the Two Tails Jinchuriki, who had unexpectedly teleported behind her to launch a surprise attack. The half-tailed beast Jinchuriki, retaining the Two Tails cat ears and dual tails, appeared puzzled. Had he not been a muscular man akin to the Raikage, but rather a beautiful lady like a wooden doll, the action would have likely appeared more endearing. Get lost, shouted Rika, executing a swift technique. Lightning Release, Spiraling Thunder Bullet, Modified. Fire Lightning Electromagnetic Cannon. A searing beam was unleashed by Rika's fingertip, penetrating the Two Tails Jinchuriki with astonishing speed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The Two Tails Jinchuriki struggled to comprehend, unable to voice further inquiries as a gaping hole formed in his body upon impact. Without needing to turn around, he could sense the aftermath. The Two Tails Jinchuriki was dead. As per tradition, The tailed beast sealed within a Jinchuriki would perish alongside them, destined to be reborn in some unknown location within the ninja world when the time was right. However, Rika had a superior plan: to enter the abdomen of the outer path golem, Kemui. With a raised hand, she pulled the Two Tails Jinchuriki's body into the Kemui space, swiftly unleashing a powerful summoning technique. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. Her own Outer Path Golem emerged from the earth within the Kemui space, seizing the Two Tails from the Jinchuriki's belly as one might grasp a kitten by the nape. With a clattering of chains, the Two Tails was swiftly consumed by the golem, absorbing its immense chakra and even opening an eye inscribed with the character 2. Illusion, Nine Dragons Sealing Technique. Rika's strategy had proven effective. Exiting the Kemui space, she casually discarded the corpse of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, drawing upon the same technique documented on the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. Rika had learned to extract the chakra of the first tailed beast to fill the void of her outer path golem. The tailed beast summoned by the ninja card was indeed real. Although it lacked consciousness, its form sufficed. After all, the mysterious masked man also possessed a complete Nine Tails within his ninja card. By sacrificing this Nine Tails to the outer path golem, Rika would incur a negligible loss, given the masked man's powerful jutsu. Yet, once all the tailed beasts were captured, Rika would indeed have her own Ten Tails divine tree. Wait, Kemui can capture people in the Ten Tails. So, it turns out I just encountered Obito? A sudden realization struck her. If she could acquire Obito, would his ultimate jutsu summon a Ten Tails composed of all seven-tailed beast chakra and parts of the 8 and 9 tails? With her thoughts spiraling, Rika released a sealing technique. And in the next moment, a pitch-black tailed beast ball hurtled towards her. Boom! The absorption was flawless. With the genuine Rinnegan now, Rika had developed her sealing technique to its zenith. Have you heard of absorption ninjutsu? While being impervious to attacks, one could wildly regenerate chakra. The manner in which Rika wielded the sealing technique was nothing short of mischievous. Is this how you tailed beast Jinchuriki greet one another? By throwing a tailed beast ball upon meeting? She inquired, supported by a cerulean shield. Damn it, you actually killed the Two Tails, roared the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the adoptive brother of the third Raikage, furiously confronting Rika. At that moment, he had entered the second phase of tailed beast transformation, his body cloaked in a furious, swirling crimson chakra, with 8 tails thrashing behind him, each strike leaving indelible marks on the ground. You initiated the attack first. Anyone unaware would think we were the ones invading the land of lightning. Little Bear retorted, glancing at the distant cloud village forces behind the furious Bolopi. 127, 8 Tails, Kia? Be careful. That opponent is far from simple, warned the 8 Tails, Gyuki, in a serious tone to his Jinchuriki. I know. After all, she possesses such formidable ninjutsu and was able to kill the Two Tails, Bolopi acknowledged. Just as the name of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki bore a semblance to his tailed beast. The Two Tails Jinchuriki, upon mastering the power of the tailed beast, also bore the title of Two Tails to signify his identity. As a fellow Jinchuriki of the same village, Bolopi was acutely aware of the Two Tails' strength and thus regarded Rika with utmost seriousness. It's still not enough, Bai? Do not regard that creature as your equal. You must view her as a monster, a natural disaster. Just a graze will result in immediate death from her lethal poison. The 8 Tails, sensing the familiar chakra of the Two Tails now extinguished from existence, urged Bolopi to heighten his vigilance. Damn it, the Two Tails is dead. Gyuki, unwilling to contemplate further, insisted Bolopi maintain his focus. Is the situation dire enough to warrant such alarm? Bolopi's heart sank at the unprecedented urgency in Gyuki's voice. A creature that could kill with but a brush. Instinctively, Bolopi scrutinized Rika, suddenly acutely aware of the twisted monstrosity concealed beneath her alluring exterior. Indescribable. Lightning release. 1,000 birds, modified to light fong. At that moment, while Bolopi assessed Rika, she launched her assault. In an instant, countless fine blue laser beams rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. What is this? Bolopi, realizing the profound power hidden within those laser beams as fine as hair, unleashed the most potent chakra fluctuation he had ever wielded in his life. Roar. Tailed Beast Transformation. Third stage. The first stage of Tailed Beast Transformation turns the chakra crimson, enveloping the body in bubble-like chakra, enhancing both the Jinchuriki's chakra and recovery capabilities. In this form, The Jinchuriki retains some semblance of rationality and can utilize the tailed beast chakra to augment their jutsu. The second stage transforms the entire body into a swirling mass of black-red chakra, sprouting tails. In this state, rationality is lost, but the Jinchuriki can utilize tailed beast bombs. The third stage involves layering the previously chaotic crimson chakra with flesh and bone, closely resembling complete tailed beast transformation. The concept of the perfect Jinchuriki likely originated during the Five Kage Summit, proposed by Danzo, serving as a prescient foreshadowing of the power the protagonist would soon acquire. Under Danzo's examples, only 4 ninjas in the ninja world at that time could be deemed perfect Jinchuriki. First, the fourth Raikage brother, Killer Bee. Next, the already confirmed deceased fourth Mizukage, Yagura. And finally, the legendary duo of Konoha, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. It must be said that Danzo's ranking of perfect Jinchuriki was indeed flawed, considering the later interactions between Jinchuriki and Naruto. Almost all of Naruto's contemporaries could be classified as perfect Jinchuriki. For instance, it would be better for the Jinchuriki not to be old and purple than to be a wild 4 tails. Old Purple was that lava-style ninja. The 6 tails, who referred to himself as my lord, single-handedly battled pain, defeating 4 of them, showcasing a record that appeared more formidable than that of the sage, and could even switch forms. In addition, there is a tailed beast and Gaara, who can also transform into a fully tailed beast. Both possess techniques that bear the names of tailed beasts, such as the 3 tails. In summary, even if the 8 tails will cause a loss of dignity in the future due to its rampage, Barubi remains the perfect Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. The tailed beast transformation serves as a protective armor, shielding against attacks while also healing the Jinchuriki. Moreover, the 3-stage manifestation of the Ox Demon, conjured by Barubi, elevates his defensive capabilities to new heights. Oh, do you dare to face my attack head-on? It seems you have discerned that a complete tailed beast transformation would be of no use to you, as it would only increase the area susceptible to damage. Rika has seen through Barubi's intentions, but does it matter? No. The rain of laser beams pierced through Barubi's body, inflicting countless wounds with barely any resistance. Unable to defend himself? Why? As he attempted to self-heal, Barubi was left in disbelief. How could such subtle lightning needles so easily penetrate his tailed beast form? What ninjutsu is this? What ninjutsu? It is the Light Fang, the very technique used by the legendary sage of 6 paths, the Gale Release Light Fang. With just a gentle exhale, I can demonstrate how I can sever the truth-seeking orbs. This technique, alongside the sage art Release Thunder style, is inscribed on the stone tablet of the Rasengan template, which Rika easily recorded and learned, making remarkable contributions to her development of the 8 Thunder God clones. For instance, the lightning release that Rika cannot withstand now is a result of her recent training. If I can cut through the truth-seeking orbs, what chance does a mere tailed beast have? Fire Thunder Spiral Sword, Solar Electron Cannon, channeling energy akin to that of Dragon Ball. Rika amassed a vast amount of lightning in her hands. Run. That technique, absolutely. Do not. Before she could finish her warning, a scorching blue beam shot forth from Rika's hands. Relying on the exceptional dynamic vision of a ninja, Barubi narrowly dodged the attack. His body nearly carbonized from the close call. However, the hidden cloud ninja behind him were not so fortunate. In an instant, under the brilliance of the solar electron cannon, nearly thousands of hidden cloud ninja were vaporized on the spot. The remaining forces were nothing more than remnants, lifeless and without the capacity to rise again. My technique seems overwhelmingly powerful. After specialized training, Rika's lightning release has reached unparalleled heights, further enhanced by the power of the 8 Thunder Gods. Additionally, the Sage Art Release Thunder Style and Gale Release Light Fang learned from the stone tablet have provided Rika's lightning release with extraordinary elemental transformations. With these multifaceted enhancements, Rika's lightning release has finally attained perfection, making her movements resemble that of a god of thunder. Unfortunately, this state of perfection was only recently achieved, leading her to misjudge the potency of her technique. I apologize, but these are necessary sacrifices. Withdrawing her hand, Rika granted a merciful release to the half-dead Barubi, subsequently extracting the tailed beast from within him. Thus, to outsiders, it appeared as though Rika had slain the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast in unison, with no suspicion that the 2 tailed beasts of the Hidden Cloud Village had been captured by Rika. The Hidden Cloud Village, defeated by you? The next day, Orochimaru, leading the forces of Konoha, was taken aback upon hearing the frontline reports. Raikage, unfortunately, Orochimaru was the one who favored using Earth. Initially, he thought the battlefield in the hidden cloud would be a fierce struggle, yet to his surprise, before he even made a move, before he even arrived, the hidden cloud had already knelt. 2 Jinchuriki were slain, the son of the third Raikage was taken captive, and thousands of hidden cloud ninja had perished, leaving the remaining forces driven out of the land of fire. Such a significant loss of strategic points rendered the Hidden Clouds expedition a devastating defeat, akin to losing both the wife and the soldiers. It is truly unimaginable that such a monster exists in this world. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru naturally held knowledge of the powers possessed by the legendary ninjas of the previous era. In his view, Rika's strength at this moment could rival that of the fabled god of ninjas. How fortunate that such a monster is on our side in Konoha. Undoubtedly, this is excellent news. Observing the powerful chakra he sensed, Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. Oh, by the way, I have another piece of good news. As if recalling something, Orochimaru added, "What commotion is this?" Hearing Orochimaru's hoarse voice, Rika gazed at him curiously. Is this the result of a snake's throat being strained? No wonder he no longer plays with snakes later. The conflict of war is about to conclude. In less than 2 days, the battlefield between the Wind and Thunder nations is nearly resolved. Such a short duration hardly qualifies as a war. Thus, after adjusting his wording, Orochimaru continued to explain. It turns out, at the moment they declared war, the troublemaker of the ninja world, the third Tsuchikage Inoki, opportunistically launched an attack on the hidden cloud while others were preoccupied, ruthlessly striking against the Raikage stronghold. Naturally, the third Raikage was furious at Inoki's shameless actions and immediately dispatched troops to attack the land of Earth. The two sides are now nearly at each other's throats. Well, Inoki, my little potato, quite bold, to be frank. Rika recalled that the third Raikage met his demise on the battlefield of Awagakure, choosing to fight alone against thousands of Awagakure ninja to buy time for his troops, ultimately exhausting himself to death. If left alone, perhaps a similar outcome could have been achieved. However, upon learning that his son was captured, his brother was killed, and all the tailed beasts in the village had perished, depleting the village's available high-level combat power. How could the third Raikage still focus on squabbling with Inoki? Impossible. He is a brute, not a paratrooper. Furthermore, precisely because he is a brute, he is more likely to make an irrational choice that prioritizes brotherhood over territory. Thus, rather than allowing the third Raikage, the most formidable wielder of ninjutsu and weaponry, to come knocking and cause unnecessary losses, it would be wiser to take the initiative. You are the true monster, are you not? One cannot deny that Orochimaru possesses remarkable psychological resilience. Or perhaps, aside from his quest for immortality, nothing else drives him with such fervor. Consequently, upon acknowledging Rika, a student of Jiraiya and also considered his niece, surpassing him in strength, he quickly accepted Rika's audacious proposal. By the way, has Jiraiya's teaching ability always been this exceptional? How can that be? Just that slacker? Though perplexed, Orochimaru still offered his opinion. Without the approval of Konoha's higher-ups, launching a war is not permitted. In response, Rika asserted, "It matters not. I can assemble small detachments to continuously harass their rear." Oh, upon hearing this, Orochimaru clapped his fists together. As the Cloud and Rock ninjas are engaged in fierce combat, launching an attack at this moment would indeed be a brilliant strategy. Orochimaru's ambitions were vast, and he was the type to act on whatever came to mind. With an opportunity at hand, he could hardly resist the urge to stir up new winds in the ninja world. However, unlike Orochimaru's carefree and reckless mindset, others were growing anxious. Konoha Ninja Village. You say Orochimaru and Rika have reached a consensus to lead small forces to assault the Hidden Cloud and Awagakure battlefields? Holding the latest battle report, Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly believe his eyes. What is happening? I instructed you to conduct a defensive war. How have you proceeded to attack their home? In the days of yore, the revered god of ninjas, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, triumphed over all adversaries, establishing a system of ninja villages that inspired imitation from neighboring nations. Remarkably, the esteemed first Hokage harbored no ambitions of conquest. Instead, he convened the Five Kage Summit to seek peace among nations. Why, you may ask? It was simply a matter of valuing harmony. Admittedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was once impetuous in his youth. Yet, It was only after ascending to the role of Hokage that he truly grasped the significance of the first Hokage's endeavors. The underlying reason was that the conquest of other territories was, for Konoha, akin to offering aid to those in need. The land of fire, abundant and rich, would have likely closed its borders had it not been for its daimyo's frequent gambling losses and frivolous pursuits. Alas, the ninja village of Konoha functioned as a military entity, detached from the financial governance of the nation. Furthermore, the nobility of the land of fire exhibited no inclination toward unity or colonial ambitions. As long as the land of fire could sustain its populace, there was little impetus for change. What the future holds, that would be left to the wisdom of future generations. The daimyo of the land of fire thought thus, coinciding with the ideals bequeathed by the two preceding Hokages to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, during Hiruzen's governance, Konoha adopted a conservative policy. Now, however, the emergence of Rokuga, like a catfish stirring stagnant waters, began to ripple throughout the entire ninja world. Very well, if the younger generation is determined, let them proceed. This, too, is a step towards an earlier conclusion to the conflicts. Hiruzen sighed as he reflected on the news below. The two Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, along with their tailed beasts, had been slain, and the son of the third Raikage, destined to succeed him, had been captured. The ramifications were grave. Kumogakure had suffered a tremendous loss, and given the impulsive nature of the third Raikage, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Konoha. As he perused the battle reports, Hiruzen could not shake the feeling that the Raikage, renowned for wielding the strongest spear and shield, might very well meet his demise in this war. In the theater of battle between Kumogakure and Iwagakure, a ninja squad led by Rokuga and Orochimaru launched a fierce assault on the Kumogakure encampment, inflicting devastating losses upon their forces. At this critical juncture, the legendary third Raikage, donning the Raijin armor, approached Rokuga with lightning speed using his signature technique. Yet, it was futile. Easily evading the Raikage's hell stab, Rokuga retaliated with a wind release, spiraling shuriken, striking the Raikage directly. Wind overcomes lightning. Despite the Raijin armor's formidable defenses, specifically designed to withstand attacks like the wind release, spiraling shuriken, it crumbled under the might of Rokuga's wind-infused assault. What an incredible penetration! The third Raikage, shocked and feeling blood trickle from his abdomen, contemplated the unexpected turn of events. For years, since mastering the Raijin armor, he had not encountered an adversary capable of injuring him. The memory of his last injury lingered from a time when he had pierced himself with his own technique. This girl possesses extraordinary power. In that moment, the third Raikage retracted 4 fingers, leaving only his index finger extended, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, Hell Stab. This exclusive skill, renowned throughout the ninja world for its exceptional piercing capability, was categorized into 5 levels, with power scaling from 5 fingers down to 1. At this juncture, the third Raikage intended to resolve the encounter with his most potent attack. Yet, it was in vain. The tremendous force of the third Raikage's thrust was met with Rokuga's swift counter, as she stomped down upon the Raijin armor, which crackled with electricity. Clang, clang, clang. The impact triggered a transformation. Wood release, wood golem technique. A colossal wooden figure erupted from the earth, enveloping the Raikage, while 2 spiraling golden wood dragons, entwined with thorns, relentlessly tore at his Raijin armor until it shattered, unleashing the dragons into the fray. Such a magnificent strike propelled the third Raikage hundreds of meters away, further demoralizing the already beleaguered ninjas of Kumogakure. The wood release had returned to the world. The legendary secret technique of the god of ninjas, thought to have been lost, was now resurrected. Flee. We cannot withstand the wood release. The name of the man and the shadow of the tree, this legendary technique, combined with their leader's recent devastating defeat, instilled a paralyzing fear within the Kumogakure ninjas. After all, who would dare to confront a behemoth towering dozens of meters high? As Rokuga unleashed her enhanced wood golem technique, the fate of the Kumogakure forces became all too clear. Wood release, flowering tree realm. With a clap of her hands, immense vines burst forth from the ground, intertwining to form trees, blossoming with toxic flowers that, upon inhalation, would induce paralysis and dizziness. Curse it. This is the god of ninjas reborn. Run. Witnessing the overwhelming power of Rokuga, who reshaped the battlefield and buried the Kumogakure forces beneath a sea of trees, Orochimaru reflected on the situation with a sense of awe. So it would release. No wonder. Orochimaru had long heard of Sarutobi's revival of the first Hokage cell research, initially interrupted for reasons unknown. Now he understood it had been successful. Perhaps the completed project was even integrated into Jiraiya's class to instill the will of fire? What remarkable resolve from Sarutobi. In his youth, Orochimaru had been burdened by his responsibilities as the head of the Konoha Jonin class, leaving him no time to embark on various longevity experiments. Desiring talented subordinates without success, he had contemplated resigning from his position after the war to explore the Dragon Cave of the three Great Sage Realms. Yet, he had not anticipated that the tumultuous conflict would become so vividly clear with Rokuka's unexpected emergence. Is this the power Konoha possessed during the first Hokage's time? Truly astonishing. Observing Rokuka, who continued to decimate the Kumogakure ninjas from atop the wood golem, Orochimaru's mind raced with possibilities. If battles were fought in such a manner, it was no wonder reports indicated she could dismantle both Sunagakure and Kumogakure forces overnight. Such victories were indeed unsurprising in the face of the wood release. Reflecting on his earlier decision to accompany Rokuka in surrendering to Kumogakure and Iwagakure, Orochimaru had envisioned unleashing a myriad of snakes or summoning the 10,000 snakes to create chaos. However, Rokuka's overwhelming prowess had resulted in him inadvertently reaping the rewards. As he perused past battle reports, seeking insight into Rokuka's wood release techniques and their capabilities, he stumbled upon an unexpected revelation: lightning release. Rokuka had utilized lightning release to defeat the invading forces of Kumogakure? Well, that was plausible, considering the potency of techniques often correlates with the user's chakra capacity. The greater the chakra, the more formidable the jutsu. For instance, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, although he could not inherit the first Hokage's wood release techniques, did inherit a prodigious amount of chakra, enabling him to wield water release with such potency that he could conjure an entire lake out of thin air. Furthermore, the Senju clan is renowned for their abundant chakra reserves, as exemplified by Tsunade. Even when combined with Jiraiya and Sarutobi, her chakra surpasses theirs considerably. The assault on the Cloud Village is nearing its conclusion, and unable to tolerate the indiscriminate slaughter of comrades by Rokuka, the third Raikage erupts in fury, unleashing his most formidable attack. The technique, Black Thunder, a unique jutsu of the Cloud Village, transforms the blue electric currents enveloping him into a dark hue. This is a specialized lightning release technique that amplifies both the power and paralyzing effects of lightning, rendering its victims utterly helpless. However, to toy with lightning in my presence? With a mere glare, Rokuka effortlessly perceives the specialized lightning release due to her mastery over the powerful attributes of the 8 thunder gods. Encounters with the Black Thunder electromagnetic cannon. As the black lightning flickers, it absorbs all surrounding light, akin to a black hole. When vision is restored, it becomes evident that this formidable Raikage, who single-handedly quelled the rebellion of the Kin brothers and triumphed over the 8 Tails, has fallen. Witnessing the demise of such a legendary figure in the ninja world, Orochimaru feels a moment of introspection, reflecting on the fragility of life. Even a powerful being like the third Raikage can perish when ensnared in unforeseen circumstances. He resolves that once this war concludes, he will, like Jiraiya, pursue his own aspirations. In contrast to Orochimaru's contemplations, Rokuka remains indifferent to the death of the third Raikage at her hands. After all, she is acutely aware that the ninjas from the Cloud Village are a belligerent lot, notorious for instigating wars and plundering the bloodline limits of other villages, representing a detrimental faction within the ninja world. They even enjoy the robust backing of the Land of Lightning's daimyo. If they are not weakened promptly, they may pose a considerable threat in the future. Now, thanks to Rokuka's intervention, the war potential of the Cloud Village will be stifled for at least 20 years, effectively granting the ninja world 2 decades of peace. Such a feat is truly commendable. Feeling a sense of pride, Rokuka uses the tree-binding eternal burial technique to bury the third Raikage's cloud forces deep underground. With only the rock village remaining, she prepares to eliminate them one by one. However, sensing Rokuka's intent to continue, Orochimaru hastily interjects. Such a remarkable talent must not be compromised in battle. To this, Rokuka asserts, can the rock village defy one endowed with wood release powers? You are invincible, child. Orochimaru concedes, fully aware of Rokuka's terrifying strength, having just witnessed her encircle the cloud forces single-handedly. Even the first Hokage would likely be hard-pressed to match her prowess. Such capability suggests that defeating the Rock Village would be a mere formality. Rumor has it, according to historical accounts, that the current and former Tsuchikage were both bested by Uchiha Madara. It is well known that the 5 Kage and ninja allied forces faced Madara, leading to the conclusion that Rokuka possesses the wood-release capabilities of the first Hokage, making her a formidable opponent for the 3rd Tsuchikage of the Rock Village. Thus, the equation is validated. Not wishing to miss out on today's achievements, Orochimaru agrees to Rokuka's plan, and they swiftly make their way to the border where the land of lightning and the land of earth are in conflict. After navigating multiple obstacles, they finally arrive at a bustling encampment, the stronghold of the Rock Ninjas. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, renowned as the strongest Tsuchikage in history, possesses the unique dust release technique, a bloodline limit that combines wind, fire, and earth chakra, granting him the ability to disintegrate targets into atoms instantaneously. Orochimaru is well versed in this jutsu, yet Rokuka seems unfazed. Wood release. Wood golem technique. A towering wooden figure rises from the ground, and Rokuka commands it to march towards the Rock Village. This is wood release. Damn it. Why does wood release appear here? Is it from Konoha? The ordinary ninjas, confronted with the colossal entity, are rendered powerless. In mere moments, the wooden golem devastates the enemy's defenses, annihilating the Rock Village's combatants. Stop, you fiend. Earth release. Mount an earth technique. With a furious shout, 2 massive hemispherical boulders rise from the earth, attempting to envelop the wooden figure. The golem spreads its arms to brace against the boulders, but finds itself ensnared, struggling to break free. Oh, I see. This sudden turn of events reveals the assailant's identity. Rokuka quickly recognizes the attacker, Iwagakure's Huangtu. The son of Inoki and the father of the Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, is a master of earth release. During the 4th Great Ninja War, he bound the Ten Tails for a moment using this very technique. With that thought, Rokuka joins her hands. Wood release. Flower Tree Realm descends. The earth trembles as she claps her palms together, summoning a vast forest of towering vines and trees, which swiftly neutralizes the Mountain Earth technique. Wood overcomes earth. It's that simple. How infuriating. Huangtu seethes at seeing his prized technique thwarted, gazing at his trapped comrades in the Rock Village. We did not attack the Land of Fire. Why have the Konoha ninjas assaulted us first? Does this align with your Hokage's policies? How dare you? As his anger escalates, Huangtu forms hand seals. Earth release. Earthquake core. A tremendous rumble echoes as the ground convulses, thrusting the earth into mounds and fracturing the forest created by the Flower Tree Realm. Such a pity that you were not chosen as Tsuchikage. Your strength is underestimated. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Rokuka concedes that Huangtu is indeed a formidable earth release user. This is truly the essence of a Tsuchikage. Regrettably, you are my adversary, and our affinities clash. 8th Thunder God, Light Fong. The clone transforms into a laser, sweeping across the battlefield, obliterating the mountains formed by Huangtu's technique and affecting countless rock ninjas in the process. How infuriating. Is there truly such a vast difference in our strength? Huangtu, targeted by the Light Fong, sustains injuries as he clutches his wounded hand, glaring at Rokuka, who stands atop the wooden golem like a deity descended from the heavens. It is time to conclude this era of chaos. With unparalleled power, Rokuka gathers energy in her hands. Stop! A voice cries out, heralding the arrival of another expert. Dust release. Original stripping technique. A white cylindrical beam shoots toward Rokuka, yet such a technique is unworthy of absorption. Feigning a response, Rokuka discards the spiraling black sphere she has formed. Spiral Earth Explosion Star. Upon leaving her hands, the spiraling black sphere erupts with a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing in everything in its vicinity. Mountains, earth, trees, people, houses, wooden figures, and even the recently released dust release were all drawn and twisted together, as if a whirlpool had been created by pulling the plug from a sink, swallowing everything in its wake. Congratulations, Rika. You have now become the 4th Hokage. Come, here's a gift. How does it feel to be Hokage? Early in the morning, Rika began to welcome her guests. Among them were her former teammates, Minato Namikaze and Kiba Inuzuka, as well as the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha, Kushina, who is also Minato's girlfriend. After effortlessly resolving the war crisis among the 3 ninja villages of Suna, Yanin, and Iwagakure, Rika leaped into the limelight as Konoha's celebrated war hero. Following a series of promotions and pressures, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, chose to step down, allowing Rika to officially assume the mantle of the fourth Hokage. After all, when it comes to the rightful Hokage, who could surpass Rika, a master of wood release? The remaining villages, which had suffered heavy losses at the hands of Rika, with their main forces and leaders perishing in battle, also appointed their own fourth Kage. These included the fourth Kazekage, Raza from Sunagakure, and the two puppet Kages from Yunin, who had been supported by Rika. Unfortunately, Iwagakure had already experienced a depletion of talent, and Yunin's forces had been decimated by Rika, making it easy for her to control the 5 great shinobi nations. Thus, the 4 great countries of fire, wind, lightning, and earth on the ninja continent fell under Rika's shadow, while the smaller nations lacked the strength to resist her dominion. At that time, the only potential adversary left in the ninja world was the water country, which had yet to be brought under Rika's control. After dealing with the aristocracy and powerful figures of the continent, Rika planned to unleash her full strength to attack the island nation of the water country. Now, having concluded her dealings, she obtained the intelligence she sought. The entity she was after, known as Shiki, was a monk who had cultivated natural energy 1,000 years ago. Named Jigen, with Rika's current strength, she had been unable to locate him on the continent. Such a creature, having lived for millennia, would undoubtedly leave some trace. Even if hidden in another dimension, for Jigen was indeed a high monk. Rika speculated that the only explanation for his elusiveness was that this world, the Tower of Lost, seemingly did not harbor those extraterrestrial Tsutsuki. It was uncertain if even Kagaya existed in this realm. After sharing feelings with her companions, Rika divided herself into tens of thousands of shadow clones to help her dominate the ninja world, firmly establishing her authority. Meanwhile, she quietly embarked on her journey toward the water country. Madara had previously created darkness in Obito Uchiha's heart by manipulating the Mist Shinobi, leading to Obito's secret control over the Mist Village for a frenzied retaliation after gaining power. It is difficult to ascertain whether Madara had managed to control the Mizukage and, in turn, the entire Mist Village. However, breaking news revealed that Madara had defected from the Akatsuki. First, it was Tobi, and now Orochimaru, is it? Must we, members of the Akatsuki, all be destined to endure this fate? It seems unreasonable. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At this moment, the 7 tails, namely the 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9 tails, were absorbed into Rika's outer path golem. If she could capture the 6 tails and 3 tails from the Mist Village, Rika would soon transform into the perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki. With the full power of the 10 tails and additional strength, Rika would surpass Kagaya. By that time, whatever Madara intended to do would be too late. Rika sensed that Madara was indeed in the Mist Village. Her perceptive abilities were remarkable. Coupled with the speed of the 8 Thunder Gods, she could effortlessly locate Madara, who was currently within the Mist Village, even controlling the last 2 surviving tailed beasts of the ninja world. According to reports, before his defection, Madara had attempted to seize Nagato's Rinnegan, but was thwarted by Konan and the 8 Thunder Gods, leading to his eventual betrayal of the Akatsuki. To her surprise, Madara had managed to capture the 3 tails and 6 tails before her, summoning all 8 Thunder Gods to her side and utilizing shadow clones to replace their duties. Rika began her infiltration of the Mist Village. Shadow clones, similarly, enhance their power based on the user's strength. For instance, Naruto's thousands of shadow clones would burst like balloons with a single poke, while later on, a single clone could match the combat strength of an entire ninja village, enduring intense battles without dispelling, and could even go berserk. Rika's shadow clones were nearly as powerful as she was, and with her enhancement of yin-yang release, their quality was further augmented, making them more difficult to break. While Madara was defecting, one of Rika's 8 Thunder God clones shifted into an invisible state and followed him. Thus, upon arriving in the water country, Rika only needed to summon the 8 Thunder God clone to absorb its memories, revealing Madara's whereabouts. Madara, I have found you. By a coastal lake in the water country, Rika discovered her target. Are you the renowned wood-release prodigy from Konoha? Madara inquired, scrutinizing Rika. For him, possessing white Zetsu meant that this land held no secrets from him. But what was the story behind the Rinnegan? Had it become so common after awakening? Madara fell into deep self-doubt, but fortunately, Rika provided an answer. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and the drifting pain, also bearing Rinnegan, appeared beside Rika one by one. This is the Rinnegan's ocular technique? No wonder, no wonder. Madara laughed heartily, realizing that such a prodigy existed in the world. Are you willing to share how you awakened your Rinnegan? He continued, unable to hide his disbelief that the Rinnegan he had painstakingly cultivated over decades had manifested in a mere teenager, a girl no less, and not even an Uchiha. It seemed Madara harbored a hint of male chauvinism. I no longer have the leisure to indulge in games with you, Madara. Hand over the 3 tails and 6 tails to allow me to become the perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki, and I can ensure at least 50 years of peace for the ninja world. Rika was reluctant to engage in lengthy discussions with Madara, knowing he would merely let her words go in one ear and out the other. Perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki? It seems the rumors that the tailed beasts you killed have not truly perished, but were absorbed by your outer path golem. Quite a clever tactic, Rika remarked, yet suddenly, Madara fixed his gaze on her, seriousness etched on his face. Just 50 years? Little girl, you underestimate the power of the 10 tails. It is you who underestimates the human heart, fool. I am merely cleaning up the mess you left behind. When you established a nation and village system for the ninja world, did you ever consider that armed conflicts among ninjas would escalate into alliances among multiple ninja clans, expanding the scope of war indefinitely? Rika clapped her hands, adopting a stance as if to utilize would release. Madara was left speechless. In truth, he had never contemplated that his initial good intentions would lead to such a dire situation, especially after witnessing the scale of warfare far surpassing that of the Warring States period. He had indeed mocked Hashirama. I warned you countless times not to release the tailed beasts. You didn't listen. Well, are you satisfied now? The scale of warfare has evolved from the conflicts involving dozens to hundreds of individuals during the Warring States period, where the stakes could determine the fate of families. In contrast, the vast armies of thousands in the era of the Shinobi villages render such numbers insignificant. Consider the wars that erupted following Hashirama's demise. Has reality finally dawned? Madara, though lacking in governance skills, possesses an overly sensitive intuition that has fashioned him into a critic. His role is merely to critique, as he is incapable of devising reform proposals, while the other rulers are burdened with countless considerations. Do you understand why I assert that a sustainable peace can only last 50 years, and not 49 or 51? Why? When confronted with Lilac's inquiry, Madara candidly admitted his confusion. Although he suspected Lilac might have some scheme, he felt she underestimated the power of the 10 tails. The world is in flux, and eras evolve. The methods of the past may not be applicable to the contemporary world, much like the Warring States period, where ninjas subsisted and fought through family employment. Does such a model hold relevance in today's Shinobi village system? The answer is a resounding no. Presently, the norm dictates that the more renowned and powerful Shinobi villages receive a greater share of mission assignments, while others have a fixed quota, leading to a disparity where some thrive while others starve. Even with the alliance of multiple clans, and with the endorsement of a robust nation, the situation remains dire, especially for lesser clans. Madara comprehends this dilemma. 50 years ago marked the Warring States period. 50 years hence, we find ourselves in the current era of Shinobi villages. And another 50 years from now, no one can predict how the next era will unfold. Everything in existence is ever-changing. Therefore, policies must adapt to the currents of time, innovate, and fill in the gaps. Do you grasp why I consistently mock your infinite dream project? Because stagnation leads only to death. Attempting to fabricate a perfect world through illusions is often the most misguided path. How effortlessly you dismiss me while standing here. Can you truly guarantee that every future policy will be correct? As he removed his hooded cloak, Madara revealed his youthful visage, indistinguishable from the young Madara of yore. Was it possible he had restored his peak condition through the absorption of tailed beast chakra? Lilac inquired. While it was true that the reanimated Nagato had regained his prime by harnessing the chakra of the 8 tails, the circumstances were different. Yet Lilac could surmise a semblance of logic. In addition to the reflection of one's psyche, the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan are intrinsically linked to their wielder's prowess. For instance, Itachi, adept in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, wielded an enhanced version of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Sasuke, skilled in ninjutsu and its transformations, acquired Amaterasu and the ability to control its form. As for Obito, he had long coveted the elegance of his master's space-time ninjutsu. Madara's Manjiki Sharingan, with the power of the Kinara, embodies adaptation and evolution, suggesting his proficiency in this domain. Thus, the notion of regaining youth falls well within Lilac's comprehension. Yet, he was far from his peak. Although his physique had caught up, the disparity in ocular prowess was too significant. Compared to his Rinnegan, Madara, possessing only a pair of ordinary Mangekyou, could not claim to be at his pinnacle. After all, an Uchiha without their eyes sees a drastic reduction in combat capability. Suddenly, Lilac hurled an object toward Madara. What is this? As he grasped it, Madara's surprise grew. Inside the vial were two purple eyes adorned with rippling patterns. Are these my eyes? Madara could scarcely believe it. Has she truly returned the eyes of that red-haired brat to me? You questioned how I would ascertain the correctness of my policies. Now, I shall reveal the answer, and you will see what I have perceived through my eyes. Ha 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 ha. At this, Madara erupted into laughter, rapidly replacing his eyes with his own. With a youthful body complemented by the Rinnegan and Hashirama-S cells, he was undoubtedly at his zenith. I am immensely grateful for the return of my Rinnegan, Pain. If so, why not go the extra mile and hand over the tailed beast you have captured as well? Summoning technique. Outer path. Ghetto statue. A colossal roar erupted as the Ghetto statue, veiled in a shroud, materialized at Madara's command. Hadn't he delivered the tailed beasts to the Ghetto statue beforehand? Quite the cautious maneuver. Observing the statue's empty eyes, Madara scoffed. No, in truth, those tailed beasts had already been devoured, merely consumed by Lilac's Ghetto statue. Given your return of my Rinnegan, if you could also surrender those beasts, I would grant you the most esteemed position in the new world I shall create. Such arrogance is understandable, for the living Madara possesses the overwhelming power to crush Naruto and Sasuke, along with the 4 reanimated Hokage. Now, with his eyes fixed on the target, his strength surpasses even that of the living Madara during the 4th Great Ninja War. Thus, he is filled with hubris. Yet, the eyes are indeed his own. However, since Lilac did not procure Nagato's eyes from the Rain Shinobi village, the Rinnegan Madara currently wields belongs to the Madara of the Wind and Thunder world. They are likely identical, and thus he perceives no flaw. Moreover, when confronting a deluded individual like Madara, mere words are futile. One must strike him hard to awaken him, either through a display of strength or the revelation of truth. Otherwise, he will remain ensnared within his own world. Lilac, determined to deliver another resounding blow to Madara, aimed to leave him without any plausible excuses. Thus, Sage Art would release Flower Tree World. With a mere gesture, a lush forest erupted along the coastline of the Land of Water. Would release, indeed, a nostalgic memory. As the sea of trees expanded before Madara, he suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an invisible wave halted the advancing forest. Wheel of Judgment, Edge of the Grave. 133, Celestial Barrier, Shockwave. Boom. Like a punch from a superhero, Madara's Wheel of Judgment created a significant breach in the Sage Art Tree world. Well, others jest that the Wheel of Judgment only delivers physical blows, yet you seem to take it quite seriously, don't you? Lilac had also experimented with the Wheel of Judgment and remarked that while it has a high operational ceiling, its overall potential is limited. First and foremost, the most crucial aspect of the Wheel of Judgment's clone is its invisibility, which the Rinnegan can see through, thus eliminating a significant advantage in battles of equal rank, rendering it suitable only for bullying weaker opponents. Even if the clones theoretically possess the same strength as the original, they exhibit a fatal flaw. The clones lack the intelligence of the original and rely solely on the user's commands. Much like Pain's 6 paths, they will not act autonomously unless controlled. After all, the essence of the Wheel of Judgment lies in the user's shadow division, and it seems reasonable that shadows lack their own will. However, this absence of autonomy proves to be a significant drawback for clone techniques. Unless one does not intend to use the clones for damage, but rather for their positional exchange mechanisms. Does Madara require the Wheel of Judgment for dealing damage? The answer is yes. The Mangekyou is fond of utilizing Susanoo, while the Rinnegan prefers the Wheel of Judgment. Madara's oppressive aura largely emanates from these two ocular techniques, akin to Naruto's Rasengan and Shadow Clone technique. Undoubtedly, these skills serve as overwhelming advantages against weaker opponents, yet in one-on-one encounters, summoning clones, issuing commands, and directing them to strike the target can consume precious time. Do you believe you are a puppet master? Such assertions could easily consume several seconds to articulate, let alone in the heat of battle. Against Naruto and Sasuke, due to their inability to surpass his speed, Madara showcased a remarkably impressive performance with the Wheel of Judgment. However, once it reached the six-path Sage Naruto, both sides matched each other's speed, even seemingly surpassing Madara's. In this scenario, the only ability left for the Rinnegan was the technique of substitution with shadow clones. Madara could not react to the speed of six paths Sage Naruto, as demonstrated by the lightning release, Thunderclap. The 8 thunder gods, in an invisible state, appeared behind Madara, transforming into a bolt of lightning with a diameter of several meters, aimed directly at him. The Rinnegan technique, Rinnegan, Boundary of Hell, allowed Madara to seamlessly counter this lightning strike the moment it appeared. The principle behind this technique was to enable the user's shadow to become a hidden clone in an imperceptible alternate space, capable of affecting reality. Much like Obito's ability to hide in another dimension, Madara's technique summoned several enhanced versions of Obito. The shadows of the Rinnegan were invincible, immune to destruction or sealing, and only required a cooldown period after taking significant damage or after a set time. As long as the user remained, the shadows had virtually no weaknesses. After reviewing the information regarding the Rinnegan, Boundary of Hell in her mind, Rokuka unleashed the sage art, Divine Tree Descents. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, as countless buds broke through the soil, swiftly growing into towering trees, expanding the territory of the Land of Water. Indeed, wood release was quite troublesome. Gazing at the endless sea of trees before him, Madara felt the memories of the deceased begin to attack him. Hashirama. Madara formed a hand seal for earth release, while the shadow clone in the alternate space performed a summoning technique behind him. Ninjutsu, Heavenly Impact, without the need for Susanu's assistance. The power of the Rinnegan surpassed that of the Sharingan, allowing for a speedier and more potent release of this technique. A meteor with a radius of several kilometers descended from the heavens, piercing through the perpetual clouds of the Land of Water, once again illuminating the nation with sunlight. However, it seemed the citizens of this country were not particularly receptive to this change. Rokuka could clearly see that the citizens of the Land of Water and the Mist Ninja had noticed the anomaly and were about to investigate, only to be frightened away by the meteor. The meteor, having created a massive hole in the clouds, continued its descent towards the Divine Tree, seemingly intending to disrupt its technique. But was that even possible? Divine Feather, Feathered Arrow. The mighty technique of Tsutsuki Kenshiki, known for its legendary strength that could split heaven and earth, was most notably demonstrated in a single blow against the God Tree, showcasing tremendous power, especially since this technique was executed by Rokuka, amplifying its might. Countless pink light blades, representing various weapons, continuously emerged from the pink halo behind Rokuka and began to rain down upon the meteor with ferocity. This technique was named the Treasure of Kings. As the meteor crumbled under the relentless assault of the light blades, Rokuka suddenly entertained a peculiar thought. Could that be the Byakugan? Madara's vision was remarkably keen. Even from a considerable distance, he instantly perceived that the Rinnegan in Rokuka's eyes had transformed into Byakugan. Was that ability a technique of the Byakugan? How could that be? Rinnegan would release Byakugan? What kind of monster was this? Madara was utterly astonished, while on the other side, the meteor was reduced to mere fragments before it could even touch the ground, pulverized into tiny bits by the array of light blades. Well done. Now, how will you handle the second one? The enormous meteor was shattered into dust, leaving no cubic meter of stone behind. Although such a display was terrifying, Madara regarded it as a minor issue, for the second meteor was even larger. As anticipated, soon after, a colossal meteor, twice the size of the previous one, plummeted from the sky. If it struck, the Divine Tree would be undone. You wish to break my wood release? Even as the stone rain continued from the heavens, Rokuka smiled as she molded a long sword from chakra in her hands. Aye, Divine Feather Slash. Her fingers erupted with vibrant pink chakra flames as she wielded the long sword, delivering an overwhelming strike. Boom. In an instant, the world dimmed. The powerful slash cleaved the enormous meteor in two, and the meteor, unable to maintain its form, disintegrated into smaller pieces that fell to the ground. The power of this strike surpassed even that of a complete Susanoo. Observing Rokuka's prowess, Madara calculated the level of destruction she could unleash and the magnitude of power required to counter it. A piercing shriek echoed as something broke the sound barrier, creating a fierce friction against the air that produced a chilling sound. This was the terrifying downburst of air from the descending meteor, causing the divine tree to sway violently. And the ferocity of the wind nearly knocked him off balance. Looking up, he saw yet another meteor descending from the sky. The newly appeared meteor was larger than the combined size of the previous two, with a blazing fire enveloping its surface, leaving a long fiery tail in its wake. The intense airflow generated by its supersonic speed created a vacuum beneath it. Unlike the previous meteors that merely fell from the sky, this one truly resembled something pulled from outer space. All right, an endless stream of meteors, is it? The next meteor will always be larger than the last. Whose subordinate is this? And how many more are we to face in this duel? Even knowing that Madara currently surpassed the reanimated Madara in strength, the scene still surprised Rokuka. Is there more to come? She mused. Well, it matters not. This trivial technique should be put to rest. 8 Thunder Gods. 2 clones of the 8 Thunder Gods appeared beside Rokuka, forming spiral swords. Is this a similar type of ocular technique? Upon witnessing the clones of the 8 Thunder Gods, Madara began to speculate about Rokuka's Rinnegan abilities. Meanwhile, the 2 clones, having formed the spiral swords, resonated their chakra to elevate the technique into the Taiji spiral sword. Subsequently, the 2 clones merged into the spiral sword, enchanting it. Complete. This technique is the Super Yang Electron Spiral Cannon. An orange beam erupted from Rokuka's hand, instantly shattering the entire meteor, with its power being so immense that the fragments turned to ash before they could even touch the ground. Incredible. Such power without relying solely on size. The destructive force of Rokuka's technique exceeded Madara's expectations. This also implied that aside from a few techniques like the Rinnegan, Boundary of Hell, he possessed little else that could damage Rokuka. On the other side, the Divine Tree, now flourishing, birthed a colossal wooden figure that rose from its roots. The reason why Susanu's might would always be eclipsed by wood release was that even the strongest complete Susanu was hollow within, while the wooden figure was entirely solid. The difference in mass and the chakra expended was indisputable. Furthermore, with the addition of Sage Arts, Rokuka's Sage Art, Wooden Man technique became unparalleled. Pain. How familiar. I recall coming to seek her with a wooden figure, and now the roles are reversed, being pursued by another's wooden figure. With this thought, Madara's gaze sharpened. In the next moment, a wooden figure erupted from the ground. Susanu, Woodman technique. Madara. As the wooden figure donned the blue Susanu armor, Rokuka suddenly seized upon a brilliant idea and shouted, her voice like thunder, causing Madara to recall the legendary battle at the Valley of the End with Hashirama. Pain. Although he did not know Rokuka's name, Madara responded eagerly. 2 wooden figures were on the verge of colliding. One was adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, its body entwined with a dragon, brandishing a wooden serpent while exuding an aura of fierce determination. The other figure, clad in azure Tengu armor, boasted 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding a broadsword and a curved sword, with a pair of wings sprouting from its back. With an earth-shaking roar, these colossal entities charged toward one another, and at the moment of impact, the first figure suddenly shifted tactics, its hands moving with astonishing speed, creating a flurry of afterimages. No, those were not mere afterimages. As the truth dawned on the observer, it was already too late to counter the attack. The figure could only summon its own guardian to retaliate. Second blade, Flame Dance. 8 Sokka's Magatama. However, it was now too late to react. Like a peacock displaying its feathers, the first figure's arms were not illusions but tangible limbs, akin to the countless arms of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, launching an overwhelming assault. This technique was known as the Immortal Technique, Inorganic Rebirth. The difference between the semi-serpent panel and the immortal panel was negligible, and with the aid of her ninja card and her own sage mode, the observer was able to decipher the secret techniques of the dragon's cave, manipulating the natural growth of inorganic rebirth. The attribute of growth harmonized perfectly with wood release, allowing her to unleash the full damage of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara without the need for prior preparation like the true 1,000-armed Buddha. Unfortunately, it failed to vanquish her opponent. Having sensed the impending danger, the opponent had already activated the properties of the Wheel of Rebirth to retreat promptly. Thus, that formidable attack merely dismantled the Guardian. On the other side, as the opponent switched places with a clone, the heavily damaged clone returned to its original form. Both ninjutsu and the power of yin and yang could impact the Wheel of Rebirth, leaving only 3 clones remaining, and the opponent's expression grew grave. It was an illusion. How could he have fallen into such a disadvantage while being completely unprepared? The illustrious Uchiha had succumbed to someone else's illusion? When had this begun? Upon reflection, the opponent realized the source of the problem. Thunder. The illusion was based on sound. It was not particularly sophisticated, but was exceptionally effective in the current situation. Individuals with ocular techniques were nearly immune to visual illusions, yet their resistance to those targeting other senses was considerably weaker. The illusion employed was one of the 8 Thunder God transformations, utilizing the sound of thunder to influence the will of others. The incessant release of ninjutsu had been a diversion, designed to draw attention away and impact the opponent's resolve, leading to a significant error in judgment. A characteristic of the opponent's battle style was his reluctance to employ the same technique against the same adversary. After all, if he could defeat a foe, he was confident that his other techniques could do the same. Conversely, if he could not overcome an opponent, why would he resort to using the same technique again? To prove himself? He found such a notion tedious. Much like during the 5 Kage Summit, when the effects of the Edo Tensei prevented him from unleashing his full Susanoo, he had deemed it unnecessary to use his complete form against the Kage, opting instead to eliminate them directly. Now, facing this adversary, he was equally unwilling to engage with a less formidable wooden figure than the one that had failed him previously. Having briefly reviewed the preceding battle, the opponent's gaze sharpened. It appeared that he would have to exert his full might. With that thought, he began to weave hand signs. Summoning technique. Beast of the tailed beast. The runes of the summoning technique were pressed into the ground, and as the rising smoke dissipated, 2 colossal blue beast forms of Susanoo materialized. 3 Tails Wrath of the Beast. 6 Tails Cerberus. The opponent's plan was to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Without hesitation, the 2 Susanoo beasts unleashed their most powerful attacks upon the adversary. As the opponent caught a glimpse of the Sharingan within the beast's eyes, her vision was immediately obscured by 2 tailed beast balls. The tailed beast bomb was undeniably the most potent ability of the tailed beasts. The lotus leaf bubble, emanating a viscous blue liquid from the 6-tailed beast, instantly revealed its origin to the observer. By infusing the tailed beast ball with the beast's unique power, this ability could also be utilized by the Jinchuriki, much like the 9-tails tailed beast Rasengan. However, what use was transforming the fragile, explosive nature of the tailed beast ball into something soft? Path sealing technique. Just as the observer contemplated the nature of the tailed beast ball, she suddenly heard a deafening explosion. Her head tilted to the side, her hair standing on end as currents surged through her body. This was the effect of the 8 Thunder God's substitution. Only 7 clones of the 8 Thunder God remained, as one had just triggered the substitution effect and required at least a day to recover. Before the observer could think further, the 2-tailed beast ball struck her in quick succession. The lotus leaf bubble-tailed beast ball did not explode upon impact. Instead, it enveloped her, continuously corroding her body. Just as she attempted to resist, the next tailed beast ball followed closely behind, detonating alongside the first. The sound of electric arcs crackled around her, signifying the loss of yet another 8 Thunder God clone. Damn it, Uchiha. How did you accomplish this? She uttered coldly, pressing her temples. It was evident that she was flustered. Huh, is this the first time I've managed to suppress you? The opponent, seemingly unconcerned, deflected the conversation, clearly lacking the self-awareness of a true villain. After all, perhaps in his eyes, she was the true antagonist? Regardless, as she observed the glimmer of triumph in his demeanor, the observer, though seething with resentment, redirected her focus toward the 2 formidable tailed beasts. Once she absorbed them and became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, everything would be resolved. With this thought, she decisively charged toward the tailed beasts. Fire release, great fireball technique. Naturally, the opponent could not allow her to succeed, and he unleashed a powerful fire technique, sending scorching fireballs toward her with the intent to obstruct her path. Humph, such trivial skills, she scoffed. To employ such ordinary ninjutsu before someone with Rinnegan, is that not a disgrace? No, wait. Recall the recent events. The observer swiftly executed a sideways maneuver in midair, evading the attack. However, this maneuver had distanced her further from the tailed beasts. She saw it. The Rinnegan could perceive the wheel of rebirth, allowing her to discern the opponent's recent actions in that fleeting moment. Was it a time-space ninjutsu? As she beheld the clone emerging from a dazzling purple rift, intent on colliding with her, she gasped in astonishment. The exclusive techniques of the Rinnegan were primarily time-space abilities. Even those that were not could at least allow the wielder to create portals or access alternate dimensions. For instance, a Beto could open a portal, using it to traverse dimensions in pursuit of the Otsutsuki's secrets, or to access the dimension where the tailed beasts were captured. Coincidentally, the opponent's Rinnegan technique was also a time-space ability, as the Wheel of Rebirth was the shadow of an alternate dimension. Was this his reliance? The method of opening portals was indeed subtle and not slow. However, once I became aware of it, does this technique still hold merit? Unlike the oval-shaped space portals of the Rinnegan in Boruto or the block-pushing gateways of Yomi's Harusaka, Madara's space portal manifests as a fissure. This opening is evidently smaller than other portals, and its crack-like form evokes the likeness of an eye, reminiscent of Madara's purple Rinnegan. Get lost. With a swift motion, Rika unleashed an arcane spiral sword, disrupting the Rinnegan tomb and the spatial rift simultaneously, propelling herself towards the tailed beasts. Rika discerned Madara's intent to use the two-tailed beasts as bait to divert her attention, only to launch a hidden attack against her. Such deceit. Did he truly believe this would ensnare me? Casting her gaze between Madara and the tailed beasts, Rika ultimately opted to target the beasts. As bait, Madara's Susanoo enveloping the tailed beasts was not intended for offense, but rather to shield them, ensuring they wouldn't be instantaneously annihilated and consumed by Rika, thereby exploiting any potential pause in her actions to unleash a fierce counterattack. Just as before, ninjas are akin to fragile glass cannons. Regardless of the justifications such as blunt force or overwhelming power, it is undeniable that with their current might, neither Rika nor Madara could withstand the other's assault. Yet, this is not entirely accurate. Rika's eyes shimmered with a glint of mischief as, unnoticed, she discreetly swapped her pair of eyes for another set of Rinnegan, those belonging to the youthful Nagato, which had yet to unveil their unique ocular techniques. The 3 tails and 6 tails shall be mine, Rika declared suddenly. Let us see who emerges victorious. With the Rinnegan fully activated, Madara silently forged a contract for summoning and prepared the 6 paths sage art, 10 tails coffin seal. He was poised to reap the fruits of victory. What extraordinary speed! Madara marveled at Rika's swiftness, even surpassing him, as his Rinnegan began to anticipate her trajectory. The Rinnegan tomb, moving with astounding velocity, slipped through the fissure, its form distorting as it emerged. To hell with it. Detecting the Rinnegan's movement, Rika retaliated with a flurry of shurikens. The Rinnegan's perceptive abilities allowed Madara to notice the peculiar markings inscribed on the shurikens. Flying Thunder God technique. Unpleasant memories resurface. Madara pondered, recalling the fierce battles between the Senju and Uchiha clans prior to the establishment of Konohagakure. No, it's an illusion. He dispelled the Jinjutsu in an instant. Turning to Rika. Damn it. Who taught her to manipulate the memories of others to influence their foes? There was no time to waste. Even a fleeting moment of restraint allowed Rika to swiftly breach the gap to the tailed beasts. Wolf's Decay. The 6 tails, clad in Susanoo armor, unleashed a torrent of corrosive fluid toward the advancing Rika, while the 3 tails began to gather water for an attack. Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. With a thunderous crash, the 2-tailed beasts collided as if their heads were forcibly driven together by an unseen force. What is that technique? The Rinnegan observed the unseen, yet resonating forms of the 8 Thunder God avatars, leaving Madara astounded. That strike was not a technique, was it? Such speed. Even the Rinnegan could not penetrate. After the collision, the Susanoo shell meant to protect the tailed beasts shattered, indicating that now was the opportune moment to seal and absorb them. Outer path, Geto Mazo. In near-perfect synchrony, 2 Geto Mazo emerged from a cloud of white smoke, revealing their terrifying visages. How can this be? 2 Geto Mazos? What is happening? Staring at his own Geto Mazo, still with closed eyes, and the one summoned by Rika, which had already opened 7 eyes, Madara's pupils constricted in shock. He had never anticipated that Geto Mazo could manifest in such numbers. Was it that every pair of Rinnegan could summon a Geto Mazo? There was no time to contemplate further. Madara understood that the situation was dire and spiraling beyond his control. His original plan to avoid alarming the enemy had resulted in a severe backlash, and he now sought to retrieve the 2-tailed beasts to mitigate his losses. At this point, he could no longer afford to concern himself with order or strategy. Observing Rika's Geto Mazo, with its 7 opened eyes, it was evident that she had not adhered to any sequential absorption of the tailed beasts. How does information disparity feel? Madara? Rika mused, nearly unable to suppress her laughter upon witnessing Madara summon Geto Mazo, instantly grasping his intentions. You think you can intercept me? Madara, you are still far from being my match. Do you believe I am so easily deceived? She taunted. I scarcely rely on such tricks. A black sphere flew from Rika's hand. Superplanetary devastation. Begone, Madara. A terrifying gravitational force emanated from the black sphere, drawing countless objects, along with Madara, toward it. Simultaneously, Geto Mazo unleashed chains that ensnared the three tails and six tails around their necks. No, stop. All the tail beasts are about to be gathered by Rika. Madara exclaimed, panic rising within him. Pain. Excruciating pain. His meticulously crafted schemes had backfired, leading to the loss of his targets, which Rika effortlessly amassed, even snatching them from his grasp. This sensation was akin to a husband on his wedding night watching his bride being handed over to another man while he could only stand by, helplessly sparking his own frustration and even assisting in the process. No, it is even more painful. The utmost anguish. That is mine. His lifelong dream was cruelly stripped away. Should Rika succeed, he would be left without any means of counteraction. Such a reality was unbearably brutal. In this world, I refuse to accept it. Super Shinra Tensei. Utilizing a more potent repulsive force gained at the expense of extending the cooldown. The surrounding debris drawn in by the superplanetary devastation was blown away, momentarily creating a gap within its influence. Arcane compressed spiral sword. Rika aimed for this opening, launching remote spiral swords alongside the 8 Thunder God avatars, and after a series of explosive detonations, the superplanetary devastation finally coalesced. Madara Uchiha was incapacitated. Upon judging the outcome, Rika beheld the Geto Mazo, now fused into a singular entity possessing 9 opened eyes, forming a complete 10 tails. This is the 6 Paths 10 Tails Coffin Seal. This technique could absorb the powers of the 10 tails, enabling one to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. However, it was not Rika who would wield it. Madara. The other 10 tails. Madara had already completed the 10 tails Coffin Seal and was beginning to absorb its power. Do you still wish to pluck my fruit? Rika sneered. How disobedient you are. Family. Who understands? An underling of the Uchiha is always coveting my 10 tails. Upon seeing Madara, Rika unleashed the full might of her exclusive ocular technique. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Madara's half-body of white Zetsu transformed entirely into black Zetsu. At long last, after lurking for so long, it revealed itself, seizing the moment when Madara was distracted and fully unleashing Super Shinra Tensei. Black Zetsu took the opportunity to possess Madara and usurp control of his body. The willpower of Madara is formidable. Even an ancient being like him, who has survived for millennia in the shinobi world, can only exert a fleeting control. However, that brief moment is sufficient for him to seal the 10 tails within himself and become its Jinchuriki, thereby awakening his mother. Ha! Black Zetsu internally revels, for it has been an eternity since it could fulfill its desires, and thus it laughs with reckless abandon. Alas, this mirth is short-lived. What? The absorption of the 10 tails has ceased. Why? Madara, what have you done? The 10 tails, which had been flowing into his body like a viscous white substance, abruptly halts, leaving Black Zetsu in a cold sweat. Madara is the perfect vessel for his mother. Becoming the flawless Jinchuriki of the 10 tails should take mere moments. But why? This is impossible. With Madara's intellect, how could he possibly unravel my magnificent scheme? No, it's not Madara. It's that individual. As Black Zetsu's mind races for solutions, it suddenly becomes aware of its surroundings. Not only has its absorption of 10 tails chakra stopped, but everything else has come to a standstill. The 10 tails, poised in a roar, the stationary clones, and the body that has become so dry and difficult to move. How can this be? What kind of ability is this? Having wandered the shinobi world for years, Black Zetsu has never encountered such an eerie phenomenon. In that instant, before it could ponder further, its consciousness begins to fade, and the Rinnegan dims. What is happening? 3 seconds pass, and Madara regains his awareness, the Rinnegan once again shimmering with brilliance. Gazing upon the revived purple Rinnegan amidst a world of black, white, and gray, Rika halts her assault. For seconds pass. Counting silently, Rika maintains a safe distance from Madara. Can you hear me, Madara? You're watching me, aren't you? 5 seconds pass. What a tumultuous turn of events. Madara, you can see me, right? Are you able to move now? Counting while inquiring if I can see her? What sort of ability is this? With such doubts, Madara quickly discerns his own predicament. He cannot move. And why is he here? 137. I am the true ruler of this world. This sensation, is it Black Zetsu? Truly, it embodies my will. Splendid. In the moment of my unconsciousness, it has brought me here. But what kind of power is this? It can halt all surrounding phenomena. Could it be a time-space ninjutsu? Even while immobilized, under the protection of the Rinnegan, Madara's thoughts remain sharp. 6 seconds pass as Rika cautiously circles around Madara, continuing to count. Come closer to me just a bit more. I must devise a way to lure her in. Madara thinks to himself. Though his body and chakra are stagnant, his mind remains clear, which signals that he still possesses one final tactic, the boundary of reincarnation. The boundary of reincarnation exists in a different space-time, allowing Madara to sense that its powers can still be utilized in this silent realm. At this moment, a clone of the boundary has returned to his main body. Only one move. Madara understands that now is not the time to act, but if he employs the boundary of reincarnation, Rika will surely notice it, potentially disrupting or even immobilizing the shadows from this alternate realm. He has but one chance to succeed, so he must ensure absolute precision. As time elapses, does his thinking begin to slow? How much longer can her technique last? Sensing his own anomaly, Madara feels a surge of uncertainty. The greatest fear for a person is to realize that their desperate gamble was in vain. 7 seconds pass. On the other side, Rika observes Madara intently. She knows that, aside from the instantaneous nature of 10 hands, nearly all Rinnegan abilities will be unraveled with the passage of time. Just as the invisibility of the boundary of reincarnation can be pierced by Sasuke's Rinnegan, Rika feels compelled to be exceedingly cautious to ensure absolute safety. Unlike in the anime, in this stilled time-space, those who are frozen cannot even utter a word or blink an eye. They can only remain motionless in their current state. Thus, Rika cannot guarantee whether Madara can perceive her in this condition or if he has any contingencies. 8 seconds pass. Has his will begun to dissipate? Rika gazes at Madara as if inquiring. The eyes are the windows to the soul, even without any pronounced loss of their brilliance. Rika can still deduce whether he can sense the outside world through his gaze. It is a remarkable sensation, difficult to articulate, if one had to describe it. It resembles Superman observing the Flash sprinting. Such a person, his eyes radiate light. 9 seconds pass. Must we continue to remain in this stalemate? Rika gradually descends before Madara, intending to utilize the death substitution capability of the 8 Thunder Gods to break the deadlock, ensuring absolute triumph. Is he unable to persist any longer? Indeed, such a terrifying ninjutsu demands a horrific cost. Madara quickly recognizes that the opportunity has arrived. This distance is just right. Boundary of reincarnation, reverse. Adhering to the logic of time-space ninjutsu, he briefly shifts the target to the alternate realm of the boundary of reincarnation, thereby binding the target, effectively a spatial banishment. The duration of this effect is fleeting, and due to Rika's immense strength, the binding time will be further reduced. But once Rika is banished to the realm of the boundary of reincarnation, the phenomena she created will also vanish, allowing Madara to effortlessly absorb the fully realized 10 tails. And Rika, how long can she resist the boundary's reversal? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds? In that fleeting interval, it is enough for Madara to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, the second sage of 6 paths. Ha ha ha, I concede. In terms of strength, you are superior. However, in terms of intellect, you fall woefully short compared to me. The thought of the ensuing battle brings a smile to Madara's face. Let us turn the tide. As Madara watches, a translucent crystal gradually envelopes Rika's form. In the next instant, Rika merely shifts slightly, evading Madara's counterattack. The way of the intercepting fist. Evade. An invincible dodge that can even escape a grasp. Brother Long is truly formidable. No, my friend. Are you still speaking of wisdom? If I had a brain, how could I possibly engage in such a contest? Rika exclaims inwardly, her hands relentlessly assaulting Madara. The divine approach draws near. The great blade of the god of waves sweeps in a counterattack, severing the entire arm connecting Madara to the 10 tails. Confirming that no chakra from the 10 tails has been siphoned, Rika kicks Madara aside, while forming the 10 tails coffin seal. In an instant, the colossal 10 tails is swiftly absorbed into Rika's body like jelly. 10 seconds pass. 11 seconds pass. 12 seconds pass. Success. Upon fully absorbing the 10 tails, Rika undergoes a transformation. Her once inky hair turns snow white. Her skin, once pale, transforms into a lustrous white akin to jade. 9 magatama align perfectly in 3 rows at her waist, and a swirling circle is etched into the center of her shoulder blades, draped in a snow-white feathered garment. Moreover, 2 pristine horns, as white as jade, sprouted from the forehead of Rika. A row of jade talismans appeared behind her, and at the center of her brow. A 9-curved Rinnegan had already opened. This is the embodiment of the perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki. Born anew, I am the second sage of the 6 paths. No, I have transcended the sage of the 6 paths. With a mere glance, I fixed Madara and his Rinnegan clones in place, as Rika began her declaration. 13 seconds passed. Complete 10 tails Jinchuriki, Rinnegan, Yin-Yang release, Sage techniques, 6 paths techniques. 14 seconds passed. 15 seconds passed. And there is still more. 16 seconds passed. The effects of my ocular technique persist. At this moment, I possess an invincible form. Watching the proud and self-satisfied Rika, Madara felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He never anticipated that the culmination of his life's work would become another's garment. Oh, I haven't even begun to exert myself? Then it's of no concern. The flaw of infinite Tsukuyomi can be dispelled with Yin-Yang release and Rinnegan, and Rika possesses both abilities. Thus, from the outset, Madara contemplated eliminating Rika, yet he did not fathom that he could not defeat this monster. Even his ultimate technique, which could turn the tide, was effortlessly evaded by her. Planetary devastation. Just as Madara wallowed in regret, Rika quietly approached him, peeling Black Zetsu from his form with one hand, and executed planetary devastation, sending Black Zetsu soaring into the sky, side by side with his mother. Although, perhaps in this world, his mother does not exist. Ultimately, Black Zetsu, rendered unconscious, was sealed within planetary devastation, doomed to drift in the cosmos forever. Black Zetsu shall rise no more. 138, a long-awaited peace. Uchiha Madara, the rogue ninja of Konoha. I hereby arrest you in the name of the Hokage. After reclaiming the Rinnegan, Rika cast a sealing technique upon Madara, binding his chakra. Now, the once dreaded ninja world had become no different from ordinary folk. Subsequently, Rika would take Madara back to Konoha, and this would mark her achievements as Hokage, establishing her as the strongest Hokage in history, surpassing even the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, in the hearts of the people. Of course, such a title held little significance for Rika. Dun 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 dun. Wedding March. Konoha, 2 years later. At this moment, Rika, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, was attending a wedding. Judging by the Hokage ceremonial robes she donned, it was evident that this wedding was not her own. The newlyweds, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, under Rika's governance. The entire ninja world had secretly united under her command. First, the 5 great nations formed a ninja alliance to lead the world, followed by smaller nations joining in, transforming the alliance into a truly global organization. It resembled the United Nations, yet all power, including that of the nobility, was firmly grasped by Rika. The so-called alliance was a facade. Only dictatorship was real, and now Rika was the true ruler of the ninja world, with the entire realm acting in accordance with her will. What? You are dissatisfied? With infinite Tsukuyomi looming overhead, do you feel fear? As a 10 tails Jinchuriki, Rika could naturally wield infinite Tsukuyomi, possessing the ability to instantaneously control all of humanity. She utilized it to establish an internet. It was once posited that the territorial limits of ancient dynasties corresponded with the distance and time of communication. For instance, if it took over 3 months for news of a new king's ascendance to reach the borders, that essentially defined the dynasty's limits. Rika was unaware of the veracity of this theory, yet having experienced the information age of the internet, she understood that connectivity promised vast potential. Thus, led by Orochimaru, Konoha's scientific talents established a research department, and, using infinite Tsukuyomi as a blueprint, connected the entire ninja world, truly transforming it into a ninja village. Rika's control over the ninja world grew increasingly robust, and henceforth, it sufficed to focus on the development of civilian life. As Rika curiously surveyed her surroundings at the wedding, an unwelcome request interrupted her. You want me to take the bride's hand and present her to the groom? Why? Shouldn't that be Tsunade's responsibility? Did she faint at the sight of Kushina's crimson hair? At that time, Tsunade had not yet overcome her hemophobia. After all, it was a psychological issue. not something easily resolved by mere persuasion. Furthermore, she was no longer the most skilled medical ninja in the village, so Rika chose not to interfere, allowing her to act freely. Is that so? After hearing the attendant's explanation, Rika was astonished. The act of presenting the bride's hand to the groom was traditionally performed by a female elder of the bride's family. Since Tsunade referred to the first Hokage as grandfather, and Kushina called the first Hokage's wife grandmother, they were, strictly speaking, of the same generation. Rika, however, was different, for she was the Hokage. The title of Hokage essentially denotes the father figure of all villagers. This, too, was the reason she aspired to become Hokage. If she couldn't ascend to the shadows in the game, she would do so in reality. Is the Hokage not a shadow? Is the Hokage truly not a shadow? Alright, no more jesting. This is actually a historical legacy issue. It is well known that the Uzumaki clan and Konoha share an alliance, one so strong that the insignia of the Uzumaki clan adorns the backs of all Konoha ninjas' cloaks. Although the land of whirlpools has perished, the alliance with Konoha endures, thus Rika, as Hokage, is undoubtedly an elder to Kushina. Very well, if that pleases you. Accepting the invitation with delight, Rika took Kushina's hand. Rika-chan. Kushina's voice was filled with delight, clearly fascinated by Rika, who had achieved her dream of becoming Konoha's first female Hokage before her. Let us proceed. Rika replied noncommittally. After acquiring the power of the Ten Tails, she suddenly felt a sense of estrangement from everyone. Ultimately, the bride and groom succeeded in taking each other's hands, pledging an everlasting vow. How delightful. I never expected that the first to marry from our Jiraiya's class would be that rascal Minato. Watching the newlyweds share a kiss, Jiraiya, representing the groom's elder, reflected. Both newlyweds were orphans, thus their family elders were represented by others. A teacher is like a father, and for Minato, Jiraiya was evidently able to fulfill the role of a father, although Jiraiya could be a bit unreliable. So, Rika, when do you plan to marry? Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Teacher Jiraiya, it would be wise for you to focus on yourself. Consider your own career aspirations and your efforts to win over Tsunade-sensei. You're no longer a child. If you continue to waste time like this, you might find yourself alone in the future. Rika's words left Jiraiya utterly speechless, rendering him a gray figure, rooted in place. Indeed, it is time to strive. After a considerable moment, Jiraiya, returning to his senses, contemplated Rika's departing figure, the destined child of fate, who brought peace to the ninja world. Very well, I shall go confess to Tsunade. Thus, Jiraiya turned in the opposite direction. Upon reflection, bringing peace to the ninja world is far more important. Rika, dust release, world separation technique initiation, foolish. Practice more. If you can't think, then don't think. Leaving the wedding, having completed the last bit of trivial matters in this realm, Rika commenced preparations for serious endeavors. At this time, under Rika's clandestine leadership, the ninja world thrived, poised to maintain 50 years of peaceful prosperity, truly vibrant and full of life. In light of this, Rika began to contemplate doing something for herself, such as seeking the truth of this world. Why does it exist in parallel worlds? Do other theatrical versions also have their own parallel worlds? Unable to comprehend, however, Rika felt that the main world of the Shippuden would provide her with the answers she sought. Observing the cool down of the dungeon challenge, she pondered and summoned Madara. Ever since Rika apprehended him, this notorious criminal from Konoha had remained under the village's supervision. As he gazed at the vibrant life of Konoha, he occasionally muttered phrases like "This is merely a false peace," seemingly viewing Rika as another Hashirama. Now let us go. Madara, I shall show you something spectacular. With a swift motion, Rika seized Madara and initiated the dungeon challenge 139, Shippuden, on the eve of the 5 Kage Summit. Achievement task, Shadow. Completed, reward, Shadow Ninja Card Noki, Ninja World War. Challenge task, I am the true ruler of this world. Completed, reward, selectable Ninja Scroll Ninja 1. To choose the Ninja Tsutsuki Kenshiki, Noki, Ninja World War, abilities, Earth Release, Dust Release, Secret Techniques. Skills, Earth Release, Rock Power, previously a Flying Charge Grab. Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. Dust Release Cube grabs the enemy and disassembles the target into molecules. Ultimate Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. Controls the enemy with Earth Release and then unleashes a colossal Dust Release attack. Passive, derivative technique, subskill. Used in conjunction with skill cooldown, accompanied by a block effect. Earth release, rock power, light rock clone flight, summoning clones to scatter and pursue during a charge. Heavy rock clone power, summoning clones to descend and pursue during a charge. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Light original world stripping cone, conical original world stripping technique. Heavy original world stripping pillar, cylindrical original world stripping technique. Sutsuki Kenshiki, abilities, Sutsuki power, wedge, Rinnegan, Byakugan. Skills, Crimson Spiral, Crimson Sphere. Can enhance power through charging, can be shot off. Supreme Imperial Spirit, absorbs ninjutsu or chakra, providing invulnerability upon successful absorption. Storing the absorbed techniques to enhance their power for release. Additional passive, 5 nature release ninjutsu. Absorbing chakra of different attributes grants the user different subskills, and when grabbing enemies. Produces different effects. Non-attribute wave god. Summons a light blade for a swift strike chains bind, and then cleave. Lightning attribute thunder god. Summons lightning to attack enemies. Capable of breaking invulnerability grabs with lightning mind control. Water attribute title. Summons waves to attack enemies and reduce speed grabs with water vortex strangulation. Fire attribute game bird. Summons firebirds that explode to form pillars of fire, causing burn effects grabs enemies and ignites explosions. Wind attribute divine wind. Summons tornadoes to draw in enemies' grabs to create tornado strangulation. Earth attribute earthquake. Summons falling rocks to explode grabs enemies and binds them with falling rocks. 3 demon gods. Simultaneously summon Inuzuka Kiba, Sarutobi Asuma, and game bird to attack enemies. In the world of Shippuden, the time was set on the eve of the 5 Kage Summit. New task. Challenge task. 4th Great Ninja War. Task introduction. To fulfill the plan of the Moon Eye, which aims to merge the world into one. Uchiha Madara will deceive Uchiha Sasuke into attending the upcoming 5 Kage Summit, targeting the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Task details. Announcement. The 4th Great Ninja War begins. Participate in the 4th Great Ninja War and achieve victory. Task rewards. Selectable Ninja Card 1. Selectable Secret Scroll 1. Exclusive Secret Scroll Upgrade Card 1. Uchiha Madara. After the disorienting twist of time and space, when she reopened her eyes, Conan stared hatefully at the man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, wearing an orange spiral mask, who was bickering with another group dressed similarly, having experienced several dreamlike years in the world of the Lost Tower. Returning to the past where she fought for peace alongside Yahiko and Nagato in the original Akatsuki of the Rain Country. The sight of masked Madara ignited a nameless fury within her heart. Even though she had become the second leader of the Rain Village in that world and fully supported Akatsuki's actions, she understood that everything in that world was not her own, but belonged to a parallel version of herself. Each thought of this brought her immense pain, and her resentment towards the masked Madara who destroyed Akatsuki continued to fester. Now, with Rika traversing time and space again, the Conan who did not belong to that world was also synchronously transported, and Rika had not even brought her along. This effectively negated Conan's efforts over the years, making her feel as if she were awakened from a beautiful dream, like a mere joke. How could she not harbor resentment towards the masked Madara who obliterated everything she cherished? Huh, did you call me? On the other hand, Madara appeared puzzled. Is this even my business? Who are you? After being captured by Rika, he had lived a secluded life for years. In plain terms, he had been imprisoned by her. With his chakra sealed and his eyes gouged out, all means stripped away, Madara was reduced to a mere mortal, subjected to the whims of others, living a life akin to that of an ordinary disabled person under Rika's control. As a formidable individual accustomed to enduring the frailty of age and fighting for survival, Madara's inner resilience was beyond imagination. He remained indifferent to Rika's actions that rendered him powerless. In Rika's view, he was still not compliant. To deal with such a person, she decided to let Black Zetsu intervene to extract the truth from him. Therefore, after the cooldown of the dungeon challenge concluded, Rika eagerly pulled Madara along to showcase what a fool he truly was. Rika had always been willing to express her disdain for others' unrealistic ambitions, especially when Madara, watching her perfect rule, would occasionally utter provoking remarks about being a dictator. What a joke. If she were a dictator, then Madara had truly underestimated the role. The time was not yet ripe, and this was not Madara's stage. Without further ado, She transported him into another dimension and turned to Conan. These past years must have been quite comfortable for you. But alas, the game has come to an end. Looking at Rika, Conan suddenly bowed in gratitude. Though I do not know your motives for bringing me to this parallel world, I am now devoid of doubts. Thank you sincerely. Regarding Rika, she had gathered some intelligence in that world and understood that she was the new god of ninjas who concluded the third great ninja war in just a few days. Known as the fourth Hokage, the strongest in history. Unlike this world, she grasped the terrifying power Rika possessed. Thus, for Rika's game, Conan could only feel gratitude, as it allowed her to relive her past and rectify her regrets. Now, I have but one goal, to kill Madara, avenge Yahiko and Nagato, and allow Akatsuki to be reborn. Conan articulated her ambition. Although she was puzzled as to why she, far from the Rain country, had also crossed over with Rika. Possessing the power of the Ten Tails, she considered herself to have gained a form of immunity to time and space. The sense of temporal rejection during her first dungeon run had vanished, and Rika felt she could linger in this world for as long as she wished. In essence, there were no time constraints for the dungeon run. Your little game is over. Now it is time for you to play with me. Fear not. It is not a challenging game, and perhaps, along the way, you might achieve your desires. Rika's tone was imbued with irresistible allure. 140, Madara and Itsutsuki. Both possess bright futures. Finally, she had maneuvered through. This was quite difficult. Perhaps Sasuke was more challenging to control than Itachi. After successfully persuading Sasuke to act as a decoy at the Five Kage summit, Obito let out a long sigh of relief. Lately, his life had been rather arduous. Primarily due to the members of Akatsuki being dispatched one by one, akin to the story of the gourd baby rescuing their grandfather. Damn it. All I asked was for you to capture a tailed beast, and every day it's either windy or raining. It's been nearly a year. Do you think this is a stroll on the moon? Indeed, when it comes to the proficiency of the members of the Akatsuki, Obito harbors no doubts. Without a shadow of a doubt, each of them possesses the capability to single-handedly subdue a tailed beast. However, beyond their duties, they seem to indulge in petty antics. It is inconceivable that the formidable members of the Akatsuki, who can capture monsters as catastrophic as tailed beasts, have not perished at their hands, but rather succumbed to other circumstances. The only exception is that wretched Nagato. Just the thought of that scoundrel sends Obito into a fit of rage. To betray just as he was on the brink of annihilating Konoha and capturing the Nine Tails. Not only reviving all the inhabitants of Konoha with that forbidden technique, but also misplacing the Rinnegan. Obito's recent days have been far from satisfactory, primarily due to the unforeseen disappearance of the Rinnegan. He had assumed it would ultimately fall into Conan's hands and sought her in the Rain Village, only to discover it had long been abandoned. After Nagato's demise, that woman never returned to the Rain Village. Upon realizing this, Obito nearly lost his mind, fearing that Conan might have destroyed the Rinnegan along with his dreams, and was equally apprehensive about the possibility of it falling into the hands of someone else, leading to unforeseen disasters. And now, Uchiha Madara, emerging from the shadows. A woman clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds and donning a paper flower appeared before masked Madara and Team Hawk. It was Sasuke who looked on in astonishment. The Rinnegan, finally catching sight of the Rinnegan that had consumed his thoughts day and night. A sense of resolve surged within masked Madara. In the days without the Rinnegan, he had nearly gone mad. Had he not mastered a technique to soothe himself, he would have already shattered under the weight of despair, feeling as though his grand ambitions had crumbled. Now, with the return of the Rinnegan, he began to feel the tides of fate turning in his favor, convinced that the grand plan of the Eye of the Moon was once again attainable. Although there had been a slight hiccup, it mattered little. Is that not the esteemed angel? Why, after vanishing post the destruction of Konoha, do you reappear here? Is it to showcase the power of pain that you have pilfered? Still speaking with a low, mocking tone, masked Madara gazed at the Rinnegan nestled within Conan's eye. Who is that person? How could they earn Conan's trust to such a degree? Meanwhile, hidden in the dark corners, J-Bai was astounded, particularly by the other figures standing alongside Conan. Dressed in a traditional gray Uchiha long robe, adorned with a white, three-tomo Rinnegan mask. The identity of this enigmatic person was indistinguishable by stature alone. Through the eyeholes of the mask, one could clearly discern a Sharingan and a Rinnegan. It seems this individual commands great trust from Conan, but who are they? There appeared to be no intelligence regarding them. J-Bai's expression darkened as he decided to observe the situation unfold. Stealing? Absurd. The thief here is you. While I was absent. It appears the Akatsuki has nearly fallen into your grasp, you despicable scoundrel. Placing a hand over the Rinnegan, Conan scornfully addressed Masked Madara. The Akatsuki is the culmination of my, Yahiko's, and Nagato's efforts, while you are merely an intruder. A thief seeking to pilfer the legacy and power I have inherited from Nagato. Masked Madara fell silent, pondering how much power Conan could wield from the Rinnegan and who that person behind her might be. Why would Conan be willing to part with the Rinnegan? Hey, Sasuke, they seem to be arguing quite fiercely, don't they? A former leader of the Akatsuki and the current leader, if they were to clash. To whom should we lend our support? Team Hawk's Suigetsu observed the tense atmosphere, feeling as if he might dissolve under the pressure. Is this the overwhelming aura of the Rinnegan? Terrifying. Hey, you over there with the white mask, who are you? Why do you also possess a Sharingan? Without answering Suigetsu's inquiry, Sasuke, now in a state of single-minded focus, advanced toward an extreme. Yet what could he do? After all, until Itachi's death, he was the sole surviving heir of the Sharingan, and after Itachi's demise, he encountered others with Sharingan. From the perception of chakra, the powers of these individuals were increasingly outrageous. Thus, the question arises, where were you when the Uchiha clan was exterminated? Obito, I was assisting. Rika, names hold no significance for me anymore. If you insist on calling me something, then refer to me as Uchiha Obito. Rika's indifferent voice, indistinguishable by gender, dropped like a heavy bombshell. Uchiha Obito? That name rings a bell. Suigetsu, hailing from the Mist Village, spoke first. As Mist Ninjas, they possess a booklet recording the intelligence of high-value ninjas, known as the Ninja Code of the Mist. It's the hero of the Sharingan, right? He was a comrade of Kakashi Hatake, who taught Sasuke in Konoha, serving under the 4th Hokage, participating in the 3rd Ninja World War, and ultimately perishing at the Kanabi Bridge, bringing an end to the Iwagakure battlefield. Unlike Suigetsu, who was merely a subject of experimentation, Karen was part of Orochimaru's management base and, as a member of the upper echelons, had access to more intelligence. Coupled with her sensory ninja identity, she was able to recount the history of Uchiha Obito. Dead, you say? Then why have you reappeared? The uninformed wild man Jago expressed his confusion. Indeed, there were others who were even more perplexed. Uchiha Obito. Masked Madara felt his voice tremble uncontrollably. You are Uchiha Obito, then who am I? You dare impersonate me? Kanabi Bridge? That indeed marked a significant turning point in my life. I was presumed dead, yet I survived. If I survived, why not return to Konoha? If I do not return, why now appear before me? You traitor of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke furiously demanded. Obito, words are words. Why do you choose to point fingers at me? Uchiha Sasuke, the only surviving heir of the Uchiha clan in the current ninja world, consider yourself the clan leader. You have truly endured much over the years. 141, it is indeed Obito, the very one, with power, achievements, and still the hero of the Sharingan in Konoha. Had Obito been present in Konoha, the Uchiha clan would not have met such a fate. In response to Sasuke's inquiries, Rika remarked, I too have my burdens to bear. During the battle at Kanabi Bridge, we were ambushed by Iwagakure ninja forces, plunging us into peril. To fulfill our mission, I sacrificed myself to cover my teammates' escape from the pursuing Iwagakure forces, ultimately falling victim to a trap set by the Iwagakure ninja. It was only upon awakening that I discovered I had not perished. The trap set by the Iwagakure ninja was designed to bury Konoha ninjas under a collapsing cave. Yet I had been pinned beneath a massive rock, fortuitously surviving due to its support. However, though I survived, my body was grievously crushed, and my life hung by a thread, making a return to Konoha impossible. Later, with unwavering will and the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, I barely managed to mend my body, only to hear the dreadful news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Given my physical state at the time, seeking to avenge the Uchiha clan was nothing short of a pipe dream. Thus, I chose to remain in hiding, training and secretly investigating the culprits behind the destruction of the Uchiha clan, intending to exact revenge. Only after you, Sasuke, killed your brother, the very one who obliterated the Uchiha clan, Itachi, did I come to seek you out. Rika launched into her tale. Upon hearing this, Sasuke replied, Is that true? I don't believe it. Are you the king of tardiness? Always a step behind. Don't you think your excuse is a bit too convenient? Did you too encounter a black cat on your life's path, leading you astray? Inquired whether he had been helping an elderly lady cross the street, Sasuke. Upon learning the truth about Itachi, vehemently retorted, "Do not malign my brother Itachi." Meanwhile, the attentive Madara declared, "Sasuke, if you have something to say it directly rather than pointing fingers at me. It is futile to speak any further. Since you claim to be Uchiha Obito, prove it with your strength. We, Akatsuki, do not accept the incompetent." The masked Madara, unable to contain his eagerness, was itching to defeat this impostor or drive him away to quell the anger stemming from his stolen identity. "You have the least right to say such things," Rika retorted, drawing forth an Uchiha fan and aiming it at Obito. "Ah, an Uchiha fan. How do you possess such an item? If you have an Uchiha fan, what then of the one I inherited from Madara?" Observing the masked Uchiha, Obito felt a crack form within him. His eye confirmed the truth. It was indeed false. He reassured himself, as he, too, lacked comprehension of the fan's true capabilities. "You claim to be Uchiha Madara, yet would someone as arrogant as him hide behind a mask?" This esteemed Uchiha Madara. Rika's words were like pearls of wisdom, prompting Sasuke to silently agree. Indeed, there had never been a ninja from the Uchiha clan who concealed their face. Even in the Umbu, someone like Itachi would occasionally remove his mask to reveal his handsome visage. Gazing at the full helmet-like mask, which left only 3 holes for the eyes to observe the outside world, Sasuke thought to himself that the masked figure was hardly in a superior position. Due to having half his body crushed, even though his body had recovered to combat functionality, its appearance was inevitably affected. To preserve the Uchiha clan's honor from his disfigured visage, he opted for a thick mask to conceal his scars. Seemingly sensing Sasuke's doubts, Rika took the initiative to explain. "Are you concealing your face for the honor of the Uchiha? Undoubtedly, you are a good person." After hearing Rika's persuasion, Sasuke made his judgment. Though momentarily led astray by the masked Madara's words, he regained a fragment of pride in the Uchiha clan, naturally placing his trust in Rika, a loyal defender of their lineage. Conversely, the masked Madara found himself in a rather displeased mood. Regarding Rika's comments, Obito thought, "You dare to insult me?" He was perplexed, as an old foe had emerged, stealing his Rinnegan, pilfering his identity, and tarnishing his reputation. Ridiculous. Even with a shattered body, I, Uchiha Obito, am far from monstrous. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Seeing Sasuke's gaze directed at him, seemingly demanding an explanation, the masked Madara fell silent for a moment before stating, "Same goes for me. During the battle with Hashirama Senju, I was gravely injured, leaving my strength diminished." "Poor imitation," Kagaya commented from the sidelines, which caused several anger marks to appear on the masked Madara's forehead. "Sasuke, this guy is definitely not Uchiha Obito." The masked Madara spoke in a low voice, sounding somewhat defensive. No need for further words. Given the current state of the Uchiha clan, every additional strength represents a greater hope for revival. Thus, if he claims to be Uchiha Obito, then he must demonstrate eyes akin to Kakashi's. Of course, if he can freely control the Sharingan, I would acknowledge him as one of our clan. Unperturbed by the gloomy presence of the masked Madara, Sasuke, ever sharp-witted, quickly devised a plan. Kakashi's Sharingan was indeed Obito's, and it had already evolved to the level of Manjiki. Meanwhile, the other Sharingan Obito lost remained on the battlefield of Kemui Bridge. Since this individual before him claims to be Uchiha Obito, all he needed to do was display a Sharingan with the same patterns as Kakashi's Manjiki to discern the truth. Naturally, if he could not accomplish this, it would suffice for him to exhibit the ability of an Uchiha to freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan, and Sasuke would still recognize him as a fellow clansman. After all, the Sharingan is a cursed eye, with severe rejection phenomena. Even an elite shinobi like Kakashi could not overcome this, helplessly watching that Sharingan consume over 20 years of his chakra. What an excellent idea. Rika marveled at Sasuke's astounding wisdom and subsequently demonstrated the capabilities of the Sharingan. Undoubtedly, he is Uchiha Obito. Indeed, it is him. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke acknowledged Rika as Uchiha Obito under the title of the current head of the Uchiha clan. The genuine Uchiha Obito exclaimed, "I can't believe it. Wait, you actually can? Huh, no way, man. You really can?" Staring at the nearly identical Manjiki patterns, Obito was taken aback. "Of course, brother. Do you think I acquired this ancient treasure of the mysterious masked man for nothing?" Rika indeed possessed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. After showcasing her Manjiki and demonstrating her ability to freely activate and deactivate her Sharingan, Sasuke was convinced that Rika was a member of the Uchiha clan. No one could have anticipated that 1 minus 1 would yield 3. Observing the chakra-sensitive Uchiha clansmen around him, Sasuke felt a surge of optimism for the future of the Uchiha clan. The revival of the Uchiha seemed within reach, needing only to pursue further developments. Without a doubt, Sasuke's spirits were notably high, even giving rise to a fleeting thought of letting go of his hatred. Was it merely an illusion? Sasuke seemed to have smiled just now. Kaguya, the one most attuned to Sasuke, was astonished, as she had just witnessed the corners of his mouth subtly lift. Undoubtedly, that was a smile. Since the day he took that man's life, it was Sasuke's first smile. Simultaneously, Obito was equally shocked. Though he did not grasp the situation, he sensed a grave crisis. If not handled properly, the consequences could be dire. Akatsuki is becoming akin to your Uchiha clan. While the masked Madara contemplated his strategy, Konan suddenly interjected. This is none of your concern. Sasuke retorted sharply. Judging from Konan's words, one might think Akatsuki was an impressive organization. Joining Akatsuki was merely a whim. Should he feel inclined, he could just as easily withdraw. Thus Sasuke dismissed this woman, embroiled in power struggles with Madara, as inconsequential. We Uchiha are like this. Where does the plan stand? I heard you captured the 8 Tails. The rebellious ninjas of Akatsuki were numerous. So Konan paid no heed to Sasuke's impudence and smoothly shifted the topic to serious matters. The 8 Tails escaped. We did not capture it. But it alarmed the leaders of the great shinobi villages. Now, regarding Akatsuki's attempt to capture the tailed beasts, the 5 great shinobi villages have decided to convene a summit. We are currently planning to head to the Land of Iron to obstruct this 5 Kage summit and seek revenge, Sasuke calmly explained. Revenge? Rika feigned ignorance. Yes. The truth behind the demise of the Uchiha clan lies elsewhere. The greatest perpetrators are not Itachi, but Konoha and Danzo Shimura. Sasuke's voice was filled with fury as he activated his Sharingan. Sasuke uploaded the resource package The Truth About Itachi. Rika received it and extracted the contents. So it is. I truly did not expect Konoha to have decayed to this extent. After reviewing Obito's deceptive words to Sasuke, Rika's anger simmered beneath the surface. In Sasuke's eyes, this performance unequivocally demonstrated that Rika was genuinely devoted to the traditions of the Uchiha clan, which only served to heighten his elation. I am not alone. The Hokage of Konoha intends to bring Danzo to the 5 Kage summit. This is one of the rare opportunities for Danzo to leave Konoha. Seizing this fortuitous moment, I plan to assassinate Shimura Danzo, the architect of the Uchiha clan's demise, and subsequently exact revenge upon Konoha. I shall shatter this hypocritical peace. You will assist me, won't you, Uchiha Obito? Sasuke earnestly addressed Rika, his tone brimming with anticipation. Of course, now that you are the head of the Uchiha clan, your words and your plans are my duty as a member of the Uchiha. Rika provided an answer that pleased Sasuke. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Observing the bamboozled Sasuke, Obito grew anxious. Wait, could there be a twist in the plot? The Uchiha's aim is to annihilate Konoha, while my objective is to capture the tailed beasts. These goals are not mutually exclusive and could even complement one another. With this realization, Obito resolved to follow them. Thus, the quartet, each with their distinct objectives, journeyed towards the Land of Iron. I remember now. That individual must be the mysterious Umbu who defeated Pain, exclaimed Black Zetsu, startled by the sudden revelation. What? Are you certain? Although the outburst was alarming, the news was undeniably significant, causing White Zetsu to promptly react. Indeed, White Zetsu possesses the ability to disguise itself, not only altering its appearance, but even masking its chakra, making it difficult to discern the truth. Hence, it can identify others through chakra. This is problematic. Upon comprehending the situation, Black Zetsu fell silent. During the battle in Konoha, due to Pain's Shinra Tensei, which had an extensive area of effect capable of reducing the flat city of Konoha to a basin, nearly all White Zetsu tasked with observing Pain perished. The remaining ones, apart from a few who had rushed in from afar to take their place, were unaware of what transpired in Konoha post-Shinra Tensei. This ignorance was also the reason Obito sought to learn the truth from Naruto, to understand why Nagato made such a choice. Although the specifics remained unclear, the overwhelming chakra had indeed been sensed and memorized by White Zetsu. Damn it, I merely wished to rescue my mother. What have I done wrong? Why? Unexpected circumstances continually arose, catching this child, who had only lived for a few millennia, off guard. Is it true that those who are most cunning are more easily shattered by unforeseen events? No, this is impossible. I still have a chance. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura have matured. Even without Madara's Rinnegan, I can still guide the emergence of new Six Paths power. After formulating a plan in his mind, Black Setsu felt a surge of confidence. Then wait until I kill Sasuke, and then you may forgive me. The Raikage forcefully declared as he strode towards the venue of the Five Kage Summit. At that moment, heavy snow fell, mirroring Naruto's state of mind. As the flurries danced and the northern winds howled, creating a desolate atmosphere. Unable to halt the Raikage and Cloud Village's vengeance against Sasuke, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of despair engulf him. Must we truly commence war? Reflecting on Sasuke, Konoha, and the ninjas, Naruto fell into silence, bruised and battered. No, this problem is too difficult. I cannot solve it. In the blizzard, only two figures dressed in green Konoha ninja vests silently accompanied him. No, there is another person. That figure, with a white mask, silently observed the regretful Naruto, thinking to herself, I must devise a way to toy with him. To demonstrate the pride of the Uchiha, Sasuke boldly discarded the Akatsuki cloak and donned a purple-hued gray zip-up jacket emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest, the zipper pulled down to reveal his chest. He paired this with pants reminiscent of Orochimaru's style, though the rationale behind this choice was unclear. Perhaps it was a tribute to the legendary destroyer of Konoha, Orochimaru, a homage to the snake. Upon entering the Land of Iron, the Akatsuki members split into two groups. Sasuke led Team Hawk into the Five Kage Summit, seeking an opportunity to ambush Danzo and exact his revenge. Meanwhile, Masked Madara aimed to reconnect with an old friend and glean information regarding Nagato's actions, which led to his betrayal. Rika found following Masked Madara more entertaining and thus accompanied him to the inn where Naruto and the others resided. While Konan joined forces with Sasuke, as she too had a deep-seated grudge against Danzo. What are your intentions in impersonating Uchiha Obito? Sasuke inquired, somewhat irritated by the presence of the masked figure. Yet, I must admit, that mask is quite appealing. I should acquire one for myself someday. What right does a counterfeit like you, masquerading as Uchiha Madara, have to criticize me? Rika replied playfully. Beneath this mask, I can be Uchiha Obito or merely a common girl who admires my predecessor. As long as I do not remove my mask, who could possibly uncover my true identity? You truly infuriate me. Observing the recent mimicry of Kakashi, Masked Madara felt a sinking sensation. Have I been exposed? How could this be? But why is he paying attention to me? Since when did he begin to take notice? Does he even know my true identity? The pressure is immense. Rika's words ensnared Masked Madara in a web of self-reflection. I must ascertain his intentions and identity, he pondered, suddenly struck by a thought. I could use them against you. Utilize Naruto, Uzumaki, and Kakashi. With this in mind, Masked Madara began to elucidate the purpose of their journey to Rika. Following the conflict with Pain at Konoha, they had come to capture the tailed beasts, having failed in their previous attempt against the Akatsuki leader. Unbeknownst to them, in a fit of madness, he resurrected all those who perished in the war at the cost of his own life. Their current mission was to uncover the truth from Konoha's hero, Naruto Uzumaki. Isn't it simpler to ask Konan directly? Rika interjected with a knowing smile. Masked Madara fell silent. Actually, our primary objective remains the capture of the tailed beasts. And Konoha's hero, Naruto Uzumaki, is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I need you to apprehend him. The task of defeating the Akatsuki's former leader and saving Konoha's hero, Naruto Uzumaki, was indeed a formidable challenge. Rika's tone was filled with nostalgia and reflection as she continued. Then, the next step is for the hero of Konoha to duel the hero of the Sharingan. How shameless, you impostor! Masked Madara retorted. The moonlight shone brightly in the starry night sky. Gazing up at the moon from his tatami mat, Naruto reminisced about his bonds with Sasuke Uchiha. Consumed by hatred, Sasuke had transformed into a stranger, an international fugitive intent on capturing the Eight Tails from the Cloud Village, a terrorist of the Akatsuki. Yet, it mattered not. He could bring Sasuke back, a wayward son returning home. As long as I apologize, can we talk, Naruto Uzumaki? Just as Naruto envisioned a hopeful future, a voice unexpectedly emerged. Turning around, he saw a figure clad in Akatsuki attire, adorned with an orange spiral mask. Madara. In a swift motion, Naruto unleashed a Rasengan towards the masked figure. With a thunderous roar, the inn's room was suddenly breached, creating a gaping hole. through which the masked Obito effortlessly leaped onto the rooftop. Rasengan is utterly futile against me, he declared nonchalantly. Standing atop the structure, Obito casually remarked, as a series of wooden beams appeared, interlacing to separate him from Naruto, binding him tightly as well. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake, the legendary copy ninja known for replicating over 1,000 jutsu, held his Raikiri, crackling with electricity, pointed at Obito. Don't move, Obito. The abilities of this masked Akatsuki member were exceedingly perplexing, allowing him to penetrate any material unharmed. However, despite his formidable powers, his body would revert from that eerie state of intangibility to a physical form when attacked, presenting a potential opportunity for victory. Battle-hardened Kakashi had long since discerned his opponent's capabilities through years of combat, believing that unraveling Obito's bizarre abilities was merely a matter of time. Why so tense? I have no intention of fighting you today. I merely seek to understand one thing, Obito said, his voice low and filled with disappointment. You still don't recognize me? Calling me Obito? How utterly disappointing. Unfazed by the complaints, Obito continued, Naruto Uzumaki, can you enlighten me as to why Nagato betrayed me? I am most curious about the events that transpired between you two. What did you do that compelled him to sacrifice his life for that forbidden technique? Obito remained fixated on Nagato's betrayal, completely oblivious to Naruto's role in the unfolding events. What have you done to Sasuke? Naruto, consumed by thoughts of his friend, had no time for Obito's musings. Sasuke has been blinded by hatred. If you wish to understand, perhaps you should listen to Itachi's truth. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Obito pondered for a moment before he began to recount tales of Itachi. You from Konoha are truly absurd. In a shadowy corner, Rika quietly emerged, taking note of how Obito's ramblings diverted their attention. Guardianship versus destruction. Sasuke chose the latter, for it was his true nature. His heart was now consumed by vengeance. A genuine avenger. Just as Obito passionately delivered his speech, Rika stealthily positioned herself behind Yamato. Yamato, watch your back. At that moment, Kakashi, noticing the sudden appearance of another masked figure, urgently warned, another one? Unfortunately, it was too late. Kamui, the white masked figure placed a hand on Yamato, and in an instant, without his realization, Yamato was whisked away into the Kamui dimension. Captain Yamato. Kamui, could it be you? Everything she said are my words. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, akin to Obito's, sent Kakashi into a frenzy, instinctively rejecting his own thoughts. But, your name is of no consequence to me. If you wish to call me that, feel free. What? Rika's formidable presence unnerved Kakashi, causing his heart to skip a beat. If you're still alive, why not return to Konoha? Kakashi questioned, but as he spoke, his confidence began to wane. Memories of the past surged forth upon hearing Obito's name, bombarding him with relentless reminders. Whether I am alive or not is irrelevant, yet. Rika turned, placing her fan behind her, facing Kakashi. If I must explain, it would be because of you, Kakashi-sensei. Observing the rapidly changing situation and Kakashi's incredulous expression, Naruto felt utterly bewildered. What has transpired? Shouldn't we focus on rescuing Captain Yamato first? Yet, the moment Rika revealed the truth, Kakashi found himself momentarily breathless. It's because you let Rin die. With that declaration, Kakashi's breath caught in his throat, the pressure of suffocation forcing memories to flash before his eyes. Mist, moonlit nights, a small grove, no escape, Raikiri piercing through. The image of a girl in her final moments of disbelief haunted him, nearly causing him to faint. His breathing quickened alarmingly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his bangs, forehead protector, and mask. Breathe. The hyperventilation induced by overwhelming anxiety led to carbon dioxide poisoning, causing him to feel as though he were suffocating. Goodness. The pressure. Observing Kakashi drenched in sweat, his pupils dilating, unable to maintain his grip on Raikiri, Rika watched with keen interest. Meanwhile, from the confines of the sandwich created by Kakashi and Yamato, Obito outwardly remained composed, but internally, a tempest raged. Damn it, you bastard. Those were my words. Like Kakashi, Obito felt on the verge of losing consciousness, overwhelmed by fury. No, dude, how come you recognize others, but not me? Is this white mask somehow more reminiscent of me than I, Uchiha Obito? Naruto, you're a wonderful distraction. As the realization struck, Naruto turned to the masked figure. Are you Obito? Wait, no? You're the hero who gave Kakashi-sensei his Sharingan. Simultaneously, The astute Naruto conjured a Rasengan, launching it towards the white mask. Obito, cunning and shrewd, obscured by his mask, contemplated whether this might be a trap devised to defeat Kakashi-sensei. Thus, to ascertain the truth, he resolved to strike decisively. In simple terms, Obito, and you too, masked man. Today, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will unmask you both. The azure Rasengan manifested in his hand as he charged toward Rika. Perhaps due to a lack of murderous intent, Naruto aimed the Rasengan at the largest opening displayed by Rika, striking the Uchiha fan. Rika's response was one of bemusement. Humorous. Little brother, who taught you to play like this? How dare you? Uchiha rebound. Seizing the opportunity, Rika swiftly countered, unleashing a powerful wind attack that obliterated the entire in-room. It's you. Naruto gasped in disbelief, recalling the mysterious figure who once stood before him during his confrontation with Pain, guiding and protecting him. But before he could utter a word, the masked figure waved his fan, and in an instant, a magnificent firebird emerged. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. With a resounding cry, the firebird unleashed a wave of intense heat, igniting the inn where Naruto's team had taken refuge. There was no need for apologies. They merely needed to compensate the innkeeper for the destruction. After all, Yamato had already been captured by Rika, and no one could repair their home. Kakashi-sensei. Before sensing the might of Rika's strike, Naruto transformed into a streak of golden light, rescuing Kakashi from the blast radius of the explosion while shouting, clearly demonstrating a speed so incredible that even he himself could hardly register it. My goodness. At that moment, Naruto had seemingly transformed into a golden form. His ordinary tracksuit now adorned with several tomo, shimmering brilliantly, along with his hair, skin, and eyes all glistening with a layer of radiant chakra. This was the first stage of the Nine-Tails chakra form. In this state, Naruto gained the ability to perform jutsu single-handedly, along with the Nine-Tails chakra arms and tailed beast bomb. However, this form also harbored significant dangers. In this state, the Nine-Tails chakra would substitute for the host's own chakra. But this substitution was not without cost. It was a preparation for seizing control. The original chakra would be consumed alongside the use of the Nine-Tails chakra, making it a pure numerical monster, relying on astonishing reserves to exchange for power. When the host chakra was depleted to the point of no longer being able to suppress the tailed beast chakra, the Nine-Tails could seize the host's body. Of course, achieving such a condition required the complete Nine-Tails chakra, akin to Naruto and the Nine-Tails engaging in a tug-of-war to extract a form of chakra resembling the Nine-Tails. At this moment, Naruto's current form was achieved through Rika cutting off a tail from the Nine-Tails, thus its danger was not so high, although it lacked in sustainability. With only the quantity of one tail's chakra available, once it was expended, there would be no replenishment. What a pity, Naruto. If it were not for the cloak form of the Nine-Tails connection, it would be ineffective against me. Although, even if you reconciled with the Nine-Tails and transformed into that connection form, it would still be ineffective against me. Assist and return swiftly. Obito, are you not going to scold me? As it was a breach of contract on my part, Kakashi felt at a loss for words. Merely hoping that Obito would scold him like before, to awaken him, or at the very least, alleviate his discomfort. In response, Rika thought, I cannot allow you the pleasure of scolding me. It no longer mattered. Kakashi, Rin is already dead. You chose this, idol. The rights and wrongs I shall not explain, for this impending illusionary world holds no interest for me. Divine wind. A violent whirlwind surged around Rika, powerful enough to reverse the snowfall above. Bridge beans. In the void, a hand grasped Rika's hands as she formed seals, revealing it was masked Madara, who was concerned that Rika might unleash a deadly move that could harm the innocent, thus intervening in time, even daring to traverse the raging wind barrier. Madara? Rika was astonished, unsure of what play Obito was performing this time. Madara's response, however, was concise and convincing. Indeed, just for himself. Assist and return swiftly. What trick is Obito playing over there? Rika was acutely aware, but Obito, did you really cross over? Since when did the Akatsuki organization have a tradition of rescuing teammates? Please, do not jest. Despite her internal complaints, Rika obediently sat before the Kamui portal to travel to Sasuke's side. What about the Nine-Tails? The timing is not right. We shall discuss it later. With that, a vortex engulfed the two. Amidst the wind and snow, only Kakashi and Naruto remained, two disheartened souls alongside the demolished inn. Obito, truly a remarkable character. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto stood resolutely, declaring, "Can you tell me about the Senior Obito? I wish to help you bring him back to Konoha." And Captain Yamato. In his golden state, Naruto's tone was unwavering, making him appear radiant like a beacon. That road, Kakashi's voice faltered, as if reminiscing about the glorious past. Meanwhile, as the Kamui space opened two portals, a vortex appeared, and the two arrived at the site of the Five Kage summit. Currently, Sasuke was being besieged by the Five Kage, leaving him utterly battered. As Rika and the others made their appearance, had it not been for Masked Madara's swift intervention, Sasuke would have likely been reduced to ashes by the Tsuchikage's dust release. Masked Madara bore the exhausted Sasuke on his shoulder, surveying the multitude of enemies around him. Floating in the air with the light heavy rock technique was the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, standing against the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, and the fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi. Also present was the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, preparing to assist the fourth Raikage, Although it seemed peculiar, the connection between these two could be traced back to when Tsunade wandered the ninja world, acting as a lucrative target. At that time, the fourth Raikage was ambushed by a group known as the Shinyuan clan, suffering heavy losses among his subordinates, leading him to seek Tsunade's aid. They decided the matter of healing the Raikage's men through an arm wrestling contest. What a lively scene. Observing several familiar faces, Rika felt exhilarated. Both Inoki and the fourth Raikage were war fanatics, and Rika was unsure if she could tame them with words like Naruto. Thus, she resolved to take decisive action for her own benefit. The results were grim on one side, yet encountering familiar faces on the other. Such a feeling was truly marvelous. Masked Madara began to explain ancient mysteries while disclosing the existence of the Ten Tails, elaborating on the vague plan of the Eye of the Moon. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Hawk Squad, during the battle with the Five Kage, had been buried alive beneath the underground parking lot of the Five Kage summit site by Madara's Susanoo. Jugo and Suigetsu's lives were assured, and they could later be extracted and imprisoned in Konoha. As for Karen, she was rescued during Sasuke's desperate struggle. Not as a hero saving a damsel, but because Sasuke needed her abilities to track Danzo. Speaking of Karen, she was quite a character, embodying the essence of the Uzumaki clan. Aside from the remarkable vitality and vast chakra of her lineage, she also possessed the standard Uzumaki ability of adamantine sealing. This was something Naruto could not do, only she could. Furthermore, Karen possessed other abilities absent in her fellow Uzumaki clan members, notably the power to restore chakra to others through skin contact. This healing effect was visibly stronger than the 100 healings technique, yet inferior to creation and regeneration. Additionally, Karen possessed the unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, the godly Eye of Kagura, a vast perception ability spanning dozens of kilometers. Sealing, healing, perception, support. Karen had mastered them all. Nagato, Naruto, Kushina. It's as if to complete the Uzumaki clan's legacy, Kishimoto bestowed all the powers of the Uzumaki clan upon Karen, rendering her the legendary Super Saiyan Uzumaki. Rika found her to be quite fascinating. After all, she should be considered the purest descendant of the Uzumaki bloodline. Suddenly, with a flurry of paper, Konan appeared beside Rika. Unlike Sasuke, who had been betrayed by White Zetsu and severely injured, Konan, who was accompanying her, remained unscathed. It was not to say her strength surpassed Sasuke's, but this Five Kage summit was organized specifically for Sasuke, and as a guest of honor, he naturally had to endure more attention. Well, the first Five Kage summit was for peace, and the second was for Sasuke. After all, was this not a form of privilege? In light of this, I hereby announce the commencement of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Simultaneously, as Masked Madara concluded his discussions with the Five Kage, tensions escalated, and he was about to declare war when Rika unexpectedly intervened. With a displeased glare directed at Rika, Masked Madara promptly opened a Kamui portal. The time has come. He was off to retrieve Shursue's eyes from Danzo. What the Masked Obito is unaware of is that if he were to activate the Kamui teleportation several more times, his Kamui space would inevitably become a garden for Rika. Lady Tsunade, in a state of anxiety, Shizune called out as she witnessed Uchiha Obito depart with the members of Akatsuki. Let them go, Tsunade replied with a wave of her hand. There's no point in trying to stop them. After healing Raikage's burned arm, Tsunade, due to Rika's influence, had not succumbed to unconsciousness from chakra depletion, thus allowing her to participate in the Five Kage summit. The summit stipulated that each village's Kage could only bring 2 ninjas as guards, 1 combat type and 1 sensory type. Tsunade chose, as expected, her loyal attendant Shizune, who had cared for her since childhood, along with Danzo from the Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo has since perished. The first Hokage selected sensory ninja Tobarama Senju and combat ninja Uchiha Madara to accompany him to the summit. This arrangement, coupled with his counsel, proved more strategically sound than other Kages who brought only a secondary Hokage as their guards. Moreover, as various ninja villages were studying Konoha's village model, this personnel configuration persisted into the current second 5 Kage summit. Admittedly, it seems a bit redundant. Yet imagining which ninjas the other Kages might bring as their guards could be quite intriguing. For instance, Tobarama Senju would likely choose combat ninja Hiruzen Sarutobi and sensory ninja Danzo. The third Hokage might also bring Danzo, or select 2 from the Inuzuka clan. As for the fourth Hokage, it would likely be sensory ninja Shino Aburame and combat ninja Choji Akimichi. The fifth Hokage, possessing the ability to fight and heal, chose her childhood companion Shizune and the somewhat unreliable Danzo, who had shown in action during the Pain Invasion and was a looming threat. The root organization operates independently of the Umbu and is not under the Hokage's control, posing a significant risk to any Hokage in power. Although the root was established under the third Hokage's directive, it was ultimately abolished by him. After Tsunade assumed the Hokage position, the organization was reinstated with the assistance of 2 other Hokage advisors. In truth, Tsunade had no desire for the root or for Danzo and the aging advisors to share in her Hokage authority. Consequently, after the Pain Invasion, Tsunade seized the opportunity to dismantle the root organization and relieve Danzo of his position. However, it was too late. The root had grown too powerful. Reminiscent of the trajectory where, after Sasuke killed Danzo, the root nearly revolted against the Hokage advisors. Despite Danzo's shortcomings, he still had loyal followers. Tsunade's objective was to eliminate these unstable factors and render Danzo powerless, employing any means necessary. Reflecting on Danzo's reaction upon seeing Sasuke, immediately fleeing in terror and abandoning even the Hokage, Tsunade could only shake her head in disbelief. Subsequently, the 5 great nations, along with the Land of Iron, formed an alliance to establish a ninja coalition in response to the 4th Great Ninja War. Meanwhile, after a brief pursuit, Akatsuki caught up with the fleeing Danzo, leading to a vengeful confrontation. The summit only regulated the number of ninjas each Kage could bring, while those unable to enter the venue faced no such restrictions. Similar to the team accompanying the Raikage to the Land of Iron, Danzo brought along 2 of his trusted aides, the skilled poison manipulator Toryun Aburame and the puppet master Fu. In truth, their abilities were quite fascinating, prompting Rika to utilize her high-level copying technique to record them before swiftly dealing with them. After witnessing the extraordinary might of his clan members, Sasuke, driven by vengeance, unleashed his newly mastered third power, Susanoo, engaging Danzo in a fierce exchange. After employing Amaterasu to counter Danzo's summoning beast, Sasuke relentlessly bombarded him with a barrage of Amaterasu-enhanced attacks, rendering Danzo incapacitated. Realizing that Sasuke was targeting him, Danzo ultimately could not escape his fate beneath Susanoo's blade. In his final moments, Danzo attempted a desperate maneuver to use the 4 symbols seal to escape, but was silenced by Rika's formidable glare. In the end, the masked Obito obtained the coveted eyes of Shursui, while Sasuke reveled in his cathartic vengeance with laughter. However, one must acknowledge that Sasuke owes a debt of gratitude to Danzo, as not every genius can conceive of the idea to practice Izanagi only to be mercilessly slaughtered for the sake of emotional release. This was indeed a remarkable feat of being executed for 10 minutes, albeit at the cost of Sasuke's vision deteriorating. Perhaps due to the overwhelming adrenaline of the moment and the power surge from his clan members, Sasuke recklessly deployed his Manjikyu Sharingan techniques without considering the consequences. Even the formidable Susanoo's arrows were further enhanced with black flames to amplify their potency, resulting in his ocular powers being excessively drained. Not only did his eyes suffer, but he felt as though every cell in his body was screaming in agony. Notably, his once vibrant black eyes of the Uchiha clan had taken on a pale hue in Sasuke's perception. This appearance, combined with his long black hair, might lead an onlooker to mistakenly believe he belonged to the Hyuga clan. Damn it, my eyes. No. How can I seek vengeance on Konoha like this? Clenching his arm to restore chakra, Sasuke found himself just an arm's length away from Sakura, yet he struggled to discern her features, relying solely on her striking red hair to identify her. Fear not. Declared the masked Obito, I have a plan. If we transplant Itachi's eyes to Sasuke, the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan will merge into the legendary Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Sasuke will not only regain his sight, but also acquire unparalleled power, a true twofold advantage. To be honest, had Sasuke fully trusted Obito, he might not have betrayed the Akatsuki midway. Nonetheless, after some deliberation, Sasuke ultimately prioritized the restoration of his strength and agreed to Obito's proposition. Just as Akatsuki was about to withdraw, an unexpected voice interrupted. Turning around, they saw Sakura hot on their trail. The ensuing events unfolded as one might expect. Nearly blind, Sasuke found himself nearly crushed by Sakura's fury. Her intent to kill him almost coming to fruition had she not softened at the last moment. Subsequently, Kakashi and Naruto made their dramatic entrance. Sensing their immense power solidified Sasuke's resolve. Sasuke, who had always regarded himself as a prodigy, was driven by an insatiable thirst for revenge, propelling himself to grow without pause. Naturally, he could not accept being surpassed by the two others, regardless of the multitude of excuses available, such as having just endured a fierce battle and suffering from severely drained Sharingan. Yet, he still could not come to terms with it. As reminiscent of that time on the rooftop when he faced Naruto, Sasuke found it difficult to accept that Naruto's power had surpassed his own. This realization prompted him to challenge Naruto, ultimately leading him to betray his village in pursuit of strength by seeking out Orochimaru. Sasuke, a proud individual, would never allow himself to be overshadowed, especially now that he harbored lofty ambitions. The thought of being surpassed in strength made him feel like a fool. After wandering for so long, returning to Team 7 only to find himself at the bottom of their ranks? No. How could he possibly endure such a nightmare? Upon returning to the Akatsuki's base, Sasuke swiftly donned Itachi's eyes with the assistance of masked Madara. As the powers of two pairs of Sharingan merged, his new eyes were shrouded in pristine white bandages. It would take some time for the eyes to fully synchronize, followed by a period of adaptation. Masked Madara cautioned Sasuke that the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was worlds apart from that of the regular Manjiki Sharingan, and adapting was not something that could be achieved in a short span. After all, the half-formed Susanoo and the tall, winged Gundam were entirely different entities. Yet, that was not sufficient. Reflecting on the strength of his former companions, Sasuke mused that with such power alone, he could never hope to destroy Konoha. The golden chakra form of Naruto and Sakura's mitotic regeneration came to mind, reminding him of their newfound abilities. This prompted a recollection of how he, with just a single sword, had nearly annihilated the entire new Team 7. Even the elite Jonin leading the new Team 7, what was his name? Sasuke had forgotten, could not withstand a single blow from him. Such power was what he sought, not the embarrassing state he currently found himself in. In light of this, Rika had a commendable suggestion. Sasuke, why not learn Sage Mode? Drawing a comparison between white-clad Sasuke and windblown Naruto was evidently unreasonable, as the former could dispatch the new Team 7 without the need for cursed seals. In truth, white-clad Sasuke's strength was akin to that of Hawk Sasuke or Sage Naruto. But after his power was diminished by his brother, he had to level up again, only to be caught up and even surpassed by Naruto. One of the most criticized aspects of Sasuke's later combat prowess was his lack of sage techniques, rendering him incapable of inflicting effective damage on enemies of the Six Paths caliber. After the cursed seal was removed, or perhaps out of fear that Orochimaru might return, he abandoned the cursed power he had trained for 3 years. Consequently, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had to borrow Sage Chakra from Yugo to activate his cursed seal Susanoo. Of course, this was merely a fleeting pleasure, as the cursed seal Susanoo skill was soon sealed away. Rika's reasoning was straightforward. Given the foundation of the cursed seal, Sasuke's speed in mastering sage techniques would undoubtedly surpass Naruto's. It is well known that Naruto's extraordinary later power was derived from the layering of Sage Mode, Nine-Tails Chakra, and the Six Paths Sage Mode. Apart from sage techniques, what Naruto possessed, Sasuke was not lacking in either. If Naruto could stack his powers, then naturally, so could Sasuke. Sage techniques? Sasuke fell into contemplation. According to the information provided by Rika, Naruto had indeed made a remarkable debut during the Pain Invasion by utilizing Sage Mode, just as he had during the Chunin exams. A strange emotion overtook him, causing an internal resistance to the idea of using the same power as Naruto, whom he viewed as the underdog. However, Rika soon dispelled his concerns with a single statement. The sage techniques used by Naruto were derived from one of the three great sacred lands of the summoning realm, Mount Myaboku, with its toad contract. While what Sasuke could learn was the white snake sage techniques inherited from Orochimaru, belonging to another of the three great sacred lands, the Dragon Cave, which was distinct from Naruto's. Moreover, it was said that even Jiraiya could not master the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku as freely as Naruto. While the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave were so challenging that even Orochimaru struggled to learn them successfully. Let's not beat around the bush. How long would it take to master the sage techniques you mentioned? After analyzing the pros and cons, Rika realized that the snake sage techniques were not much different from the original cursed seal, perhaps even stronger and safer, piquing Sasuke's interest. It probably wouldn't take too long, right? Rika was somewhat uncertain, primarily because, despite having sage mode, she had never practiced it herself. Who knew how long it would require? However, even without experience, Rika could reference the experiences of others. Naruto had taken about a month to learn sage techniques, while the true master of the white snake sage techniques, Kabuto, had trained for roughly 6 months, beginning from the moment he uncovered his true self during the battle at the Tenchi Bridge, followed by a half-year of self-reflection during which he practiced sage techniques alongside technological advancements and the continuous refinement of the reanimation jutsu inherited from Orochimaru. Wow, Kabuto really went all in on learning, huh? Is it really that achievable? Sasuke pondered. The foundation of practicing sage techniques lies in perceiving and mastering natural energy. And in this regard, Sasuke, having once possessed the cursed seal, undoubtedly had a solid base. Thus, if he were to undertake the training for sage mode, his progress would likely surpass Naruto's. Having come to this realization, Sasuke was eager to seize the time during which he could not utilize his eyes to learn sage techniques, to explore the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave, and to ensure the safety of the blinded Sasuke. Preventing him from being harmed by the white snakes of the Dragon Cave, Rika decided to split off a shadow clone to accompany Sasuke on his journey. Thus, Sasuke, Karen, and the shadow clone of Rika, accompanied by the reverse summoning technique conjured by Sasuke, found themselves enveloped in a white mist as they summoned themselves to the Dragon Cave, leaving behind masked Madara and Rika. Meanwhile, Konan had long since vanished. Masked Madara remarked in bewilderment, "Where is my subordinate? How could such a significant Sasuke simply disappear?" Observing how easily Sasuke had been misled by Rika, Madara felt a sense of helplessness. He had always said that Sasuke possessed a rebellious streak, more so than Itachi. "What are you doing following me? Madara, you intend to go to Konoha, don't you?" Rika, with her keen intuition, revealed Madara's thoughts, surprising him. "You know what I plan to do?" "I don't know, but I suspect you want to go to Konoha," Rika replied smoothly. In reality, she was aware of the reason behind Madara's sudden desire to visit Konoha, but it was something she could not disclose, as it involved a technique that intrigued her greatly and was part of the reason she chose to accompany him. It was a technique that, compared to the infinite Tsukuyomi of the illusionary realm, was more akin to a world-creating jutsu, the limited Tsukuyomi. Limited Tsukuyomi. "Forgive me, Naruto Uzumaki. I didn't mean to intrude. But may I speak with you?" Madara. Rasengan. Boom. In the deep of night, in Konoha, employing the same tactic as before, Naruto raised his hand and launched a Rasengan at the figure appearing at his window. "Rasengan is ineffective against me," Madara quietly explained, and thus commenced a brief chase between the two in Konoha. Sakura's eventual involvement evoked a sense of amusement, culminating in a pursuit that led them to a small park. There, Madara raised his hand, producing a strange red glass sphere adorned with 9 tomo, resembling eyeballs, to obstruct their path. The peculiar object thrown by Madara made both Naruto and Sakura grow vigilant, only for a moment later when a blinding light erupted from the glass sphere. What on earth? Unable to resist, even closing their eyes or shielding them proved futile, as the intense white light seemed capable of penetrating any substance, enveloping them completely. When the dazzling light receded, Naruto and Sakura were astonished to discover that Madara had vanished. What is happening? Did he create such a grand spectacle merely as a cover for his escape? No, was it a flashbang? Sakura expressed her confusion. As their vision returned, the two began searching for signs of their foe, preparing to notify their comrades. Just as they were about to leave, Team 8 happened to pass by the entrance of the park. "What are you two doing here?" As the hurried Naruto and Sakura approached, Yer inquired. "Oh, it's you two. How wonderful." Naruto exclaimed joyfully, and together with Sakura, he shared information about Madara. "Huh, What is Madara? Ya lazily asked, scratching his ear. Meanwhile, Akamaru suddenly bit Ya's rear, igniting his fury. What are you doing, you rascal Akamaru? How dare you bite me when I'm not paying attention? I don't even want to see you. Enraged, Akamaru lunged at Ya but was dodged, running off alone. Observing this, Naruto asked in perplexity, Ya, what is going on with you and Akamaru? Nothing, just the usual. Ya replied, feigning nonchalance. Damn it. I truly wish to become a ninja who uses cats. That's because you belongs to the cat faction, Shino added. Meanwhile, Hinata raised an eyebrow at Naruto and Sakura, questioning with a hint of hostility. What are you two doing here? Don't tell me you're on a date? Taken aback, Sakura attempted to mask her embarrassment with an awkward chuckle. What are you talking about, Hinata? If you dare to tempt Naruto, I'll take you down. Unexpectedly, the once timid Hinata leaned closer to Sakura and warned her, with veins prominently visible at her temples. It was clear she had activated her Byakugan and assumed a gentle fist stance. Spill the truth. Hinata's unexpected assertiveness left Sakura in shock. Stop it. You both need to calm down. Naruto tried to mediate, but Hinata firmly grasped Naruto and glared at him. Hey, why are you so biased towards her? Huh. Naruto sensed something was off with Hinata. He quickly suggested to Sakura, maybe we should get out of here? Sure. Without further ado, the two made their escape while Hinata furiously pursued them. To shake her off, Naruto and Sakura dashed through the various streets and alleys of Konoha until they finally lost her. What just happened? Why does it feel like everyone has suddenly changed? Sakura wondered aloud, glancing back to ensure Hinata was not following, her breath heavy with confusion. Were they always like this? Naruto pondered, to which Sakura firmly shook her head. Just then, a voice interrupted their thoughts. They turned to see Team 10 coming around the corner, their appearances dramatically altered. Ino, once composed, now spoke with a tone and mannerism reminiscent of a trendy girl, while CHG had slimmed down considerably, his armor now bearing the character for sound. Shikamaru, once the astute strategist of Konoha, had transformed into someone incapable of even simple arithmetic. Upon seeing Naruto and Sakura, Ino cheerfully invited them to join for barbecue. But upon hearing Naruto's report about Madara's return, Team 10 appeared utterly bewildered, as if they could not comprehend his words. They did not even recognize Madara, humorously suggesting he was a fish suitable for cooking. Naruto was left speechless, reiterating that Madara was not a fish. Indeed, since Madara's disappearance, everything in Konoha had become peculiar. While Sakura and Naruto found peculiarities in others, they were unaware that others also perceived them as strange, until CHG placed a comforting hand on Sakura's shoulder. Sakura, you're the daughter of a hero. You must stay strong. The daughter of a hero? Me? Sakura was momentarily confused. CHG pointed behind them, prompting both Naruto and Sakura to turn. In the distance, the Hokage monument bore a new likeness in place of the fourth Hokage. Instead, it was a statue of Rokuka. Who is she? They exclaimed, shocked to see an unfamiliar face on the Hokage's monument. Hidden in the shadows, Rokuka was equally astonished. No way something like this exists. Gazing at the 5 heads on the monument, she was taken aback. I can't believe my term as Hokage was so brief. No, that is not the point. As a being of truly perfect 6 paths level power, Rokuka's perception of time and space was remarkable, allowing her to quickly sense the anomalies in this world after following Madara's limited Tsuki no Mi. This energy in this space cannot be mistaken. I've arrived in the timeline of my own future. Rokuka was astounded by the realization. You guys, what are you all gathered here for? Uchiha Sasuke, the man Team 7 had longed for, appeared behind them, causing Naruto and Sakura to exclaim in surprise. Sasuke, why are you in the village? Sasuke found their questions peculiar. Is it strange for me to stay in my own village? Naruto and Sakura froze, their bodies rigid but their eyes wide with disbelief. No, that is not what we meant. Presumably, they would soon seek solace in a hot spring to calm down. Ignoring Naruto and Sakura's predicament, Rokuka had already begun her investigation into this world. As the 4th Hokage, she had perished, or rather, vanished during the Ninetales rampage? No, dude. Glancing at the information she had gathered, Rokuka couldn't help but chuckle. The Ninetales? Are you sure this thing can compete with me? Kurama S in heavy particle mode, right? It was hard to articulate, but Rokuka had begun to grasp the truth of this world. It seemed her future self had become utterly obsessed with time travel, eventually relinquishing the Hokage title and embarking on a journey through time. Of course, that's not true. The memories of those who entered this world have constructed an inverted reality, likely due to the capture of my memories. Incredible. Is this what limited Tsuki-no-Mi is? After piecing together the reasoning, Rokuka was astonished. Infinite Tsuki-no-Mi, as a manifestation of Madara's overwhelming power, was a severely underestimated technique. It was said that in the latter part of Naruto, the combat system of illusion had been nearly marginalized, except for Itachi. However, the entirety of the later Naruto narrative revolved around the ultimate illusion of infinite Tsuki-no-Mi, a technique powerful enough to subdue even the 6 paths of Naruto and Sasuke in an instant, and it represented Madara's only chance to triumph over them. The light of infinite Tsuki-no-Mi could penetrate all matter, yet it was ultimately sealed by Sasuke's shadowy power within Susanoo, leading to Madara's downfall. As for limited Tsuki-no-Mi, if Rokuka recalled correctly, at the end of the Path of the Ninja movie, Kuro and Shiro nearly captured the Nine Tails while holding the glass sphere that initiated limited Tsuki-no-Mi. Hiss, I've been outsmarted. No wonder Obito's limited Tsuki-no-Mi's landing point didn't align with mine. He must have had another trick to extract my information. The battles between ninjas were truly terrifying and intellectually demanding, leaving her, a mere child of the purest plant, grappling to adapt. What a disaster. Is it possible that the attributes assigned to us during the initial class division were indeed accurate? Am I truly the fool here? I cannot even compare to Obito. That sage. Gazing at my visage on the Hokage rock alongside the 5th Hokage Tsunade, whose appearance mirrors that of the real world, I am engulfed in profound self-doubt. Should I ensnare her and Naruto with the limited Tsukuyomi, and subsequently fabricated Tsukuyomi that stands in stark contrast to reality, while also concealing myself? What a blundering fool I am. Recalling discussions from the Hokage forums which asserted that in the world of ninjas, the absence of an opposite Obito led to the expulsion of Tsukuyomi Sakura from this realm upon Naruto and Sakura's arrival, while Minma was relegated to Obito's position. I feel an overwhelming weight of pressure. So, could you perhaps speculate why this world lacks the individual known as Obito? No wonder. It's truly no wonder. I have underestimated Obito. This guy, along with Black Zetsu, a creature that has thrived for millennia, intricately weaving schemes involving tailed beasts, the divine tree, the 10 tails, and the infinite Tsukuyomi to rescue its mother, a wretched old monster. It would be inconceivable for Black Zetsu to lack some extraordinary abilities. Damn it. Frustrated by being outmaneuvered, I crush whatever insignificant object I have grasped in my hand. Where are they? I must locate them. This event cannot be allowed to continue. Awakening my wandering Rinnegan, I dispatch all existing 8 Raikage clones in an instant, conducting a thorough and invisible search throughout Konohagakure. Meanwhile, on the shores of a lake outside the village, the limited Tsukuyomi is a technique for creating worlds. The world I have conjured serves as a reflection of another realm, akin to the image mirrored upon the lake's surface. Utilizing the power of 7-tailed beasts, I transport targets to this alternate world, replicating all information from that illusory universe. However, this world appears to differ somewhat from the other. The black and white flytrap feigns confusion. Meanwhile, Master Obito casually tosses a stone into the lake, contemplating the reality of this world as he observes the ripples spreading outward. Introducing foreign elements from another dimension inevitably leads to certain distortions, much like what we witness now. Well then, it is time for action. His gaze shifts toward the altered Hokage rock. Is this the true identity of Uchiha Obito? A Hokage? I had no idea he was a part of Konoha, and the 4th Hokage, no less. How peculiar. Yet, it is indeed strange. Although this world was of your making, it does not entirely align with your desires. Zetsu directs Obito's thoughts, implanting the notion that the Eye of the Moon technique is meant to create a perfect world deep within his consciousness. I have stated that this is merely an experiment. Master Obito coolly declares, as a spatial vortex engulfs the two, transporting them away from Konoha, effectively eluding my comprehensive search. On the distant territory of the Land of Fire, a black-haired youth clad in a long robe and wearing a fox mask drags an unconscious ninja forward in silence. Suddenly, someone speaks from behind him. The bloodline limit. Secret techniques combined with numerous powers. Is the ambition to dominate the entire ninja world? Such aspirations are well known to all. The boy turns to see an individual in an Akatsuki cloak, adorned with an orange single-eye whirlpool mask, standing behind him. The backdrop is a village ablaze in flames. Do not misunderstand. The fire in that village was ignited by the fox-masked youth. The fox boy inquires, his voice youthful, yet sufficiently deep. It appears to lack a physical form, yet possesses an intense self-awareness. Who are you? In the glow of the flames, Master Bito's figure takes on a somewhat ethereal quality. Do not concern yourself with my identity. However, I may borrow a bit of your power. 150, the mysterious fox figure. Naruto seems to be enjoying himself. Has he become ensnared in the illusion? That night, having reconciled with his biological parents, Naruto celebrates his birthday at home, witnessing their joyful interactions, which causes Sakura to feel a sense of worry. Unlike in the films, Sakura did not arrive in this world due to a falling out with her parents. She was inadvertently swept into this realm while pursuing Master Bito alongside Naruto. She harbors no dreams of her parents being heroes or herself as the child of a hero. Haruno Sakura feels only a sense of disconnection and loneliness in this world. In this reality, her parents sacrificed themselves during the Nine Tails rampage to protect everyone. Yet, is this truly your dream, Naruto? As night cloaks the outside world in monochrome, the warm yellow light from Naruto's home appears even more glaringly vibrant. Haruno Sakura? Would you like to have a heart-to-heart with me? A sudden voice startles Sakura, causing her to jump. Huh. Haruno Sakura delivers a punch aimed at the intruder's face. Her fist propelled by an overwhelming force that seems unstoppable. Thud. With an effortless motion, my hand absorbs Sakura's counterattack, leaving the surrounding environment unscathed. How is this possible? In disbelief, having grown accustomed to the cataclysmic power of her punches. This is the first time Sakura encounters an opponent capable of perfectly absorbing her formidable strike without damaging the surroundings. Are you the person beside Obito? You must be Uchiha Obito, right? You are called Uchiha Obito. Glancing at the newcomer, Sakura hastily inquires. Since the last encounter, Sakura has uncovered information regarding her former mentor Kakashi and his teammates. Thus, she is particularly intrigued by Uchiha Obito, the hero of Konoha with the Sharingan. Especially since her beloved is also of the Sharingan lineage. That name has become irrelevant. You may refer to me as you wish, but, engaging in a verbal sparring match, I continue to banter. Run. Get away from here, Sakura. Everything here is an illusion for you. The only person you can trust is Naruto. What do you mean by that? It is nothing, just attempting to frighten you. Observing Sakura's pupils constrict in response to my words, I revel in delight. The immense power derived from the Ten Tails Jinchuriki causes this limited Tsukuyomi world to resemble a leaky basin, with everything gradually tilting in my favor due to her existence. Consequently, after failing to locate Obito in Konoha, I begin to lie in wait like a predator. At that moment, Konoha resembles a pool with its lid removed, as everything in this world will cascade toward me due to my presence. While I am unaware of your machinations with Obito, please return to Konoha. Obito-senpai, Kakashi-sensei has been longing for you. Sakura endeavors to awaken my feelings for the past, invoking the memories of the Team Minato, but regrettably, her verbal prowess falls short. And most importantly, I am not a member of Team Minato. No further words are necessary. I have grown utterly weary of this false world. That world shall soon welcome a new wave of change that will transform everything. As I speak, I swiftly draw Sakura into the Kamui space. Now, I merely need to lie in wait. Removing my mask, my face morphs into that of Haruno Sakura. As time progresses, we quickly arrive at the moment when the fox-masked figure invades Konoha. Where is Obito? Naruto wars. Obito? I see. So you are acquainted with that man. He is indeed quite an accomplished individual. The fox-masked man explains, slightly taken aback. Where is he? Naruto demands. I am under no obligation to inform you. Furthermore, your tone suggests you are not one of his comrades. Then I will have to resort to my fists to compel you to reveal it. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Naruto raises his Rasengan and charges toward the fox-masked individual. He harbored no fondness for those masked figures, whose elusive nature left him with an unsettling familiarity that instinctively repulsed him. While he acknowledged that the golden chakra surpassed the sage mode, the presence of the Nine Tails chakra hindered his ability to layer the sage mode on top. Consequently, he was swiftly overpowered by the masked fox. Cease your futile efforts. You are no match for me. Yet, the response was resolute. If I wish to escape this place, I must fight with all I have. I will never forsake the world and village that everyone has risked their lives to protect. Proclaiming his convictions, Naruto formed hand seals and entered the golden Nine Tails chakra mode. So, your existence sends chills down my spine. You must be eradicated. Sensing the familiar chakra, The masked fox spoke gravely as the combatants clashed violently. The confrontation soon yielded a decisive result. During the exchange, Naruto became ensnared by the fox's puppets. The masked figure then ascended into the sky, preparing to launch something downward. This is a parting gift. With that, he released a black chakra sphere pulsating with white chakra energy. Rasen shuriken. A thunderous explosion ensued. That's bad. As the chakra sphere detonated, Kakashi vanished from sight, and a blinding white mushroom-shaped pillar erupted from Naruto's position, powerful enough to obliterate the entire Hidden Leaf village. Are you all right, Kakashi? How could this happen? Kakashi inquired anxiously, clutching Naruto as they fled the danger zone. Meanwhile, Naruto's attention was drawn to the ruins of the Hidden Leaf, a grim sight that left him grappling with the reality of witnessing the village he vowed to protect being reduced to ashes once more. Obito. Naruto's fury ignited. Under an unknown influence, his eyes transformed into beastly slits, but unlike the uncontrolled state of tailed beast transformation, they glimmered with a golden red hue. If you wish to rescue your companions, come to me with the Book of the Moon. Seemingly harboring a scheme, the masked fox seized Sakura and made his escape. Wait, you scoundrel! Naruto attempted to pursue, only to be intercepted by his parents, Minato and Kushina. Just moments ago, they were celebrating a birthday together. And now the Hidden Leaf lay in ruins. Minato resolved to regroup and track the masked figure, but Naruto's impatience led to tension between them. What if you die? Minato shouted. We will worry about you, Kakashi. Naruto's expression conveyed disbelief as he processed the surge of emotions welling within him. He understood that he was not Kakashi. He was Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi, by the way, who are you? Your companion, whom you hid away, is it not? Much like Naruto's unique perception of malice, Kakashi possessed a special sensitivity that allowed him to glean information about others upon their first encounter. For instance, when he met the masked Obito, he discerned Obito's ability to manipulate spatial illusions without engaging in combat. Casting a glance at Naruto, he recognized their shared existence, which fueled his disdain. Ah, an information hound. I see. Have you uncovered my secrets? You truly are an exceptional child, Kakashi exclaimed, jumping back from the grip of his captor. How fortunate you are to be that person's child. It is thrilling to see you. With a return to her white masked appearance, Kakashi jested, Who is that person? Your father? Or your mother? Kakashi, perplexed, continued to manipulate his puppets to launch an attack. Nine-faced Tsupoha, a unique puppet technique belonging to Uzumaki Kakashi, crafted from the Akatsuki's code names, produced a combination of 9 puppets: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Southern Dipper, Northern Dipper, Golden Serpent, Celestial Maiden, and Death God, each formidable in their own right. As the South and North Dippers wielded their staves, casting a purple array, anyone caught within its confines would be ensnared. Meanwhile, the Golden Serpent and Celestial Maiden approached from either side, encircling their foe. Not to mention, the 4 sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, readied themselves to attack, while the Death God puppet, capable of chakra absorption, was poised to strike. Hey, boom! Before Kakashi could finish her sentence, the 9-faced Tsupoha launched a coordinated assault. The Celestial Maiden unleashed threads to ensnare Kakashi within the South and North Dippers' array, while the Golden Serpent tightened its grip. The 4 sacred beasts stood by, ready to pounce, and the Death God raised its scythe to cleave through Kakashi. Get away from me! Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force of the 6 paths level easily repelled all of the 9-faced Tsupoha's puppets. Utterly destroyed. The masked fox's heart sank as he sensed the complete annihilation of the 9-faced Tsupoha under that devastating blow. While not invincible, they were rare adversaries in the ninja world, and their effortless dismantling revealed that the individual before him was the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. Who are you to possess such power? A purple-black chakra sphere, rippling with white energy, materialized in the masked fox's hand, indicating his intent to bestow Kakashi with a parting gift as well. Kakashi, without hesitation. Kakashi declared the masked figure's name. What? The limited Tsukuyomi revealed Naruto's reality, and Uzumaki Kakashi was taken aback, both by the exposure of his true identity and the notion that if given the opportunity, he wished for Naruto to be his child. The gentle tone of that sentiment left Kakashi momentarily flustered. You are the eternal Tsukuyomi, 4th Hokage? Kakashi was astonished. After comprehending the history of this world, Kakashi had opted for the simplest means to deal with Obito. His objective was to unify the ninja world, aligning his goals with Kakashi's. Having traversed a tumultuous existence, yearning for a worthy master, Kakashi expressed a desire to take on a fatherly role, ready to divulge Obito's secrets, most of which Kakashi already knew. I'm sorry. I am not Kakashi, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, reconciling with himself, Naruto retrieved a ceremonial robe identical to that of the fourth Hokage and, utilizing his profound sensing abilities, began to track Kakashi's whereabouts. The alternate reality created by the limited Tsukuyomi transformed what was once known as the training cave, where Jiraiya and Minato honed their skills, into Kakashi's base of operations. Upon spotting Sakura suspended by chains, the masked Obito's expression hardened. Something feels amiss. However, before he could ponder further, a flash of golden light erupted as Naruto propelled himself forward. Obito, at last, I have found you. I shall defeat you and return to my original world. Is that the tailed beast transformation? Having seen the crimson fury of the tailed beast mode many times, the masked figure was taken aback by Naruto's golden form. Alas, you are not my opponent. With that, the masked Kakashi lunged at Naruto, ready to strike. Hand over the Book of the Moon. I refuse. Release Sakura first. Naruto deftly evaded the assault. It matters not. I shall first eliminate you before seizing the book. Regardless, I am determined to eradicate you. The repugnant aura you exude will not be spared. As the words left Myanmar's lips, Naruto felt an inexplicable tremor emanating from the depths of his heart. What could this loathsome sensation possibly be? The two commenced their battle upon the water's surface, yet with each clash, Naruto found himself increasingly unwell. Gazing at the masked fox, he could no longer restrain himself and bent over, clutching his abdomen, which was inexplicably restless. Naruto pondered. Ever since he entered the Golden Nine Tails chakra form, he had never experienced such a sensation before. Let us conclude this. 9 faces of Su Pehi, Qing, Zhu, Xian, Kong, Nan, Bei, San, Yu, 9 beasts. Given the disparity in strength, the puppets, restored and enhanced by Rokuka's Yin-Yang release, re-emerged behind him. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Although he was in a pseudo-Nine Tails chakra mode with a solitary tail, Naruto could not instantly create thousands of shadow clones to assist him as he once did. The chakra of a single tail was evidently insufficient to maintain his current form. There was even a risk that the escalating chakra consumption might allow the 9 tails to benefit from the chaos. Fortunately, a fresh contingent soon joined the fray to aid Naruto in mitigating the crisis brought forth by 9 faces of Tsupehi. We come at the behest of the Hokage. In the world of Akatsuki, devoid of Obito's presence, they were merely a mercenary organization, and at this moment, they had answered the 5th Hokage Tsunade's call to assist Naruto. It is worth mentioning that in the limited world of Tsukuyomi, Tsunade is a formidable force. You are no longer the fox demon. We shall aid you against the masked man. The Akatsuki, led by Itachi Uchiha, made a striking entrance. Looking up, Naruto was astonished to find that the reinforcements were members of the Akatsuki whom he had previously defeated. Before he could react, the masked fox's tone had grown considerably more severe. You are the mercenary group Akatsuki. Perhaps they charge by the hour, for there was no time for pleasantries. Several Akatsuki members swiftly sought out their respective opponents from 9 faces of Tsupehi. The chakra of the Shinigami, it seems worthy of a challenge. Realizing this, Naruto felt a surge of relief as he returned to the water's surface. How splendid! Akatsuki has become allies. Meanwhile, 2 Kunai severed the binding curse on Sakura, as Itachi Uchiha appeared before her, fixating his gaze upon Madara Uchiha. Ah, so this is the distortion of this world. The Hokage would actually employ Akatsuki? Upon hearing this, the previously despondent Sakura lifted her head to look at Itachi. Although he was rescuing her, Itachi paid little mind to Sakura and remained focused on Madara. You appear to be completely immune to physical attacks. However, there are other methods. With that, Itachi's dark eyes transformed into a brilliant crimson after a moment of blinking. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. If you so desire, can even flames be extinguished? What a troublesome man he remains. With intentions of his own, masked Madara mused before vanishing from sight. Sakura entrusted her fate to them. Witnessing her teammates' tenacity, Naruto hastily called out before plunging back into battle with Myanmar. Spiraling shuriken, with a resounding crash. Myanmar's spiraling wheel clashed against Naruto's spiraling shuriken hand infused with 9 tails chakra, creating a dazzling wave of energy. Naruto incredulously inquired. Just then, he felt a sudden discomfort in his abdomen once more. Restless and uneasy, your stomach aches, does it not? The masked fox queried. How do you know this? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Could it be that the opponent was a parasite within him, able to discern even his stomach pains? Perhaps this is resonance? Unbelievable. As the energies from both sides collided and dissipated, the masked fox's clothing and mask were shattered, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Naruto's. Save for the color of his hair and pupils. Is it possible that another being, identical to me, exists in this world? Thus, I cannot endure it. Myanmar roared. Yet it was as if he were gazing into a mirror. That figure was unmistakably another Naruto. You are. Naruto was taken aback. Aside from hair and pupil color, why did this destroyer of Konoha bear such a resemblance to him? You have been living comfortably in my stead these past few days. Have you not? Imposter, I shall eradicate you at once. Myanmar bellowed as all the power of 9 faces of Supa he surged into him as vibrant orange light. Upon absorbing all the energy, Myanmar's black eyes transformed into red slits, and he summoned forth a colossal dark 9 tails. The Akatsuki, witnessing this scene, were astonished, with only Deidara perched against a tree, querying what was happening. Alas, no one from Akatsuki could answer him. Masked Madara, observing from the sidelines, remarked with intrigue. The 9 tails is the embodiment of hatred and power among all tailed beasts. Should they clash, it shall undoubtedly result in a battle of life and death. What shall unfold next? Acknowledging the players from the prison, the last time he witnessed the complete 9 tails was quite some time ago. Its target is me. Everyone retreat. Realizing the monstrous force within him had been fully unleashed, Naruto urged urgently, knowing that this battle was beyond the scope of others' involvement. This indeed exceeds the terms of the contract. We did not charge for this portion. Itachi agreed, preparing to lead the Akatsuki members in retreat. Such actions left Sakura somewhat speechless. Goodness, has the demeanor of Itachi and Kakazu been completely reversed in this world? Thus, the employment concerning Akatsuki concludes here. Regaining freedom. Sakura responded, preparing to hunt down Obito. An early departure would be most welcome, to which Akatsuki expressed no objections. Before long, the battlefield was left with only Myanmar, Naruto, and the observing Madara Uchiha. Myanmar, atop the 9 tails head, pursued Naruto with the tailed beast, leaving him with no escape. Spiraling multi-shuriken, Naruto fought valiantly with his ultimate technique, yet was ultimately struck down to the lake's depths. Cursed be this fate. In the depths of Naruto's despair, his vision faded to darkness, only to gradually illuminate once more. How embarrassing. Despite exerting all my strength, I cannot defeat a mere impostor. Within the light, a mocking voice emerged. It is the 9 tails. Be quiet. Naruto lay before a torii similar to that of the Maijin Gate, his feet thrashing in frustration. The counterattack has only just begun. I shall fully unleash the tailed beast mode. Boom. The door trembled with intensity. Are you an imbecile? While it may be a counterfeit, it is still the 9 tails. Utilizing only a fraction of my chakra would be futile. Yet Naruto clenched his teeth in defiance, unwilling to concede this point. With merely a single tail's worth of chakra, he was indeed not a match for Myanmar, who commanded the complete 9 tails. Let us exchange, Naruto. An orange claw grasped the crimson railing, sharp claws etching deep marks into the wood. Allow me to handle them. Naruto hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes. Humph. Who would fall for your trickery? I am well aware of your schemes and will not yield my body to you. Still an irritating little brat. However, there exist even more vexing individuals. Compared to you, I despise Uchiha Madara even more. Madara? Naruto was taken aback. Should you perish, I too may become ensnared in this illusory world. If this is his scheme, how could I possibly submit? This time, I shall make an exception and lend you my power. Upon hearing this, Naruto sat upright. Is the enemy of my enemy truly a friend? He turned around to face the caged 9 tails. I understand now. Let us unite. Naruto pressed his hand against his abdomen. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be the despised beast, but rather my partner, the 9 tails of Konohagakure. That is how you ought to phrase it. In the darkness. Another voice interrupted Naruto's declaration. You were that one back then. How do you know my name? Soon, 2 colossal forms of the 9 tails materialized on the battlefield. Rather, the 9 tails of Konohagakure. What are you barking about? Let the 9 tails reflect upon itself. Rika forcefully cast Naruto into the deeper recesses of his own psyche, where he beheld his mother. Initially mistaking her for a transformation of the Nine Tails, Naruto, after a friendly clarification, learned the truth of his origins. Under his mother's sealing technique, Naruto and the Nine Tails reached a reconciliation. I shall unravel the hatred within you. From this moment on, you are no longer the loathed fox spirit, but my partner, Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure. With that, Naruto gestured grandly, and the crimson sealing door was forcibly opened. With the barrier removed, the chakra exchange between Naruto and the Nine Tails grew intimate. Go forth, Nine Tails! Roar! The golden chakra surged forth, erupting from the icy lake, its might soaring into the heavens. Once the energy fluctuations subsided, the onlookers beheld a golden fox-like chakra beast, almost identical to the Nine Tails. This is the perfected tailed beast transformation of the Nine Tails linked mode. How is this possible? Such power! Masked Madara expressed disbelief. Is this what sends shivers down my spine? The Nine Tails, too, was astonished, realizing he did not even know the name of his counterpart. Compared to being a mere pawn for Madara, the Nine Tails felt more at ease with Naruto. Even with that damned sealing technique, now undone. The most daunting aspect is always comparison. Compared to that beast, Madara, the Nine Tails found Naruto to be remarkably handsome. You little brat, I must warn you. Due to this being our first connection, our chakra bond is unstable. You can maintain this state for no more than 5 minutes. The Nine Tails cautioned. 5 minutes? That will suffice. Nine Tails, unleash your power. Roar. Unlike the Dark Nine Tails, which only engaged in close combat, Naruto's fully realized tailed beast transformation launched a tailed beast ball from a distance, striking the Dark Nine Tails. Damn, it has such techniques. Clearly, the Dark Nine Tails had not mastered the ability to utilize tailed beast balls, thus having to evade, leaving it vulnerable to Naruto's onslaught. Roar. The Dark Nine Tails, driven by rage, charged at the Nine Tails after absorbing several tailed beast balls, and in an instant, the two beasts were locked in a ferocious melee, transforming the scene from a ninja duel into a chaotic monster brawl. Nowhere to run. On the other side, the Nine Tails, transformed into a divine robe form, linked with Naruto, became a streak of golden light chasing after the Dark Nine Tails. I shall defeat you, just like you. As he spoke, several golden arms extended from Naruto, reaching for the Dark Nine Tails. Get away. Great Spiral Shuriken. A black-purple energy sphere encased in a white energy ring appeared in the Dark Nine Tails' hand, and with a swift motion, he severed Naruto's chakra arms as if they were mere shuriken. Spiral Sphere. Spiral Sphere. Great Spiral Shuriken. Naturally, this was in reference to the great-tailed beast's Spiral Shuriken. In midair, Naruto swiftly formed the great-tailed beast's Spiral Shuriken and aimed it at the Dark Nine Tails with his extended chakra arm. HAAA. A blue and purple chakra exploded in midair, unleashing a devastating wave of white energy that obliterated everything in its vicinity. It's over. Watching the Dark Nine Tails lying in the massive crater created by the aftermath of the battle, Naruto murmured. Subsequently, his Nine Tails linked mode faded as time elapsed. Looking further afield, the colossal figures of the tailed beasts, resembling a scene from a special effects film, vanished without a trace. The Great Spiral Shuriken's power, theoretically, surpassed that of the great-tailed beast's Spiral Shuriken. However, at that moment, Naruto's chakra quality was superior to that of the Dark Nine Tails, compounded by the use of a tailed beast chakra arm, granting him victory in this confrontation. Yet, despite winning, Naruto was utterly fatigued, even though it was anticipated. As Naruto struggled to remain upright, gazing at the unconscious Dark Nine Tails amidst the ruins, he suddenly heard Madara's voice. Nevertheless, you emerged victorious, Uzumaki Naruto. Masked Madara's figure loomed above, casting a condescending gaze upon Naruto. However, this battle exceeded my expectations. I did not foresee the unity between you and the Nine Tails. Now it is your turn, Naruto retorted, challenging the confident Masked Madara. It seems you have yet to comprehend your circumstances. Masked Madara's intangible form slipped into the unconscious Dark Nine Tails, and like a specter, the Dark Nine Tails rose again, one eye transformed into the pattern of a Sharingan. After resonating with the Nine Tails and enduring a fierce battle, your seal is extremely fragile, indeed, just as it was back then. Masked Madara's tone was inexplicably mocking, as if deriding Naruto's folly. Trouble. Naruto. Flee. In the mental realm, upon hearing Masked Madara's words, the Nine Tails urged urgently. What is happening? Naruto questioned, bewildered. I previously overlooked him because he lacked a physical form. I did not expect it to be a jinjutsu. If this continues, he will pull me out of your body, just as he did to your mother. If you wish to escape, the Ninetales cannot release its complete tailed beast transformation in the form of Susanoo, hence the Ninetales' urgent warning. It did not wish to be controlled by the Sharingan again. Naruto, equally startled, swiftly turned his head to close his eyes, preventing himself from gazing into the Sharingan. Seeing this, masked Madara, manipulating the dark Ninetales' body, charged forward with shuriken in hand, engaging Naruto in close combat. Do not look into his eyes, the Ninetales warned. However, Naruto, already utterly exhausted, found himself growing weak. Upon raising his gaze to the crimson full moon, he inadvertently retrieved the Crimson Moon book, which he had acquired unbeknownst to him. This was a relic left by Jiraiya, said to conceal wondrous powers capable of defeating Masked Madara. Yet, just as he opened it, Masked Madara was upon him. With a single stroke, he severed the scroll from Naruto's waist. As his vision crossed the broken scroll, Naruto was caught off guard by the sight of Masked Madara's eyes. Forget everything. Under the influence of the mysterious Jinjutsu, at Masked Madara's command, Naruto's eyes lost focus, and he collapsed in a daze. The mere Ninetales is indeed no match for me. Observing this scene, Uchiha Madara was thoroughly pleased. Ninetales, you belong to me now. Red chakra seeped from Naruto. And just then, Sakura Haruno appeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Madara staggering away from Naruto. He has lost his memory. Gazing at Sakura, Masked Madara declared. However, before Masked Madara, Sakura donned a white mask. Madara, do you not recognize me? You fiend. Why? Before she could finish her thought, Masked Madara was suddenly struck by Rika's tremendous force. Wow! Through the mask, Masked Obito coughed up a mouthful of blood. The speed was astonishing, almost impossible to react to. Apart from space-time ninjutsu, the only solution to Kamui was speed, striking the user before they could activate their intangibility. Techniques like Flying Thunder God exploit this principle to counter Kamui. Rika, who also possesses Kamui, understands the mechanics of this technique. The intangibility of Kamui is akin to that of a phasing dog, requiring an active initiation, contrary to the misconception that it operates passively. After all, the dynamic vision of the Sharingan surpasses even that of the Rinnegan. To claim Kamui's intangibility is passive would be a grave underestimation of its wielder. With the nearly instantaneous activation speed of Kamui's intangibility, combined with the dynamic vision of the Mangekyou Sharingan and Obito's combat experience, he unleashed a series of bizarre offensives. Yet, more often than not, he resorted to a standard operation of 11-13, especially when countering the Flying Thunder God technique. The fundamental logic of the Flying Thunder God relies on spatial teleportation to launch lethal strikes from angles unseen by the Sharingan, a technique created by the second Hokage, making it a perfect counter against Uchiha. As long as the opponent is not a ninja who relies on sight, it is effective. Now, Rika intended to counter Kamui in a manner other than speed, delivering a small but impactful space-time ninjutsu shock to Masked Obito. Otsutsuki Kenshiki also possesses a technique akin to Kamui. Guess why he refrained from using it during the Fourth Shinobi War? Answer: because the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi War was within Kenshiki's alternate dimension, accessed through a portal opened by Sasuke. By directly entering Kamui's space, it naturally limited the ability to utilize intangibility. The entity possessing Masked Obito entered a prolonged state of intangibility, seeking to observe Rika's weaknesses during this invincible moment. Unfortunately, with a mere glare, Rika forced the opponent out of intangibility. How could this be? My ocular technique shattered? Witnessing his injuries, Masked Obito found it hard to believe. What on earth happened? It was certain that he had not materialized. Yet why you are undoubtedly not Haruno Sakura. Who exactly are you? Only now realizing. Obito, I am genuinely disappointed in you. What? The hidden identity exposed, regardless of past fortune, Masked Obito's pupils contracted at Sakura's declaration. Dual Kamui is unclear. But with only one eye, it seems you cannot observe the conditions within Kamui's space from the outside, correct? Sakura's tone brimmed with an indescribable mockery. You even know the secret of Kamui? No, he should know. You are the White Mask, aren't you? Masked Obito speculated. Not too foolish, after all. Rika gracefully removed Sakura's transformation, reverting to her white mask attire. Who are you, Fourth Hokage? And how did you arrive in this world? Upon seeing Rika revert to her true form, Masked Obito felt an inexplicable fury rise within him. Ever since encountering this individual, misfortune had followed him relentlessly. Even his home had been infiltrated by outsiders. It seemed your composure was not as remarkable as it appeared. Infinite Tsukuyami. I believe it is time for you to relinquish it, as you cannot grasp it anyway. You shall not succeed. The denial of his words enraged Master Bito, prompting him to begin forming hand seals. Kamui had been seen through, and the opposing statement held truth, with only one eye. He indeed could not observe the internal conditions of Kamui's space unless his physical form entered it. However, given the current circumstances, if he wished to enter Kamui's space, the precasting delay alone would allow the opponent to strike him down several times. Fire style, Uchiha fire formation. A torrent of raging flames coiled around him. A fire barrier of the Uchiha clan, powerful enough to reduce anything that dares to touch it to ashes. Yet, Rika was not included in that definition. High Heavenly Sovereign. The chakra absorption rate far exceeding that of the hungry ghost realm devoured the Uchiha, flames upon contact. Here you go. With a flick of Rika's fan, a colossal fire phoenix surged forth toward Master Bito. Phoenix fire. Damn. Has this fellow already mastered the Rinnegan's abilities? Witnessing the approaching firebird, Master Bito's Sharingan spun wildly, maximizing its power. Wait, Amaterasu? When did As Master Bito utilized Amaterasu to phase himself, the black flames representing Amaterasu clung to him during his intangibility. Obito screamed in terror, clearly fearful of Amaterasu. It was no wonder, for Kamui's intangibility could only last 5 minutes. While Amaterasu's duration was uncertain. Even in an intangible state, while his body would shift to an alternate dimension upon passing through matter, his eyes could still perceive the external situation, meaning he could still fall victim to Genjutsu. No wonder he feared Itachi so. It turned out that his abilities formed a perfect chain of counters against him. Unfortunately, what Itachi possessed, Rika also had, and what Itachi lacked, Rika possessed in abundance. After their confrontation, Obito's defeat was inevitable, even losing his mask to Rika's grasp. The revelation of his true identity came forth. Uchiha Obito, the one who instigated the Nine Tails attack, slaughtered his teacher's family, and assisted Itachi in the massacre of the Uchiha clan. This was you, the traitorous hero of the Sharingan, Uchiha Obito. You cannot fathom how many times you have been attacked under Amaterasu's flames, and Obito was already on the brink of collapse, prioritizing escape over the exposure of his identity. He only knew he had to flee this place, to escape this world. As long as he could reach that location, he could escape this world, leaving this detestable being and the Nine Tails behind. Activating Kamui with the speed of his lifetime, the spatial vortex instantly drew half of Obito's body into the alternate dimension. Throughout, Rika remained motionless, allowing him to act freely. Only after the spatial vortex dissipated did she glare, and a peculiar space-time portal appeared before her. Upon stepping through, Rika found herself within Obito's Kamui space. In the battle against Kagaya in the realm of the Sage of Six Paths, Obito had accessed the space-time portal to the heavenly realm using his dual Kamui and residual Six Paths power, supplemented by the chakra provided by the 100 Heroes technique. Rika, possessing Kamui and the space-time ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, along with the perfect power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, found traversing alternate dimensions effortless. For Obito, however, the situation was drastically different. Seeing Rika enter Kamui's space simultaneously with him, Obito was taken aback. Apologies, but this place is already at capacity. Watching Obito's astonishment, Rika began to showcase her prowess. The assembled 8 Thunder God clones and the multitude formed by Shadow clones exhibited their might through various ninjutsu. Why can you enter my alternate dimension? Observing his opponent's strength, Obito resigned himself to despair, yet before his demise, he sought clarity. This question seemed rather trivial, lacking in sophistication. Let us change the subject. Now, Obito-chan, guess which hand I will use to turn you into paste? As she spoke, Rika displayed her hands. The right hand? The right hand is the dominant hand of a normal person, and Obito, with no options left, could only comply with her query. Guess again. Rika shook her head in denial. The left hand? The pupils of Obito trembled violently, as if he had already beheld his own demise. However, no, Rika continued to shake her head in denial, yet her hands began to gather power. Are you planning to strike me with your bare hands? Is that correct? But you answered incorrectly earlier, so you must be punished. Prepare yourself. As soon as the words left her lips, a chakra-laden flurry erupted from Rika's fist. capable of rivaling Kagaya's 80 God's Air Strike. Boom. In an instant, 1,000 blows rained down, leaving Obito incapacitated and unable to rise again. The good news, however, was that the cursed seal on his heart was broken under Rika's onslaught. Once it was confirmed that Obito was in a state of near death, gasping for breath, Rika seized his limp form with one hand, swiftly refining him and controlling him with Jinjutsu to copy the limited Tsukuyomi technique. Done. All that remained was to restore your identity. Rika, poised to reap the benefits, had no intention of altering the events that were to unfold. After issuing her commands, she lifted the limitations on the Tsukuyomi. Ultimately, the humble Rika departed, shrouded in anonymity. With the last of his breath, Obito, under Rika's manipulation, utilized white Zetsu to reconstruct his body, donning a white mask in preparation for the Fourth Great Ninja War. During this time, Kabuto unexpectedly found him, and the two formally established an alliance, igniting the conflict between the 100,000 white Zetsu and the army of reanimated corpses against the coalition of 100,000 ninja. Meanwhile, Sasuke, true to his genius, learned sage techniques based on his cursed seal, reclaiming the snake ninjutsu he had previously lost and even enhancing it into the white snake sage art, amplifying its potency. Conversely, Rika began to bide her time, watching as the Fourth Great Ninja War commenced. Obito, Madara Uchiha, Six Paths Obito, Six Paths Madara, Six Paths Sasuke, and Naruto, the Infinite Tsukuyomi, Black Zetsu's betrayal. The descent of Kagaya Otsutsuki. All heroes of the world gathered to contend with one another until the climactic battle at the Valley of the End, where Six Paths Sasuke and Six Paths Naruto collapsed, exhausted and uncertain of their fates, fighting for their beliefs. Now it was my turn. Once every soul in the world had perished, the last survivor, Rika, would finally emerge. Are you not coming out? Are you worried I might slay them? Observing Sasuke and Naruto, both weakened and missing an arm, Rika shouted into the unseen air. As her voice faded, a grayish-white chakra materialized, coalescing into the form of a person. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, a being whose mere presence, with a single strand of chakra, could create prodigies like Six Paths Sasuke and Naruto. In Rika's eyes, he should be considered the pinnacle of strength in the world of Naruto. At that moment, he not only retained his remaining chakra, but had also drawn more from the half of Madara he had relied upon. Had he returned to his former glory? Rika inquired curiously. The Sage of Six Paths had not utilized any bijou powers since sealing his mother, and even the Ten Tails and the 9 bijou were separated from him. In this power comparison, one could draw parallels to Six Paths Obito, Six Paths Madara, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and even the likes of Tonari and other Otsutsuki extraterrestrials, whose strength depended on the presence of the Ten Tails to maintain Six Paths level combat capability. Yet the Sage of Six Paths did not require such, for he was the embodiment of Six Paths. He wielded dominion over the pure land of the ninja world, capable of closing it with merely a word. Even into the era of Boruto, no one could utilize the reanimation jutsu, effectively nullifying this forbidden technique by a sheer will, highlighting his immense power. You should not belong to this world. Where do you truly come from? Just as Rika gauged the Sage of Six Paths' combat abilities, he felt an overwhelming pressure mounting. While he could overpower his mother, it did not imply his strength surpassed that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Otherwise, her fate would have been death rather than being sealed on the moon multiple times. In the past, to thwart Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths had battled alongside his brother for months, ultimately sealing her on the moon with the Six Paths, planetary devastation technique. Now, as the perfect Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, wielding yin-yang release and sage arts, he sensed that Rika's strength was perhaps on par with his mother, if not superior. Such a being, where had she come from? I have come seeking answers. How could you question me like this? Rika, equally astonished, had assumed the Sage of Six Paths was the one who understood all about this world, only to find he appeared unaware. How could that be? 8 thunder gods. In an instant, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the Sage of Six Paths, but he deflected it with the Six Paths staff crafted from the truth-seeking balls. Please cease. Peace is hard won. I implore you not to jeopardize the future of this world. The Sage of Six Paths, staff in hand, attempted to dissuade Rika's reckless actions. However, with a swift, nearly imperceptible sound, Rika's unseen attack cleaved the sage in two. With the mist swirling, the sage's bisected body reformed. Please stop, outsider. Do not continue this slaughter. The sage, now unharmed, began to counsel Rika, yet it proved futile. Super speed regeneration? Or perhaps Izanagi? Observing the sage's restoration, Rika leaned toward the latter, recalling that his steel had mentioned Izanagi was a technique created by the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, she unleashed the sage art, colorful spiral sword. Merging all the chakra transformations she had mastered, Rika launched a multicolored spiral sword towards the Sage of Six Paths. It was so swift. The moment that thought flashed through her mind, the sage's form was obliterated by the colorful spiral sword. Thanks to Rika's mastery of dust release chakra transformations, leaving no remnants behind. Yet, in the very next moment, as a faint mist arose, the Sage of Six Paths, adorned in his Magatama-patterned robe, reappeared. Izanagi? Observing the sage's nearly intact Rinnegan, Rika inquired with curiosity. This is a dojutsu residing within my eyes, known as Eternal Existence of Heaven, a technique later mimicked by Indra, which gave birth to the Izanagi technique. So Izanagi was created by Indra. No wonder, as it was a technique only usable by those with Sharingan. Is this how you managed to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki? After reflecting, Rika inquired further. Naturally, aside from conspiracy theories, the Sage of Six Paths was indeed a compassionate figure, embodying a philosophy of going with the flow while being excessively partial to Ashura. Yet, aside from his biases, the sage's benevolence was undeniable. The power of his mother was earth-shattering and overwhelmingly destructive. Without the existence of the eternal existence of heaven, we would stand no chance of overcoming her. Perhaps having lingered too long in the Pure Land, where all souls lay dormant, the Sage of Six Paths began to ramble, tapping into his instinct as a narrator who had been explaining since the Fourth Great Ninja War. Elucidating his abilities, eternal existence of heaven represents the eternal nature of heaven and earth in Japanese mythology, born from the divine realm. It is one of the 5 supreme deities known as the 5 heavenly gods, signifying the pinnacle of Japanese mythology. The Sage of Six Paths possesses the technique known as Eternal Heaven's Stand, whose ocular prowess is intrinsically linked to the eternal essence of the cosmos. Upon comprehending its principles, Lu Hua aptly dubbed it Infinite Izanagi, placing it alongside Infinite Tsukuyomi. The underlying mechanism of Eternal Heaven's Stand is rather straightforward, due to its connection with the Rinnegan. It is classified as a form of spatiotemporal ocular technique. The effects of this technique parallel those of Izanagi, and can even be regarded as an enhanced version. Firstly, its operational principle mirrors that of Izanagi, allowing it to influence reality by diverting any detrimental elements within it and distorting them into a favorable existence. However, unlike Izanagi, which relegates the distorted reality to an illusionary realm, Eternal Heaven's Stand manifests its spatiotemporal ocular effects by transferring the distorted reality into a different dimension. Just as Obito manipulates shadows with one Rinnegan and controls their quantity with the other, the second effect of Eternal Heaven's Stand is the creation of an alternate space. Similar to the limited Tsukuyomi, this technique enables the user to forge an alternate dimension interconnected with reality, akin to the parallel world associated with the Tower of Lost Dreams that Lu Hua inhabits. This is the origin of the legends surrounding the Sage of Six Paths world creation. Creating a world, one can hardly blame the sage for exuding an aura of invincibility and urging others to surrender while maintaining a semblance of cordiality. A sentiment which Lu Hua observed with a contemplative gaze. Kagaya, as a lesser Otsutsuki, primarily relies on brute strength and physical attacks, devoid of any intricate mechanisms, which explains why she was sealed away on the moon after an arduous battle with the sage and his brothers. When a being of raw power encounters one of refined technique, it is evident that the sage's abilities are overwhelmingly superior, rendering Kagaya incapable of keeping pace. Distorting reality and achieving immortality, the distorted realities could even influence the physical realm, potentially creating a scenario akin to the interior of the sage's own planetary destruction technique. Is this the truth of the world? Such an invincible capability presents a formidable adversary, mused Lu Hua, as she began to coalesce a sphere of chakra imbued with terrifying energy in her hands. Why do you persist? Outsider, what is your true intention? The sage inquired, noticing Liu Hua's continued accumulation of power. Were it not for his desire to dissuade this fearsome foe without bloodshed, he would not have revealed the full extent of his abilities. He relied on the might of Eternal Heaven's Stand to intimidate Lu Hua. Yet, she seemed undeterred, reassembling her offensive. Could she be attempting to unravel eternal heaven's stand? No. Such a notion is impossible. As the wielder of eternal heaven's stand, the sage was acutely aware that this technique was the epitome of invincibility, with no means to counter it. There are always greater powers beyond comprehension. Sage of Six Paths, just as your technique counters that of your mother, my technique serves as your nemesis. Having seemingly deciphered the sage's thoughts, Lu Hua raised the golden spiral sword she had finished conjuring, imbued with magical energy. 8 thunder gods. 8 phantasmal bolts of lightning seamlessly merged into the golden spiral sword. The chakra amplification bestowed by the peach-style Rinnegan further enhanced its might. Finally, there was the Heavenly Weaver. An inexplicable abstract force warped the violently formidable golden spiral sword into nearly invisible filaments, which extended and penetrated the sage's form. Yet, he remained oblivious. No, he sensed something amiss. Upon lowering his gaze, he was taken aback to discover that much of his body seemed to be dissipating into nothingness under the influence of an enigmatic power. Only becoming aware of his plight as eternal heaven's stand unleashed its relentless effects. What is happening? The sage was utterly astonished, realizing that his situation was dire. The power of eternal heaven's stand, distorting reality, enveloped him in a thin mist, akin to the fog concealment technique. What is this? The sage exclaimed. This technique is called Infinite Revolving Golden Cavalry Spiral Sword. Outsider, what have you done? Should you kill me, the sage's planetary destruction will be undone, along with the alternate world I am connected to, and my mother Kaguya will return to the Shinobi world, unopposed, destined to annihilate everything. As he witnessed his body disintegrating exponentially and continuously triggering eternal heaven's stand, the sage fell into a state of panic. The tranquility he had cultivated over countless years was shattered, as the specter of death loomed ever closer, inducing sheer terror within him. It is simple. I shall seal the Otsutsuki Kaguya, Lu Hua retorted disdainfully. With that, her aura was no longer concealed, revealing the perfected embodiment of the 10 tails. What? Why is my body disintegrating? Yet I cannot comprehend the implications of the current situation. The sage's astonishment grew. The 10 tails? When did this occur? The outer path golem and the 9-tailed beasts were present. Yet even in alternate realities, I could never replicate the outer path golem's distortion into his domain. Thus, from where does this additional outer path golem originate? The overwhelming presence of the perfected 10 tails caused a celestial upheaval, as the very fabric of the shinobi world trembled beneath Lu Hua's might. Such a formidable aura inevitably roused the few remaining conscious souls within the shinobi world. Sage of Six Paths, is that the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Old man, what is happening? Why has the 10 tails Jinchuriki reappeared? Naruto cast a furtive glance at the 9 celestial bodies above, alongside Sasuke. Children, I am at a loss. I do not understand why another 10 tails exists, nor why someone has mastered it so flawlessly, as if it materialized from thin air. Perhaps she is the formidable foe that my mother fears? The sage, whose body continued to crumble and regenerate, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. An adversary that even Kaguya fears? Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged incredulous looks. To be honest, without the sage's planetary destruction, they would never have been able to defeat Kaguya. Now, to suggest that a foe even stronger than Kaguya had descended upon the shinobi world while they were locked in a battle to the bitter end? This was truly beyond comprehension. Old man, I am utterly amazed. They realized that even in their prime, they would have stood no chance against Lu Hua, let alone in their current weakened state, depleted of chakra, with severed limbs. Had the sage not entered their spiritual realm, they might have already met their demise. Given their present condition, how could they possibly resist? How could they stand against this foe? Children, I have a plan. Ultimately, the sage resolved to employ the same strategy once more, intending to bestow his power upon Naruto and Sasuke, entrusting them with the fate of the shinobi world. The reason is quite simple. One can discern it from Kaguya's lackluster maneuvers. It is likely that during the confrontation with the Sage of Six Paths, both sides engaged in a turn-based battle, allowing the sage, who possessed an infinite resurrection mechanism, to exhaust Kaguya's chakra over several months before ultimately sealing her away. However, unlike Kaguya, if the Sage of Six Paths dared to engage with Rokuka in a turn-based manner, she would ensure his utter destruction. Thus, the Sage of Six Paths, with a sense of self-awareness, decided to once again entrust the future of the ninja world to Sasuke and Naruto. Without hesitation, he utilized his crumbling body to imprint the chakra he had stolen from Obito onto the two. Theoretically, the sage, who had descended into the world through Obito's half, was stronger than the mere pure land form. Thus, Sasuke and Naruto's severed arms regrew. The new arms bore intricate patterns resembling wedges, complementing the symbols of the sun and moon. Additionally, Naruto entered the Sage of Six Paths mode, while Sasuke transformed into a dual-eyed Manjiki Sharingan. This new form allowed him to repeatedly employ the Manjiki techniques without switching, raising questions about the potential of the new abilities. In the world of Naruto, even if the names of the ocular techniques are identical, the power they wield differs significantly between the left and right eyes. For instance, Madara's techniques varied in controlling shadows and their quantity, while Rokuga's 8 Thunder Gods had both visible and invisible states. Sasuke's single-eyed technique allowed for zero-frame swaps with objects. What would the other eye's manifestation be? Would it facilitate the exchange of different objects? Rokuga remained vigilant, knowing that the sage's capabilities hinged on his techniques, which had indeed made formidable foes tremble. In comparison, the mere numerical strength of the Sage of Six Paths did not intimidate her. Suddenly, an overwhelming, chaotic chakra erupted from Rokuga, powerful enough to make even planets lament, transforming the atmosphere and rendering the world dim, as if on the brink of annihilation. Sensing the intense chakra fluctuations from Rokuga, both Sasuke and Naruto could not help but wear grave expressions. If Kagaya's strength could be quantified as the combined might of Sasuke and Naruto multiplied by 2, then Rokuga at this moment represented that power multiplied further. What was the source of this chakra? Meanwhile, the remnants of Team 7, Kakashi and Sakura, could do nothing but worry. The crossfire of divine flames continuously scorched and refined Rokuga's skin, while the chakra of the Ten Tails was bound by the Otsutsuki's quest for truth. Finally, after a series of transformations, a new Rokuga emerged before them. Her skin took on a healthy, rosy hue, and her Ten Tails Jinchuriki exterior, along with the sage's robe, transformed into a divine garment of energy, making her resemble Naruto in his sage form, but with even more intricate details. The exquisite patterns formed by the quest for truth adorned her limbs, with divine flames igniting at her joints. And the exterior of her divine robe was crafted from black quest for truth, surrounding the pristine white chakra of the Ten Tails. This was the connection of the sage and the Ten Tails chakra. Rokuga's formidable presence was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. The unprecedented chakra emanating from Rokuga left everyone in awe and raised a singular question in their minds. Who was this being? Rokuga offered no answer, instead gazing at the desolate Valley of the End, and began to recite a poem. Cold winds blow in the Valley of the End, the boy with the Rinnegan returns. The tears of the stone man of Kemui Bridge, the Sage of Six Paths moves northward. In the Fourth Shinobi War, thousands retreated. Love could not withstand the tears of perseverance. Fated to be, destiny falters, the sage regrets, yet I do not. Upon finishing her recitation, the crowd was left in shock. A splendid poem, yet what were her intentions? The Sage of Six Paths contemplated cautiously, eventually disclosing crucial information to Sasuke and Naruto. Having transmitted chakra with greater strength than before, the sage asserted that they could unleash a technique even mightier than the Six Paths, the Super Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, or the True Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei. If they could augment this with natural energy for sage techniques, perhaps they could seal Rokuga just as they had with Kagaya? However, fate is often unyielding. Due to the fall of the Ten Tails, all natural energy in the vicinity had been depleted during the battle at the Valley of the End. In this dire situation, they could not activate sage techniques, nor even enter sage mode. The Sage of Six Paths fell silent, realizing the true meaning of Rokuga's words. This reflection led him to ponder the past, questioning whether the conflict between the brothers was indeed justified. Meanwhile, Naruto called out to Sasuke, who instantly understood. Unlike their previous battle against Kagaya, the bond formed through shared life and death experiences in the Valley of the End reignited a profound connection between them. Without the need for further explanation, the 9 celestial bodies of the tailed beasts were swiftly released from their seals under Sasuke's ocular prowess and gravitated towards Naruto. Indeed, it was about swapping the positions of different entities. Everyone, lend me your strength once more, Naruto proclaimed as he began absorbing the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Despite the uncertainty of their circumstances, the tailed beasts united and entered Naruto's body. At that moment, Naruto embodied the Otsutsuki's divine vessel, the 10 tails in flesh. Feeling the surging power within, 9 tails sprouted from his back, transforming into arms, each palm grasping a unique elemental Rasen shuriken. Magnet release, fire release, water release, lava release, steam, dissolution, phosphor, ink, and the colossal tailed beast ball Rasen shuriken. Naruto hurled the 9 Rasen shurikens, each embodying different chakra properties, towards Rokuka. Humph! How dare you display such trifling techniques before me? Behold, the colorful Rasen shuriken. The colorful Rasen shuriken, embodying all of Rokuka's techniques, stirred the air, instantly clashing with Naruto's overwhelming tailed beast ball Rasen shuriken. Such strength. Witnessing Rokuka effortlessly dispel his attack, Naruto hastily summoned the quest for truth to his defense. What would his next move entail? Quest for truth Rasen shuriken. Remembering the potency of the quest for truth, Naruto maneuvered it to spiral dynamically, activating its destructive mode, transforming it into a weapon capable of annihilating everything. In response, Rokuka declared, "Begone." The cataclysmic force repelled all existence, obliterating Naruto's assault and momentarily clearing the skies. Yet, a barely perceptible sound echoed as Naruto and Sasuke seized the opportunity from Rokuka's brief recoil, utilizing their abilities to teleport beside her. "You think you can defeat me with the 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei?" Seizing the hands extended by the 2 individuals, Rika felt a wave of disbelief. She was not Kaguya. Why were they acting this way? Unfortunately, before Rika could finish her thought, with a swift sound, Sasuke and Naruto effortlessly escaped her grasp, retreating to a secure location. After regaining her composure, Rika pondered whether her ability to manipulate space had similarly expanded. The effect shifted from spatial exchange to spatial displacement. In an instant, Rika comprehended everything. She then dispersed her invisible 8 thunder gods around her to enhance her field of vision. Was this ability akin to Madara's? Was this her ocular technique? Observing the 8 thunder god avatars surrounding her, Sasuke's expression grew grave. Although he could see them, he felt no sense of oppression emanating from them. Why was that? "Sasuke, what do you see?" Naruto inquired curiously upon hearing Sasuke's words. As before, Naruto's 6th path abilities still fell short of perceiving the hidden avatars of the Rinnegan level. And this time, he could not even sense their presence. "Do you wish to know about my ocular technique?" How naive. Rika quickly discerned their intentions. But soon her playful spirit ignited. "Very well, let them witness my true power." With Rika's declaration, an inexplicable wave enveloped the entire area. What is this? Under the influence of the Celestial Maiden, the Sage of 6 Paths could no longer withstand the onslaught, burdened by injuries from the golden spinning sword. He ultimately succumbed to the destructive force unleashed by the Celestial Maiden. What was happening to the Sage of 6 Paths? Grandfather. Witnessing the immortal sage's demise, Sasuke attempted to infer the nature of Rika's ocular technique from his previous actions. Meanwhile, Naruto was consumed by rage. "You bastard." "Naruto, wait." Before Sasuke could react, Naruto suddenly leaped backward. What the hell? Stunned, Sasuke could hardly believe his eyes.